The alchemical array has been activated. This is not good. How am I supposed to evacuate? Several wilderness people around her were hammering at the transparent barrier, but Evernight Homing knew very well that it was useless. Falbaro has been taken away by the Public Security Bureau. Can his plan still proceed as normal? Should I just evacuate first? If he fails, that's fine too. I'll save some emerald laurel. Evernight Homing muttered, then she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Sorry, but you probably won't be able to save them. You can give me the emerald laurel leaves now, and then I have a way to get you out. Evernight Homing heard the voice and said in surprise, Falbaro? Where are you? Bang! Her answer was a crisp shattering sound. The aquarium in the center of the exhibition hall instantly exploded, water splashing and spreading in all directions. Glass and rocks fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Not only Evernight Homing, but even the nobles in the auditorium once again focused their attention here. In the flowing water, a figure wearing a top hat and a suit suddenly appeared. Lin Yu took off his hat, bowed slightly, and then spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second magic trick I prepared. It's called The Great Escape, literally, Great Change Living Person. And this trick, I choose to dedicate it to all the guests present. I hope you enjoy it. Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Yu. Buyi Tianhuola finally realized that something was amiss. 4 pillows? She asked in disbelief. What exactly are you trying to do? Although there was no concrete evidence, Buyi Tianhuoli's intuition told her that the 4 pillows in front of her seemed to be the source of all the chaos tonight. Lin Yu ignored Buyi Tianhuolu, simply jumping lightly from the high platform of the display cabinet, then spoke to Buyi Tianhuoming. Have you made up your mind? Having lived in the great wilderness for a long time, Buyi Tianhuoming was more decisive than most nobles. Hearing Lin Yu's question, Buyi Tianhuoming immediately nodded. Alright, deal, I'll give you half of the emerald laurel, and you let me leave. She opened the wooden box in her hand, which contained a stack of leaves, green as jade and transparent in texture. Light flowed through the veins of the leaves, making them look particularly enchanting. Buyi Tianhuoming took out 4 of them and looked at Lin Yu vigilantly. How can I be sure you'll let me go after I give it to you? You can put it on the ground. Lin Yu said calmly. Buyi Tianhuoming hesitated for a moment, slowly took 2 steps back, and then placed the leaves on the ground. Lin Yu made a pleased gesture. Alright, you can go. Buyi Tianhuoming turned her head at these words and realized that at some point, the barrier behind her had been removed. She pushed the door open in surprise, seemingly disbelieving that things could actually go so smoothly. Looking at the night sky outside the door, Buyi Tianhuoming pondered for a moment, then turned around. Then, I wish you good luck, she said, then left with the great wilderness people. After sending off Buyi Tianhuoming, Lin Yu stretched out his hand, and the seawater on the ground rolled up the leaves and brought them into his embrace. Then, Lin Yu turned around again and looked towards the direction of the auditorium. At this moment, his command over the alchemy array, as if his words were law, finally shattered Buyi Tianhuoli's last hope on the other side of the barrier. It really was you, 4 pillows. Why? Buyi Tianhuolo looked at 4 pillows and asked in disbelief. Lin Yu smiled and shrugged. My apologies, Your Excellency. I'm afraid I'm going to completely ruin this celebration. He stepped over the transparent barrier formed by the alchemy array between the auditorium and the exhibition hall, his feet treading on the seawater that closely followed his movements. Among the nobles who had clustered together, Lin Yu passed by a duke, and the seawater suddenly surged towards the duke. Cough, cough. The duke struggled painfully and violently, trying to stop the seawater from pouring into his mouth and nose. However, after all their alchemical creations were shut down, this duke was no different from an ordinary person. Even though his bodyguards were all skilled fighters, they had no way to defeat the invisible seawater. Perhaps with specialized equipment, they might have been able to handle such a bizarre situation. But now, they could do nothing. Even if a few bodyguards rushed towards Lin Yu, trying to demonstrate their excellent professional skills, Lin Yu only needed to call upon more seawater to push them back. He spent a few minutes like this, drowning a duke alive on the ground. This horrifying scene was more threatening than any words, plunging all the nobles, regardless of their status or position, into panic. Because Lin Yu was very powerfully telling everyone through his actions. He truly would kill people. And this was just the first. Soon, the second drowned victim appeared. This time, it was a high-ranking executive from the Truth Company. If the first death served as a reminder to everyone present that the Forpolos before them was actually a madman who would kill at the slightest provocation, then the second death told everyone. Not only would he kill, but he was carrying out indiscriminate killings targeting the powerful. And when the resistance of both victims against Forpolos proved largely ineffective, there was only one path left for these powerful figures. Escape. No one knew who let out the first scream, nor who first began to flee in panic. The initial chaos in the auditorium was limited to a few areas, but with Lin Yu's indiscriminate killing and all the powerful figures' panicked attempts to escape him, everyone fell into a frenzy of flight. Yet, amidst this chaotic scene, only Bui Tianhuolu stood unmoving. "You're not hiding, esteemed Your Excellency Bui Tianhuolu?" Lin Yu looked at Bui Tianhuolu with interest. His tone was very calm, as if he wanted to play hide-and-seek with Bui Tianhuolu. However, this was assuming one ignored the two nobles beside Lin Yu who were already choking to death, struggling on the ground, trying to get closer to him. She sat in a chair, her expression very complex. "If you want to kill me, just do it. I just find it very regrettable. I truly thought you had been captured just now and was thinking of how to rescue you. Now it seems, I was truly a joke. The commission to assassinate a duke. You were involved, weren't you? Are you creating such widespread slaughter here now to cover up your true target?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also stopped moving and killing, temporarily sitting across from Bui Tianhuolu. "How astute, Your Excellency Huolu, to instantly perceive my objective without having read the ABC murders," Lin Yu praised. Bui Tianhuolu, of course, didn't know what the ABC murders was. She merely frowned. "So how did you return here after being taken away by the Security Bureau? Was it a doppelganger?" Bui Tianhuolu asked abruptly, as if she had made up her mind. "Yes, a doppelganger." Lin Yu nodded slightly. "What was the point of doing that?" Bui Tianhuolu asked, and Lin Yu shrugged. "Initially, I wanted to create an alibi for myself, to act secretly amidst the chaos, so no one would suspect Forpolos. After all, he was in jail at the Security Bureau. But, just now, I deciphered some hints Bui Tianhuo left for me and realized that acting secretly wouldn't work." Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Bui Tianhuo frowned slightly. "Bui Tianhuo? Of course, she's my temporary accomplice, though neither of us knows the full scope of the other's plan. So, she probably discovered my plan just now and pointed out the flaws in my plan through a message. To kill that duke, I absolutely couldn't act discreetly. So I had to temporarily change my entrance method and make myself a bit more conspicuous." "Did you create such a chaotic scene just to draw attention to yourself and increase the success rate of your assassination? Why go to such great lengths to kill one person even if they were a noble duke? It shouldn't warrant this much effort." Nightingale Huel said in a low voice, her tone very displeased. Lin Yu spread his hands. "Of course it does, because the target is not just a noble duke. But I won't tell you anything more. At this point, you still want to trick information out of me, Your Excellency Nightingale Huel? Do you think you can still turn the tables?" Nightingale Huel was silent for a long time, then said, "I must stop you, Forbaro. You have already killed more than 10 innocent people. I personally brought you to the Nightingale family, brought you into the inner city. No matter what your goal is, I cannot let you continue to create chaos and death." As she spoke, Lin Yu laughed. "How naive, Your Excellency Nightingale Huel, how can you even say the word innocent? In this man-eating city, do you really think there are innocents among the powerful and nobles here?" Lin Yu retorted, "Even if these people haven't killed anyone and their hands are clean of bloodstains. Every bite of food they eat, every cup of water they drink, their very flesh, blood, and bones are forged with human lives that can truly be called innocent. Of course, perhaps some nobles and powerful figures did it unintentionally, but those who came to participate in tonight's banquet, those who want to curry favor with the Nightingale family, all approve of this man-eating rule and are working towards it. Their deaths at any time are far from innocent. The powerful figures of Nightless City collectively built the rule of the strong preying on the weak, so now that they are being eaten by me, a stronger person, what's innocent about that? There's no logic in only allowing oneself to eat others but not allowing oneself to be eaten. As Lin Yu spoke, Nightingale Huol sighed. These words even sounded somewhat reasonable. Of course, if someone else had said them to Nightingale Huol, she would have dismissed them as madness. But coming from Forbaro in front of her, Nightingale Huol couldn't help but ponder their meaning. However, Nightingale Huol quickly shook her head, forcibly interrupting her thoughts. There's no point in discussing this now. I don't have time to delve into these fundamental issues with you. Forbaro. I will stop you, she said, then reached into her embrace and pulled out a thick book. This was the heavenly tome bestowed upon her by the Nightingale family head. This item was not some alchemical creation, and even with the unstable phlogiston gas filling the hall, it could be used normally. But clang! Lin Yu had been guarding against this very moment. He had been eyeing this miraculous heavenly tome from the very beginning. Fortunately, no matter how magical the book's functions were, it was still formally a book. To use it, one had to open it. The moment Nightingale Huol took out the heavenly tome, Lin Yu's long blade struck out decisively. The bone blade pierced through Nightingale Huol's wrist, its force penetrating bone and muscle, blood gushing out and pinning Nightingale Huol's entire hand to the ground. Then, Lin Yu stepped on Nightingale Huol's hand, picked up the heavenly tome, and tucked it into his embrace. Your Excellency Nightingale Huol, your mother's evaluation of you was indeed correct. Your biggest problem as a noble is that you are too kind. You waited for me to get close before using the heavenly tome, afraid that those powerful moves within it would harm the people you consider innocent, naturally giving me an opportunity. As a noble duke, Nightingale Huol had never suffered such a severe injury. Blood continuously gushed from her palm, making her almost faint from pain. But Nightingale Huol still restrained herself from crying out, only taking continuous sharp breaths, looking up, and speaking. Forbaro, I truly underestimated you and misjudged you. Did you lurk by my side for so long just for this moment? Lin Yu looked at Nightingale Huol, then laughed. No, Nightingale Huol, you actually didn't misjudge Forbaro. He didn't approach you with any ulterior motive. I'm not Forbaro, I'm just someone who stole his identity. As Lin Yu spoke, he took off his hat. On top of his head, a glowing brain appeared, as if rooted to his skull. Nightingale Huol was stunned again. Who exactly are you? Did you manipulate Forbaro? Me, if I had to say, you can call me Freud. The glowing brain spoke. Then, Lin Yu put his hat back on and sighed. The final groundwork was complete. So next, it's time to let you witness the methods that don't belong to Forbaro, but to Freud. Everyone, do you know, successive Freuds have all been masters at manipulating spirit and soul. The last activation of Teeth of Prophecy, the undeniable truth, gained a large amount of belief, making the originally false fact come true. The nobles who had heard the entire conversation between Lin Yu and Nightingale Huol, and were misled, of course didn't know that Freud was not Lin Yu. Anyone would mistakenly believe that Forbaro was Freud. Lin Yu felt the power of those beliefs and spoke again. What I possess now is all the soul and spirit manipulation abilities and power of the first-generation Freud at his peak. The last activation of Tongue of Deception also followed, making the realization that already had a large amount of belief to support it, conform even more to Lin Yu's expectations. If it were normal deception, Lin Yu would absolutely not be able to achieve it. But he used the last, Teeth of Prophecy, and Tongue of Deception, and the gift from the gods now exerted its maximum effect. Come on, kid, witness my peak. Let me show you how strong I truly was back then. Old Zheng's voice rang out, and Lin Yu felt a powerful spiritual force appear in his mind. He indeed suddenly possessed the abilities old Zheng once had. However, even with the power, Lin Yu couldn't use it freely. It was like suddenly getting a gun. He couldn't instantly learn how to shoot it. But fortunately, although Lin Yu wasn't old Zhang was right there in his hat. Old Zhang, you operate it. Ha, how nostalgic, old Zhang murmured, feeling Lin Yu's open spiritual link. While other summoned beings couldn't do it, old Zhang, as a master of the spiritual domain, could naturally communicate directly with Lin Yu's consciousness and thus perform one-to-one manual operations. In a trance, old Zhang felt as if he had once again become that Tier 3 player. But the sentiment only lasted for a moment, and old Zhang quickly got down to business. Now, everyone, fall into a deep sleep. Following old Zhang's voice, all the living dignitaries in the hall, including Bu Yeti and Huel, suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yu let out a long sigh. Phew, that was a close call. Although the plan changed at the last minute, this part still proceeded as usual. No matter what, now that he had obtained some of old Zhang's abilities as a Tier 3 player, Lin Yu felt he could handle any subsequent changes. Of course, after all the nobles had fallen asleep and before proceeding with the next step of the plan, Lin Yu began to patrol the hall, searching. Burner. He's dead. The Marquis Kren family, also dead. Oh, this one isn't dead. Lin Yu occasionally squatted down to finish off a straggler. Only half of what he had said to Bu Yeti and Huel earlier was sincere. Lin Yu was indeed not indiscriminately killing innocents, it was just that those who died were all bargaining chips. The bargaining chips from the transaction with the Bu Yeti and family head at the time. I also have some people I intensely dislike but aren't worth killing myself. If some evil and chaotic outsider accidentally slaughters them all, I would be very pleased. And the Bu Yeti and family head had provided a list of over 30 people. This was also why Lin Yu felt Bu Yeti and Huel was kind. On one hand, she indeed had a much more humane side compared to her mother. On the other hand, if Bu Yeti and Huel had been a little calmer and observed the deceased carefully, she would have found that, excluding irrelevant distractions, the dead nobles were basically all people who had obstructed the Bu Yeti and family's path in recent years or were naturally opposed to her, Bu Yeti and Huel. In other words, although it seemed her prestige at this banquet would suffer, after waking up or a few months later, Bu Yeti and Huel would be surprised to find that all her work would proceed much more smoothly. Of course, these were just part of the transaction. After dealing with the last few unfortunate souls on the list who had offended the Bu Yeti and family head, Lin Yu also began to attend to his own matters. He carried old Zhang and ambled over to LT Mercury, then reached out and injected a wisp of mental power into him. Old Zhang was very surprised. Damn, you learned fast. Lin Yu pouted, it's not that hard. Old Zhang was momentarily speechless, then said, yes, it's really not hard. Actually, I also learned it instantly back then, it's been so long I forgot. Subsequently, LT Mercury slowly woke up. Looking at Lin Yu squatting in front of him, LT Mercury sat up. After a moment of contemplation, LT Mercury said, it seems the rumor that a duke is to be assassinated is true, and the target is me, right? Looking at the unexpectedly calm old man, Lin Yu nodded in surprise. Indeed. I was entrusted to take LT Mercury's life. LT Mercury looked at Lin Yu and asked the same question as Bu Yeti and Huel. Just to kill me, is it necessary to go to such great lengths? Of course, Lin Yu replied readily, sitting cross-legged opposite LT Mercury, after all, you are involved in a 50-year-long deception. Hearing Lin Yu's words, LT Mercury was somewhat surprised. I am involved in a 50-year-long deception? The old man quickly connected this sensitive time point to the most significant event in his life. Could it be related to my succession to the Mercury family? Lin Yu nodded slightly. Yes, to be honest, the secret was hidden so deep that I didn't understand where the problem was at first. It's just, based on some higher-level reason, I always had an 80 to 90% certainty that there must be a deception involved in the commission regarding you or to assassinate you. Lin Yu said calmly. Tier-up missions are always related to professions. It's like an unopened door in a puzzle game, players will inevitably suspect if it's hiding something. And Lin Yu still remembered that his profession was trickster, not assassin. So why did the personal instance part of his Tier 2 trial require him to complete an assassination commission? This was like Lin Yu seeing a locked door. And in the process of constantly approaching the assassination itself, Lin Yu finally gathered all the fragments of truth, and finally, with Bu Yeti and Huaxing's hint, he finally understood what this deception was. 50 years ago, why did Alan Mercury disappear in the great wilderness, and why did you succeed as the head of the Mercury family? Although such brotherly affection is very rare, leading the people of Sleepless City to relish your story, as an outsider, I actually felt something was amiss. The Bu Yetian family head once told me that Alan Mercury had cried to her, saying he didn't want you to die. How strange, Alti Mercury, even if you resigning as family head carried the risk of death, why would you push Alan Mercury to the point of crying out? Also, your life godchosen matter seems secret. But in reality, anyone with a bit of sense could probably deduce that you are the godchosen of the god of life. At this point, Lin Yu paused. What a grand lie. Only now do I understand the true difficulty in completing the commission to assassinate you. Alti Mercury pondered, I don't understand. I don't remember telling any grand lie. Lin Yu shook his head. Of course you don't understand, because this lie. Your dear brother, Alan Mercury, had no intention of letting you know. Because he knew that if you knew, you would never agree to his actions of risking the entire family just to keep you alive. No wonder the Bu Yetian family head looked down on him so much, because Alan Mercury is a family head. Was simply the complete opposite of him. And you two brothers are indeed truly blood-related. The people of Sleepless City praise your benevolence, but Alan Mercury is no less. TSK, especially after seeing the siblings of the Bu Yetian and Saint Lan families slaughtering each other so much, I can't help but sigh, you two are truly a breath of fresh air. Hearing this, Alti Mercury already had a faint realization. You mean? Lin Yu nodded, calmly speaking the truth. Alti Mercury. You are not the godchosen of the god of life at all. You are merely a dead man who died in an accident 50 years ago. To see through a 50-year-long deception in just a few days was not an easy task, even for Lin Yu. Even now, sitting calmly before Alti Mercury, Lin Yu looked back at his experience in the city that never sleeps as nothing short of perilous. Throughout this process, if there had been even a single moment when he hadn't firmly believed there was something fishy about the assassination commission for Alti Mercury, he would have missed the truth. And then he would have genuinely prepared to assassinate a godchosen, only to face his inevitable failure in disbelief. But fortunately, I am naturally suspicious, Lin Yu sighed softly, expressing his sentiment. Alti Mercury, sitting opposite Lin Yu, had also reacted. You mean I am not the life godchosen? The real life godchosen is still Arlen Mercury, isn't he? Yes, Lin Yu nodded slightly, and his reason for doing so was to allow you to live. Although I don't know what happened 50 years ago, you probably died in an accident, at least you were in a dying state. To allow you, his elder brother, to live, Arlen Mercury made some kind of deal with a deity. The price or the form was to make you appear as the godchosen. And it seems he needed everyone around you to believe that you were the true godchosen. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh again at this point. This was also why he could see through this deception, because all the actions were too similar to how a trickster's abilities would take effect. Lin Yu keenly noticed that Arlen Mercury was absolutely intentionally leading everyone to deduce the conclusion that Alti Mercury is the godchosen. After all, Lin Yu himself often did this. Of course, Arlen Mercury couldn't be a trickster. His reasons for doing so were very likely due to the requirements of faith and rituals involving deities in godchosen matters. Lin Yu didn't know the specifics clearly, but it should be quite similar. Therefore, wanting to kill Alti Mercury, this already dead person, was essentially about breaking Arlen Mercury's setup. Alti Mercury sighed again. How willful, Arlen, to let me cling to life for 50 years in this way. So it seems, although you are here to kill me, I don't need to resist excessively, Alti Mercury mused. After all, by the laws of heaven and earth, I should have died long ago. Alti Mercury looked at Lin Yu. It's just, what do you plan to do? To be honest, I don't know exactly what will work, so I've prepared many plans. Lin Yu paused after saying this. In any case, let's start with the simplest, and also verify my conjectures. Without waiting for Alti Mercury to speak, Lin Yu suddenly stabbed Alti Mercury through the throat. Alti Mercury didn't have time to react and died unexpectedly. But then, Lin Yu pulled out the knife and quickly discovered a powerful life force surging from Lt. Mercury's body. A blue-green light flickered a few times like breathing, instantly repairing the knife wound on his neck. And the blood on the ground also transformed into specks of green light, disappearing. Lin Yu exhaled. Sure enough, this old man's life form is no longer human at all. Subsequently, Lt came to his senses, as if he had just taken a nap, and spoke somewhat blankly. What just happened? I killed you, and then you resurrected, Lin Yu said calmly. Do you have no memory? Lt rubbed his temples. None at all, but I do have an impression of similar things. Over these 50 years, whenever I got injured, I would briefly lose my memory, and then my injuries would heal quickly, my servants told me, and only then did I know I had been injured. And I always thought this was a passive effect brought by the life god chosen. Was it Arlen who caused this? Lt Mercury spoke with some regret. Then it seems the simplest method won't work. I appear to be immortal in some sense now. Do you have other plans? Lin Yu nodded. Of course, perhaps I can repeatedly and quickly kill you. This recovery ability must have a cost, so continuously killing you might reach its limit. As Lin Yu spoke, Lt Mercury was slightly surprised. Isn't that a bit too cruel for me? Yes, killing should not involve torture, so I won't use this plan unless absolutely necessary. Since you raised an objection, I will respect it. Lin Yu said seriously, then stroked his chin and spoke, but it's really strange, as an assassin, I'm discussing this with you, my assassination target. Old man, are you not planning to resist because you feel you've lived long enough? Lt Mercury shook his head. If I had to say, I still want to live, but you have shown me the truth. I am a person who should die, a person who is already dead. Although I am not the true God chosen of the God of life, I have believed myself to be for these 50 years, so I identify with the scriptures passed down by the God of life. All life has an end. Serving the deity who presides over life, one must never flee from death. We must all face the end of our lives with equanimity. Lt Mercury said, and then asked again, so? Tell me, how do you plan to take the life of me, who is already dead? Lin Yu no longer had any reservations and nodded slightly. Since Arlen Mercury allowed you to truly live by making everyone believe you were the life god chosen and that you were still alive, I speculate. Perhaps I can make everyone believe you are truly dead by making them believe you have already died. Although I don't know the principle, I should be able to achieve this by disrupting Arlen Mercury's arrangement. Lt Mercury heard this. I see, that is indeed a solution with a strong alchemical spirit. How will you do it? Make the nobles present believe it first. Lin Yu nodded, naturally, but before that, I still need a professional with a superb understanding of alchemy to evaluate it for me. Saying this, Lin Yu looked at the pile of corpses nearby, not the nobles he had killed, but the dolls of fire apricot of the city that never sleeps. Those corpses lay still, as if they were just background. Lin Yu smiled and asked them, what do you think, Miss Fire Apricot? Accompanying Lin Yu's voice, the pile of doll corpses at the Evernight Fire Apricot began to writhe. Soon, one of the corpses, appearing somewhat corpulent, shakily rose. Then, a slit opened up along the spine of the chubby corpse's back, slowly unzipping like a zipper. A black-haired girl, wearing close-fitting pajamas, emerged from within, blinking her fiery red eyes. Freud, is it? Truly remarkable. So, how did you know I was in there? Lin Yu shrugged. It's simple, I deduced it. Although it seemed like you were recording just now, you emphasized the recording too deliberately, which made me feel like you were live streaming. The sudden appearance of phlogiston gas later further proved this point. You must have been on site, manipulating these phlogiston gases to be released. Considering your personality, such a chaotic scene, and your certainty that I would also make an appearance to continue causing chaos, you probably wouldn't miss such excitement. So, you definitely didn't run far. Based on that, the Evernight family's alchemy array is very powerful. If it were me, instead of running out, I'd rather hide directly inside. And with so many corpses you brought, it would be incredibly easy to blend in. Lin Yu analyzed, and Evernight Fire Apricot nodded in conviction. That's truly impressive. No wonder you could impersonate for borrow. your keenness might even be greater than the original. I acknowledge you. Evernight Fire Apricot gave a thumbs up, then greeted LT Mercury. Hello, Grandpa LT Mercury, long time no see. The two clearly knew each other, and a smile appeared on LT Mercury's face. Oh, Fire Apricot, indeed long time no see. But why did you gather so many corpses and lie inside one of them? Doesn't that seem a bit unsanitary? Evernight Fire Apricot shook her head. Don't worry, Grandpa LT, I've thoroughly washed, dried, high-temperature sterilized, and UV disinfected them. In any case, I'm sorry, I also colluded with this guy named Freud here and participated in the assassination commission against you. LT Mercury shook his head. It's alright, as I said, I am a man destined to die. You should have known this already, right? Evernight Fire Apricot nodded slightly. Yes, after all, one of the advanced alchemy arts I master is related to corpses and can be considered an extension of the life alchemy lineage, so I would be quite sensitive to your condition. Arlen Mercury placed you in the Evernight family and allied with the Sorens family and the Evernight family head specifically to prevent too many people who cultivate the life lineage and are deeply researched in this lineage from coming into contact with you and noticing anomalies. He just didn't expect that I, as a direct descendant of the Evernight family, would be able to successfully cultivate the life lineage. Evernight Fire Apricot said with a giggle, and LT nodded. That is indeed very surprising. In any case, do you think his plan is feasible? Evernight Fire Apricot nodded slightly. Overall, it's feasible. I never thought that you, a complete layman who doesn't understand alchemy, could guess Arlen Mercury's arrangements almost perfectly. What he used was to create a concept of life by stripping away his own primal power as a life chosen through a faith ritual. This is the power of supreme alchemy that only a chosen can master. The core of any supreme alchemy is to create concepts and then extend them infinitely. Therefore, the emotion lineage can activate, energize, and materialize emotions. And the life lineage can achieve the mutual transformation of life and form of all things. The fusion lineage, on the other hand, activates inanimate objects and makes them an extension of a certain life. However, merely creating a concept of life is not enough, because even if you still had one breath left at that time, death was almost a foregone conclusion. Such a miracle of near resurrection cannot be achieved by simply creating a concept. So, Arlen Mercury constructed another ritual, by making everyone in Evernight City believe that LT Mercury was still alive and was the life chosen, to connect this concept of life with you. Evernight Fire Apricot elaborated, patiently explaining like a teacher giving a lecture. Lin Yu knew she was doing this for him, so he looked at Evernight Fire Apricot with solemnity. Thank you for your explanation, Evernight Fire Apricot. Although this alchemy knowledge sounded basic, it was absolutely a secret not to be passed down by nobles, especially since it involved the core and essence of the 5 great noble families' respective alchemy arts. This knowledge would not only be useful this time but Lin Yu would continue to use it in the future. In fact, if it were just to evaluate Lin Yu's current plan, Evernight Fire Apricot wouldn't need to explain it so thoroughly. By doing so, she was laying a foundation for Lin Yu. So, your approach is correct. By reversing the operation to dismantle this ritual, it might really succeed. But this is, after all, an effect achieved by supreme alchemy. Even if you truly make everyone in Evernight City realize that LT Mercury is not the life chosen, I estimate the success rate might only be 50%. 50%, huh? That's enough. Lin Yu nodded, saying confidently. After all, if Evernight Fire Apricot could give a 50% success rate based on this, then Lin Yu would guarantee that the actual success rate should exceed 80%. After all, he didn't just plan to expose the fact that LT Mercury is not the life chosen and LT Mercury is already dead. What Lin Yu hadn't told LT Mercury and Evernight Fire Apricot was that he naturally possessed the ability to construct facts by utilizing belief. So he didn't need to expose that LT Mercury was already dead, he only needed to expose that the other party was not the life chosen. And then create a new fact about LT Mercury being dead. Although Lin Yu couldn't make living people die or dead people revive through lies. Whenever Lin Yu tried to entertain such thoughts, he would feel that the amount of belief required for that was theoretically impossible to achieve. Unless everyone in the world or several gods devoutly and wholeheartedly believed, such a condition might be met. But if the fact of Alte Mercury being alive was itself shaped, then constructing a new fact to override it and achieve his death wouldn't require as much belief. While the ritual of supreme alchemy was of extremely high status, and Arlen Mercury's arrangements involved gods, Lin Yu didn't need to directly confront and break this ritual. He only needed to activate his profession ability to see whose status was superior, the rules of the death game or the ritual of the gods. After receiving a positive reply from Sleepless Fire Apricot, Lin Yu immediately began to create the illusion of Art Mercury being dead. This was not an easy task, because any harm to Art Mercury would trigger his self-repair mechanism. What Lin Yu had just said about exhausting his recovery was also impossible, because Art Mercury did not need to consume anything to repair his injuries. Because Art is now the personification of the concept of life itself, his self-repair after injury and death is actually just the external manifestation of the concept of life residing in his body. However, at this very moment, Lin Yu had consumed the last of the Teeth of Omen and Tongue of Deception to obtain some of old Zhang's peak abilities, precisely so that he could be at ease in all situations. Although he couldn't actually kill Art, Lin Yu could create the illusion that Art was dead. Looking at Art Mercury in front of him, Lin Yu spoke. Then, I will ask you to sleep now. If nothing unexpected happens, you should not wake up again. You will walk towards death in your sleep. Mr. Art, in the last moments of your life, is there anything you wish to do or say? Hearing Lin Yu say this, Art nodded slightly. To die in my sleep. I am truly fortunate. Not only did I live 50 years longer, but in the end, I can also leave this world in such a peaceful manner, and even prepare to welcome my death with such composure. Art said, then began to think seriously. I truly have no regrets, but there are indeed some things I want to say. Do you have paper and a pen? Lin Yu shook his head, but Sleepless Fire Apricot, who was beside him, raised her hand. Of course, I have everything you could want. Saying this, Sleepless Fire Apricot traced her finger through the air, gesturing towards her pile of corpses for a long time, as if searching for something. Found it. Sleepless Fire Apricot said, then chuckled. A corpse rose from the ground, tottered, and pulled out paper and a pen from its embrace, placing them in front of Art Mercury. Art nodded, thank you, Fire Apricot. Then, he began to write on the paper. Art wrote and paused, quickly filling more than half a sheet of paper, then put the pen away and tucked it back into the corpse's pocket. Next, he gently folded the completed will and handed it to Sleepless Fire Apricot. After I die, give it to Greedo Mercury. Greedo Mercury, I understand. Sleepless Fire Apricot folded the will again, put it into her mouth, and swallowed it with a gulp. Don't worry, no one will find this letter before I meet Greedo Mercury unless they disembowel me. This astonishing action shocked Lin Yu. Won't you digest it? Don't worry, I have 3 stomachs. This is a modification surgery I did on myself, Sleepless Fire Apricot said proudly, 1 stomach for desserts, 1 for main meals, and 1 specifically for storing important documents. That's a truly practical modification. Art exclaimed. Where is it practical at all? Lin Yu couldn't help but retort. Sleepless Fire Apricot raised her finger. By the way, I also have 3 hearts and 4 lungs, which greatly enhances my long-term athletic ability. Lin Yu looked at Sleepless Fire Apricot. I don't want to know that. How wonderful. If I were still young, I would definitely have you make me a Set 2. Art Mercury's face showed a look of longing, but it's too late now. In short, I have no regrets, both of you, Mr. Freud, I am ready to go. As he spoke, Lin Yu again took off his hat in respect. Then, good night, Lord Art Mercury. Art slowly sat on the ground, his cane beside him, his hands clasped in front of his abdomen. An invisible mental fluctuation once again covered Art's body, and the old man's head drooped powerlessly, falling into eternal sleep. What do you plan to do next? Sleepless Fire Apricot propped her chin on her hand, asking with great curiosity. Clearly, she wanted to know what arrangements Lin Yu would make. Lin Yu placed his hands on Arc Mercury's body, then slowly adjusted his bodily functions to a state of near-suspended animation through the power of hypnosis. His heartbeat and breathing rate dropped to their lowest, and his body temperature gradually turned cold. Sleepless Fire Apricot clicked her tongue in wonder. That's really impressive, but anyone who understands alchemy or uses professional equipment could spot the anomaly. Yes, so further disguise is needed, to deceive the first round of less precise professional inspections as much as possible, and to avoid exposure before truly undetectable detailed inspections are carried out. At the same time, we must also make the fact of his death deeply ingrained in people's minds within this short period. Lin Yu said, pulling out Hannah. Just as he was about to make some disguises for Arc Mercury, the entire venue's alchemy array suddenly vibrated. At the same time, Arc Mercury's body on the ground was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant green light, and life energy surged and boiled, making Lin Yu feel as if he saw a scene of vibrant life and all things competing. Sleepless Fire Apricot narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Oh dear. It seems your plan is about to face its biggest variable and crisis." Lin Yu also understood what was happening. In a sense, the success rate of my plan can be raised a bit more, after all. The more the enemy opposes it, the more it proves I'm doing the right thing. Lin Yu exhaled. He knew the reason for this anomaly. Clearly, with Arc Mercury alone outside, and without him being a true divine chosen of life, even with near-dash immortal abilities, Arlen Mercury, who had gambled his entire family, was clearly still not at ease. He had still set up a hidden contingency, a contingency that would be triggered when Arc Mercury's life was threatened. So, in a sense, this was indeed good news for Lin Yu. It confirmed that his method truly had the potential to kill Arc Mercury. But this was also extremely bad news. From Art's current reaction and the changes in the scene, what Arlen Mercury's contingency was obvious. Bang! The barrier of the Sleepless Family's auditorium was torn apart, and an enraged voice came from the main entrance. Who on earth dares to try and kill my elder brother? Arlen Mercury, consumed by rage, had personally arrived here. Compared to his elder brother, Arlen Mercury looked quite young. He appeared to be only in his early 40s, with only faint wrinkles on his face and just a few strands of white hair, making him seem to be in his prime. However, in reality, Arlen was only 2 years younger than Ardard. They were both now septuagenarians. Of course, Lin Yu was not surprised by the difference in Arlen's appearance. After all, the head of the Sleepless Night family, as the mother of 5 children, still looked like a young girl. There is a significant difference in the life essence between true God-chosen individuals and ordinary people. For them, there are various ways to avoid and slow down the aging caused by the passage of time. Of course, this also indirectly reflected that Arlen Mercury, in order to ensure his elder brother's survival, had some differences in his power compared to a truly complete God-chosen like the Sleepless Night family head. At least, he still looked somewhat aged at the moment. But no matter what, Lin Yu now had to face a true God-chosen who came with murderous intent. Even if the heart-peeping goggles were ineffective against a prominent figure like Arlen Mercury, Lin Yu could still read the emotions of the Arlen before him. It was probably 100% anger and killing intent. Thanks to borrowing old Zhang's ability, I still have some confidence now. And there's also the support from Sleepless Night Huisheng. As Lin Yu thought of this, he suddenly noticed that Sleepless Night Huisheng's figure had disappeared. A corner of the floor tiles in the auditorium had been lifted, revealing a deep passage leading underground. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. This rat really eats a lot. It's so quick at digging holes and slipping away. Of course, the hole might have been dug long ago. But no matter what, Lin Yu only then realized that he had still underestimated Sleepless Night Huisheng's ability to escape. She was hiding among the dead bodies earlier purely because she wanted to watch the show. Alright, I'll have to go in myself. Lin Yu sighed. The only thing to be thankful for was that the auditorium was still filled with phlogiston, which would help to some extent in limiting Arlen Mercury's strength. Lin Yu looked at the enraged head of the Mercury family, and the other's gaze also locked onto Lin Yu. After all, at this moment, Lin Yu was the only person standing in the auditorium. You sealed this place and intended to harm my elder brother, didn't you? Arlen said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the bodies of the nobles killed by Lin Yu on the ground, many of whom were on good terms with the Mercury family. However, he didn't seem to notice these, nor did he become more enraged because of them. It wasn't until he found his elder brother, who was in a deep sleep and whose life aura had become extremely faint, that Arlen spoke again. "Who exactly are you, and why do you want to harm my elder brother?" Lin Yu looked at Arlen, his expression calm as he replied, "I was simply entrusted by someone, Mr. Arlen Mercury." Arlen became even more furious upon hearing this. After all, Lin Yu was implicitly admitting that he was the culprit and did not deny the fact that he was harming Arlen Mercury. So, Arlen Mercury struck out fiercely. On his body, a dense life energy surged forth, enveloping the head of the Mercury family. Although the unstable phlogiston would make most residents of Sleepless City hesitant to use active alchemical creations in alchemy, thus turning them into primitives who could only engage in close combat. But as the head of the Mercury family and a god chosen of the god of life, Arlen Mercury, though also restricted, was only somewhat restricted. After all, Arlen Mercury could use supreme alchemy. And a distinct characteristic of supreme alchemy used by a god chosen is that this alchemy is completely controllable. Compared to other methodical alchemies full of scientific laws, supreme alchemy has a characteristic: doing as one pleases. It can operate entirely according to the will of the god chosen. No matter how unstable the phlogiston was, Arlen Mercury could exclude it from the reaction. At this moment, Arlen Mercury was fully activating his stored life force. If it were an ordinary user of life sequence alchemy, they would merely gain a powerful physical enhancement, change their body shape, or grow an extra pair of controllable hands, and so on. However, as a god chosen, Arlen would naturally not be so simple. Those pure life forces were slowly drawn from his body, forming a giant composed of pure life force. The greenish-blue life giant stood before Arlen Mercury, and then he coldly looked at Lin Yu. "Go. Bring my elder brother back," Arlen said coldly, and the life giant lunged in Lin Yu's direction. Watching the giant suddenly pounce, Lin Yu sighed. "Why do I still have to engage in such high-intensity battles even after leaving the Black Mire realm? It's just that now he's gone from being the red giant who beat people up to the one being beaten by the green giant." Lin Yu mused, feeling that this was also a kind of karmic cycle, a retribution that was well-deserved. Of course, Lin Yu could still transform into the red giant now, but the accumulated belief was not enough, and even if he transformed, it couldn't sustain him for long. Moreover, a head-on confrontation wasn't the best option. After all, although he wasn't clear about all the abilities old Zheng possessed at his peak, Lin Yu had witnessed one of them. Sleepless night wishing, even though you ran away. Your toys are mine. Old Zheng, can you control these bodies? Old Zheng in the hat immediately responded. Thanks to that noble girl, I really can. She maintained these bodies very well, and she probably killed them cleanly, so there's still a lot of residual soul inside. Although some alchemical modifications were made, as long as she herself doesn't prevent or interfere with my control, there's no problem. Old Zheng said, then extended his power again, leveraging Lin Yu's surging mental energy at the moment. In short, leave it to me, boss. Subsequently, an invisible mental fluctuation spread, and those beautifully dressed bodies lying on the ground stood up again. They gathered together like an army, forming a barrier between Lin Yu and the life giant. The vibrant life giant, composed of pure life energy, confronted the army of bodies. The clash between them was imminent, and a struggle began right in front of Lin Yu. The bodies stacked into a pyramid, obstructing the life giant's advance. The life giant, in turn, shielded its chest with its hands, desperately trying to push the bodies away. This scene was as if the collision of the opposing concepts of life and death had materialized. Life and death clashed and intertwined, a silent confrontation unfolding within the auditorium. How very zen-like, Lin Yu muttered under his breath. The corpses and the life giants seemed to be tirelessly wrestling with each other, but old Zhang, who controlled the corpses, and Arlen Mercury, who controlled the life giant, were clearly both at their limits. Hearing Lin Yu's leisurely remark, old Zhang and Lin Yu's hat flickered rapidly, like a high-frequency signal light, appearing completely overloaded. You are so idle. Although old Zhang had no mouth, Lin Yu could still hear the gnashing of teeth in his tone. Don't worry, I'll help you soon, Lin Yu said, looking at the other party in the stalemate, Arlen Mercury. At this moment, the head of the Mercury family was also not doing well. He was fully focused on controlling the giant, sweat constantly rolling down his face, his entire face illuminated by a green light, looking almost at his limit. Although old Zhang was a crippled version at this moment, this Mercury family head had been keeping his brother alive for 50 years, and he was not in a complete state either. Of course, even so, Lin Yu was not going to relieve old Zhang's pressure from the front. He looked at the Mercury family head and began his psychological offensive. You look like you're struggling, Arlen Mercury. As a chosen, have you really fallen to this point? If you took back the life divine power you're wasting on your brother, perhaps you could easily defeat me. Lin Yu said calmly, and Arlen Mercury's anger, which had already reached its peak, now broke through its limits again. Of course, he didn't know that the one actually fighting him was the external brain in Lin Yu's hat. Lin Yu was currently only responsible for providing the authority and mental power obtained through deception, and he had even less idea that the brain was actually in a much fuller state than him. Already struggling to speak coherently. In Arlen Mercury's eyes, Lin Yu's composed demeanor was entirely mocking him. And the words spoken by such a powerful opponent were naturally an insult, a trampling. Arlen Mercury himself wouldn't break down from being humiliated, but Lin Yu's words precisely struck at the part Arlen cared about most. That's not a waste, you cold-blooded fellow. Don't you have family? Is saving a family member's life a waste? The moment Arlen retorted, he had already walked into Lin Yu's trap. Lin Yu looked at Arlen and immediately replied. Of course I have family, but, esteemed Lord Arlen, I would respect my family's opinions more. Lin Yu's words were sharp as a knife, easily cutting through Arlen's weak comeback. Have you asked your brother's opinion? I've observed that he loses his memory every time he suffers a serious injury. This must be intentional on your part. You're deliberately hiding it from him? So, isn't all of this just you being self-indulgent? Lin Yu's words once again stung Arlen Mercury. What do you know, you bastard, Arlen Mercury said angrily. I'm only doing this because I don't want my brother to experience too much unnecessary pain. I'm self-indulgent? My brother has lived well for 50 years, how can that be self-indulgent? Lin Yu chuckled. To Lin Yu, Arlen's words sounded less like a rebuttal and more like he was trying to convince himself. Although the Mercury brothers were over 70, the Nightless City Lord's assessment of them was indeed accurate. They were indeed two weak fellows. Whether it was Arlen or Alt, both of them could be called good people by secular moral standards. And precisely because of this, Arlen Mercury would do something that the Nightless City Lord and most nobles would never do in their lives, give up most of his power as a chosen in exchange for his brother's chance to live. However, he didn't do this out of complete obsession and selfishness. If Arlen Mercury were a willful person, he wouldn't have wavered in the slightest right now. But he only did these things out of the simple emotion of not wanting his brother to die, without excessive obsession and distortion to support him. He could do it simply because he was a life chosen, and this matter itself was not difficult for him to accomplish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure and cried in front of the Nightless City Lord. At this moment, Lin Yu's words once again stirred up Arlen Mercury's long-standing self-doubt, which he was unwilling to face. Am I really doing the right thing? Of course it's right. Arlen Mercury forcefully dispelled the self-doubt in his mind and once again activated supreme alchemy, injecting more life force into the life giant in front of him. The life giant pushed the corpses even harder, and Arlen, looking at the tragic and messy scene in the auditorium, gritted his teeth and spoke again. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing, you fellow who enjoys killing and creating chaos, saying such pretty words about respecting family's wishes. If you don't stop harming my brother and release everyone here, I will kill you. I warn you in the name of the head of the Mercury family. You bastard, no matter who you are, you'd best stop now. Arlen Mercury threatened Lin Yu sharply. Lin Yu heard the other party's threat and let out a long breath. You don't think you're being self-indulgent, do you? In Lin Yu's view, the time was ripe. He looked at Arlen and said coldly, Arlen Mercury, if you don't think you're being self-indulgent, then why don't you dare to face your brother? Lin Yu once again posed the same question. But this time, Lin Yu didn't give Arlen a chance to refute. You accuse me of harming your brother, do you? In that case, I'll give you an opportunity to properly hear his opinion. Lin Yu said, taking a step back. Old Zhang, now withdraw your control over the corpses. Ah? Old Zhang asked in disbelief. Withdraw. Lin Yu repeated unequivocally. Old Zhang was clearly shaken, but only a few tenths of a second later, Old Zhang chose to trust Lin Yu. Crash! The corpses suddenly scattered, and the life giant strode towards Lin Yu. Old Zhang, who had just withdrawn his control over the corpses, hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath when he saw this scene, and quickly said, "Damn it, what on earth are you relying on? If I withdraw the corpses, this thing can flatten you in a few seconds." Brother, move, I'm scared. Old Zhang said, and Lin Yu calmly shook his head. No matter. As his voice fell, just as the life giant was about to raise its hand to strike Lin Yu. Enough, Arlen. Alt Mercury's voice rang out. Subsequently, the life giant froze in front of Lin Yu. The previously sleeping Alti had stood up again, leaning on his cane, and walked in front of Lin Yu. This hunched old man stood between the life giant and Lin Yu, preventing the massive life giant from taking another step forward. Arlen was stunned for a moment before he spoke. Brother, are you all right? Lin Yu also looked at Alti, coughing twice and saying, Ahem, I apologize, Mr. Alti, I broke my promise. I disturbed your long slumber. But I had no choice, you see. Alti Silver smiled. I understand, Arlen caused you trouble. His impulsive nature hasn't changed much in 70 years. Then, Alti looked at Arlen. The towering rage that could have swallowed the entire Nevernight family hall had silently extinguished. The high-ranking and powerful Silver family head, Arlen Silver, looked at his brother, somewhat at a loss for words. Brother, Arlen, is life sculpting so useful that you waste so much life force like this? Alti pointed at the giant, saying sternly, this fellow consumes a massive amount of life force for every second he's active. Wouldn't it be better to use these for research, healing, and other meaningful things? Arlen lowered his head and whispered, Alti, I just wanted to save you. Save me for what? I should have died 50 years ago. Living an extra 50 years is enough. Alti said directly. Arlen was startled for a moment, then looked at Lin Yu. You actually told my brother about this already? Before Lin Yu could answer, Alti spoke loudly, do I not have the right to know about this? Lin Yu calmly followed up, apparently, Lord Arlen doesn't think you have the right to know. I just asked him if he had sought your opinion, but he got angry and was ready to kill me. Arlen said angrily, don't you dare sow discord here and provoke the relationship between me and my brother. What you said just now wasn't like that. Old Mr. Alti interrupted Arlen again, but you really didn't ask for my opinion, Arlen, is this how father and I taught you? As the head of the Silver family, shouldn't you be open to suggestions and listen to various opinions before making decisions? Of course, occasionally being autocratic might be necessary, but when someone has already offered an opinion, do you not even intend to listen? Mr. Freud's words were very pertinent. For over 50 years, you never told me about this, always making me feel like I was the life god's chosen, keeping me away from the Silver family. For 50 years, the number of times we met was even countable on one hand. In these 50 years, have you ever asked me how I was doing? As Alti Silver said this, Arlen was taken aback. But, I was just afraid you. But at this point, Arlen suddenly stopped speaking. The life giant dissipated in the hall, and Arlen then murmured, was I really wrong? Have you been living in pain all these years? Alti remained silent. Instead, Lin Yu spoke, no, you weren't wrong either. From what I've observed, in these 50 years. Mr. Alti seems to have lived quite happily and contentedly. Just from his previous interactions with St. Larkspur and Nevernight Fire Apricot, Alti Silver should have been very satisfied with his 50-plus years of life. Although he was living in someone else's house, Lt. Silver probably had no desire for power to begin with. If he had lived a life of hardship, unfulfilled ambitions, and constant resentment for 50 years, then Lt. Silver would absolutely not have this benevolent elder appearance at this moment. If that were the case, he probably wouldn't be so calm about his impending death. As Lin Yu spoke, Lt. Silver looked at him with a wry smile. If you say that, how will Arlen agree to you? I just think I shouldn't deceive him, and I can't deceive him anyway, Lin Yu shrugged. If you want him to respect your opinion, you should honestly tell him what you think. Tell him that you've been very happy and content all these years. Lt. nodded, understanding Lin Yu's meaning. He looked at Arlen Silver. Indeed, Arlen, I have lived a very fulfilling life these past 50 years. The people of the Silver family treated me very well. Nevernight Younglian's 5 children and Greedo also often came to talk to me. Although later they all had their own things to do, and only the child Fire Apricot would still visit me from time to time, because almost no one in Nevernight City recognized me, I could often wander around the inner city. Drink some tea, try newly opened restaurants, and bask in the sun in the afternoon. I'm afraid most people in this city haven't experienced the kind of happiness I have. The lower class is exhausted from struggling, the upper class is engrossed in power struggles, but it's me, this old man who should have died, who lives each day at ease. Honestly, I should thank you, Arlen. Thank you for putting in so much effort to allow me to live another 50 years in this world. Even if I had lived in pain for those 50 years, I should still thank you, because living is better than being dead. Arlen listened to Altie's words, his lips pressed together. Brother. But, Altie interrupted Arlen, changing his tone, even if I have been very happy these past 50 years, I am not meant to be alive. Thank you, Arlen, my brother, thank you for letting me live for 50 years. But I should have died long ago. Let me leave peacefully. This is my choice, my insistence. As Altie spoke, he quietly looked at Arlen. Arlen looked at his brother, and in a trance, it was as if he had returned to 50 years ago. He remembered many things, from childhood, adulthood, and recently. Arlen thought of the night he first learned of Altie's sudden illness, the joy of his success after secretly holding the ceremony in the great wilderness, the hardship of planting and cultivating those alchemical life forms in the great wilderness for 3 years to fulfill the divine contract. He let out a long sigh. Brother, it was really not easy to save you. It's just. Father and mother passed away one after another, and at that time, I just didn't want to lose you. Altie stepped forward and gently patted Arlen's shoulder. You've worked hard, brother. But the path ahead, you will have to walk it alone. I've seen it all. You've done very well these past 50 years, whether for me, for the Silver family, or for Nevernight City. You have a clear conscience. And, we will always be reunited again. Arlen looked at Altie, then suddenly laughed in exasperation. Altie, are you trying to talk about nonsense like the afterlife? Even if it's fake, you were formerly the life gods chosen. Altie laughed. I have to give you something to look forward to, and something for myself too. Because I've missed father and mother for a long time. The two brothers laughed for a long time. Finally, Arlen's smile gradually faded, and he spoke with reluctance. Then. Goodbye, brother. Yes, goodbye, brother. Arthur Mercury once again fell into a deep slumber, but this time, he truly wouldn't wake up. After Arlen Mercury left, Lin Yu already felt the power of order surge forth, though it wasn't enough to cover the fact that Arthur Mercury was alive. Once more and more nobles awoke and more order gathered, then Arthur Mercury would truly find eternal peace. At this moment, Lin Yu let out a long sigh, feeling as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. The advancement trial was mostly complete, and he was almost one step away from Tier 2. Thank you so much this time, old Zhang. You truly are the greatest contributor this time. Without borrowing old Zhang's ability, and without old Zhang helping to hold back Arlen Mercury, Lin Yu's plan would have utterly failed in the face of Arlen Mercury's absolute violence just now. Admittedly, Arlen Mercury gave up his obsession because of his brother's words, but if he couldn't withstand Arlen's furious initial assault, Lin Yu wouldn't have been able to create a situation for him to converse with Arthur Mercury. Therefore, old Zhang truly deserved the credit. Although he had almost fainted from exhaustion earlier, old Zhang, having recovered, started to act tough again. It's nothing, we're buddies. Besides, I just lent a hand. Do you think I'm really tired? Laughable, I'm a tier 3 master, a piece of cake. Then, old Zhang paused and said again, but next time, don't play it so close. Other things are fine, but when you withdrew at the end, what if Arthur had coughed and woken up? Besides, withdrawing early didn't make any sense. Lin Yu pouted, who told you it didn't make any sense? You wait until Arthur opens his mouth and talks to his brother, then you tell me to withdraw. The corpse, isn't it the same? You withdrew the corpse early, besides showing off, what other meaning does it have? Old Zhang asked, puzzled. Lin Yu softly explained, of course, it was to let you yield the thread. You almost used all of your mental power just now. So, I had you withdraw the corpse to free up mental power again, so I could deal with unexpected situations. After all, I wasn't sure if Arthur would say the words I hoped for. As Lin Yu spoke, old Zhang was stunned for a few seconds, then realized what Lin Yu wanted to do. If Arthur had not told Arlen to stop just now, and had not continued to appear resolute, then Lin Yu would have instantly used his mental power to manipulate him, making him act according to the script Lin Yu desired. Fortunately, he truly is a gentleman who means what he says. Lin Yu sighed, the Mercury family's family tradition is much better than the Sleepless Night family's. You're truly terrifying, old Zhang, who had been moved by the scene of the two brothers' farewell, instantly retracted his emotion. Honestly, I now believe that your joining order is just a temporary measure. Someone like you is clearly more suited for our Psychology Society or Freedom Alliance. Lin Yu did not respond to old Zhang. Anyway, with old Zhang following him, he would discover one day that he truly had joined both of those places. However, Lin Yu did not agree with old Zhang's assessment of him. I'm just trying my best to complete the mission. This advancement trial is so difficult, where do I have the spare energy to care about these guys' feelings? Lin Yu said with a sigh. Even if Arthur Mercury can be completely dead soon, even now, there's still one last step before this advancement trial is complete. After all, only when I receive the reward for the C-77 commission will this advancement trial be considered complete. And the client for this commission is also a quite troublesome fellow. Lin Yu mused, and old Zhang was very surprised. You know who it is? Of course, Lin Yu looked towards the corner. Sleepless Night Fire Apricot, I know you haven't gone far, that was just a temporarily dug hole, it doesn't lead to the underground pipes, does it? Beneath the lifted floor tile in the corner of the auditorium, Sleepless Night Fire Apricot poked her head out. Hey, you really are divine. How did you know? First, if the person who built the Sleepless Night Manor had a brain, the pipe you usually use for activities would definitely not pass directly beneath the Sleepless Night family's auditorium. Second, I still don't believe you wouldn't watch this excitement. Lin Yu said calmly, as Sleepless Night Fire Apricot climbed out of the ground and dusted off the dirt on her clothes. Alright, it seems you really have me figured out. However, judging by what you just said, are you suspecting that I am the client for the C-77 commission? Sleepless Night Fire Apricot asked back with interest, and Lin Yu also retorted. Then what reason do you have not to be? Although Arthur Mercury is not a life god chosen, he has a large amount of life energy on him. Arlen clearly doesn't want those things either. They should be useful to you, right? Hearing Lin Yu's analysis, Sleepless Night Fire Apricot burst into laughter. Alright. It was indeed me, who else could have commissioned such an interesting thing? Sleepless Night Fire Apricot spread her hands. To be seen through by you, how annoying. Now it seems I can only silence you. Sleepless Night Fire Apricot said, then snapped her fingers. The corpses previously manipulated by old Zhang swayed and stood up, all looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at her, and after 5 seconds of silence, he also laughed. Your impromptu acting is good, Your Excellency Sleepless Night Fire Apricot, but I was just teasing you. Sleepless Night Fire Apricot pouted at his words. I know, you didn't really think I was the client just now, but since you have the answer, hurry up and reveal the mystery. Of course, I called you out precisely to share this mystery with you. Lin Yu said, but Sleepless Night Fire Apricot narrowed her eyes. Oh my. That statement makes me smell danger. Rather than sharing the mystery, your tone sounds more like you're trying to drag me into trouble, she said, then clapped her hands. But it doesn't matter, I like this feeling of being dragged into trouble. I truly am grateful, Linyu said, then walked over to Sleepless Night Firejoy's side. In short, although it was a commission you personally issued, I still thank you for your strong support, so. He lifted the sleeping Sleepless Night Firejoy, placing his bone blade against the chest of the sleeping girl. Can I get my reward now? Respected head of the Sleepless Night family, Your Excellency Sleepless Night Eternal Pity. As Lin Yu's words fell, Bu Tianhuaxing exclaimed in surprise, What did you say? The client for this commission is Mother? She looked at Lin Yu, You're not joking, are you? Lin Yu shook his head, not speaking. Someone answered the question for her. Who? Of course he's not joking, my good-for-nothing daughter. The voice came from beside the two of them. Unbeknownst to them, the Bu Tian family head had already appeared between Bu Tianhuaxing and Lin Yu. With a petite figure and long, waterfall-like hair, the Bu Tian family head sat cross-legged on a small mountain of books, her hands gently resting on their shoulders. Oh, Mother, why did you come out yourself? Bu Tianhuaxing immediately cried out, then quickly hugged her mother's arm, You really startled me. The Bu Tian family head looked at Bu Tianhuaxing, pursed her lips, and said, Let go. I have no intention of holding you accountable. I've always known your temperament, although what you did tonight was indeed beyond my expectations. In my opinion, it wasn't out of line. Hearing the Bu Tian family head say this, Bu Tianhuaxing let go, feeling somewhat disappointed instead. Oh, Mother, this isn't considered out of line in your eyes? As a noble duke, you are indeed quite unconventional, but if you want to exceed my expectations, this alone is far from enough. The Bu Tian family head said, then looked at Lin Yu. As for you, you did surprise me. I thought that even if you weren't Falbaro, you would at least consider Bu Tianhuali's courtesy. Lin Yu pouted, You shouldn't make me sound like some cold-blooded fellow. I was just forced by circumstances. After all, I wasn't sure what your attitude towards me was. If we're talking about cold-bloodedness, you are truly as cold-blooded as a machine. I highly doubt whether you ever considered paying the reward after issuing this commission? The Bu Tian family head chuckled softly, You already know that I issued the commission, so would I really embezzle your paltry sum? Are those rewards a lot for me, the Bu Tian family head? Lin Yu said seriously, What if you just wanted to save that little bit? Are you joking? The Bu Tian family head said, narrowing her eyes. Lin Yu nodded, Yes, I was joking just now. But I am indeed worried about whether you will pay the reward normally. I'm afraid you might want to silence me. The Bu Tian family head chuckled, Indeed, even if Arterland chooses not to pursue it, for me, it's certainly easiest if everyone involved in this matter dies. But don't worry. I won't actually do that, let Huolu go. As the Bu Tian family head spoke, Bu Tianhuaxing immediately interjected. Freud, make her swear by the God of truth. The Bu Tian family head looked at Bu Tianhuaxing helplessly, Huaxing, are you my daughter or his daughter? Bu Tianhuaxing wasn't afraid, merely retorting, Did that surprise you, Mother? The Bu Tian family head sighed, no longer bothering with Bu Tianhuaxing. That's why you're not suitable to be an heir. With your temperament, you could never care about family interests, the stability of Bu City, and such matters. She looked at Lin Yu and asked, So, do you want me to swear? If possible, then please do. Lin Yu nodded and said. Upon hearing this, the Bu Tian family head didn't decline, directly raising her hand and pointing to the sky. In the name of Bu Tian Yonglian, I swear to the God of truth whom I believe in, that from this moment on, I will absolutely not harm anyone involved in Commission C-77, which I issued, in any form. This oath is witnessed by my heart, in the name of God, and I will not allow myself to violate it in the slightest. As the Bu Tian family head spoke, several hidden symbols appeared and vanished behind her head, like a received reply from the God of truth. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this and gently put down Bu Yi Tian Huolu. You should have done this earlier, Your Excellency, he said calmly, retracting his bone blade. This way I can chat with you with peace of mind. I'm actually very curious why you issued this commission at this particular juncture. Although Lin Yu knew that the Bu Yi Tian family head was displeased with Arter and Arterland, as she herself had said, from a purely self-interested perspective, the Bu Yi Tian family head absolutely had no need to kill Arter. Lin Yu also agreed with the situation analysis provided by the Bu Yi Tian family head at the time, which was why he was willing to help the Bu Yi Tian family head kill 30 more people. Because at that time, Lin Yu truly believed that the Bu Yi Tian family head was making an exchange of interests with him. The Bu Yi Tian family head propped her chin with one hand. Can't you guess my motive? Then how did you guess that I was the one who issued this commission? Lin Yu shrugged. Your actual performance tonight was overly enthusiastic. Although activating the alchemical array was something we had discussed beforehand, from your actual performance, you were the one who truly applied the techniques of the ABC murders. Those 30-odd people were perhaps indeed individuals the Bu Yi Tian family head wanted to kill but found it inconvenient to do so herself, so she had always let them live. However, their role as a task given by the Bu Yi Tian family head to Lin Yu was essentially to conceal that she was the issuer of Commission C-77. When I first killed them, I already had some doubts about your true intentions, Lin Yu whispered, and after I finished all that, you still diligently maintained the alchemical array, and even didn't vent Hua Xing's phlogiston, which is enough to show that you actually also wished for Arter Mercury to die. And most importantly, Arterland Mercury arrived too quickly. You didn't show any intention of stopping him and directly allowed the Mercury family head, who had come knocking, into the Bu Yi Tian family's main hall. This behavior was truly abnormal. Doesn't this precisely indicate that I actually hoped Arterland would stop you? The Bu Yi Tian family head said with raised eyebrows. If I truly wanted you to kill Arter, I should have tried my best to delay him, right? Such words are based on the assumption that you are foolish and couldn't see my general plan at the time. Lin Yu sighed. Although Arterland's arrival indeed gave me a headache, if he had already arrived at the Bu Yi Tian family and from your perspective, instead of forcefully delaying him, it would indeed be better to let him in for me to deal with him once and for all. But you must have already guessed at the time that my plan was to disrupt the ritual, so you certainly did it on purpose. Of course, the above are all my speculations. The real decisive evidence is still because you let Arterland Mercury in. At that moment, I could feel a subtle change in the ritual you bestowed upon me. Lin Yu raised his activated right hand. This was your mistake, because you didn't understand that my soul power suddenly experienced a surge at that time. In your past probes and observations of me, you might have thought I couldn't feel your machinations at all, so you became reckless. But I did feel that change at the time. The moment Arterland made a move on me, you were already ready to use the power you left in this right hand to save my life. After listening to Lin Yu's analysis, the Nightless City Lord sighed deeply. Oh my, the methods of you visitors from another world are truly unpredictable. However, it was ultimately my oversight. Ever since becoming the god's chosen of the God of Wisdom, relying on the fact that there isn't much in this world that I don't understand, my planning has always been a bit crude, always neglecting that I don't really understand you visitors from another world. At this point, the Nightless City Lord stretched. Of course, it's also partly to blame that guy, for Boluo. Among those you call players, you should be much stronger than him, right? Actually, it's not that different, Lin Yu said modestly, it's just that we specialize in different things. The Nightless City Lord laughed. You're really giving him face. It seems you really have a good relationship with Furboluo. Just the fact that you have a god behind you makes you much stronger than him. Then, the Nightless City Lord paused, and once again frankly admitted and responded to Lin Yu's previous question. As you said, I did indeed issue the C-77 commission. As for the motive, it wasn't out of consideration for any family interests, nor was it issued as the Nightless City Lord. My actions here have a higher level reason. She pointed upwards. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Is it something on the divine level? Yes, you already know that Alrin created the concept of life through a certain ritual, and then combined life with all through another ritual, the Nightless City Lord said calmly. I can tell you now that the first ritual came from the God of Life's divine art, creation of all things. This is also the basis for the divine power group to produce artificial humans, and it is his genuine ability as the life God's chosen. And the other ritual. He utilized the power of an outer god from another world with the help of the boundary gate deep in the great wilderness. Before you visitors from another world arrived, we had already observed the existence of other worlds, especially since God's chosen, if they inquire of the God they believe in, the gods never conceal the existence of other worlds and other gods. Although most of the products from other worlds in this wilderness realm where I am now are brought by visitors from another world, before that, we could actually communicate with the top existences of other worlds through the boundary gate. And the ritual utilized by Alrun Mercury came from another god in another world, borrowing the power of that god. After hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, but not surprised. He had a vague candidate in mind for the god the Nightless City Lord mentioned. So, Lin Yu decided to test the Nightless City Lord's attitude. So, is it that the god of wisdom behind you is displeased that the other party is overstepping, and therefore intends to dispel their influence? Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Nightless City Lord shook her head. My lord does not have such rich emotions, it is merely my own decision. I am also not dissatisfied with this god in Alrun. It's just that for me, if there is an opportunity to observe the methods of other world gods and understand a thing or two, it would greatly benefit both me and the god of wisdom. After all, authority and gods all encompass wisdom and knowledge, so simply knowing will bring help and improvement. Lin Yu spoke in surprise. I see. Then why choose this time to release it? Hasn't he been doing this for 50 years already? Because I could observe him when he was alive, but only recently have the changes been fully seen, and I needed some slight changes and a more direct way of observation, which is why I decided to destroy this ritual. On another note, this is the optimal time deduced. The Nightless City Lord narrowed her eyes. Your arrival has long been recorded in the myriad truths. Saying this, she reached out and plucked something from mid-air, then conjured a thick book out of thin air. Lin Yu felt his arms lighten. The heavenly tome he had been holding had disappeared. The heavenly tome told me that there would be a visitor from another world capable of breaking the situation who might come here. And he himself has intricate ties to that ritual. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this. I see. It seems the god behind me and the one Alrun invited are very likely the same one. He said in a low voice, but the Nightless City Lord shook her head. No, that's impossible. Lin Yu was a little puzzled. Why is it impossible? The god behind you, his symbol and representation is the crow, isn't it? The Nightless City Lord said seriously. Indeed, the authority wielded by that god from Fog Island and the effect of Alrun's ritual are very similar. But they are not the same. Lin Yu did not deny it, but simply continued to ask, what's different? I can't explain the matters of other world gods clearly, the Nightless City Lord said casually. I'm just very certain that the power and ritual this god Alrun borrowed came from a fallen god from another world. Lin Yu was extremely surprised to hear this. A fallen god? Yes, the Nightless City Lord flipped through the pages. As for which one, I'm not sure. Perhaps once you completely destroy the ritual, I'll be able to draw a conclusion. The Nightless City Lord said, then picked up Nightless City Huishing who was eavesdropping nearby. In short, everything that needed to be said has been said. There are no more misunderstandings or suspicions between us, so you may begin. You just complete my commission. When all is settled, I will give you everything you deserve, the reward for this commission, and all the information I have observed about the ritual. Lin Yu nodded. All right, then it's a deal. Esteemed Nightless City Lord, it has been a pleasure cooperating with you. Making you feel pleased is precisely my goal. I can see that as a visitor from another world, if you don't fall in other worlds, you will surely have boundless prospects. The Nightless City Lord sighed. You are different from that fellow Forboluo. I have a premonition that before long, perhaps the next time we meet, you will likely have grown to be on par with me, an existence that can be of great help to me. So, everything I am doing now, the goodwill I am extending, can also be considered an investment. Alright, I won't disturb you, you can proceed with your plan as usual. What are you planning to do? Lin Yu asked curiously. Discipline my good-for-nothing daughter. Although I'm not surprised by her actions, bringing 100 corpses to defile this sacred hall, and moreover, corpses manipulated by life system alchemy, such disrespectful behavior truly needs to be severely corrected. The Nightless City Lord said, holding Nightless City Huishing in one hand and gently waving her sleeve with the other, sweeping away the corpses, and then left the hall directly. Nightless City Huishing's screams continuously rang out, "No, help me, Mr. Freud, say something for me." Lin Yu merely watched the mother and daughter depart, waving goodbye. Then, after the hall fell silent again, Lin Yu finally completely relaxed. It's truly over at last. Now, I just need to tie up the loose ends. After Lin Yu left the auditorium, more and more nobles gradually woke up. The first thing that caught their attention was the mountain of corpses piled up in the auditorium. The bodies of the dignitaries, deliberately piled neatly by Lin Yu, attracted the gaze of the nobles who had just woken from their hunmi. This cruel scene made them feel incredibly panicked and shocked. And the subconscious, which had already silently taken root in their hearts during their sleep, began to take effect at this moment. Oh my God, who did this? So many people are dead. Look! Ulti Mercury is dead too. The visually impactful scene greatly shocked everyone's hearts, causing them to lose much of their judgment. Therefore, the ideas and thoughts that naturally emerged seemed as if they had spontaneously generated. And after the first few people fearfully shouted the news that Ulti Mercury is dead, this view, combined with Ulti's peaceful appearance at the moment, the various rumors from before, and the chaos witnessed before falling unconscious. No one would doubt that Ulti Mercury might not be dead. These strong beliefs ultimately transformed into a definitive truth. Outside the auditorium, at the main entrance of the Buyetian family, Lin Yu, who had returned to his original appearance, felt his trickster ability successfully activate and the fact of Ulti's death come true, and he let out a long breath. Subsequently, the old butler of the Buyetian family walked out and handed Lin Yu a bag of envelopes. Respected sir, this is what the Noi Heaven family had asked me to give you. Lin Yu took the envelope and opened it. Then, he looked at the contents and raised his eyebrows. It was a Truth Company B1 level supervisor ID card and a Nightless City second-class resident card. Inside was a complete set of identity documents, recording the entire life trajectory of a promising young man named John H. Arthur from the outer city of Nightless City, from birth to gradually becoming a Truth Company B1 level supervisor and a second-class resident. The asset points from the C-77 commission were naturally stored as years of accumulated savings under the account name of John H. Arthur. But compared to those asset points, this identity itself seemed to be the most valuable reward. An identity personally forged by the Noi Heaven family head, who stands at the pinnacle of power and is one of the maintainers and creators of the game rules, can hardly be called false. In other words, Lin Yu now had a truly legal identity within Nightless City. If he were to play an NPC in Nightless City in the future, it would be very difficult for any player or other NPC to find flaws in his past in the Nightless City database. Of course, mystery buffs like Fu Luo might discover that this name was a combination of John H. Watson and Captain Arthur Hastings, thereby generating a slight suspicion. How truly twisted. In a sense, although Buyi Tianhua Xing and the profit-driven Noi Heaven family head seem to be completely different people, her personality might still have a genetic component. But no matter what, this identity is very useful. Lin Yu gratefully put away the identity card. Thanks. Does the respected Noi Heaven family head have any additional instructions? Yes, sir, the Noi Heaven family head asked me to relay a message to you, the old butler said respectfully. The Noi Heaven family head said that after the ruined ritual, the indicated deceased possesses the symbol of threads. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this, then nodded. I understand, please thank the Noi Heaven family head for me. Lin Yu doffed his hat in respect, then stood up and left the entrance of the Buyetian family. Shortly after leaving, Lin Yu felt the familiar sensation of weightlessness and dizziness return. Then, he opened his eyes and for the second time arrived in the white room-like settlement space, unique after advancement. Subsequently, lines of blood-red text appeared before his eyes. Personal copy completion mission. Complete the C-77 commission assassination and successfully collect the reward. Judging. Mission completed. Congratulations, you have cleared the personal copy and completed this advancement trial. When Lin Yu saw this line of blood-red text, he finally felt a sense of reality. Second tier. That's great. For Lin Yu, he could feel that as the death game progressed, his entanglement with it grew deeper. And Lin Yu was very clear that, based on some unknown factor within him, his situation was much more urgent and abnormal than that of a typical death game player. But fortunately, he was finally second tier now. Whether for revenge or to deal with the increasing malice. Undoubtedly. He now had more confidence. Especially since the news of his second-tier status was inherently concealed. Who would have thought that he could achieve second-tier so soon after just becoming first-tier? Coupled with the profession characteristics of a trickster, if used properly, the fact that he was already second-tier might play a huge role. Having completed 2 advancement trials, you have officially become a second-tier player. Detecting your profession as trickster, please select the second-tier professional item you wish to obtain. Here it comes. Then, before Lin Yu, 4 white lights flashed. For second tier, professional items appeared before Lin Yu. Ho, it's time for a choice. Lin Yu quickly scanned them. From left to right they were a quill pen, a small quadrangular spire, a clump of golden powder, and a transparent film made of lips, teeth, and tongue. The names of the 4 professional items appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Narrative trick, tower scheme, the multitude's words can melt metal, ability name, skillful words and seductive countenance. Lin Yu looked at these 4 professional items, but he was not in a hurry to check their detailed descriptions. Lin Yu raised his wrist and rubbed the crow mark on it. Even within this settlement space, he could still feel the connection between the crow and himself. Although various signs indicated that the death game's status was far higher than that of gods, an unconscious death game could still be exploited in various ways by gods. Lin Yu calmly poked the mark on his wrist, using up the opportunity the god of change had left him to ask it a question. Hey, come out, I need you for something, it's urgent. A moment later, accompanied by a goo sound, a blurred timbre, as if countless voices overlapped, rang out. Oh, what's the matter? Hearing the raven's voice, Lin Yu calmly spoke. I just advanced to the second stage, and I'm currently in the second stage's settlement space, choosing a professional item. As Lin Yu spoke, the gray stick figure raven drawn on his wrist mark tilted its head and opened its mouth. Ka, do you mean you want me to help you choose? Do you want to hear the opinion of a great god like me? Lin Yu shook his head, his tone devoid of any question, stating in the purest declarative sentence, no need. Earlier, when I was choosing a copy, I heard you scream. I don't really believe you can be of any help. As Lin Yu calmly spoke, the god of change laughed. Ka, alright, I understand you, a provocation. You want me to tell you what you want to know without using up a question opportunity. Very well, I'll satisfy you. Indeed, there was an accident when you chose the copy. Originally, your copy did not include Mist Island. I and several other gods manipulated things to bridge their world's copy to Mist Island. My original intention was to give you a free pass. Lin Yu nodded. He had guessed that the god of change must have done something, but he didn't know the specific reason. But you failed. As Lin Yu spoke, the raven stick figure let out a sly laugh. No choice, the anti-cheat system for this game came too quickly. But it's also a good thing. At least it eliminated the most dangerous option for you. The wilderness realm is relatively safe for you. In fact, for you players' advancement, the wilderness realm is what I recommend most. The 2 factions of gods here are very gentle, and no single god is exceptionally strong, thus achieving a delicate balance. You can tell other players about this after you leave. Thank you, but I don't have the habit of writing guides or sharing these things. Lin Yu said politely. That's a pity, then just remember it yourself, the god of change said again. So, you just wanted to ask me about these things? Not just that, Lin Yu had gradually confirmed that his communication with the god of change seemed to have no time limit. It would continue as long as he didn't ask a question. In the last copy, I also met a guy who pulled out your statue. Do you think that was my arrangement? The gray stick figure raven stretched its wings. Admittedly, that guy is half a believer of mine. But her coming here was truly a coincidence. Of course, it's natural for you to feel that something is off, after all. Coincidence is coincidence, but there was indeed something at play, the god of change said calmly. You've encountered a fragment of fate on Mist Island, that thing will more or less change your luck. Now it seems to have shifted in a good direction. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, his encounter with Fern was not entirely a coincidence, but it wasn't the raven's doing. Good luck, that's not bad. Lin Yu pondered. The gray stick figure raven hopped on his wrist. So, what question are you actually going to ask? Hearing the raven's inquiry, Lin Yu calmly spoke. I just want to ask you. Do you remember that I once used lies to gain your belief and obtain 2 items, and used this to allow me to take all the items when I subsequently chose the items gained from advancement? The raven said cheerfully, of course. Are you trying to say you still have that ability now? Of course. I have to thank the item I got from your Mist Island, and also the tongue of deceit you first gave me. Lin Yu said with certainty. Subsequently, he pulled out the repaired mist pocket watch in the settlement space. The hands fluctuated, and the repaired mist pocket watch, which had just been fed not long ago, activated its ability again, and this time, its consumption was much greater than before. Because the object Lin Yu chose to rewind was an item from a god, the tongue of deceit. Although the tongue of deceit's uses had been exhausted. This item had not yet disappeared. Although consumables should disappear after use, the change in the quantity of the item would only be completed after Lin Yu returned to reality. Using this point, Lin Yu could still use the tongue of deceit one last time now. And this time, he chose the same lie as last time. I still possess the game administrator ability obtained in the first game, and this ability is still effective here, allowing me to obtain 2 professional items. As Lin Yu spoke, he felt the belief appear out of thin air, and then the original 4-choice 1 changed to 4-choice 2. Caw, you actually did it, amazing! The god of change exclaimed. Then, the god had a question, but what was the purpose of your communication with me? Did you just want me to observe up close how impressive your operation is? Lin Yu shook his head. Of course not, I needed your belief. As Lin Yu spoke, before the god of change could react, he used the belief that had just flowed into his control from the god, and activated realization. The belief of a god was more substantial than all the belief gained from the rumors spread throughout most of the Black Marsh realm combined. After all, this was once belief strong enough to support Lin Yu in twisting time and deceiving the game rules. And the realization that Lin Yu activated was naturally aimed at the small trap in his previous words. And used this to allow me to take all the items when I subsequently chose the items gained from advancement. This part of the ambiguous statement was now used by Lin Yu with his trickster's ability. This was his true purpose, which he had been laying the groundwork for and hiding from the beginning. Admittedly, he did have many questions about the raven, about coincidences, and about gods, but for Lin Yu, those questions were not urgent to find answers for now. At this moment, in the settlement space, Lin Yu used up the opportunity to converse with the god of change with only one goal from beginning to end. Deceive the god, then turn 4-choice 2 into 4-choice 4. Having already tasted the sweetness of obtaining both the fake and the mask professional items simultaneously, Lin Yu naturally would not let go of any professional item. Since the last death game tacitly allowed his bug-exploiting behavior, it meant that his use of his profession ability to deceive game rules was part of the exploitable mechanics of this game. Before the belief from the god dissipated, Lin Yu instantly focused his mind on all 4 professional items simultaneously. After briefly experiencing the abilities of the original Freud in the copy just now, Lin Yu also gained a new understanding of mental control, making these tasks effortless. Subsequently, the light dissipated, and 4 consecutive prompts sounded. Congratulations, you have obtained the professional item narrative trick. Congratulations, you have obtained the professional item tower scheme. Congratulations, you have obtained the professional item the multitude's words can melt metal. Congratulations, you have obtained the professional item skillful words and seductive countenance. Back in reality, Lin Yu collapsed in his room, letting out a long sigh. Phew, I actually pulled that off. In Lin Yu's estimation, this move of his was actually a bit risky. If it went wrong, even the 2 out of 4 selection might have failed. But in the end, the result was still good. With 4 professional items in hand, Lin Yu felt a sense of joyous harvest. I really grabbed them all quickly this time. Possessing 4 professional items simultaneously, even without looking at the item effects, Lin Yu was confident that even many experienced Tier 2 players might not be able to match his overall strength now. You're being modest, Lao Zhang said calmly. Now, even without relying on favorable timing or terrain, you're probably qualified to directly confront an ordinary Tier 3 whose foundation is still shallow. As Lao Zhang mused, Lin Yu immediately asked, how does that compare to fluoxetine? Clearly, she is not an ordinary Tier 3, Lao Zhang said tactfully. You've also glimpsed a corner of my peak strength. You think she could turn me into this sorry state? What do you think? TSK, what a shame, but it doesn't matter. It's already great that the gap has narrowed to this extent. Lin Yu comforted himself. Then, he began to carefully examine the professional items. The multitude's words can melt metal. After activating a profession ability and achieving realization, you can choose to permanently retain the effect of the realization, and any retelling of that lie will always gain others' belief. A maximum of 3 realization effects can be retained simultaneously. Tower scheme. When a deception succeeds and belief is acquired, you can choose not to realize the current deception, but instead store these beliefs, and use them to supplement other deceptions when they cannot be achieved due to insufficient belief. Both storing and using will incur a cooldown, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Looking at the descriptions of these 2 professional items, Lin Yu was stunned for a long time. Then, he let out a sigh of admiration. This is too overpowered. Truly worthy of being a professional item for a unique profession. Through contact and observation, and even direct confrontation with Tier 2 and Tier 3 players in these copies, and seeing the effects of their professional items, Lin Yu would gain some understanding. Regardless of the profession items obtained in Tier 1 could instantly widen the gap between them and ordinary players, but they primarily supplemented existing weaknesses or enhanced certain strengths. The professional items obtained in Tier 2, if properly matched with the original props, truly transformed a person from an ordinary individual into a superhuman in an instant. And his own unique profession's professional items were exceptionally tricky. One allows a realization to be permanently retained without needing to be remembered, while the other allows excess belief to be stored. Without exaggeration, Lin Yu recalled the perilous moments in the previous copies. Having either of these 2 abilities would have significantly improved the situation at the time. If he had both of these abilities and went back to those copies, Lin Yu dared to guarantee that he could absolutely lie down and speedrun them without taking any damage. Just in the Black Marsh Realm's Festival of Blood and Fire, he could have at least 3 days earlier utilized the excess belief to transform into Mara and then directly permanently retain this effect. Then he wouldn't have to scheme with Nian in the dream, but instead directly dig him out of the ground and relentlessly smash him until it was over. Lin Yu felt much more at ease thinking about this. He even felt that he should be close to getting on the leaderboard. This shouldn't be considered arrogance, right? After all, I really am very strong now. After all, Nian was a character on the leaderboard, and he had directly fought him. Now Lin Yu's self-assessment standard was based on Nian 4 hypothetical evaluation and inference. What's more, he had 2 such powerful professional items. Lin Yu looked at the remaining 2 professional items, their descriptions much shorter. Narrative trick, consumes mental energy to briefly distort one or more targets' cognition in a way that aligns with their own cognitive logic. Consumption increases with cognitive strength, degree of distortion, and duration. Skillful words and seductive countenance, composed of the tooth of prophecy, the tongue of deceit, and the lips of rumor. Each time you return to /enter a copy, you can choose to use one of these abilities once. Although these 2 were brief, Lin Yu found them even more terrifying after reading them. The first 2 abilities enhanced his trickster's profession abilities, raising the upper limit of his profession abilities. But this thing, narrative trick, even detached from the trickster's abilities, was incredibly powerful. This thing was even more outrageous than the hypnosis Lao Zhang learned in Tier 3. Lao Zhang's mental manipulation ability was more for targeting residual souls and less intelligent entities, directly manipulating their physical bodies. When dealing with sane individuals, Lao Zhang still had to defeat them, knock them unconscious, before he could implant a tiny bit of psychological suggestion that might not be very useful. But narrative trick could directly forcefully modify cognition. Although it required being logically consistent and seemed to consume a lot, it was equivalent to an instant hypnosis spell. If this were combined with his trickster's abilities, Lin Yu had already begun to envision various scenarios of real-time application in combat, using this move to powerfully control opponents. And even more outrageous was skillful words and seductive countenance. Is this thing the tooth of prophecy and the tongue of deceit, usable once per copy? Although this thing didn't allow for simultaneous use like when the tooth of prophecy and the tongue of deceit were separate, Lin Yu was already very satisfied just with the fact that it could be used repeatedly. Wouldn't he have to make a declaration in every copy from now on? Especially since this thing also added the lips of rumor. The lips of rumor, the next words you speak will be widely spread and shared. This was also a powerful skill no less than the tooth of prophecy and the tongue of deceit. So that crow gave me a trial card for my professional item back then. But how did it get it? Lin Yu wasn't surprised that the other party knew some of the abilities of his professional items that he hadn't yet acquired, as the banquet god could also know the name and appearance of narrative trick. Even for a unique profession, the profession items and professional items that could be obtained seemed to be predetermined, so it wasn't surprising that these gods had their own ways of knowing. Lin Yu was just curious. How did this crow take them out in advance? Could it be that these professional items were all crafted by these gods? Caw, professional items are certainly not crafted by us. The reason I could give you the tooth of prophecy and the tongue of deceit is of course because I turned falsehood into truth at that time, because you believed that those two props existed and were effective, so they appeared in advance. Hearing the crow's voice, Lin Yu was greatly shocked. On one hand, it was because that was how the crow managed to give him the tooth of prophecy and the tongue of deceit in advance, and on the other hand, it was because. Why are you still here? Looking at the active crow mark on his wrist, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. What you're saying is, although I said I'd only give you one chance to ask me a question, I never said I'd leave after answering it. The stick figure crow said, hopping and skipping. Lin Yu looked at the crow on his wrist, raised an eyebrow, and said, You actually played a word game. Caw, how could I be as excessive as you? I really didn't expect that you would dare to use me, a god, and a god with the authority of delusion, as a stepping stone, using me to manipulate the rules of the game. Hearing the crow say that, Lin Yu chuckled. If you could have thought of it, wouldn't I have failed? Indeed, precisely. Because I couldn't imagine you being so audacious, I let you succeed. However, since the death game itself didn't react to your actions, there shouldn't be any problem. Hearing the crow say that, Lin Yu nodded. Indeed. But, you won't be active on my wrist forever, will you? Lin Yu looked at the crow, which showed no intention of leaving, and asked cautiously. The crow was a bit curious. Why ask that? Don't you welcome my continuous presence? Having a god you can talk to at any time would be very beneficial to you. Lin Yu looked at him, then politely said, Of course I don't welcome it at all. How is this different from constantly monitoring me? Get lost. And I've realized now that the marks of gods are too rare, and they're very conspicuous to many high-ranking individuals, which is very detrimental to me switching between various identities. The crow, being scolded by Lin Yu, wasn't angry. He just unhurriedly pecked at his body, then said, Just kidding. Even for a god of my authority, communicating with you across worlds and ensuring the mark doesn't disappear is a huge drain. Did you really think I could stay on you forever and chat? Lin Yu looked at the smug crow and pouted, Alright, you successfully played a trick on me. Now we're even. How much longer will you probably exist? The crow looked at Lin Yu. After I finish the sentence, there should be less than a second left. As the words fell, the crow mark quickly faded and disappeared. Lin Yu looked at his wrist, which had become smooth again, and sighed helplessly. He really can't stand losing even a little. It seemed that the matter of him obtaining belief by deceiving the god of change had left the god somewhat resentful. The other party must have expended some energy to maintain communication with him for a period after the question ended, specifically to get him back. However, this also allowed Lin Yu to confirm once again. Sure enough, gods are not only unable to interfere with the death game, but also find it difficult to interfere with matters in another world. Considering that various gods are all looking for spokespersons in different ways, perhaps this is also the reason. The actions and behaviors of gods should be constrained by some kind of rule. Combining what Xin Bingmiao and the Grandmaster have vaguely mentioned a couple of times about higher authority meaning more restrictions, it seems that no matter which world it is, obtaining higher power and authority also means more restrictions. This is some kind of universal law. It's just unknown if this has any connection to the death game. The more high-level players and NPCs Lin Yu came into contact with, the more he felt that the death game was more like a special rule and will that transcended the 10 realms, including the world he was in. Although this game had no autonomous consciousness, it also seemed to have some hidden purpose. It wasn't just simply to give people who didn't want to die but died by accident another chance, as the initial bloody letter described. Lin Yu pondered, but soon, he shook his head, deciding not to think about these long-term matters anymore. Although he had been promoted to Tier 2 and even got 4 professional items, which in a sense meant he had entered the inner sanctum and could be considered to have barely entered the ranks of high-end players. However, for these high-level questions concerning the essence of the death game, his Tier 2 status was not enough. These were questions that even gods were secretive about, so it was certainly not his place as a Tier 2 player to worry about them. Let's get some rest early. Lin Yu stretched, preparing to dispose of the basin of water he had used for his wrist cutting earlier, then wash up and go to bed. After opening his room door, Lin Yu suddenly saw a fleeting light and a faint sound coming from the living room. What's going on? Lin Yu frowned, pulled out Lao Zhang and Hannah, and with his bone blade reversed in his hand, walked silently towards the living room. Lin Yu knew that ever since he joined Order and officially merged the identity of Wuyue with his own, his home was no longer absolutely safe. Although Order had promised to provide some protection to members' families, and with De Hong openly and Xin Bingmiao secretly, Jiangcheng was indeed the safest city for ordinary players. But Lin Yu dared not bet on that 1 in 10,000 chance. He slowly poked his head out, and just as he was about to ask Lao Zheng who was there, he suddenly swallowed his words. Because he saw clearly the scene in the living room. Lin Yu helplessly turned on the light. Snap! The living room lit up brightly. Lin Yu looked at Lin Zhao, who was standing in front of the refrigerator with 2 dumplings stuffed in her mouth, and spoke helplessly. At this moment, Lin Zhao's already somewhat round face became even rounder. Sis, in the middle of the night. What are you doing, acting like a mouse? Lin Zhao struggled to swallow the dumplings in her mouth, and said guiltily, I just suddenly got a little hungry, and thought there were leftover dumplings in the fridge, so I came to eat a couple to tide me over. Lin Yu massaged his forehead, can't you make something fresh? You have to eat leftovers. The sound insulation in our neighborhood isn't good, and cooking and chopping vegetables in the middle of the night would disturb people. Besides, I thought you were already asleep, Lin Zhao said self-righteously. Then at least heat the dumplings before you eat them. I don't even know when you made them. Lin Yu said helplessly, and Lin Zhao pouted. Speaking of which, how long has it been since you came home for dinner? You haven't shown up since summer vacation, and you don't come to help at the shop. You might as well work yourself to death. Saying that, Lin Zhao opened the refrigerator door and took out a whole plate of dumplings. Are you eating? If you are, I'll just heat some up. Lin Yu originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking it over, he nodded silently. Okay. Lin Zhao walked into the kitchen. Although the old neighborhood sound insulation wasn't good, boiling water to heat dumplings wouldn't be enough to disturb the neighbors. In a short while, a plate of heated dumplings was brought out, along with 2 bowls of dumpling soup with some filling and wrappers. Evidently, a few dumplings had broken open when Lin Zhao was heating them. Lin Yu and Lin Zhao sat facing each other, slowly eating the dumplings. There were 2 kinds of dumplings, vegetarian 3 fresh and chive and pork. These dumplings taste different from usual. How can heated ones taste the same as freshly made ones? Eat yours, don't be so picky. No, today's are exceptionally delicious. Oh, maybe it's because this batch of chives and leeks are fresh. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up from his bed again. The fatigue accumulated from continuously clearing 2 copies with high intensity and completing the advancement trial for Tier 2 was completely eliminated by the high-quality sleep he had after eating a late-night snack. From outside the door, the faint sound of spatulas clanging could be heard, as if Lin Zhao was preparing breakfast. After sitting up from bed, Lin Yu continued the inventory of his gains that had been interrupted by the crow yesterday. Although all 4 professional items had been accepted, the personal copy was still considered a complete copy. The professional items were rewards for completing the advancement trial, but Lin Yu also had rewards from clearing the copy itself. It was just that at the time, Lin Yu was preoccupied with how to get all the professional items in one go, completely forgetting about the copy clearance rewards. In reality, the clearance rewards Lin Yu received were extremely generous. After all, it's rare for a copy to simultaneously yield extracting silk from a cocoon, mastery of the overall situation, and becoming famous. Lin Yu wasn't surprised by extracting silk from a cocoon and mastery of the overall situation, but becoming famous was unexpected. So, even if I made Fu Luo famous, the reward still counts for me. 6 system rewarded items lay quietly in the item space. GP700 Life Activity Injector. After injection, it increases one's total vitality and recovery speed. GPWW Special Operations Suit. When worn, it can analyze the morphological structure and life fluctuations of combat targets during battle, and can temporarily convert any body part's morphology into the morphological structure of any analyzed creature by consuming vitality. Implantable Single-Finger Live Silver Prosthesis. Greatly enhances the hardness and strength of a single finger, and can be launched when necessary. Fusion Memory Metal Respiratory Tract. Greatly improves the ability to intake and store oxygen, ensuring oxygen intake for the user in various extreme environments. Unstable Phlogiston Gas Canister. A gas canister filled with unstable phlogiston gas, which could explode at any time. Eternal Flow Copper Liquid. A liquid white copper that can adhere to the surface of any object, significantly protecting the attached object after adhesion. Each of the 6 items was very useful. This time, Lin Yu had come into contact with many forces outside the Truth Company in Nightless City, so he could now recognize which company's different items originated from. The GP700 Life Activity Injector and the GPWW Special Operations Suit were clearly masterpieces of the Shinli Group. The Fusion Memory Metal Respiratory Tract and the Implantable Single-Finger Live Silver Prosthesis were clearly products of the Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild. As for the Unstable Phlogiston Gas Canister and the Eternal Flow Copper Liquid, they were clearly alchemy materials, just like the Emerald Laurel. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The illustrated handbook hasn't been activated yet, so the Emerald Laurel leaf cannot be taken away for now, and can only be stored in Nightless City. But even so, these items in my hand are enough for me to create another brand new persona. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. After reaching Tier 2, Lin Yu felt that he should also find an opportunity to create a new player identity so that he could freely use Tier 2 level combat power. However, Tier 2 players with even a little strength are rarely unknown, and creating such an identity would probably require finding a suitable time. Furthermore, with just this set of items, he wasn't strong enough to appear like a veteran Tier 2 powerhouse. Through observing Zhu Rong and those Tier 3 players, Lin Yu came to a conclusion: high-end players, roughly starting from experienced Tier 2, would build their own system around their profession, professional item, and item, combining their deep background and accumulation in a certain world. Through accumulating, exchanging, and purchasing, and then utilizing the materials they could collect through the illustrated handbook and social permissions, and the skills they learned beyond items. Now, my application of alchemy materials and alchemic creations can only be limited to utilizing their inherent characteristics. If I get this superior alchemy that President Paris promised me and learn it, then I will not only have skills but also appear to have a more complete system. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to get that book on superior alchemy. After all, President Paris wasn't a fool and would surely realize that Pang Kuduo, who impersonated Stiller, was sent by him. What's more, after Lin Yu hypnotized everyone, he secretly let Pang Kuduo wake up a few seconds earlier, giving him time to escape. Now, Pang Kuduo had probably run back to the wilderness realm. After President Paris woke up and investigated Pang Kuduo's whereabouts, he would probably guess the role Lin Yu played from his early awakening. Of course, Lin Yu felt that this matter could still be manipulated. With Stiller's connection, things might take a turn for the better. That's why after he successfully hypnotized everyone, he specifically checked and found that President Paris was only seriously injured, and he didn't deliberately finish him off. Moreover, precisely because President Paris was an extremely intelligent schemer, things would have a turning point. Such a schemer, even though he knew Lin Yu almost killed him, might not be unable to continue cooperating with Lin Yu even if it was a pretense. As long as their interests aligned, President Paris was definitely a trustworthy person. The best outcome. When I go to the wilderness realm next time, I still hope to get that book on superior alchemy. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also released Stiller again. Stiller looked at Lin Yu, nodded, and said, "Boss, it seems your plan was successfully completed?" Lin Yu looked at Stiller and spoke frankly. "Stiller, I must confess to you that I withheld some information about my plan from you. The guy I found to impersonate you wasn't just disguised as you, but Pang Kuduo, and then he found an opportunity to stab President Paris. I'm sorry, I must admit to you that this was somewhat within my expectations," Lin Yu said seriously to Stiller. Stiller listened to these words and looked at Lin Yu in shock. He looked at Lin Yu in silence for a long time, then sighed. "Sir Lin Yu, I actually somewhat guessed that guy was Pang Kuduo. It's just, you didn't have to tell me. You're making things very difficult for me." Lin Yu looked at Stiller, nodded, and said, "I fully understand your predicament, so you don't have to work for me during this period, and during this time, I will strive to find a way to free you before I go to Nightless City next time. At that time, if you choose to return to President Paris's side and become my enemy, I will accept that outcome." Lin Yu once again gave Stiller the authority to act freely, letting him go on vacation. Although it seemed magnanimous, Lin Yu did not release Stiller out of those vague morals or emotional impulses. First, as long as Stiller remained subordinate to him and existed as his summoned being type item, he could not possibly commit any act of malicious harm against Lin Yu. Second, the time they had spent together had allowed Lin Yu to understand Stiller's temperament. Lin Yu was not an emotional person, but Stiller, the seemingly cold android and captain of a large company's security department, was a man who valued emotions. So, Lin Yu's move was a very simple letting go to catch better. His current combat power, even without Stiller's assistance, could handle most situations. Giving Stiller a vacation during this period, while it would indeed incur some losses, would not put him in a difficult position. But if this method could completely resolve Stiller's emotional knots, then when he returned to Nightless City, perhaps he could once again become a great help to Lin Yu. Even if he truly let Stiller go, Lin Yu would not mind, since he still remembered Paris's friendship even while following Lin Yu. It meant that he would also remember Lin Yu's friendship if he went to Paris. This point was also affirmed by Lin Yu's other summoned being, the psychology master Lao Zhang. A perfect example of guided pressure, skillfully used by a postmodern, non-authoritarian parent. It seems you've given him freedom, but in reality, poor old Sher has had no choice from this moment on. Lin Yu listened to Lao Zhang's words and pouted. That's still Stiller's own personality issue, I just utilized that point. True, how could a can man have such rich emotions and a righteous character? This point is unlike a Nightless City resident. It's more like Guan Eri from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He would be in Chao's camp but his heart in Han, and he would inevitably release Cao Cao at Huarong Path. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, Stiller at this moment was like the classic story of Guan Yu from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, one of the 4 great classical novels familiar to most Chinese people. Then Lin Yu realized the hidden meaning in Lao Zhang's words. You're saying I'm Cao Cao, aren't you? I absolutely did not mean that, it's just a metaphor. Lin Yu said irritably, forget it, he's also a hero of troubled times, so I'll take it as a compliment. However, when I face Paris in Nightless City, I won't suffer a defeat at Huarong Path. Director, I must remind you, Prime Minister Cao also thought that way before chaining his ships together. When Lin Yu heard Lao Zhang say this, he finally lost his patience. Hannah, hit him. Squawk. Your wish is my command. Hannah, the most trouble-free and loyal of the three summoned beings, immediately took action, her 8 tentacles instantly spinning Lao Zhang like a flashing top. Amidst Lao Zhang's screams, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, gave Hannah the instruction to hit for 15 minutes, and then began another routine task upon his return. Checking new messages received by various identities. Buzz, buzz, as soon as Lin Yu took out Xin Bingmiao's digital urn in the room and switched to the phone for Woyue, his hand instantly felt slightly numb from the vibration. Messages poured in, one after another, almost jamming Lin Yu's phone. Team Leader Sean, brother, congratulations, you've officially joined Order. I saw the internal announcement. You just joined and were directly promoted to Deputy Captain of Jiang City's first team, that's great. When are you free to come to Yu Province? I'll treat you to an authentic water banquet to celebrate. Image, Team Leader Sean. Also, if you encounter any difficulties in Jiang City, you can tell me. Although most of our comrades are good people, there might still be various frictions, and some comrades have rather peculiar temperaments. In short, I still have some say with De Hong, so don't hesitate to ask if you encounter any problems. Lin Yu was very touched watching Team Leader Gao Shan's messages. Indeed, most people in Order still had sound moral values. After he saved Gao Shan truly treated him as a benefactor and brother. AAA Liang Yi, brother, I got you the position of Deputy Captain. Do well. You handled the high city matter beautifully. Hua Gu and the higher-ups think highly of you. Yellow Chicken laughing, my promotion to Regional Inspector all depends on Brother Lin. AAA Liang Yi, share video. Liang Yi, his new immediate superior, clearly had no airs and seemed very easygoing, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent about 10 messages, with only one being work-related. Lin Yu initially wondered what the remaining videos were, but a closer look revealed they were all beauty videos Liang Yi had forwarded from a short video platform. Lin Yu suddenly understood who Team Leader Shan's comment about some comrades having peculiar temperaments was referring to. Given the serious image he projected as Woyue, Lin Yu felt that Team Leader Shan sending this message was very likely due to his concern that Lin Yu might not get along with Liang Yi, seeing as he would be working under Liang Yi. High City, Li Hua, the reporting process for the Luo Buan diviner matters has been completed. The approval from above has come down, and they are very satisfied with you. The forum points reward has been issued, remember to check it. The secretary specifically instructed me to nurture you, and since Liang Yi happened to need an assistant, I recommended you. High City, Li Hua, regarding Luobu's hair and skin tissue samples, his wallet, and that item he left behind, they are already on their way. Originally, I was going to have Nicholas bring them to you, but someone from the East China region was being transferred to Central China, so I had him bring them over. Additionally, some comrades within Order, the Player Mutual Aid Society, and other local organizations want to add you. I've already shared your contact information with them. Interact with them more to facilitate the work I've assigned you. Li Hua's messages were still relatively formal and official, a complete contrast to Liang Yi. Liang Yi mixed a few serious matters with a large number of useless messages, while Li Hua's were all substantive and work-related communications. Lin Yu also recalled Li Hua's request to him to find the unstable elements or even moles hidden within Order. This was also a long-term task, so there was no rush. However, Li Hua had emphasized it again, so Lin Yu felt he really needed to pay a little more attention. Moreover, the messages from these three individuals in Order all had the same origin. Lin Yu opened Order's workgroup and saw the latest transfer announcement document. Even though these three had already spoiled it for him, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little emotional looking at his name on it. I've just directly become a deputy captain of Order? Considering that Liang Yi would be promoted to general captain of Jiang City in the future. It seemed he might even fill the vacancy of first team captain. Although this transfer would inevitably make him more conspicuous. Since the identity of Woyue was already very famous, and he was already tier 2. This didn't seem to be a bad thing at all. After reading and giving a perfunctory, businesslike reply to the people from Order, Lin Yu did not rush to switch to other identities' social accounts. Although there were no new messages, there was a pile of friend requests. As the new Jiang City deputy captain of order, Wu Yue, who was already famous, naturally became a target for many organizations and players to befriend, especially with order's endorsement. And Lin Yu also had an obligation to negotiate with them. Lin Yu added the contacts from the Hunter Association, Player Mutual Aid Society, and other local organizations or profession alliances one by one, then updated their notes, finally completing the handling of his Wu Yue identity. However, thankfully, after dealing with the messages for Wu Yue, the remaining few accounts showed no signs of being overwhelmed. No one messaged his Tiangong account privately, and there seemed to be no movement within the Marauders. When he switched to Lao Yao's account, De Hong had sent another message. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little helpless when he saw the message content. De Hong, recently, Wu Yue has become the deputy captain of Order's Jiang City first team. Remember to invite him to Jiang'an Hall when you have time. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Lao Yao finally had a message, but it was still related to Wu Yue. Nevertheless, Lin Yu replied to De Hong. Received, don't worry, boss. He and I are very close, it's just a matter of a word. After editing and sending the information, Lin Yu did indeed plan to find time to visit De Hong. Coupled with having already promised De Hong to attend the Jiang'an Hall gathering in Lao Yao's identity, Lin Yu would effectively be going twice. Once as Lao Yao, and once as Wu Yue. Finally, there was Zhu Ming's identity. After switching to Zhu Ming's account, the Psychological Society also had no new instructions. But Lin Yan sent a new message. Onion, do you still want the reward that fat guy gave you? If not, I'll list it on the Hunter Association. Only then did Lin Yu realize that Qinzhua's reward was still with Lin Yan. Although Lin Yu was not short of money or item now, he still replied to Lin Yan. Zhu Ming, yes, I'm free today, what about you? Lin Yan quickly replied. Onion, wait for my message later, I haven't finished school yet, and final exams are coming up, so I can't skip class casually. Lin Yu then remembered that Lin Yan was a high school student. Although universities were already on holiday, high school holidays were always a bit shorter. However, Lin Yu was a little surprised, this guy actually still cares about her grades? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but become curious. Although Lin Yan told him to wait for her message, Lin Yu had no intention of waiting. Perfect, I'm idle today anyway, so why not go see how Lin Yan spends her campus life? What's more, given Zhu Ming's style of action, not doing what Lin Yan said would also fit his character. This time, using Fu Luo's identity in the copy gave Lin Yu many benefits, further solidifying his belief that his usual habit of observing others' behavior was correct. Coincidentally, he had now advanced to Tier 2. Lin Yan, as the Tier 2 player he was most familiar with, did seem worth observing. After a simple breakfast and greeting Lin Zhao, telling her he was going out for a stroll, Lin Yu left home. Lin Yu had already investigated most of the information about Lin Yan. The middle school Lin Yan attended was called St. Lu Private Middle School. This was an extremely famous private middle school in Jiang City, with a reputation comparable to Jiang City's key schools. Every year, St. Lu would send many students to top universities both domestically and internationally, almost like collecting stamps. Lin Yu had a basic understanding of the school's teaching philosophy and enrollment strategy. Overall, St. Lu only had 3 types of students, those with money, those with good grades, and those with both money and good grades. Students from wealthy families would pay high tuition fees to be sent here. St. Li's board of directors would provide their parents with a complete and mature way to send their children to famous foreign universities through donations and by creating impressive resumes. A portion of the tuition fees from these wealthy students would then be used as generous scholarships to attract talented commoner students who lacked money, and to hire top teachers, thereby ensuring a say. Lu Middle School consistently produced many showcases who could get into top domestic universities each year. As for those who were both wealthy and academically strong, they could naturally choose any path, and the most outstanding among them would become St. Li's competition students. This school was perfect for classic campus romance novels, poor but hardworking geniuses and rich kids studying and living together on one campus. Lin Yu, who didn't read many romance novels, could instantly think of many classic combinations. But no matter what, it's really not easy to get into the school. Lin Yu stood at the main entrance of SA. Le Middle School, looking at the surveillance cameras everywhere, the obviously electrified fences, and the tightly shut gates, feeling a headache. These rich people are too concerned about their children's personal safety. He couldn't help but miss the dilapidated and simple gate of No. 6 Middle School and the friendly old security guard. At the entrance of SA. Le Middle School, even the security guards were sharp-eyed, powerful, tall, and burly men, with 4 on duty at the same time, 2 standing guard and 2 watching the monitors and the gate. They all wore neat and stern black uniforms with the 2 large characters security printed on their chests, but honestly, Lin Yu thought it would be reasonable to change those 2 words to Special Task Force. After a long period of baptism and the death game, Lin Yu already had a relatively accurate ability to assess human combat effectiveness. He was very sure that these 4 guys in front of him might not have actually been on a battlefield, but they definitely had military or similar experience. This kind of capable spirit could only be acquired through systematic training. However, although it was a bit troublesome, for Lin Yu, a player of the death game, and a Tier 2 profession, even a trickster, it was just a matter of using a few more items. After finding a blind spot in the surveillance, Lin Yu took out a fake and covered himself with it, quickly transforming into a black and red SA. Lu Middle School uniform. Then, Lin Yu took out the corner of the Shadow Dweller, aimed at a patch of shade on the campus playground, activated this item, and directly sent himself through the fence. After leaving the corner of the Shadow Dweller, Lin Yu, dressed in a school uniform, quickly blended into the crowd of students having a physical education class. The timing Lin Yu chose was also very clever. It was now well past the halfway point of the last class of the morning. Several classes having PE on the playground were already in free activity, and many students had already left early to prepare for the cafeteria, so Lin Yu wandered among them completely unnoticed. While directly wearing a school uniform to enter the school gate at this time might require registration and questioning, if he was already on campus, Lin Yu was very sure that he was absolutely safe. Although the total number of students at SA. Le private middle school was not large, with only 5 classes per grade, the school uniforms did not distinguish between grades, only between the junior high and senior high sections. All 3 grades of high school wore the same style, so there was even less chance of anyone suspecting Lin Yu of sneaking in. Rather, who, upon seeing an unfamiliar student in a school uniform on campus, would immediately suspect them of being an unknown outsider who had snuck in wearing a school uniform? Especially since Lin Yu now looked young and naive, coupled with his already superb acting skills, anyone who saw him at this moment would think he was a female high school student currently enrolled at SA. Lu Middle School. As for why female high school student, Lin Yu was here to see Lin Yan, so the face he used was naturally Zhu Ming's. Since the original Xiaoyu was already a university student, Lin Yu didn't make many micro-adjustments, making this face look like a high school student without any sense of incongruity. Of course, Lin Yu could also choose to completely fabricate a new face. However, he intended to give Lin Yan a surprise. He was very much looking forward to seeing Lin Yan's expression when she suddenly saw Zhu Ming in his school uniform on campus and realized what was happening. However, although Lin Yu knew Lin Yan attended this SA. Le Middle School, he didn't know which class she was specifically in. The information Shin Bingmiao had given him wasn't that detailed. So, Lin Yu could only wander around now and try his luck. Arriving in front of the high school teaching building, Lin Yu wandered aimlessly. The school's class division method is quite unique. Lin Yu looked at the markings on the fire map and found that while the junior high section of SA. Le Middle School still had normal class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it was different for the high school section. A grade in the high school section was divided into International Class A, International Class B, Quality Class A, Quality Class B, and Competition Class. These 5 classes were also easy to understand, they corresponded exactly to SA. Le Middle School's 3 sources of students and 3 career paths. Those with money preparing to go abroad, top students coming for scholarships, and elites competing in competitions. However, the class divisions were not absolute because Lin Yu soon found a roll of honor next to the map near the entrance of the teaching building. At the top of the roll of honor was a long, dense list of newly graduated third-year high school students who had been admitted to prestigious universities, with names like MIT, Oxford, Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, NUS, NTU, LSE, and UCL, truly a multitude of extraordinary individuals. Lin Yu, from Jiangcheng Media, instantly felt a bit intimidated. Below the roll of honor were the academic rankings for first and second-year high school students, announcing the results of the last monthly exam. These rankings were a mix of all 5 classes, clearly indicating that everyone still took exams together. While the general trend was for international classes to be at the bottom, competition classes to be at the top, and quality classes in the middle, there were also students from international and quality classes at the very top, and students from competition classes at the very bottom. Of course, this ranking list was also of great use to Lin Yu. He quickly found Lin Yan's name and her class on the second-year high school ranking list. 99th place, Lin Yan, competition class. Lin Yu was very surprised by this. On one hand, he didn't expect Lin Yan to be in the competition class. On the other hand, a grade level at St. Le Middle School had roughly fewer than 300 students, and the competition class was even rarer, with only about 30 students. Lin Yan ranking 99th meant she was among the last few in her competition class. I thought this guy was either slacking off in the international class or at the top of her class. Lin Yu couldn't help but update his perception of Lin Yan. Subsequently, Lin Yu quietly made his way to the 3rd floor of St. Le Middle School's high school teaching building, following the map, which was also the floor where the second-year competition classroom was located. Lin Yu walked through the still empty corridor and soon arrived in front of the second-year competition classroom. Through the spacious and bright glass, Lin Yu saw the students inside diligently doing problems, seemingly taking a pop quiz in a math class. Lin Yan was among them, and Lin Yu had to look twice to find her. It wasn't that Lin Yu's eyesight had deteriorated and he had trouble finding one person among 30-odd, but purely because Lin Yan's appearance was so vastly different from the few times he had seen her. It wasn't that Lin Yu hadn't seen Lin Yan in a school uniform before. But Lin Yu really hadn't expected the girl sitting in the first row in front of the podium, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with bangs, and biting the cap of her pen while doing problems, to be Lin Yan. For a moment, Lin Yu even suspected Lin Yan had a twin sister. The teacher on the podium looked like a middle-aged man who was very good at teaching math. He saw Lin Yu peering in through the window but didn't take any notice, simply assuming it was a student from a class that had finished early, waiting for a friend. St. Le Middle School was different from key city schools that relied entirely on discipline to succeed, because half of the students here were either rich or noble, and the other half were very good at studying. The teachers were relatively lenient and didn't strictly enforce discipline. So, Lin Yu continued to lean by the window and wait. Lin Yan didn't notice Lin Yu leaning by the window until the class bell rang. Accompanied by elegant, light piano music, after the students of the competition class handed in their test booklets, Lin Yan stood up and casually complained about the difficulty of the test to a strong-looking, square-faced boy next to her with a slight stubble on his upper lip. Then, her gaze drifted outside the window, and she finally noticed Lin Yu standing outside the window. Their eyes met, and Lin Yu smiled and nodded at her in greeting. Lin Yan clearly paused in the classroom, then Lin Yu saw her take off her glasses, rub her eyes, and then take a glasses cloth to wipe her glasses. After confirming again that Lin Yu was still standing outside the window, Lin Yu saw a rare expression of shock, panic, and annoyance appear on Lin Yan's face. Lin Yu admired the wonderful expression on Lin Yan's face, watching her quickly say goodbye to her classmates, grab her school bag, and swiftly walk out of the classroom, then rush 2 steps from the door to stand in front of him, grabbing Lin Yu's hand and heading towards the stairs. "What are you doing here? Are you crazy?" On the rooftop, Lin Yan closed the rooftop door heavily, then looked at Lin Yu, who was currently operating under the identity of Zhu Ming. Ever since they had jointly experienced the copy on the train, Lin Yan, though she hadn't explicitly said so, had long since regarded Zhu Ming as one of her own and a friend. Therefore, Lin Yu had not seen Lin Yan display this current demeanor towards him for a long time: alertness, vigilance, and caution. "What do you want, coming directly to my school?" Lin Yan, like an animal whose territory had been invaded, asked Lin Yu very cautiously. Lin Yu, however, looked very relaxed. "Didn't you say you were busy with finals? So I came to your school personally to collect my reward, saving you a trip and not wasting your precious study time," Lin Yu explained. Lin Yan didn't have any doubts about this explanation. After all, the persona of Zhu Ming that Lin Yu had always presented certainly seemed like someone who would do such a thing. But believing that Zhu Ming had no ill intentions didn't mean Lin Yan had let down her guard at this moment. "Didn't I also say to wait for my message? Why did you come to my school?" Lin Yan's voice already carried a hint of displeasure. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Didn't I go to your house before, and there was no problem?" Lin Yan immediately said, "Then you sneaking into my house is also not allowed. Don't do that again. Besides, there's nobody home at my place year-round, so maybe it's not a problem. But school is a public place. What if someone sees you?" Her explanation was a bit contradictory, and in Lin Yu's ears, it sounded even more feeble. Of course. Lin Yu had already understood why this young girl's attitude was so strange even before Lin Yan explained. His mention of having snuck into her house earlier was Lin Yu asking knowingly. It seems Lin Yan identifies more with school. Lin Yu thought to himself. Lin Yu had noticed that a considerable number of players, after being drawn into the death game, tend to strictly separate and draw a clear line between real life and game, even segmenting their identities. This segmentation is far more distinct than the usual separation between work and life, or online and offline. After all, for most people, the death game is a super high-pressure environment that was unimaginable in their past lives. Every week, they are forced to go to another bizarre world and play under the burden of failure means death, even though they might have just been ordinary office workers or students before. Coupled with the fact that those chosen for the death game all possess the characteristic of especially not wanting to die, the pressure of dying itself is particularly heavy for this group. So, as a self-protection mechanism on a psychological level, completely cutting off everything related to the game from their real life is the choice of many players. They will join organizations, attend offline gatherings, but they will be very careful about their privacy. Most players will not expose their real identities in the player community, and even if they become friends with other players, they rarely meet up for meals or gatherings. On one hand, this is for safety considerations, similar to the Dark Forest theory, as the death of Tiangong Chen Jita after Lin Yu uncovered his identity is a good example. But many players do this. Besides safety considerations, it's also because they are consciously making a separation. In fact, if many players happen to encounter other players in reality, it could even escalate into a mutually harmful situation. The Order records many such cases. Originally, Lin Yu thought Lin Yan was not this type of player. After all, he had gone to Lin Yan's house, and the young girl hadn't shown an immediate reaction. But now it seems. For Lin Yan, home is not a part of her inviolable real life, but school falls into that category. This was also evident from the completely different atmosphere of her school compared to what Lin Yu had seen. At home, Lin Yan still very much resembled a Yan of the Death Game and the Thief of the Free Alliance. But at school, Lin Yu almost didn't recognize her. Just this discovery alone made Lin Yu feel this trip was worth it. You have a great talent for psychological analysis. Are you really not considering joining the Psychological Society and giving it a try? Lao Zhang replied, while also giving Lin Yan a more professional definition. This young girl seems to be a typical case of absent parents. Let me guess, her parents are probably highly educated professionals who are often away from home, neglecting her care yet frequently imposing strict discipline, right? Hearing Lao Zhang's words, Lin Yu gave an affirmative answer. From my observation, it's pretty much spot on. And after Lao Zhang heard Lin Yu's affirmation, he immediately fanned the flames. Oh, then this is your strong suit, caring for a girl who lacks love and all that. I think you did quite well in Nightless City. Lin Yu listened to Lao Zhang's teasing, feeling a bit helpless. Lao Zhang and he had become increasingly familiar recently, which was a good thing. Although Lao Zhang was just his summoned being able to get along with this former head of the Psychological Society, one could imagine the many benefits. But on the other hand, Lin Yu found that after Lao Zhang became familiar, sometimes his words were truly a bit abstract. Coupled with his exquisite psychological skills, his words, while abstract, could also precisely hit Lin Yu's sore spots, not a crushing pain, but an uncomfortable ache. It was like a slightly bitter orange, edible and harmless, but very unpleasant. Fortunately, Lin Yu also had his own counter-strategy. "Don't speak unless I ask you to, otherwise I'll hit you." A short sentence declared the complete victory of physics over psychology. Subsequently, feeling Lao Zhang shut up, Lin Yu refocused his attention on Lin Yan in front of him. "Alright, you really seem to mind me coming to your school. I apologize, I was presumptuous this time, and it won't happen again." For this kind of situation, the best approach is, of course, a sincere apology. Then, having said that, Lin Yu walked directly past Lin Yan and headed towards the rooftop entrance. "I'm leaving first, Yan. Just message me when you're free. The location is up to you." Lin Yu said calmly, reaching out to open the rooftop door handle, and simultaneously began counting in his mind. 1, 2. Before he could even count 3, Lin Yu heard the expected sound from behind him. "Wait." Lin Yan sighed and spoke. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Lin Yan, who was scratching her hair. She sighed helplessly and spoke. "Never mind, since you're already here. You've already come. Haven't you? This is Chenju's payment to you." Lin Yan said, pulling 2 heavy envelopes from her backpack and handing them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu squeezed them. The thickness suggested it was 142,000 yuan. "Why is it quite a bit more than we agreed upon?" Lin Yu asked, and Lin Yan shrugged, "I don't know. The fatty gave me this much. Maybe he added money because he thought you performed well." Although this amount was no longer a large sum for Lin Yu, it was still over 100,000 in cash, and Lin Yu felt very satisfied after receiving it. "You've been carrying so much money in your bag all this time?" After tucking the 140,000 yuan into his pocket, Lin Yu asked curiously. Lin Yan shook her head, "Of course not. I just casually stole these when I was dragging you here past the school's finance office on the way to the rooftop. The amount is correct, anyway. I'll find a free moment to take an equivalent amount of money and put it back before the finance office reconciles accounts at the end of the month," Lin Yan said, and Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. As expected of a renowned thief player, her problem-solving approach was indeed unique. Then, Lin Yan directly conjured an item out of thin air. "And the forum points as payment, he already converted them into an item for you to cash out." This was Lin Yan's requested settlement method, as she couldn't use the forum. Although Lin Yu could use the forum, his Zhu Ming identity had indeed been revoked. Lin Yan tossed the item over, and Lin Yu reached out to catch it. Then, the recognized transaction between the two triggered a prompt from the death game. "Confirm ownership change of item Cerberus's tooth?" After both Lin Yu and Lin Yan confirmed, the item became his. Subsequently, Lin Yu checked the item's effects and description. Cerberus's tooth, the tooth of a demon dog. When damaging a target, there is a 1/10 chance to randomly apply one of 3 curse effects: burning, poison, or decay. When worn or held by a summoning item, the summoned being's melee physical attacks will gain this effect. Clearly, this item was very suitable for professions like hunter or veterinarian. After all, from its appearance, this item was just a curved canine tooth about 5 or 6 centimeters long. It would be impractical to harm someone with it. It definitely needed to be paired with a summoned being, allowing one's summoned being to wear it and attack. It's quite good. Lin Yu gave the item a high rating. He could indeed use this item. Seeing Lin Yu satisfied with the item, Lin Yan also nodded. He must have chosen it carefully. "Alright, you've received your payment," Lin Yan said, and Lin Yu pointed downstairs. "So I'm leaving?" "No, I already said." "Since you're here," Lin Yan put on her backpack, "stay and walk around campus with me." Lin Yu didn't know why Lin Yan, who had been resistant just moments ago, suddenly didn't want him to leave, so after a moment of thought, Lin Yu directly asked. Why is that different from what you said earlier? Lin Yan sighed, since you're already here, might as well make use of it. It seems we're not just walking around so simply. Lin Yu said, raising an eyebrow. Lin Yan nodded, of course, because you and I aren't the only players on this campus. She said, and Lin Yu was very curious. You suspect there are others? Yes, I just don't know exactly who, only a few suspects, Lin Yan whispered. The other party should also be looking for and testing me. According to the information I have, the other party is very likely a member of the Psychological Society, Lin Yan rubbed her hair, saying with annoyance, haven't you already joined the Psychological Society? So why don't you help me identify them? Subsequently, Lin Yan led Lin Yu down from the rooftop and back onto campus. It was just after the start of lunch break, and the campus was bustling with people, especially dense crowds at the cafeteria entrance. Aren't you going to eat first? I'm one of those students who brings their own lunch, I can eat whenever, Lin Yan patted her backpack, let's take care of business first. Then how do you know the other party hasn't gone to eat or for their lunch break? Lin Yu asked curiously. We need to find the time when the other party is most likely to be eating or on their lunch break. I don't want to confront them. What if it's a super powerful person? Lin Yan sighed, after all, they're from the Psychological Society. Moreover, any Psychological Society member stationed in Jiangcheng is the elite of the elites. Lin Yan said, and Lin Yu couldn't help but ask again. How do you know the other party exists, and how do you know they're most likely a Psychological Society member? Because other people in the organization told me before that a Psychological Society member had approached my school. At first, I thought they were coming for me, so I took precautions and investigated. Then, I found out it was a well-known ruthless person from the Psychological Society. An S-rank enforcer named Du Lingding, and she seemed to be here to meet someone. So we speculated that she was likely here to meet someone like the Jiangcheng branch president of the Psychological Society. Lin Yu shook his head, that's probably not possible. Lin Yan was a little surprised. Why? Lin Yu pointed to himself, didn't I tell you before that I joined the Psychological Society? The entire Psychological Society's Jiangcheng branch actually only has 2 people. Besides me, there's only a guy named Edwin, he's the Jiangcheng branch president, and I'm the Jiangcheng vice branch president. Lin Yu said, and Lin Yan was a little surprised. Just the 2 of you? Yes, and that Edwin just reached here too not long ago. So your statement that your Du Lingding specifically came to meet a big shot in the Psychological Society doesn't hold. Due to the unique nature of Jiangcheng, the Psychological Society's policy is not to have experts lie low here, but rather to develop local, non-core members. Lin Yu said, and Lao Zhang also affirmed Lin Yu's statement. Exactly. I felt back then that Jiangcheng wasn't a place to put too much manpower. If something happened, just send a powerful specialist to strike and run. I didn't expect them to still be following the policy I set. It seems my decision was not only correct but also correct in the long term. Lao Zhang said proudly. Lin Yu listened to Lao Zhang's speech and sneered in his heart, so fluoxetine running to Jiangcheng and shooting me into this unlucky game also has something to do with you? But then again, this specific strategy was ultimately refined by Feng Te at the time. I only proposed the idea, so it's not that closely related to me. After Lao Zhang finished explaining, he fell silent again. Lin Yan, on the other hand, pushed up her glasses. Then it seems I was wrong about some of my suspects. Before, I largely looked for many people who might have awakened the doctor profession. But, since we're already here, let's still take a look. The 2 arrived at the comprehensive activity building of Shangli Middle School. Here were club activity rooms, multimedia classrooms, tiered lecture halls, and other facilities, as well as the infirmary. Just as Lin Yu said, the teacher in the infirmary had obviously gone for lunch break, so the infirmary door was tightly shut and locked. But of course, this couldn't stump Lin Yan, who was known as the thief. For a school lock like this, Lin Yan didn't even need any item, she just needed to take 2 hairpins from her head, shield her hands with her body, poke them into the keyhole, and with 2 click-clack sounds, the infirmary door was opened. Let's go. Lin Yu followed closely behind Lin Yan, slipping into the small gap created by the open infirmary door. The two entered the infirmary. Afterward, Lin Yu once again exclaimed, "What a magnificent infirmary!" Although it was called an infirmary, its scale was already comparable to many community clinics. Moreover, it was fully equipped with various instruments, including pulse oximeters, AEDs, and ventilators. Indeed, wealthy individuals placed great importance on the safety and health of their children. Lin Yan pouted, "It's alright, I guess. In any case, there are 6 resident school doctors, and I think 2 of them seem a bit like players." Lin Yan pointed to the wall, where photos of the 6 school doctors of St. La Middle School were hung. That one named Cheng Mingwen, and that one named Lin Ruweijia, are both very suspicious. As Lin Yan spoke, Lin Yu looked at the 2 people Lin Yan pointed to on the wall. Cheng Mingwen's introduction stated that he was once a chief physician at Jiangqing Second Hospital, and he looked like a typical old doctor. Although his actual age appeared to be only in his 40s, he had little hair left, and his eye bags and dark circles were very prominent. As for Lin Yu's relative, Lin Ruweijia, he was a top student who graduated from a university of traditional Chinese medicine. He appeared to be a young man with proper features, with slightly long, curly hair that reached his ears, and a somewhat melancholic temperament. Lin Ruweijia, huh? His resume and age make it a bit strange for him to be a school doctor, Lin Yu said, stroking his chin. Lin Yan agreed. Right? I've always thought he was very strange. But neither of them is Edwin. Should we change locations? Don't you have other suspects? Lin Yan shook her head. I calmed down and thought about it again. The other teachers and students are still far less suspicious than these 2, even if we exclude the profession of doctor as a factor. Lin Yu shrugged. Alright, I can only tell you that neither of them is a psychological society member I know. So even if they are players, it's highly probable they are not from the psychological society. Although Lin Yu didn't know many psychological society members, adding Lao Zhang made the number quite substantial. You just said that the Jiangqing branch of the psychological society only has 2 people. Although it wouldn't be strange for the psychological society to have an undercover agent living in Jiangqing that most people don't know about, it's better to prioritize the assumption that Du Lingding's target might be from another organization for now. Saying this, Lin Yan walked directly to the 2 people's desks, put on a pair of rubber gloves, and began to search through their personal belongings and attempt to unlock their computers. After hearing Lin Yan's analysis and watching her search, Lin Yu also spoke unhurriedly. In that case, why don't I leverage some of my other connections? I know Woyue. Oh, I heard about it. He's become the deputy captain of order. Lin Yan paused here. So he hasn't blacklisted you yet? How could he blacklist me? Lin Yu said helplessly. Lin Yan stopped her actions and smiled slyly. The first thing you do after getting ashore is to cut ties with your beloved, right? She seemed to have somewhat adapted to Lin Yu's presence on campus now and could joke around. Spreading rumors, are we? Lin Yu lightly flicked Lin Yan's forehead. Ow, I'm just kidding. It's just that you joined the psychological society, and he joined order. If he still kept in contact with you, that would be a violation of order's discipline and he'd be disciplined. Lin Yan said, her expression turning serious. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, it won't be discovered. Then, he walked to the other side of the room and took out his phone. He used Zhu Ming's account to send a message to Woyue, then secretly switched to the phone interface Woyue used, and then sent a message to Liang Yi. Are there any high-level doctor profession experts in Jiangqing that you know of? Liang Yi replied with, I'll check for you. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry, as he wasn't really counting on him anyway. After all, Zhu Ming sending a message to Woyue and Liang Yi sending a message to Woyue was just a formality, in case someone really found any clues. Lin Yu's real target for inquiry was naturally Shen Bingmiao. He switched back to his own phone and poked Shen Bingmiao's QQ number. Shuang Mu, double with senior sister, help me check, are these 2 people, Cheng Mingwen and Lin Ruweijia, from Jiangchun, players? Zhou Shuwei, received. Shen Bingmiao replied instantly. Then, just a few seconds later, Shen Bingmiao immediately sent another message. Zhou Shuwei, Cheng Mingwen is His profession is doctor, first advancement, and his affiliated organization is Jung Hall. Zhou Shuai, both of them are faculty members at St. Le Middle School. Did you go looking for the thief? Shuang Mu, Doublewood. Yes, she said Du Lingding had been near St. Le Middle School and seemed to have contacted someone from their school. Zhou Shuai, thinking, I have an impression, but Du Lingding knows Jiangcheng is my territory, so he was very cautious. And bypassed me. Zhou Shuai, besides Cheng Mingwen and Ling Yan, there are 3 other active players in the St. Le Middle School area. Zhou Shuai, one is Arctic Shrimp, the logistics manager of the Order Jiangcheng branch. His real name is Guan Tingron, male, 31 years old. He is the contractor for the St. Le Middle School cafeteria. His profession is chef, second advancement. Zhou Shuai, there's also a registered bounty hunter from the Hunter Association. Her forum ID is He Jing, profession craftsman, first advancement. She's gained a bit of fame recently, and both the Hunter Association and the forum speak highly of her, saying she's very reliable. But she's not entirely a person from St. Le Middle School. Shuang Mu, Doublewood. Why do you say that? Zhou Shuai, because her real name is Zhao Xiuling, she's 37 this year, and she's the parent of a grade 11 Class A student. She rented a house to accompany her son in his studies. Zhou Shuai, being a bounty hunter is probably also to supplement the family income. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel respectful when he saw this niche combination. Normally, she's a good mother who accompanies her son in his studies, but in special times, she transforms into a first advancement bounty hunter to earn money for her son. Zhou Shuai, the last one, hasn't joined any organization and hasn't had an advancement. He's just a little brat in grade 10, no need to worry about him. Shuang Mu, Doublewood. Are you sure we don't need to worry about him? Zhou Shuai, his forum ID is Eternal Night Devourer. If you really think it's necessary, I'll send you his information. Shuang Mu, Doublewood. Then never mind. After finishing his conversation with Xinbing Miao, Lin Yu didn't immediately speak to Ling Yan, but instead played on his phone for a while. 10 minutes later, Liang Yi replied with a file titled Jiangcheng Player Archival Data Record. Lin Yu clicked to receive the file, then nodded with satisfaction. This is probably the normal speed for retrieving files. After the file finished downloading, Lin Yu discovered it was a table containing only ID, profession, and affiliated organization. However, it was clear that Lin Yu could not use order methods to retrieve players' real identity information without a legitimate reason. But fortunately, there was Xinbing Miao. So, Lin Yu began to reconstruct the scene where Ling Yan was speaking. How is it, any harvest? Ling Yan shrugged helplessly. No, obviously, even if these two are players, they aren't fools who would leave obvious clues and flaws in their daily work environment. Lin Yu nodded, but I do. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Good Sister Zhu Ming, you really do? Why would I lie to you? Lin Yu said, reciting the information he got from Xinbing Miao. Lin Ruizha is not a player, Chang Mingwen is from Jiangyan Hall, a first tier. Additionally, there should be 2 other players active near your school, one codenamed He Jing and one codenamed Arctic Shrimp. Lin Yu said unhurriedly. He didn't fully reveal all the information Xinbing Miao gave him. After all, Lin Yu asking Liang Yi for help with the investigation, besides following procedures and confirming the timing, was also to confirm the approximate extent of the intelligence he could reveal. As expected, this vague intelligence was just right. Ling Yan neither suspected anything nor was she extremely grateful to Lin Yu. You've been a great help, Sister Zhu Ming, Ling Yan said with a smile, knowing the codename makes it much easier to investigate. She also pulled out her phone and fiddled with it. Then Teacher Cheng's suspicion isn't great. A first tier from Jiangyan Hall. If he could really connect with Du Lingding, it would be like a street office director in Jiangcheng's South District calling the Pentagon. I can only say that unless the two are somewhat related, I can't think of any other possibility. So we have to look at the identities of Arctic Shrimp and He Jing. Found them. He Jing is also a first tier? But she hasn't joined any organization, and she seems to be a very famous bounty hunter. I see many good reviews on her Hunter Association homepage. I can only say she's a bit more suspicious than Teacher Chang. Arctic shrimp is a second tier, and an old second tier. This is a bit suspicious. Wait, he's from order, so that's not quite right. Lin Yin frowned slightly. People from order definitely wouldn't get involved with people from the psychological society unless Du Lingding came to kill him. But Arctic shrimp is still alive, which means Du Lingding definitely didn't make a move on him, otherwise, I can't imagine how he survived. As Lin Yin spoke, Lin Yu gently interrupted her. Not necessarily. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yan looked up at him. Not necessarily means you think Arctic shrimp can withstand it? No, it means that people from order are not necessarily unable to get involved with those from the psychological society. Lin Yu said calmly. Wu Yue and I are the best examples. Lin Yin blinked. Wow. You actually make a lot of sense. However, your situation with Wu Yue is relatively special, isn't it? Lin Yu, of course, also knew that Zhu Ming and Wu Yue's situation was special. However, he made this deduction based on other evidence. Li Hua, the East China head and Haicheng administrator, had said that the order internal was no longer completely trustworthy. Therefore, the phenomenon of order members privately contacting psychological society members was not impossible. So, Arctic shrimp isn't necessarily in a non-special situation. As he spoke, Lin Yin thought for a moment, then reacted. I understand what you mean. I'll investigate. Anyway, thanks, Sister Zhu Ming. Let's go to the cafeteria. Lin Yu heard Lin Yan's words and said somewhat unexpectedly, don't you bring your own lunch? I'm treating you, it's lunchtime anyway, and you don't look like you've eaten before coming, Lin Yan said with a smile. You helped me, so I should at least buy you a meal, right? Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan and said playfully, isn't this when you complained about me coming to your school? Well, that's a separate matter. Anyway, you didn't do it on purpose. Lin Yan waved her hand and said, let's go. Although our school cafeteria is a cafeteria, the food is actually quite good. She led Lin Yu to carefully leave the infirmary again, locking the door behind them. Just as the two walked out of the infirmary, they heard footsteps coming from the stairwell. At this time of day, no one should logically be on the activity building, so Lin Yan and Lin Yu couldn't help but get nervous. Could those doctors be back? It shouldn't be that fast, should it? Lin Yan mumbled softly. However, despite their nervousness, neither of them paid much attention. After all, it had already been confirmed that the only player here was just a first-tier doctor and had no extraordinary strength. Even if they were exposed, there were various ways to easily resolve it. The two slowly walked to the corner of the stairs, and Lin Yan subtly glanced around. Then, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's just two middle school students. She saw two girls in middle school uniforms walking up, one of them with teary eyes rolled up her pant leg, blood flowing from her knee. She probably bumped it and needed to come to the infirmary for treatment. The other girl was supporting her, apparently her friend or something similar. Lin Yan, who clearly saw their appearance, even took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Hey, are you two going to the infirmary? The teachers have all gone to eat, so you might have to wait a bit. If it's urgent, you can call the number on the wall. The injured girl nodded upon hearing this. Thank you, senior. We'll just wait a bit. The girl supporting her, however, frowned. Do you really not need to make a call? It's fine, class monitor, I just bumped it. The two girls slowly moved towards the infirmary. After seeing them off, Lin Yan walked up the stairs and then softly sighed. Are you still there, Sister Zhu Ming? She had noticed earlier. The moment those two girls appeared, Lin Yu beside her also immediately disappeared. Lin Yu poked his head out from the shadows. Yes, I'm here. Lin Yan looked at him with interest. What are you hiding from? I just got startled. Lin Yu explained casually. Lin Yan nodded, then turned as if to walk down. But just as she took a step down, she suddenly stopped. Ah, no. Sister Zhu Ming, that girl who was supporting someone just now, she looks exactly like you? To say they're identical is a bit much, really. It's more like their eyebrows and eyes are similar, Lin Yan said thoughtfully. But that 7 or 8 tenths similarity, combined with your frantic hiding just now, Sister Zhuming. It's hard not to suspect you two have some special relationship. As Li Nian spoke, Lin Yu looked at her and slowly asked in return, then what do you think our relationship is? A clone, eh? Backup unit, Li Nian joked for a moment, then tentatively spoke the truth, or is it mother-daughter? Or sisters? Lin Yu nodded, that's right, she's my biological younger sister. You admit it so readily, that's surprising. Li Nian couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Yu shrugged, you've already become suspicious, and it would be easy to find out by investigating her. What's more, you even attended the same school as her. That's true, but I feel like you're a bit annoyed, don't you? Li Nian observed Lin Yu, tilting her head as she asked. Lin Yu spoke thoughtfully, the reason is probably the same as why you were annoyed that I came to your school. Everyone cares about different things. You don't seem to care much about your family, but for me, it's different. Lin Yu said softly. Ha, so now I know your weakness, don't I? Li Nian said with a smile. So, can you keep my secret? Lin Yu still asked in a gentle tone. But at that moment, Li Nian felt a subtle shift in the aura of the person beside her, causing her an instinctive sense of unease and danger. She immediately laughed. What are you talking about, Sister Zhuming? Of course, I'll keep your secret. Besides, the cost for a player to harm an ordinary person is quite high. Although it hasn't been confirmed, it's generally believed that besides being wanted by the Order and the Night Watchman, they're also targeted by the game, for example, the copy difficulty increases or something. So, for both emotional and logical reasons, I won't do anything. In fact, when you're not in Shengla, I might even be able to look after her. After saying this, Li Nian felt much of that discomfort and sense of danger dissipate, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, we're even now, Li Nian said. That's great, a lovely younger sister. If I had such a good younger sister, I would cherish her very much. But, Sister Zhuming, since you care about her so much, why are you still hiding from her? Lin Yu spoke as if it were obvious, because I'm still in suspended animation. In a sociological sense, I'm a dead person. I'm asking why you're still maintaining the suspended animation. Li Nian asked curiously, although it's a bit troublesome to resurrect after being confirmed dead. But the fact that you're truly alive is undeniable. If there's anything that can't be explained, the death game will help you fill in the gaps. Hearing Li Nian's words, Lin Yu shook her head again. We are all in this game. Every time we enter a copy, it could be the last. Even at 3rd tier or 4th tier, with a name on the rankings, can one truly say they will live long? She and Mother have gradually accepted the fact of my death. If I were to reappear now and tell them I'm not actually dead, only for me to have an accident in the weekly copy and remain there forever, I can't imagine the blow they would suffer. Lin Yu said softly, so, rather than giving them a period of false hope like that, it's better to let them only hurt this one time. Of course, by keeping my distance from them, I also hope that these dangerous things around me will involve them less. After all, although most players with common sense won't harm ordinary people, there's no guarantee there aren't any lunatics. What's more, I've even encountered lunatics. Li Nian nodded, that's true. But that's really nice, Sister Zhuming. It's truly enviable. Lin Yu looked at Li Nian, enviable what? That you care so much about your family, they must care about you a lot too. Yes, I love them very much, and they love me very much too. Lin Yu said with a nostalgic tone. Li Nian pursed her lips, you see, that's what I envy about you. I can't even say that word freely, at least when it comes to family relationships, I can't do it. Is that so? Are they not good to you? Lin Yu asked. No, you've been to my house, and you can see that it's actually pretty good. There's no hitting or scolding, Li Nian sighed. Rather than not caring, it's more like not close enough. They care about me because they need to do so, so this caring is conditional. I have to be excellent, kind, cheerful, lively. They'll pay attention to my health, my grades, and whenever there's a holiday, we'll go on family outings. But how should I put it, the experience of those family activities for me is not even as good as the Death Games copy. Taking photos, eating, chatting, I can feel that they don't enjoy family life. The time spent with me, their daughter, is like a part of their parental job. Because they never mess up any job, that's why they do those things. Lin Yan spoke softly, then suddenly waved her hand and laughed. Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Zhuming, I've said too much. Suddenly, I'm rambling about these silly things, complaining about my original family. Having food to eat, clothes to wear, being able to attend a private middle school, and having both parents alive with decent incomes, that's already very good. That's true, Lin Yu didn't comfort Lin Yan. Instead, she spoke with a serious expression. My father died, and there's only my mother at home, and we're quite poor. Lin Yan fell silent, a complex expression of, what did I just say, appearing on her face. Sister Zhuming, I'm very sorry. It's fine, I don't really care about those things. Lin Yan was a bit awkward, anyway. Since you're here and you helped me out, there's a new commission next week to take someone through a copy. Do you want to do it together? The remuneration will still be split evenly, probably not less than what that Pang Zi gave. I need more detailed information, who the employer is, why they need to hire someone, and if it's to avoid the advancement trial, then what tier are they trying to advance to? Lin Yu also followed Lin Yan's topic, bringing the conversation back to the death game. Lin Yan pulled out her phone. I'll just send it to you. Lin Yu watched Lin Yan's operations, nodded, and then brought the topic back again. Then, Yan, can you return my younger sister's item now? As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yan touched her nose and pulled out a meal card from her pocket. I just wanted to see what her name was, in case you wouldn't admit it just now, Sister Zhuming. So her name is Xia Yang, that's a really good name. School junior, you dropped your meal card. Oh, no need to thank me. You probably weren't paying attention while helping your classmate. It's right there on the stairs. Alright, you guys keep waiting. See you later. After returning the meal card, Lin Yan sheepishly walked down the stairs again and came to Lin Yu, who was waiting at the entrance. Oh, Sister Zhuming, how did you know I stole her meal card? I thought with the exquisite gloves, I wouldn't be seen through at all. I don't have that much ability to see through your skills as a thief. Lin Yu shook his head in denial. Let alone him, even Lao Zhang didn't notice anything amiss. Then how did you know I made a move? Lin Yan couldn't help but ask. I guessed. I said you would investigate, and your usual method of investigation isn't hard to guess, Lin Yu said calmly. Through our time together, I can also confirm that you are a highly action-oriented and extremely curious fellow. Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh again upon hearing Lin Yu's words. You're really amazing, Sister Zhuming. Are you really just a veterinarian? I'm starting to doubt if you learned anything real at the Psychological Society now. Facing Lin Yan's teasing, Lin Yu simply responded, it's not like only people from the Psychological Society can study psychology. As a player, it doesn't hurt to dabble in more things. Lin Yan nodded, that's true. Alright, let's see what kind of bounty you found. Then, Lin Yu took out his phone and opened the link Lin Yan sent him. It was a bounty post published on the Hunter Association. Help needed, I hope to find an expert with at least second advancement strength to assist me in clearing the next copy. Remuneration is 1,500 forum points, negotiable. The publisher's ID was Fei Dao. Next, there was personal information about Fei Dao and merged chat records sent by Lin Yan. This was also a second advancement fellow, whose profession was judge. And the reason he was seeking to hire other second advancement players to help him was simple. Fei Dao had suffered very severe losses in the last copy, almost exhausting all consumable item and damaging many non-consumable item. Moreover, Fei Dao's two long-term fixed partners and teammates had also died. They all belonged to a local organization in the same city. Many experienced players actually have their own fixed cooperative partners, and a few people sharing the cost of a team-up card is entirely affordable. After all, the abilities of many professions are very targeted. Even if subsequent advancement item can make up for shortcomings, they are not versatile enough to handle various types and scenarios of copy. And if a single player purchases a large number of ordinary props, it's too uneconomical to spread out their strength. Forming temporary teams and cooperating with other players after entering each copy always carries various risks. So, in the eyes of many players, having a few teammates who can cooperate long-term is still better. However, once a team fails and a large number of its members die, the remaining members will suffer. Long-term teaming often makes the types of item in their hands more singular. Therefore, Lin Yu fully understood why this Fei Dao was paying a high price to hire someone. Fei Dao needed help, at least to get through a buffer period of one copy, so he could have a chance to breathe, recollect item, and recruit new teammates. It's a good job, but doesn't he want a second advancement player? Lin Yu turned off his phone screen and looked at Lin Yan, saying, "Am I not a second advancement player? But I'm still a first advancement player, a newly promoted first advancement player." Lin Yu emphasized again. Although he was already second advancement, he definitely couldn't tell Lin Yan about it. And in Lin Yu's conception, it wasn't time for the identity of Zhu Ming to announce his promotion to second advancement yet. Lin Yan pouted, so he said he wants an expert with second advancement strength, not strictly a second advancement player. Do you think your strength is much worse than a true second advancement player? From what I observed of your performance on the train, you are simply terrifying. Lin Yu heard Lin Yan's words and raised an objection, but the designer is also a second advancement player. Brother Wang is different. He's not an ordinary second advancement player. If he were to take this task, the reward would have to be tripled. Lin Yan reiterated. Then that fat guy really made a profit. Lin Yu sighed. It's like he's leveraging our relationship to get a designer to help him clear the copy. He has some luck on him. At least in that copy, I still think that detective had better luck. He didn't spend a single coin and got a free ride, and it was even an advancement trial. Lin Yan said teasingly. If it were before he completed his personal copy, Lin Yu might have agreed with Lin Yan, but now. Lin Yu only sighed. He might not necessarily be lucky. For that detective, the gifts of fate may have already been secretly priced. And the payment had already been quietly deducted. Lin Yan didn't understand why Lin Yu was so emotional, but she also nodded. That's true. Anyway, let's eat first, I'm starving. The two had unconsciously walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. Alright, I'll leave after eating. I have other things to do. Lin Yu said, then looked at Lin Yan. By the way, this task is next Tuesday, right? I might not be in Jiangcheng. So let's add each other as friends. It'll be convenient to use a remote team-up card. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yan paused, then spoke in shock. You opened the social permission? Yes, I did. Lin Yu said calmly, as if it was just a trivial matter. Alright, it's been disinfected. Although the wound is quite deep, it didn't damage the bone, and the range of motion is fine. It should be better in a couple of days. Be careful not to get it wet during this time. In the infirmary, the school doctor bandaged the injured girl's wound and smiled as he instructed. Thank you, Teacher Li. Xia Yang spoke for her classmate, who was too shy and in pain to speak. Do I need to reduce activity? No strenuous activity, but walking and such won't be affected. The school doctor said, then looked at Xia Yang, who seemed to want to say something, and spoke gently. Is there anything else? Xia Yang hesitated, then nodded and said, Teacher, I'd like to ask what time the psychological counseling room opens. Or I want to ask if I should see a psychological counselor for my condition, because I seem to be having hallucinations. Xia Yang said with some uncertainty. She felt as if she had just seen her deceased sister. What a brilliant, perfect performance, and terrifyingly keen insight. For a moment there, I actually thought you were that woman, and that little girl was really your sister. And you were so restrained throughout, never exaggerating, yet every emotional shift was perfectly conveyed to that thief from the Free Alliance. It was simply natural. Boss, only now do I truly understand how masterful your acting is. Playing Rakshasa and that detective before was simply too unchallenging for you. It makes perfect sense that you fooled me by impersonating Ji Gung back then. I'm serious, boss, have you really only been studying acting for 2 years? I would have thought you were a child prodigy, a seasoned veteran. After leaving the gates of Shangla Middle School, Lao Zhang spoke non-stop. This was undisguised flattery and sycophancy, so intense it was as if he wanted to personally award Lin Yu a Lifetime Achievement Award the next second. But this time, Lao Zhang's direction was correct. That's a bit too over the top. Say less. Lin Yu stopped Lao Zhang's exaggerated praise. However, judging by Lin Yu's tone, he wasn't actually annoyed by Lao Zhang praising him so much. Lin Yu himself knew that Lao Zhang was exaggerating, but he was indeed very satisfied with his performance just now. And Lin Yu was naturally happy when his satisfactory performance was praised. After all, he wasn't some master with a pure and utterly sincere heart, or a broad-minded sage who wasn't swayed by external things or personal joys and sorrows. It's human nature to be happy when praised accurately. Although encountering Xia Yang was somewhat unexpected, and Lin Yu's evasion of Xia Yang was indeed a rather sudden move due to the urgent situation. His subsequent use of the Xia Yang identity to create a sense of recognition and intimacy, by allowing Lin Yan to see a different side of Zhu Ming, and to learn Zhu Ming's secrets and concerns, successfully transformed what was originally an offensive act of coming to the school into a relationship where they shared each other's secrets, making them closer than ordinary players from the same organization. Through this action, Lin Yu did indeed further narrow the gap between Lin Yan and Zhu Ming. And the most crucial part of it was eliciting empathy in Lin Yan's heart. Lin Yu's brilliant impromptu performance just now was indispensable for him to successfully achieve his intended goal. If this continues, the identity of Zhu Ming will become increasingly concrete, at least in Lin Yan's eyes. However, Lin Yu wouldn't get carried away because of this. But the next copy requires bringing someone, and a first rank bringing a second rank. That's still a bit challenging. Isn't it? Lin Yu mumbled to himself, then suddenly couldn't help but laugh. I almost forgot. Although Zhu Ming is still first rank, I am actually second rank now. And a second rank with 4 professional items, Lao Zhang added again, and even if you were a normal second rank, this acting skill alone is extraordinary. Honestly, I now feel that giving your potential rating an S+ is not an exaggeration, Lao Zhang said, truly worthy of being my holder. Lin Yu listened to Lao Zhang's continuous chatter and couldn't help but pick it up and ask. While I appreciate your previous praise, your words have been excessively flattering since just now. What exactly are you trying to express? Lin Yu looked straight at Lao Zhang's flickering grooves. Lao Zhang spoke again, as expected, I can't hide anything from you. Well, it's like this, there were a few parts in your conversation with that thief just now that I was indeed a bit concerned about. From her words, it sounds like this identity of yours is a current member of the Psychological Society? As Lao Zhang spoke, Lin Yu remained calm. He knew Lao Zhang had heard, he hadn't intended to hide it from Lao Zhang anyway. So, Lin Yu casually transformed the electronic coffin into a tablet from the Psychological Society and showed it to Lao Zhang. Yes, codenamed Clozapine, I salute you, first-generation Chairman Freud. Lin Yu said teasingly. Although Lao Zhang had no eyes, Lin Yu could feel that it was staring at the tablet at that moment. This was the first time Lin Yu had felt Lao Zhang's mental power, partly because he had borrowed some of Lao Zhang's power at the end of the last copy, which gave Lin Yu a certain understanding of mental power, and partly because Lao Zhang was too focused. Director, no, boss, no. Before Lao Zhang could speak, Lin Yu answered him decisively. Lao Zhang was stunned, but you didn't even listen to what I had to say. I'm just using the Psychological Society as a stepping stone to meet the conditions for joining the Free Alliance, Lin Yu said calmly, looking at Lao Zhang, so, I won't help you, and I probably can't help you. I can guess what you want to ask of me, to greet an old acquaintance for you or do something, convey something within this organization, Lin Yu said in a low voice, but no, I understand your feelings for the Psychological Society, but I also have feelings for the Psychological Society. I hate this organization. Lin Yu said directly and frankly. I hope you can understand my feelings too. Lao Zhang listened to Lin Yu's words and was silent for a long time. You hate this organization because it broke your peaceful life, right? So, don't psychoanalyze me. Lin Yu interrupted Lao Zhang again. I didn't. I admit I was analyzing the reasons for your previous words, but I wasn't trying to dissect you. I was just telling you a possibility, and this possibility is indeed beneficial to me, but I had no intention of deceiving you, that would be showing off before an expert in front of you, so you can listen carefully and make your own judgment. Lao Zhang's speaking speed accelerated again. What if, hypothetically, without the psychological society, without fluoxetine, you were still destined to join the death game? Your will to survive wouldn't change with time. One day in the future, when you die, you would still join this death game. Sophistry, Lin Yu said coldly, his tone carrying a hint of anger. This is the policy your psychological society adheres to, but is it possible that I could have lived peacefully until a natural death, accepting the end of my life without regret? Then, Lao Zhang wanted to say something more, but suddenly fell silent. The lights in its circuits flickered frequently, somewhat dazzling. After a long pause, Lao Zhang finally spoke dejectedly. It's not time yet, but you will understand, director. You are different. You will understand it wasn't the psychological society that created all of this. Lin Yu simply retrieved Lao Zhang into the item space. He let out a long sigh. Great, now 2 out of 3 summoned beings are temporarily at odds. He muttered, and Hannah's voice rang out. Quack. Then, director, would you like some soup? Although saying he fell out with Lao Zhang and Stiller wasn't entirely accurate, Lin Yu certainly couldn't rely on their strength for the time being. This was actually within Lin Yu's expectations, as from the perspective of their respective stances, both Stiller and Lao Zhang were in positions that conflicted with what he intended to do. Even if these issues didn't surface today, they would eventually erupt. So, it might as well be brought to light and resolved all at once with this opportunity. Stiller could take some time to recover, and Lin Yu would find a way to completely untie his knot when he next went to Nightless City. As for Lao Zhang, it wouldn't be difficult to get him to work for Lin Yu again. The only point of contention between them was the psychological society. As long as they avoided discussing that topic, they could certainly coexist harmoniously. After all, he didn't have the confidence to obliterate the entire psychological society right now. Of course. Unlike Stiller's one-sided entanglement, Lin Yu knew that he also had a knot regarding the psychological society. So, to completely reconcile with Lao Zhang, Lin Yu felt he probably needed to seriously talk to Lao Zhang after he dealt with fluoxetine. Especially Lao Zhang's pointed words, although you've grown stronger, the troublesome matters are also increasing one by one. Taking Hannah, he transformed back into Lin Yu in a corner and then returned home. After returning home, watching 2 movies in 2 plays to ease his mood and relax, Lin Yu quickly regained his calm. Alright, next I need to prepare to report to De Hong with 2 different identities, then find some time to look for Liang Yi at order, and then it's time to accept the Luobu Ziwu relics sent by Li Hua and start the investigation. Lin Yu sorted through the things he needed to do next. This return, compared to previous ones, didn't involve any particularly urgent or dangerous tasks. They were all trivial matters, like going to see Lin Yan today. Oh, right, I also need to pack my luggage. Although senior sister hasn't notified me yet, the drama club's tour should be soon. After the tour, if I'm near Yu Province, I'll go find Gao Shan and visit Fu Luo while I'm at it. Lin Yu thought to himself. Although he had eventually revealed and stated to Bu Yi Tianhua Le, Noi Heaven family head, and a few others that he was not Fu or Baluo, whether these people would clarify, and how many would believe it if they did, was still a question. Lin Yu didn't know how Fu or Baluo's reputation within Nightless City would evolve. But he at least had to subtly hint and prepare Fu Luo mentally. After all, Fu Luo was somewhat of a friendly unit to him, and emotionally, he could be called a friend with whom he had a good relationship. If Fu Luo truly died in Nightless City due to the chain reactions caused by his antics in Nightless City, Lin Yu would still feel very guilty. Thinking of this, Lin Yu opened the forum backend and sent a message to Fu Luo. Although he knew that Fu Luo's previous messages were sent by Shin Bingmiao on his behalf, now that things were out in the open, Shin Bingmiao no longer needed to go through such detours to help him. Wu Yue, still alive? This way of greeting was not unusual among players, especially since Fu Luo also entered the copy on Tuesday, so Lin Yu's greeting was considered polite. It was perfectly normal for them to confirm if each other was still alive after completing a copy. Soon, Fu Luo's reply popped up. For Baluo, alive and well. This time I got a very interesting item. I'll show it to you when I get a chance. For Baluo, also, Wu Yue, congratulations on your promotion. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Wu Yue, this is internal order information. How do you know? For Baluo, that's called connections. As a famous detective, I naturally have my own channels for information. For Baluo, so, I'll give you another piece of free information. It seems a guy named Nian has been targeting you recently. Be careful, that guy is also a well-known detective. For Baluo, I originally planned to organize the information and send it to you, but since you asked, I'll mention it first. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo's message and couldn't help but smile. Fu Luo was quite well informed, but he probably didn't expect Lin Yu to be even faster. Wu Yue, okay, thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful. Lin Yu didn't say that he had already killed Nian and turned him into a non-player state. He didn't even tell Fu Luo that Nian was dead. After all, if Fu Luo continued to investigate, he would quickly find out this information. The death of a player, especially a player of certain strength, always spreads quickly. Nian, as a tier 3, was no exception. In fact, Lin Yu found it a bit strange that Fu Luo hadn't found any news yet. A day had already passed. Could this kid be intentionally hiding something from me? Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a few doubts. Especially since there was a witness at the time. Lin Yu didn't tell Fu Luo about it here, hoping that after hearing the specific way Nian died, he could use this to inversely find that guy with multiple personalities. Although the other party, as a follower of Crow, was not trustworthy, their shared stance and experiences made Lin Yu feel that some not-too-deep communication and cooperation with the other party might be possible. And perhaps from her, I can also find inspiration for my Tier 2 identity. Lin Yu thought to himself. As for whether Fu Luo was intentionally hiding something, Lin Yu wasn't too concerned. The other party wouldn't go so far as to harm him. Shin Bingmio had used his account, which made Lin Yu realize that senior sister was definitely keeping an eye on Fu Luo. Even if Fu Luo was really plotting something, it's very likely at Shin Bingmiao's instigation. And in that case, there was even less to worry about. This wasn't out of trust for the senior sister with whom he had formed a co-conspirator relationship. Even his own sister, Lin Zhao, if she were a player, Lin Yu would be suspicious if necessary. The reason he wasn't concerned about what Shin Bingmiao did was based on a completely rational analysis. If the other party had no motive to harm him. If it was a long-term scheme targeting him, no matter what the final outcome of senior sister's machinations would be. Then for Lin Yu now, his best option was to wait and see. At the same time, Fu Luo, however, was not in Zheng City at this moment. In Cheng City, Fu Luo was in an apartment, looking at the brightly glowing altar in the room, and silently put on his mask. He really did die in the copy. Then, I should start my work too. As Lin Yu expected, one day was enough for Fu Luo to confirm that Nian had died as a player. Ever since the mysterious hacker adult gave him instructions, Fu Luo had been investigating Nian. Although investigating a well-known third tier was terrifying, the thought of having hacker made him fearless. Because that adult was definitely more terrifying. And with his potential ignited by unknown fear, Fu Luo almost thoroughly investigated all of Nian's information. Although Fu Luo was timid, he was by no means weak. Even without being chosen by hacker, he possessed the strength to make order, a serious and massive organization, make exceptions for him. Even Li Hua, the head of the East China region and gambler, had heard his name and was willing to have him come to Haicheng specifically to assist in the investigation. At that time, Li Hua didn't even know he had ascended. Although Fu Luo would appear relatively weak and struggle in combat scenarios within dungeons, and even achieved first-tier status thanks to Lin Yu. However, if Fu Luo were to investigate something or solve a puzzle, if all players were ranked by their ability in this area, Fu Luo would definitely be among the top. In the past 2 weeks, he not only meticulously investigated Nian's identity and address but also found out why Nian was investigating his good brother, Mei Mei. Because Mei Mei had thwarted the Marauders' plans several times, attracting the attention of the Marauders' high-ranking officials, but currently Mei Mei isn't worth a true Marauder high-ranking official personally taking action, so they simply hired a skilled individual they had cooperated with before. In other words, he took money from the Marauders and acted for money. However, during this process, this guy probably also realized the extraordinary aspects of Mei, so from initially acting for money, he also became interested in investigating further himself. Fu Luo analyzed these points and sent all this information to Hacker. Of course, Fu Luo did not have the other party's contact information. But the intelligent Fu Luo had already figured out how to quickly contact Hacker. He just needed to type what he wanted to say in his phone's memo. Sure enough, a line of text, not typed by Fu Luo, appeared on the phone's memo. Well done. Although Fu Luo guessed that the adult should have already known this information, Fu Luo believed that these messages undoubtedly conveyed his diligent attitude. What's more, Fu Luo had a trump card ready. After his tireless deep digging, investigation, and deduction, Fu Luo was very confident. He had now found a secret about Nian that even the hacker adult might not have known. After all, although the hacker adult was strong, he was just a super powerful player. Fu Luo picked up his phone and took a photo of the altar in front of him. This altar was found under the bed in Nian's apartment. It was initially disguised, but Fu Luo used his detective ability to break through it. Subsequently, Fu Luo once again entered his most crucial discovery into the memo. During my investigation of Nian, I discovered that most of his ability system relies on the Night Valley realm, especially the nightmare demons of the Night Valley realm. After I deeply investigated and observed records of him activating his abilities, I found that he did not sign a contract with a specific nightmare, but rather transformed a part of his own soul into a nightmare. Therefore, even if he dies within a dungeon, he has a fallback plan to resurrect as a nightmare in the Night Valley realm, and will not completely perish. Furthermore, he also left a fallback in the real world, a summoning altar related to himself. This allows him, even after death, not to be forever trapped in the Night Valley realm, but to have the ability to return to the real world. He has already completed his summoning ritual, which should have been achieved by having other players use this altar type item. Of course, according to my speculation, the player who assisted him should have just been paid to do it, and might not even have known what they were doing, as Nian has an arrogant personality, making it almost impossible for him to trust anyone. And very coincidentally, Fu Luo couldn't help but sigh as he typed this. It was truly too coincidental. He really died in the dungeon that just ended. Although I don't know what accident happened, but now we can completely eliminate the possibility of him returning here by destroying this ritual. After Fu Luo finished typing these words, it was a long while before a new reply appeared in the memo. Alright, go do it. Don't worry. I won't let you do it for nothing. If you succeed in this matter, there will naturally be benefits for you. After receiving the adult's approval, Fu Luo became even more motivated. Why would I need benefits? Fu Luo quickly typed his reply, "It is my honor to work for you. One thing at a time." Watching the characters dance on the screen, Fu Luo couldn't help but smile. How can I be so presumptuous? But it wouldn't be appropriate for me to decline again. May I ask what the reward is? New characters quickly appeared on the screen. I will make your status in the city that never sleeps more prominent and your reputation more significant. As for the specific benefits, you will have to strive for them yourself. Looking at the string of characters on the screen, Fu Luo paused, then quickly replied again. Thank you so much. Then, he happily put away his phone and pulled out an ancient fur scroll from his Y. It wasn't in vain that I spent a fortune to buy this demon hunter sealing scroll at the gathering. Then, Fu Luo aimed at the altar and tore the scroll. White light suddenly appeared, and the two torn scrolls burned, then transformed into white chains that lunged onto the altar. The altar, emitting an ominous bloody glow, was instantly entangled by these chains. As if it had met its nemesis. After that, the entire altar emitted wisps of white smoke, and a sharp scream faintly echoed. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. Fu Luo couldn't help but feel lucky that the apartment Nian rented was high-end, otherwise, the neighbors would probably have complained. And just as Fu Luo watched the light on the altar completely extinguish and was about to leave, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from below. Fu Luo instantly felt a chill down his spine. Who would come to Nian's apartment at this hour? He quickly reasoned, but before he could deduce the answer, a flamboyant voice and a figure appearing in his line of sight gave Fu Luo the answer. Hey Nian, the boss said he got a really bad omen for you, and there are rumors outside that you're dead. You're not really dead, are you? The girl with colorful hair walked into the room with her hands in her pockets. Fu Luo recognized her. Marauder Yen Jing Deputy Minister, Ayu. Bang! The apartment door slammed shut, and a beautiful, ornate flintlock pistol appeared in the girl's hand. She also saw Fu Luo, who had flipped over the bed in the room. And Ayu naturally recognized that the other party's appearance was not the Nian she was familiar with. Who are you? Ayu aimed her gun at Fu Luo. If you don't give me an answer within 3 seconds, I'll shoot. 3. The rapid words made Fu Luo break out in a cold sweat. He recognized the girl in front of him because her bounty had been posted on the forum for years, and she was one of the few who had a photo. This also reflected the girl's strength even though her appearance wasn't a secret, and most players who could use the forum normally would know she was Ayu with a high bounty when they encountered her in a dungeon. She was still alive. Therefore, Fu Luo couldn't even entertain the thought of directly confronting such a powerful individual. 2. Let alone Ayu. Even an ordinary Tier 3 player, how could he, a Tier 1 player, contend? Under the countdown, Fu Luo's mind raced. He even felt time slowing down. In that instant, the image of his close friend, Mei Mei, flashed through Fu Luo's mind. Then, for some reason, a somewhat crazy idea and plan, along with Lin Yu, rushed into Fu Luo's mind. Hey, Ayu, relax. Don't you recognize me? Fu Luo suppressed his nervousness and spoke calmly. Ayu said coldly again, I don't recognize you. Who exactly are you? Who else could I be? I'm Nian. Fu Luo said helplessly. Ayu frowned and looked at Fu Luo. Nian? Are you messing with me? Fu Luo saw her finger on the trigger and quickly spoke again. No, you just said that the rumors outside claimed I was dead, and your boss also considered me a major threat. Let me clarify, the rumors outside are true, I really did die, the last dungeon was too dangerous, and I made a mistake. Ayu looked at Fu Luo and said coldly, is that so? Then why are you still standing here? Because I have a way to revive. I have close ties with the nightmare demons of the Night Valley realm, so I naturally found some secret methods from them. Changing my appearance was a price I had to pay. Fu Luo explained. I'm not asking you about the principle of resurrection, though I didn't know before. If you really are Nian and not dead, it must be related to the Night Valley nightmares. Ayu stepped forward, her flintlock almost pressed against Fu Luo. I'm asking. If you are the resurrected Nian, how did you appear in the real world? Fu Luo heard Ayu's tone and felt the gun barrel against his chest, still very nervous. But while nervous, he gradually got into character, then pointed to the altar at his feet. This is the altar I left here to summon myself. Fu Luo said. Ayu's gaze shifted to the altar, then she examined it carefully. She meticulously looked at the runes on it, then spoke. It really is an altar for summoning nightmares. Hearing Ayu's words, Fu Luo rejoiced inwardly. It seems to actually be working. So he quickly spoke again. How could I lie to you? Speaking of which, the ritual just finished, and I just got back when you came in. What, was the time of your arrival also calculated by your boss? Fu Luo naturally guessed who Ayu referred to as her boss. It was, of course, the leader of the Marauders, the famous diviner. Ayu shook her head. No, it might just be a coincidence. So, you really are Nian? Saying that, she lowered the gun in her hand. Seeing Ayu's actions, Fu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I am Nian. But... bang! Fu Luo suddenly felt a heavy punch to his face, and then his body lost balance. But before he fell, he was fiercely grabbed by the collar by Au. Of course my ass, is it fun to mess with your granny? Do you really think I'm easy to fool? My temper is explosive, but that doesn't mean I'm easily tricked. My home is in Pan Garden, Yanjing, and I can visit Lilikang 3 times a month. Playing fish eyes mixed with pearls, fakes and counterfeits in front of me. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? There's no one in this world who can impersonate another person in front of me. Saying that, she pulled out her phone and took a picture of Fu Luo's face. Then Au pulled out a bundle of rope and tied up the still dizzy Fu Luo tightly, then sent the frightened photo to the Marauders app. Who is this guy? Does anyone recognize him? There's a reward for answering. Then, after waiting a few minutes, several messages popped up. Sherlock Bolo, the detective from Zhengchang, Tier 1. Sherlock Bolo. Fugo. It seems to be Sherlock Bolo. Is it Sherlock Bolo of Order? Aujia caught him. Aujia is mighty. Aya looked at the messages, raising her eyebrows repeatedly. She remembered the IDs of the first few Marauders members who replied, planning to give them some rewards when she returned. Ao had always been generous, loyal, and grateful. Even if they only answered her question, she would definitely repay them. Especially the first one to reply among these people. Not only was the reply the fastest, but the message was also the most complete. Au specifically looked at the other party's ID. Tiangong. Interesting, it seems to be that very good guy I met in Jiangcheng before. Au even had a vague impression of this ID. Of course, for Au, the most urgent matter now was dealing with Fu Luo. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a celebrity. She looked at Fu Luo. So you're Sherlock Bolo. But I've never heard that you're from Order. That's pure slander. I only worked for Order a few times. Sherlock Bolo, tied up tightly like a piece of Japanese char siu being cooked, said with a mournful face. Of course, I did somewhat use Order's reputation to facilitate my own actions. But heaven and earth bear witness, if I say I'm an Order member, they definitely won't admit it. Enough talk, Au interrupted him. What exactly are you doing here? I just came to see Yen. He and I are both detectives, and I haven't been able to contact him recently. Fu Luo hastily wove his final lie. Au naturally didn't believe this explanation, still not telling the truth. You've even dug out his altar. It seems you must have taken a mission from Order. Au pulled out her flintlock pistol again. Just then, Au's phone suddenly vibrated. Who is it? Au frowned, picked up her phone, and saw a private message from the Marauders app backend. Is it that Tiangong from before? Tiangong, hello, Aujia. It seems you've captured Sherlock Bolo. Could you tell me under what circumstances you caught him? And what do you plan to do with him? Tiangong, he and I have some personal grievances. If you plan to kill him, I hope you can do me a favor and let me do it. Au is a very loyal person. Loyalty and righteousness, these relatively ethereal and vague concepts, hold an extremely important place in Au's life. For Au, these are her top priorities when making decisions. Whether someone saved her life or showed her the way, Au would remember the kindness she received and repay it many times over in the future. Just like in her very first fourth instance, after she was saved by the diviner, she joined the plunderers and is still working for the diviner now. Au would even travel from Yanjing to Chengqing just because of a single word from that person. Of course, another reason was that Au, despite calling herself a second-generation immigrant, was indeed a Yanjing native. After all, what proper Yanjing native would spend their free time browsing Pan Garden and Lilikang every day? She had money and leisure, so traveling all over the country was no big deal for her. It didn't take much friendship to make her travel from one city to another. Just a person she favored answering a question was enough. Oh my, Jiangqing train station, I didn't expect to be back a second time in less than 2 months. On the platform, walking out of the high-speed rail station with Fu Luo by the collar, Au inhaled the humid and stuffy air of Jiangqing inside. Although Au was no longer holding Fu Luo's courage wouldn't allow him to escape. So, ordinary people seeing this scene would just assume it was a lovers' or siblings' quarrel, and although they would glance twice, no one paid too much attention. Au, holding Fu Luo, stood in the square in front of the station for a moment before she saw a sturdy man wearing a mask and a hat waving at her from afar. A vague impression from her memory overlapped with the person. Oh, Tiangong. Au also waved, dragging Fu Luo directly towards him. Then, Au put her hands on her hips and looked him up and down. Oh my, have you grown a bit taller? This question made the man opposite her visibly lame for a moment. Maybe. I have? Au chuckled. Why do you agree with everything I say? You're so interesting, Teasy. The other person was shocked again. How did you know my nickname is Teasy? What? Au was also stunned, then her chuckle turned into a loud laugh. I didn't know. So your name is Teasy? Anyway, I've brought the person to you. Here, Hercule Poirot. Au pushed Hercule Poirot forward, then said, do with him as you please, you should be able to beat him, right? The other person nodded, of course, big sister Au. I know he just advanced recently, but even if we're both tier 1, I'm confident he's no match for me. And coincidentally, I just advanced to tier 2. Au looked at him, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Humph, impressive, you're already tier 2. Very good, as expected, with your personality, becoming stronger is inevitable. Au remembered a bit more about the man in front of her. At the same time, her evaluation of him also increased significantly. Tier 2 is already a character with some means, and he's a senior member of the organization with a good personality, worth befriending. Au thought to herself. Since that was the case, she naturally wanted to foster their relationship more. Au, who believed in loyalty, always used it as an important way to maintain relationships with others. So, Au, who had originally planned to leave, asked another question. May I ask, Teasy, what's your grudge with this guy? The other person looked at Fu Luo and snorted. You might have heard the name Mei recently. Au nodded. Of course, I caught this guy because he appeared in the home of one of our plunderers' partners and I found him, and that partner has recently been helping me investigate Mei. Speaking of this, Au suddenly realized. Oh, I remember now, you have a big grudge with Mei. He almost killed you and killed many of your friends. Yes, the man clenched his fists, his gaze dark like a deep, terrifying mountain pool. Mei and I are irreconcilable. Au said, so, is this guy being implicated because he's friends with Mei? Au looked at Fu Luo. So you went to Nian's place for Mei? I have to think more highly of you now. Even without me, Nian is tier 3 and a detective like you. So for a mere tier 1 like you to dare to go directly to his house, your courage is truly commendable. Au, who had been somewhat disdainful of Fu Luo's cowardly performance throughout the journey, now looked at Fu Luo with a hint of surprise. Of course, seeing him in a new light was one thing, but Au wouldn't let Fu Luo go because of it. At most, she would remind Tiangong. This guy isn't bad. If you plan to kill him, I hope you give him a decent death and the respect he deserves. Au said, and the man nodded slightly. Understood, big sister Au, but I must tell you, besides Mei, this guy also has a direct grudge with me. Rather. The first time Mei almost killed me, it was this guy who provided the address. Au raised an eyebrow, so that's how it is. Also, I don't intend to kill him directly, Tiangong said. The grudge of informing and him being Mei's friend isn't enough for me to have to kill him. So, I plan to use him to draw out Mei. I know, I've already lost to Mei twice, and even lost my friends' lives. But now I'm tier 2, having just advanced, and according to my intelligence, he's most likely still tier 1. If I don't settle this grudge now, when will I? Au raised an eyebrow. Okay, I respect your opinion, however, from that kid's reputation, even though he's tier 1, he's not to be trifled with, especially since he seems to have gotten an official position in the order recently. He might not come alone as you wish. And don't blame me for being blunt, even if he does come alone, with you at tier 2 and him at tier 1, and you having just advanced, you might not really be able to keep him. You know I'm a unique class and need to understand other classes. So, I know that artisans rely heavily on accumulation. If you're willing, I'm free now and can stay to help you. Au said, and the other person shook his head again. No need. Big sister Au, I appreciate your kindness. However, you should know that Jiangchang is special, and a master like you staying for too long can easily attract trouble. What's more, this is my own revenge, and I don't wish to rely on your help. I hope you can respect my persistence, my choice. In the distant Jiang city, within an abandoned factory that no detection equipment could locate, was Fu Luo's whereabouts. Fu Luo was tied up with iron wire to an abandoned machine tool in the factory, completely unable to move. He looked at the cold gaze of Chen Jitia, heavenly engineer, who had taken off his mask and hat, and understood that the man before him had a deep grudge against him, and would definitely not let him go if he just cowered or begged for mercy. So, at this moment, Fu Luo once again entered that mode of grim determination. Damn your mother, you bastard, if you want to kill me, just kill me, don't waste time here. Fu Luo cursed, staring intently at the man in front of him. The other party merely spoke coldly. I told Sister Au that I wouldn't kill you, and I wasn't just placating her. The grudge between you and me truly isn't to the point where I would kill you, although I dislike you greatly, it's a separate matter. Hearing the other party's words, Fu Luo was stunned for a moment, then sneered, what is this scoundrel from the Marauders pretending? Are you trying to say that everyone you kill deserves it? The other party did not respond to Fu Luo's question again, changing the subject. Don't worry, I just want to use you to lure out Mei Mei. Heavenly Engineer said coldly, and Fu Luo sneered again, then you'll have to contact him. First, if you send out a widespread message, it might not be my brother who shows up. Fu Luo even threatened Heavenly Engineer. Heavenly Engineer silently pulled out a phone from his pocket, Fu Luo's phone. I don't have his contact information, but you do. Saying that, Heavenly Engineer held up the brand new, latest model fruit phone in front of Fu Luo, and it automatically unlocked with facial recognition. Fu Luo, who hadn't even reacted yet, watched as Heavenly Engineer started fiddling with his phone, and couldn't help but curse, damn Apple, damn Americans, I shouldn't have changed my phone. Heavenly Engineer, damn your mother, even if you send a message, my brother is very smart, he's not an idiot like you. If you dare to invite him over, you'll definitely have to tell him the address, and then he'll definitely bring people to cripple you directly. Heavenly Engineer spoke coldly, no, he won't, because he's loyal enough. Saying that, Heavenly Engineer walked in front of Fu Luo and took a picture of the bound Fu Luo. Then, Heavenly Engineer held the phone to his mouth and began sending a voice message. Listen carefully, Mei Mei. Your brother is in my hands. Within 15 minutes, if you don't appear alone at the address I give you, I'll kill him directly. Note, you must meet all my conditions, 15 minutes, alone. If you dare to report this matter to anyone, any organization, especially if you dare to report it to Order, then I will also kill him. I know you know many big shots, but you can take a gamble and see if I can kill Fu Luo the moment I detect an anomaly, before you can subdue me. After speaking, he set a location and then sat behind Fu Luo. Give me back my phone quickly, you're done using it, aren't you going to give it back to me? Fu Luo said grumpily. Heavenly Engineer sneered, I won't. Saying that, he shook Fu Luo's phone and tucked it into his inner jacket pocket. Damn your mother. Fu Luo started cursing again, and after purely cursing for a few minutes and realizing the other party wasn't reacting, he suddenly changed his approach. Didn't you just say he had to arrive within 15 minutes? Then I have to say you're truly an idiot. Fu Luo began to attack the other party more specifically. You didn't consider that my brother might not be able to get here, this place of yours is dead remote. What if my brother went out of town? I'm very certain he's in Jiang City. I'm also very certain he can make it. Heavenly Engineer finally responded, speaking coldly once more. Fu Luo burst out laughing, then you're wrong, you idiot don't even know what a rational and ruthless person Mei Mei is. He wouldn't be so stupid as to go alone. Even if I die, he wouldn't be that stupid. Heavenly Engineer said coldly, but you overlooked one point, his underestimation of me. He doesn't know that I've advanced. You're right, Fu Luo said, so. Hey, Siri, send message tier 2 to Mei Mei. Fu Luo suddenly shouted, speaking very quickly and clearly. Heavenly Engineer's expression changed slightly, and he tried to pull out the phone from his inner jacket pocket, but he was still a step too slow. Message sent. A mechanical prompt came from the phone. Fu Luo laughed wildly. See, now he knows, idiot. He said mockingly, then added, come on, kill me, anyway, now he won't underestimate you, so he definitely won't do as you say. Mei Mei isn't a scumbag like you who says a few words about loyalty and instant revenge and then thinks he's a good person with a clear conscience. He's a truly good person, a member of order. Being a truly good person is much harder than just making yourself feel good inside. He must do the correct, cruel things, such as choosing to kill a menace like you to prevent you from harming more people, rather than sacrificing himself to save me. Fu Luo said, spitting, so, idiot, now, killing me and escaping is your best option. Come on. As he spoke, Heavenly Engineer stared intently at him. You've got guts. Fual Baluo. You truly have guts. Those people outside who say you're a coward should see you now. Saying that, Heavenly Engineer sat in front of Fu Luo. But if you truly believe that, you should have remained silent. You're still worried. What if he's not as ruthless or rational as you say? What if he really comes? Fu Luo fell silent. And just then, a dull thud suddenly came from above them. Thump! Like something heavy had landed. Then, Heavenly Engineer smiled. It seems I won the bet, he's here. And he came alone. Saying that, Heavenly Engineer stood up, then bent down and jumped. Bang! Bang! Rusty machinery was haphazardly piled up in the abandoned factory, and under Heavenly Engineer's feet, they were like steps and springboards, allowing him to quickly reach a hole in the roof. Then, Heavenly Engineer jumped up. Thump! The roof trembled again. Fu Luo looked up, his expression grave. You wouldn't really be that foolish, would you? Then, only Heavenly Engineer's arrogant laughter came from above. We meet again, Mei Mei. Next, Mei Mei's voice rang out, long time no see, I didn't expect you to have tier 2 already. Knowing that I'm already tier 2 and still daring to come alone, it seems you've indeed come to seek death. No, I'm here to save someone. Where is Fualbaluo? Right below. As long as you defeat me, you can save him. Good, this time I won't let you get away again. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the stronger one now. The conversation abruptly stopped. Instead, there was a loud bang from the rooftop. Bang! In the factory, Fu Luo listened to the dense sounds from above his head, watched the firelight occasionally piercing through the gaps, and felt extremely anxious and worried. You must win. Fifth brother. Explosions, the clang of metal, and various other loud and violent noises came one after another. Fu Luo didn't know who had the upper hand and who was at a disadvantage, but he could tell from these sounds that the battle must be extremely fierce. This must be a world-shaking battle where both sides used all their means, terrifying to the extreme. Fu Luo's heart was a mix of joy and worry. The joy was that although that old geezer, Tiangong, had reached tier 2, he still couldn't easily handle Mei Mei. At least, the battle sounded so intense, it must have been because the old geezer encountered a fierce counterattack from his good brother. A one-sided situation wouldn't have such dense activity. Especially since an occasional, faint growl from Tiangong, mixed with indignation, came from above. Clearly, Tiangong must have been unable to break through for a long time to have such emotions. The worry, however, was precisely because it was intense and deadlocked, Mei Mei still had the possibility of losing. And Fu Luo could do nothing but pray silently here. He tried to struggle, but the iron wires on his body were tied too tightly, and he didn't have any items to solve this problem. At this moment, Fu Luo also realized that this was even the second time he had been tied up in reality and then rescued by Mei. Although in some sense, this disaster was caused by Mei, Fu Luo would not resent Mei because of it. He just remembered that the last time he was kidnapped by that woman from the plunderers, he also had to wait for Mei to save him. Only last time, May was at ease. This time, it was uncertain. The frequency of the sounds was still accelerating and intensifying, seemingly indicating that the intensity of the struggle on the rooftop was also getting higher and higher. Bound, Fu Luo's heart pounded, filled with worry. After a long time, the sounds on the rooftop suddenly stopped, and the night suddenly returned to silence. Has a result been decided? Who won? Fu Luo clenched his fists nervously. Above the rooftop, Tiangong's voice was the first to sound. Truly a respectable opponent, Mei, I admit. I underestimated you. Hearing Tiangong's somewhat weak voice, Fu Luo became even more nervous. Could it be that Tiangong won? But fortunately, Mei's voice sounded again, which slightly eased Fu Luo's heart. After you, this stray dog, reached Tier 2, you indeed became a bit troublesome. The sounds on the rooftop stopped again for a moment. Then a shout suddenly came. Trying to run again? It was Mei's voice. Then, a thump of something falling into water came, and hurried footsteps sounded on the rooftop again. Fu Luo felt a little relieved. It sounded like his good brother had won, and Tiangong had once again jumped into the river and fled. Then, the figure falling through the hole in the roof confirmed this. Inside the dim factory, Fu Luo saw a familiar figure walking towards him and could no longer suppress his emotions. Damn! Mei! You're practically a Superman. He would never have a brother as good as Mei in this lifetime. You actually beat a Tier 2, damn you, but the cheers suddenly stopped abruptly. Because Fu Luo suddenly saw that the familiar figure's clothes were almost soaked in bright red. The other party came to him with heavy steps, and a strong smell of blood entered Fu Luo's nostrils. Fu Luo looked at the other party, his cheers caught in his throat. You. Don't make noise, I won anyway, it's a pity he ran away again. The iron wires on his body were cut open with a knife. And Fu Luo almost jumped off the machine tool, grabbing Mei, who was almost swaying and about to fall to the ground. Completely disregarding the blood on the other party's body staining his clothes. You should have called for help. Fu Luo said in a low voice. What if you died if I called for help? Lin Yu said, exhaling, still too weak. He reached Tier 2 and pushed me to this point, how embarrassing. Fu Luo fell silent. No, it was he himself who was weak and embarrassing. And just as Fu Luo was feeling uncharacteristically down, he suddenly felt someone pat his face. I went to all this trouble to save you, did you say thank you? Hearing these familiar words, Fu Luo turned his head and saw a smiling face. And he also smiled. Thanks, Dad. I'll take you to the hospital right away, I'll cover the medical expenses. What hospital? I haven't even used my ability yet. Oh right. You're a doctor. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a good meal, at the toll booth on the outer ring highway of Jiangcheng. An ordinary Nissan sedan was queuing to pay the toll. This toll booth is even jammed. In the driver's seat, the plaid-shirted young man, looking shy like an engineering student, complained in Mandarin with a slight Wu dialect accent, holding the steering wheel with one hand and fanning himself slightly with the other. This person was Ji Yuan, paper kite, newly transferred to Jiangcheng by order. And in the passenger seat, a burly man with a briefcase, a scar on his face, and a samurai topknot wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn. Jiangcheng tourism seems quite popular recently. I really don't understand what's fun about Jiangcheng in summer. Isn't this place one of the 4 furnaces, and also, why doesn't your car have air conditioning? This person was naturally crass. It's a used car, the air conditioning can't be turned on. I bought it cheap, just make do with it. Ji Yuan, paper kite, said helplessly. Why can't it be turned on, what if it's fine? Cress said indignantly, then turned on the air conditioning. Then, a strong blast of cold air came, and Cress said joyfully, damn, you tricked me just to save fuel, it can be turned on. But no sooner had he finished speaking than some bloody foam sprayed out of the air conditioning, getting on Cress's arm. This startled Cress, and he quickly turned off the air conditioning. Damn, how cheap was your car? Ji Yuan, paper kite, helplessly wiped the bloody foam from his face. 3,005. I can accept that price. I can't accept it, even with the air conditioning off. Cress felt not hot at all now. Damn. Why didn't you tell me before I got in the car? You insisted on hitching a ride with me after you found out I was coming to Jiangcheng. Ji Yuan, paper kite, said calmly, I didn't force you to sit. Cress knew he was in the wrong, then said helplessly, fine. Anyway, broadly speaking, we're not entirely living people, so let's just leave it at that. Then, Cress wiped the bloodstain on the briefcase. What's more, there's a dead person in the narrow sense inside. Sir, you've also suffered. What was in this briefcase was naturally the item Li Hua entrusted Ji Yuan, paper kite, to deliver to Lin Yu. Ji Yuan, paper kite, heard Cress's words inside. Which district should I drop you off in later? Let me see. The address says Fuqiao Garden, Beiqiao District. Just drop me off somewhere close enough. You're not taking assassination jobs, are you? Ji Yuan, paper kite, asked suspiciously. Facing Ji Yuan, paper kite's questioning, Cress proudly puffed out his chest. On the contrary, it's a bodyguard job. The total consumption is 552 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Following the beep of the QR code scan, Fu Luo grinned and looked at Lin Yu. To be honest, when I first saw you bring me to a street food stall, I thought you were just trying to save me money. You look quite lean. But how can you eat so much? Lin Yu shrugged, it's natural. Really? Of course I'm kidding. It's related to my prop. Fu Luo rubbed his forehead helplessly, then I won't ask any more questions. It was evening by then. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo, who had been forced to come to Jiangcheng without even a change of clothes, and proactively asked. You don't have a place to stay yet, do you? How about staying at my place for a night? Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. Isn't this appropriate? What's wrong with it? Lin Yu said matter-of-factly, although we haven't known each other for long, I think I can trust you. Lin Yu patted Fu Luo's shoulder. Fu Luo nodded, speaking with a bit of awkwardness. That's true, brother, but it's a bit sappy. In any case, I'll accept your offer. Lin Yu nodded, and the two walked towards Lin Yu's home. Lin Yu had chosen the location of the street food stall, so it wasn't far from his house. The two walked slowly, one after another, along the sidewalk under the streetlights. Just after entering the residential area, Lin Yu didn't stop, but suddenly spoke to the other person. Fu Luo, as I just said, because we are friends, I want to be honest with you about something. Lin Yu said softly. Fu Luo was a little surprised. What is it? I must apologize to you. I deceived you when I first met you, Lin Yu said. I am not a medical student, I studied acting. My profession is not doctor either, it's just like that I have a way to use a doctor's abilities. I hope you can understand. At that time, I just didn't want my specialness to be exposed and attract targeting. Lin Yu spoke sincerely, as if genuinely apologizing. And Lin Yu, of course, knew very well that Fu Luo probably already knew this information. He had been investigating him. Lin Yu had been gradually mixing and merging the fake identity of Mei Mei with his real identity. So it wasn't difficult to trace Lin Yu from Mei Mei. And the reason Lin Yu chose to confess at this moment also had a purpose. Rescuing Fu Luo from AU tonight and deliberately staging a battle against Tiangong were all to further strengthen his relationship with Fu Luo. From partners and friends, to comrades in life and death. Then, through his honesty, make Fu Luo voluntarily say the answer Lin Yu wanted to hear. As expected, hearing Lin Yu's words, Fu Luo, who completely trusted Lin Yu and was already feeling a bit guilty, spoke up impulsively. Ahem, actually, I also have to confess. I've also been investigating you. I'm sorry, old Lin, I found some of your information a long time ago. I'm really sorry, but I definitely didn't do it on purpose. And Lin Yu, hearing Fu Luo bring up the topic he wanted to hear, immediately showed surprise. What? You investigated me. Why? And How could you possibly find out my name? Lin Yu asked, pretending not to understand. I have a master friend helping me conceal my identity. This was Lin Yu's true purpose. He wanted to know what Shin Bingmiao had asked Fu Luo to do. Although it was just a suspicion at first, Lin Yu was now very certain that senior sister Shin Bingmiao had privately entrusted Fu Luo with something. Just now, when he, as Tian Gong, pretended to send messages using Fu Luo's phone. Lin Yu was confirming this point. This guy was caught by AU too hastily, so the memo interface in the background was visible as soon as the phone was unlocked. Although the content inside was cleared, Lin Yu guessed this was definitely a way to communicate with senior sister. Sure enough, hearing Lin Yu's words, Fu Luo's face showed a conflicted expression, although I'm not too sure who that master you mentioned is. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a very powerful player whose ability is related to electronic products. Right? As Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Yes, it seems we are definitely talking about the same person. What did she want with you? Did she hurt you or threaten you? Well, Fu Luo rubbed his nose, to be honest. It was actually because I investigated your true identity that the other party contacted me, hoping I would assist her with some things. These things are indeed related to you to some extent. The news about Nian that I mentioned today was actually conveyed to me by that person. Fu Luo said cautiously, feeling that his phone in his pocket had not yet vibrated or discharged abnormally. So he simply assumed that the other party agreed for him to tell Lin Yu these things, and according to my latest intelligence, he should have already died in the instance. Dead? Lin Yu said with great surprise. What happened? Why didn't you tell me? Because when I informed you, he might not have been completely dead yet, and I was afraid that if I told you that, you wouldn't take it seriously. Fu Luo said seriously. Some experienced players have various ways to avoid their first death, transforming themselves into other life forms in other worlds to prolong their existence. If they leave some contingencies, they can even return to this world. But now, I can finally rest assured, Fu Luo said with some pride. I blocked his contingency for returning to the real world. That's also why I was caught by AU. This Nian was targeting you because he works for the plunderers. As he spoke, Fu Luo even took out his phone to show off. Look, this is Nian's altar at home. I've ruined it with a scroll. Lin Yu also roughly understood. So senior sister planned to have Fu Luo deal with Nian, which is why she secretly contacted him. And I didn't expect that Fu Luo, a tier 1, actually played a role in restricting it tier 3. Lin Yu hadn't expected that Nian actually had a contingency for returning to the real world. This was a blind spot in his knowledge. After all, Lin Yu knew that high-level players had life-saving methods because of the existence of Old Zhang and Senior Sister. However, Old Zhang was truly trapped on Misty Island, and Senior Sister was obviously too special. So Lin Yu never thought that Nian also had the possibility of returning to reality. Well, it seems I also have to thank you for helping me solve a potential major hidden danger, Lin Yu said with a smile. Fu Luo waved his hand. No problem, we're brothers, just treat me to a meal. Lin Yu nodded. Although he always felt that there were still some in Fu Luo's statement that he seemed to have overlooked. Lin Yu had generally gotten the answer he wanted, so he didn't think too deeply. The two arrived at the entrance of Lin Yu's apartment building. Just then, a voice came from behind. Mei, stop. Lin Yu turned his head and saw the car door of a sedan parked at the entrance of the unit open. And two figures he had met once before got out. Naturally, it was Kite and Cress. Oh, hello, Comrade Paper Kite. And Mr. Cress, long time no see. Watching Paper Kite and Cress emerge from the shadows, Lin Yu smiled and stepped forward to shake Paper Kite's hand, while nodding in greeting to Cress. Lin Yu, of course, knew why they were there. Li Hua had told him that an order member transferred from the East China District to the Central China District would be arranged to deliver the radishes belongings to him. Now it seemed it must be Paper Kite. After all, he was carrying a standard, sealed briefcase. Although Cress was also present, Lin Yu vaguely remembered that this guy seemed to have some connection with Paper Kite, so he might have come to help. Paper Kite also nodded. Hello, Comrade Mei. I am entrusted by Comrade Gambler to deliver the item you require. I will also be transferred to the Central China District in the future, currently tentatively holding a nominal position in Jiangcheng. I heard you were promoted to Vice Captain of Jiangcheng Team 1, I will trouble you with work matters in the future, Vice Captain. Not at all. Lin Yu said with a smile, shaking his head as he took the briefcase from Paper Kite. Noticing some faint, wiped away bloodstains on it, he continued, it seems Comrade Paper Kite had a difficult journey escorting this. Did you encounter some combat? Paper Kite's expression was a bit awkward, and Cress beside him cleared his throat. Ahem, it was an accidental smudge. Lin Yu observed their reactions. Although he was curious, he did not press for more. Fu Luo, come help me with something. Lin Yu called out, and Fu Luo, who had been silently standing behind Lin Yu, immediately stepped forward. At Lin Yu's instruction, Fu Luo held the briefcase. Lin Yu tore open the seal and opened the box. Inside lay several items. 2 sealed bags, containing silver white hair and some skin tissue samples, respectively. An old cloth bag, mended many times. And a shower head, an item left behind by Radish. Lin Yu nodded, then closed the briefcase. No problem. Thank you again for delivering this, Comrade Paper Kite. Then, Lin Yu pointed to the stairs. Both of you, since you're downstairs from my place, why not come up for a sit? When I investigate matters related to Grandpa Radish, I might also need someone to help protect me. Lin Yu said, and Paper Kite shook his head. No need to go upstairs, we can just wait in the car. Cress also nodded, Just send Paper Kite a message when you're ready. You two have each other's contact information, right? As Cress spoke, both Lin Yu and Paper Kite shook their heads simultaneously. Then at each other. Paper Kite said, exchanging contact information with Lin Yu. Afterward, Lin Yu led Fu Luo towards his home. Watching Paper Kite and Cress return to their car out of the corner of his eye, Fu Luo also let out a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me to death. When they came out, I thought they were here to kill us. Clearly, his prolonged silence earlier, while partly out of respect for Lin Yu, was mostly due to Fu Luo being too nervous and scared. The two walked up the stairs, one after the other, and Lin Yu said helplessly from the front, they're both quite nice. There's no reason for them to kill us, right? One is a bounty hunter, and the other is an order member who was almost expelled for illegal killing. They don't need any special reason to kill people, Fu Luo said seriously, we messed up their arrangements with Radish before. And that reason is enough. Lin Yu was even more helpless, you also mentioned Radish. Even if you don't trust them, Grandpa Radish can always be trusted, right? That's true. Well, let's not talk about them for now. Old Lin, do you live alone? Ever since Lin Yu and Fu Luo laid their cards on the table with each other, Fu Luo had naturally started calling him Old Lin. No, I live with my sister. She's my only family. Lin Yu naturally introduced his family situation. When mentioning his family to people, Lin Yu would generally not deliberately conceal his family situation. This was also to prevent the person he was talking to from accidentally bringing up topics like your parents. Lin Yu didn't want the other person to feel guilty for having said something wrong after learning about his family situation. Fu Luo was also stunned when he heard Lin Yu's words. Oh, you didn't say so earlier. I didn't even bring fruit or anything for our sister when I came over. It's so rude to come empty-handed. As Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu smiled, then stopped. We're here. Saying that, Lin Yu pulled out his key and opened the door, calling out at the same time. Sis, I'm home, I brought a guest. A response quickly came from inside the house. A guest? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Zhao's bedroom door opened after a moment. Then, Lin Zhao, who looked like she had hastily changed clothes, with even a bit of her pajama hem showing under her t-shirt, walked out of the room in slippers. Hello, sister, Fu Luo said with a bright smile, taking off his hat and bowing slightly in greeting. I am Fu Luo, old Lin's online friend. We met through a game. This time I happened to be visiting Jiangcheng, and old Lin said I could stay with him for a bit. I'm really troubling you. I came in a rush this time and didn't bring any souvenirs, but when I get back home, I'll mail you some of our local specialties. Fu Luo spoke with impeccable manners. Lin Yu couldn't help but look at Fu Luo with new eyes. This was probably the most polite and human-like he had ever seen Fu Luo. In fact, it was the first time Lin Yu had heard Fu Luo speak standard Mandarin. Sure enough, Lin Zhao even opened her mouth in surprise. A foreign friend? Your Chinese is surprisingly good. Lin Yu cleared his throat and interjected, he's from Hunan province. Fu Luo nodded and immediately spoke in the Hunan dialect, sister, I'm from Zhengcheng. Lin Zhao was even more shocked, what? But she still reacted. No matter where you're from, you're a guest. Please sit down, I'll make you some tea. Do you want some fruit? You're the first friend Xiaoyu has brought home in years. Lin Zhao said, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. No need to trouble yourself, sister, Fu Luo switched back to Mandarin, old Lin and I still have things to do. We ate a lot tonight, so please go rest. As Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu nodded. Yes, sis, you go rest first. I can get him water or anything he needs. Lin Zhao shook her head and said, how can that be? Xiao Fu, right? How many days are you visiting Jiangcheng? Xiaoyu, you're on summer vacation now. Take him around to see some sights and keep him company. Lin Yu quickly interrupted his overly enthusiastic Lin Zhao again, alright, sis. We have our own rhythm. Saying that, he quickly led Fu Luo back into his room. Fu Luo smiled, our sister is quite enthusiastic, maybe because she hasn't seen many of my friends, Lin Yu sighed, but, actually, I've never really had many friends since I was little. After telling Lin Zhao not to come in, Lin Yu locked his room door and opened the suitcase again. Fu Luo, I might temporarily lose consciousness or something. I'll have to trouble you to look after me. Fu Luo said seriously, no problem, brother, leave it to me. It's all up to you to investigate the full truth behind Grandpa Carrot's death. Lin Yu heard Fu Luo's reply. Then also instructed Hannah in his heart. If there's any unusual movement, you must wake me up by any means necessary, Hannah. Croak. As you command, director. Hannah said earnestly. Compared to Fu Luo, Lin Yu trusted Hannah more. It wasn't that Lin Yu thought Fu Luo would harm him. His trust wasn't about character, only about ability. Although Fu Luo was a Tier 1 player, in terms of usefulness in an emergency, Lin Yu found it hard to believe he would be more helpful than Hannah. Of course, this was just to ensure nothing went wrong. After all, there were 2 Tier 3 players downstairs, and they were currently in Jiangcheng. Lin Yu didn't think there was any real possibility of him encountering an accident. Then, he took out the ancient notebook and began to approach Grandpa Carrot's Wu. Fu Luo was very surprised, is this notebook? Yes, we got it from the snowy mountains before. Later, I temporarily lent it and other items to a friend of mine, Lin Yu said calmly, because she happened to foresee, through some method, that her next instance might be in the wasteland realm. And when she returned it to me, she told me that she had discovered some hidden use for this item. And that hidden use, in my opinion, just happens to be able to solve Grandpa Carrot's matter. Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Fu Luo nodded. I see. But you two have a really good relationship, to be able to lend items to each other. Yes, you could say we've been through life and death together. Lin Yu paused, I trust her very much. He glanced at Fu Luo, saw his expression, and probably understood Fu Luo's current thoughts. Fu Luo must be determined to keep the secret about order for me now. Lin Yu thought to himself. From today's observations, Fu Luo was indeed reliable and someone he could deal with. He and Xin Bingmiao really shouldn't be plotting anything major or anything detrimental to him. Although Lin Yu already had 90% certainty, now, that certainty had risen to 99%. Then, under Hannah's disguise, Lin Yu also quietly took out old Zhang. Let's call a temporary truce and do me a favor. Old Zhang sensed the surrounding environment, then understood what he needed to do. And spoke with a helpless tone, all right? It's what I promised you before, anyway. Subsequently, Lin Yu felt an invisible mental power emerge, beginning to peel away the souls lingering on those objects little by little. Then, old Zhang once again transformed those souls into a materialized light. Is this mind construction? Lin Yu pondered in his mind. It was a pity that his relationship with old Zhang was currently strained, making it unsuitable to ask aloud for now. However, when the soul fragments appeared, the ancient notebook had already reacted. When the ancient notebook approached Grandpa Carrot's wallet and item, suddenly, the lingering soul power was drawn into it. Swish then. This magical notebook emitted a faint white light and turned to a brand new page. Lin Yu felt the mysterious power emerging from the ancient notebook, recalled the scene on the train, thought of Baron Coleman's method of use, and began to actively guide this power. Soon, Lin Yu felt the words on the notebook begin to leap, connecting with his consciousness. Countless memory light clusters floated before the notebook. Lin Yu's mind stirred, and he conveyed his question to the ancient notebook. I want to know information about Carrot and the truth of his death. Then, Lin Yu saw a light cluster dissolve slightly, transforming into lines of text appearing on the notebook. Luo Yuzhen, male, height 171 centimeters, weight 59 kilograms, passed away at 75 years, 3 months, and 6 days old. Cause of death. But the further the text went, the more distorted and jumping it became, difficult to read. Staring intently, it felt as if one would be sucked into it. Lin Yu exhaled, indeed, my speculation was correct. This notebook, in his hands, was indeed much more powerful than the all-purpose record paper Baron Coleman described. Even without Baron Coleman's active cooperation, he could still reconstruct and peek into memories through souls. Lin Yu actively focused on the blurry text at the end, releasing the restrictions on his soul and mind. Then, swish! Lin Yu felt his spirit being drawn into the ancient notebook, once again. To be precise, it was drawn into the memory constructed by the ancient notebook. Opening his eyes again, Lin Yu found himself in a vegetable greenhouse. The soil had just been turned, and many new seedlings were planted, appearing to be tomatoes. Outside the greenhouse was a single-story rural self-built house and courtyard, with winding village streets extending into the distance. Compared to Baron Coleman's previous vast memory scene, this scene wasn't very large, blurring out a few hundred meters away. But it was still incredibly real, not distorted at all just because it was a memory fragment from Grandpa Carrot's residual soul. The damp feel and smell of the soil were incredibly real, and the appearance of the plants was also meticulously detailed. Lin Yu looked around, then saw Grandpa Carrot tilling the soil at the other end of the greenhouse. He was squatting in front of a tomato seedling, carefully examining it. Lin Yu walked over. At this moment, this scene finally showed a difference from Baron Coleman's memory scene. Perhaps because this time the ancient notebook didn't simply absorb a segment of memory, but rather absorbed a part of Grandpa Carrot's soul. As a character in this memory, Grandpa Carrot, upon hearing footsteps, actually raised his head and looked at Lin Yu approaching. He squatted on the ground, smiling and asking, "Young man, you're here to investigate me, aren't you? It seems my death caused a profound impact, to even resort to such magical means." "What? Are you asking me who the killer is?" Grandpa Carrot said, and Lin Yu shook his head. "Sorry, we already know the truth of your death. There was no so-called killer. You died accidentally and then tried to disguise it as a murder case." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Grandpa Carrot in this memory was stunned, then smiled and shook his head. Order, Hunters Association. There are still too many capable people. When I devised this plan myself, I thought there wouldn't be any problems, but it turns out I was seen through. Grandpa Carrot sighed, then looked at the tomato seedling in front of him, self-deprecatingly. After all, I'm just an old man who's been farming for half my life. But Young man, since you already know the truth, what else do you not understand that you've come to ask me personally? Lin Yu looked at Grandpa Carrot and slowly spoke. Motive. Motive? After the truth has been found. Shouldn't you know why I did this? Didn't those children tell you the reason why I did this? As Radish said this, Lin Yu shrugged. They did say something. It was nothing more than a contingency plan after failing to break through to Tier 4. Or for the sake of the Player Mutual Aid Society organization. Lin Yu paused here. Unfortunately, Comrade Li Hua doesn't believe these excuses. Grandpa Radish sighed, so that's it. Li Hua is indeed meticulous and cautious, as expected of someone holding a high position in order. And since he sent you, it seems you don't quite believe those claims either. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Yes, because it's too unnecessary, even if, from the outcome, your death, or the news of your murder, might lead to the Player Mutual Aid Society undergoing some changes you hoped for, it's not absolute. An uncertain plan isn't really worth sacrificing your life for. Is it? Lin Yu asked, and Grandpa Radish laughed. No wonder Li Hua sent you to do this. Indeed, for us players, our lives are very important. Grandpa Radish said with emotion. After all, if one didn't value their life and desperately desire to live, they wouldn't even join the death game. For a player, it's impossible to make their life part of a plan without a very special reason. While it's true that there might be players in the death game who would sacrifice their lives, for a player to sacrifice himself, what he seeks must be something of immense importance. And merely wanting the Player Mutual Aid Society to change is not a sufficient reason to sacrifice one's life. Even if this organization was founded by Grandpa Radish himself, the wait is still not enough. So, what exactly was it for? Lin Yu asked earnestly. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Grandpa Radish gave a wry smile. Actually, the reason they told you is the whole truth. I didn't lie to them, nor did I intend to lie to you through them. As Grandpa Radish spoke, Lin Yu was stunned. What? He subconsciously thought that Grandpa Radish was still hiding something, that even in this scene constructed by the ancient notebook, the last trace of consciousness in his residual soul fragment was still trying to conceal what he had hidden in life. But Lin Yu could feel that Grandpa Radish was sincere. The old man stood up, patted the dirt off his clothes, looked at the tomato seedlings in the vegetable patch, and spoke leisurely. I know this might sound a bit hard to believe, but it's truly the case. Of course, it's only natural for you in order not to believe it, and to have doubts. After all, you bear too many responsibilities to allow for any mistakes. Your guess is also correct. I do have information I've hidden from you. Since you've already resorted to such means to ask me, I might as well tell you everything, to ease some of your worries. Grandpa Radish said. Then paused, because I no longer desire to live as much as most players do. Perhaps when the death game first chose me, I indeed had a strong desire to live, but the biggest reason that allowed me to live has now disappeared. Grandpa Radish smiled and looked back at the house outside the greenhouse. He remembered when he entered the game, there was nothing special about it. It was a very cold winter. His wife suddenly complained of chest pain in the middle of the night, so he drove his tricycle, intending to take her to the emergency room at the city hospital. However, the road was icy, the tricycle skidded, and on an uphill slope, Grandpa Radish was about to get off and push the cart. Due to his urgency and the darkness, he accidentally fell and hit the back of his head, passing out. At that time, as Grandpa Radish was dying, he had only one thought. He didn't want to die, he had to live. He still had to take his wife to the hospital. No, not just that. After returning from the hospital, he still wanted to continue his life. He had just built 2 more greenhouses, which could be used to grow vegetables. Whatever wasn't sold could be sent to his children in the city. He heard that vegetables in the city were expensive and not very good these days. And the vegetables he grew in the countryside were now called pure natural, green, and organic, and they were very popular. So he didn't want to die, he wanted to live. And so When he opened his eyes again, he was in an unfamiliar world. The blood-red words before him told him this was the death game. As an elderly person, he wasn't as internet savvy as the younger generation, so Grandpa Radish started out a bit clumsily. But fortunately, his first dungeon was a survival type. Relying on the farmer profession's advantage in survival categories, he eventually united several players and together they successfully cleared the difficult dungeon. However, even though Radish tried his best, several players still died in that dungeon. Radish always remembered them. 2 young men were college students, and one was a mother with 2 children. Radish knew they all had reasons to absolutely not die, just like him, but they still died. After returning to reality, he took his wife to the hospital, and she survived. The doctors kept saying that his timely delivery to the hospital had been crucial. Radish was very happy, but he couldn't help but wonder. What about those 3 people who truly died forever? What would happen to their parents and children? From that moment on, the simple, kind farmer, who had tilled the land for most of his life, suddenly felt that he had to do something. He wanted to live, and he also wanted more people to live. And so, Radish tried to start forming a mutual aid society. This was a good idea. Although order had already been established at that time, it hadn't yet built a truly almost unshakable order. So many kind and friendly players chose to work with Radish to build the mutual aid society. That period was Radish's most fulfilling time. Although things weren't always smooth, and death was a common occurrence in the death game. A friend who was happily laughing with you last week might only be a piece of bad news this week, having failed to survive a dungeon. But for Radish, everything was developing for the better. He couldn't save everyone, but indeed, more and more players had more living space because of the organization he had founded. They were all very grateful to him and to the organization he had established. And Radish's own life was also getting better and better. Just as Radish had predicted, his vegetable greenhouses were very successful, and the first year was also a bountiful one. During that harvest year, he and his wife ate the vegetables they had grown, and their children, for once, came back from the city together. The whole family was happy and harmonious, making Radish sigh. It's truly good to be alive. However, that was also the last time Grandpa Radish sighed. It's truly good to be alive. Life is always unpredictable. Seemingly happy and eternal lives can be completely shattered by just a small change. During that instance, almost all the high-ranking members of the Player Mutual Aid Society and Lin Yu's like-minded friends were wiped out. At the time, they were all already at Tier 2 or Tier 3. They originally thought it was just a regular instance, and while it might be a bit difficult, many players were prepared for the possibility of sacrificing themselves. But no one expected. The cruelty of the death game still exceeded their imagination. In that game, only Lin Yu survived, and the biggest reason he lived was simply good luck. And besides luck, there was also Lin Yu's own retreat. He clearly remembered that they entered that instance to find a legendary artifact-level item that could mass-produce consumables and materials. With this item, the Player Mutual Aid Society would be able to become a major organization on par with Order, Nightwatchers, Marauders, and the Psychology Society. Then they would be better able to serve players. However, after all his teammates died and only Lin Yu remained, he retreated. He chose to complete the instance's clear mission with the bare minimum, returning to reality. The reason was just like why he entered the death game back then. Lin Yu wanted to live. It was just that, at the time, Lin Yu wasn't quite sure what the biggest reason for his survival was. And after that return, Lin Yu found out. His wife suddenly passed away. He had returned to reality, almost betraying the expectations of his comrades, only to wake up the next day, check his greenhouse, and find his wife collapsed in front of their house. This time, after he took her to the hospital, the doctor did not say he brought her in time. From that day on, Lin Yu suddenly knew why he had such a strong obsession with living. To be honest, he and his wife didn't really have a grand, passionate love. Lin Yu didn't even remember if they were introduced by his third aunt or fourth aunt. They simply married and had children, living a life that couldn't even be called affluent. It was at that moment that Lin Yu realized his wife might truly have been the most important meaning for him to live. Even after his wife passed away, his children were still there, the tomatoes in the greenhouse were still there. And his responsibilities and the Player Mutual Aid Society were still there. Lin Yu didn't have any suicidal thoughts, it was just. He no longer had that intense, almost obsessive desire to live as he did before. It's not that the Player Mutual Aid Society isn't important enough, but rather that the weight of my own life and my heart has become lighter. Lin Yu said, looking at the tomatoes with reluctance. To be honest, life still has many beautiful things, and I have many things I care about. But feelings can't be faked. As he spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly. I understand, sir. I apologize for disturbing you. I will tell Comrade Li Hua that your motivation had no deep-seated reasons, and that we overthought it. If you don't wish it, I will only tell him this one sentence and not elaborate. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yu smiled again. It's fine to tell him, it will put Li Hua at ease. Li Hua is a very good person. He, like those high-ranking members of order, are people of great vision. They are much harder to be and much more useful than an old good-for-nothing like me who only has a good reputation. He worries too much. Telling him about this small matter of mine will just ease his doubts. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yu nodded. You are considerate. Lin Yu smiled and said, I told you, I don't have that much vision. So, these matters are limited to Li Hua. Just remind him not to speak of it further. Lin Yu nodded again. Lin Yu walked towards the entrance of the vegetable patch, and Lin Yu followed. However, young man, since you've come all this way, I won't let you leave empty-handed. I guess you're probably Tier 1 or Tier 2, right? As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yu nodded. Yes, I'm Tier 2. Lin Yu nodded leisurely. While alive, one is restricted by the death game and cannot casually speak of high-tier matters. Otherwise one will be punished by the game, and subsequent instances will become difficult, but since I'm already dead, it doesn't matter anymore. I'll tell you about Tier 3 and Tier 4. The Tier 3 advancement trial is like Tier 2, divided into 2 stages. The first half is just a regular instance with some advancement quests added. But the second half is no longer a personal instance. After completing the advancement quests, it will give you a hint. The form might be a list, blueprint, map, or all of them. In short, it varies from person to person and profession. According to my discussions with other Tier 3 members in the organization, everyone's is quite different. You need to follow those hints and personally craft your own exclusive item to complete the advancement. So, this advancement might even be completed in reality, and the completion time is not fixed. It might require several instances. When Lin Yu reached this point, Lin Yu quickly made a note. I see. Lin Yu then continued, as for Tier 4. Because I didn't succeed, and this is even more special than Tier 3, my words may not be entirely accurate, so you shouldn't fully believe them. The Tier 4 advancement is not about obtaining a certain item, but rather gaining a power called Heart Domain. You will gradually feel this power once you reach Tier 3. It's like a path, opened and extended by your exclusive item, belonging to you, combining all your past experiences. When your comprehension is sufficient, you will know that you can obtain the Heart Domain as long as you are in an instance. You can activate your Heart Domain at any time. And the fourth advancement trial is therefore not fixed. It will appear the moment you gain the Heart Domain, still in the form of an advancement quest attached to your current instance. However, because it appears suddenly, it often causes the entire instance to undergo drastic changes. This is why many people, even though they can already activate their Heart Domain, still choose not to fully activate it, because the Heart Domain is easy to obtain, but this fourth advancement trial is absolutely not easy to pass. At this point, Lin Yu paused. Alright, that's all I have to say. I hope this helps you. And also, cherish the reason that keeps you alive. Don't put the cart before the horse and forget why you entered the death game. Lin Yu listened to Lin Yu's advice, his expression solemn. I will. And Lin Yu just smiled, walked out of the vegetable greenhouse, and headed towards the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Vaguely, Lin Yu seemed to see an old woman coming out of the house, waving at Lin Yu. Then, a flash of white light, and Lin Yu woke up again. He truly is a good person, Lin Yu said with emotion. But the emotion lasted only for an instant before Lin Yu heard some unusual sounds. Who? He looked at Fu Luo. The guy who said he would watch over him was now snoring loudly, sprawled on the table. Lin Yu's expression instantly became serious. Something's not right. There was no time to fully process the information given by Uncle Carrot, nor to lament his fate. Lin Yu entered a state of alert in almost a second. Because Fu Luo's sleeping state was clearly not right, no matter how unreliable Fu Luo was. He wouldn't just fall asleep on his desk after Lin Yu asked him to watch over him. Moreover, from the way Fu Luo's head had directly hit the desk and his hands hung down naturally without being propped up by his arms, it looked more like he had suddenly fallen asleep. What's more, Fu Luo wasn't the only one sleeping in the room. Even his summoned creature, Hannah, was asleep. The small octopus lay on the table, continuously blowing tiny bubbles. Even old Zhang, the brain, had its light dimmed considerably at this moment. And its blinking frequency had dropped to the lowest. It looked like it had switched from on mode to standby mode. Without a doubt, old Zhang should also be asleep. He went over and slapped Fu Luo, but Fu Luo remained soundly asleep. He retrieved old Zhang and Hannah into his item space, and then took them out again, but neither of them woke up. Now it was 100% confirmed someone had tampered with them. It wasn't just this room. Lin Yu opened the window and looked downstairs, finding that in the open car windows, Cress and Ziyuan were also slumped over, seemingly asleep. It looks like the affected area is at least this building, and possibly even this entire neighborhood. From the reaction of everyone in such a large area falling asleep abnormally, Lin Yu immediately thought of someone who had the ability to do this and the motive to target him. Nian. He exhaled, suddenly realizing where the anomaly was that he had felt when Fu Luo had previously told him about going to Cheng City and destroying Nian's fallback plan for his return. Although Fu Luo had investigated Nian and even infiltrated Nian's home, many people's temperaments can only be understood after meeting them in person. And while temperament is subtle, it is also an important basis for judging a person's behavioral patterns. Lin Yu had met Nian and had actually fought him head-on in the instance. Although it was only a brief encounter, he had already vaguely found a trace of Nian's pattern and style of doing things. Manipulating puppets, invading dreams, setting up traps layer by layer, all of these reflected Nian's arrogance as a schemer who liked to manipulate everything, but it also revealed this guy really loved to deliberately display his intelligence through ingenious and varied methods. Just like this altar, if it was indeed Nian's fallback plan for returning to reality, his first choice for placing an altar would definitely not be at home. If it really was at home, it means this isn't the only altar. That guy Nian would definitely place several more in places no one would ever think of. Lin Yu's expression was very serious. He had already foreseen that Nian, who hadn't completely died, would definitely come back to haunt him, but he hadn't expected the other party to come so quickly. This time, without prior planning. He could only play hardball with the other party. The only thing worth celebrating was probably that the other party had already died once, lost his player status, lost all the items he had accumulated over the years, and his strength was far from what it once was. And he had already completed his Tier 2 advancement and even obtained 4 professional items. Thinking of this, Lin Yu calmed down a lot. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. What's more, when I killed you last time, I was far from as strong as I am now. He slowly calmed down. However, the top priority is to find out where that guy is. Lin Yu pulled out all his professional items, holding the small pyramid of towering deception in one hand, putting silver tongue on his face, and at the same time Jia, public opinion, and narrative deception between his fingers. Then, Lin Yu activated the heart-peering goggles on his face, trying to find traces of abnormality in the room. After confirming there was nothing unusual in the room, Lin Yu opened the door. Then, Lin Yu's pupils constricted. He saw Lin Zhao, who had also fallen unconscious, lying on the sofa, and a black cat sitting quietly beside Lin Zhao. Nian, it really is you. Lin Yu looked at the black cat, his anger indescribable. But he was surprisingly calm. What exactly do you want to do? The black cat stared at Lin Yu, an overly eerie smile for a cat's face appearing on its face. Mei Mei, director, Mara. Or rather, Lin Yu. You killed me in the last instance, so of course I've come for my revenge. The black cat's tone carried a hint of a smile as it spoke incredibly cruel words. Lin Yu exhaled and stood still. Revenge, with your current state? You can't even maintain human form, and you want to take revenge on me? The black cat, Nian, looked at Lin Yu. Then narrowed its eyes. Even if I've lost some strength now, can't I still deal with you? Do you still have the ability to transform into a Rakshasa after leaving the Black Mire realm? According to my speculation, you should have achieved that by relying on your profession or some kind of item. I know you possess multiple profession abilities, combined with your real ID director and your experience as a performing arts student. Lin Yu. Your profession should be to gain power through reasonable acting or scripts, right? As long as you construct an identity that meets certain conditions and continuously play it, you can acquire its abilities, and to a certain extent. Make something like a script that didn't exist before affect reality, right? Nian analyzed, and Lin Yu neither affirmed nor denied. He merely refuted Nian's initial point, you're wrong. The situation was urgent. And Lin Yu even had to extract the belief that the Black Mire realm hadn't accumulated much of at this moment, and then briefly transformed. Bang! His swollen figure bumped the ceiling. I can still transform into a Rakshasa. Then Lin Yu reverted to human form. Nian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. You really can transform, I underestimated you. Alright, if you really can continue to transform. My current form is indeed no match for you, but... Nian's tail wagged, I didn't plan to achieve revenge by killing you. Lin Yu. I want to completely destroy your life, to make you never see the only family member you have in this world again. As Nian spoke, Lin Yu immediately felt a chill. As expected, he was after his sister. The moment Nian's voice fell, Lin Yu lunged in Nian's direction. He took out the shadowed corner, and was ready to change direction in midair at any moment. But Nian, as a black cat, still sat there motionless, allowing Lin Yu to directly grab him. It's not the main body? Lin Yu looked at the unresisting Nian, thinking again, and began to observe his surroundings. At this moment, he even recalled old Zheng's previous experience of playing on his behalf, and without instruction. Learned how to use his mental power to scan the surrounding environment. However, the surroundings were empty. Nian laughed again. Ha! Ha! He was being choked and struggled for breath. Don't worry. It's just me now, I didn't intend to kill your sister. Lin Yu stared at Nian, and suddenly a strange warning came from his soul. As if some idea rooted in his heart was screaming. Kill him. Don't listen to anything he says. This impulse drove Lin Yu to let go, pull out his bone blade, and prepare to stab Nian. But he was a step too slow. Nian's irrepressibly joyful voice had already sounded. Anyway, your sister has been dead for a long time. Lin Yu, she's just an illusion you created by borrowing the power of the death game. Is Lin Zhao already dead? Lin Yu felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his ears ringing with a buzzing sound, and even his vision was blurred. No. That's not right, he must be lying to him. Yes, this guy must be deceiving him, the purpose is to shake his beliefs. Lin Yu looked at the black cat he was clutching in his hand, calming down little by little. You're lying to me. The black cat looked at Lin Yu and sneered, still unwilling to accept reality? Lin Yu, however, released his hand. Nian, even at your peak, you couldn't possibly hypnotize so many people at once, let alone including Cress and Ziyuan, Lin Yu said calmly. And among my summoned beings, one is even better at mental manipulation than you, while the other has a status only slightly lower than a chosen one. Since just now, I've felt my thoughts have been chaotic and hard to calm down. My decisions have been impulsive and emotional, almost unlike myself. So? You didn't put everyone else into a dream, you only put me into a dream. You just wanted me to lose my judgment in this dream and then fall into despair. That's why you fabricated the story of my sister's death, wanting to use this, my greatest fear, to destroy my psychological defenses. As Lin Yu spoke, Nian narrowed his eyes. Lin Yu, you are indeed very clever. This is indeed a dream. But unfortunately, I didn't know at first that your greatest worry and fear was your sister. To be honest, in my opinion, it's possible for someone like you to not care about his relatives at all. I only discovered this after entering the dream. In your dream, your home's furnishings deviate greatly from reality. The black cat looked towards the kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. In your dream, this house is indeed full of traces of two people living together, but in reality, this house looks like you live alone. Perhaps your mind was already abnormal before you entered the death game, Nian said mockingly. But precisely because of that, you were able to create an illusion of someone who was already dead. Lin Yu looked at him coldly. You're still trying to lie to me. Nian, it seems you want to die by my hand again. Kill me again? Nian smiled. Do you think what I summoned with the altar was my main body? Then I will go to your world one day, Lin Yu interrupted him, and kill you completely until your soul is scattered. Then I look forward to that day, Nian said with a smile. However, I must remind you, you are still in the dream I wove and control, aren't you? Are you sure? Lin Yu retorted, staring at the other's cat eyes. Then, in the next moment, two people appeared in Nian's home, and Nian also transformed from his black cat form into his original human form. Thank you, old Zhang. Lin Yu said softly. Nian's expression changed drastically. Damn it! He cursed, and in the next moment, the dream shattered. Lin Yu opened his eyes and found himself sitting in the room. Fu Luo turned his head and was about to step forward. Yo, you're awake? But Lin Yu let out a low growl. Fu Luo, stay away from me. The next moment, a thick black nightmare substance surged from his body, rushing towards Fu Luo. Fu Luo groaned and collapsed into a coma, with the same black nightmare substance emerging from his body. So that's it, the altar was just a cover. Your true means of returning to reality was hidden in the dreams of the people you hypnotized. The demon Nian made a contract with was called Nightmare, and Nian had always shown the ability to create dreams. And to deal with this kind of thing, Lin Yu's best method still came from the legacy of Vir Valenti. The torch of fear suddenly lit up, and the pale flames approached the black nightmare substance near Fu Luo. Old Zhang. I know. Along with old Zhang's reply, invisible mental power tore all the black nightmare substance from Fu Luo's soul and dream. Evidently, both were once tier 3 and now new life forms barely surviving after death. Old Zhang, this original Freud, was indeed superior to Nian in manipulating the mind. It was already Nian's limit to tamper with Lin Yu's dream after he actively fell asleep. Doing so in front of old Zhang was naturally asking for trouble. The mental powers of the two clashed invisibly, and then Nian retreated steadily. Finally, Nian let out a scream like a cat being burned, transforming into a burning black cat and falling mid-air. The next second, a mass of seawater from outside the window rushed over, forming a water prison to trap it. Cress and Ziyuan climbed in through the window. Cress sighed as he looked at Nian on the ground. Good thing we made it in time. Damn it, you scared me. Where did this nightmare come from? Ziyuan looked solemn. This isn't a nightmare, this is player Nian. Lin Yu looked at Nian in the water prison and said coldly, although what's here in this world might be your clone, if you die here. Your main body shouldn't feel too good, right? At this moment, Lin Yu had become firm again. Everything in the dream just now must have been Nian's deception and lies. He even tried to use false information about my family to shake me. Nian looked at Lin Yu and exhaled. I really underestimated you again, but... Nian spoke loudly. Your sister is indeed dead. No matter how much you try to lie to yourself, you cannot deny this fact. Shut up. My sister is perfectly fine outside. Lin Yu said coldly, and a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Yu, why is it so noisy in your room? What are you doing? Lin Zhao's voice sounded, and Lin Yu said with a smile. Nian, your method of lying is truly too clumsy. However, even hearing Lin Zhao's voice, Lin Yu still felt uneasy. And Nian, in the water prison, sneered. I've already told you, that's an illusion. You're truly a paranoid who should go see a psychiatrist about his brain. Although the person outside the door looks like your sister and even has a similar soul structure, she cannot be called a person at all. She doesn't even count as life. I know you still harbor fantasies, it's okay. Now I can convince you. Although I only just knew your sister was an illusion, a bit of memory I just got from Forbaro's mind has already made me understand most of the principles of how you managed to do this. The answer is hidden in your own memories. This sister you cherish so much, can you recall your past times with her now? When was the last time you had clear memories of being with her before entering the game? On the day you entered the death game, what was your sister wearing, and what did she cook for you in the morning? Can you remember? Lin Yu, although I don't know where you came from, you actually used an entire fragment of destiny as the cornerstone to support this illusion. No wonder existences from any world and even players are all scrambling for fragments of destiny. So it turns out this thing actually has. At this point, Nian suddenly let out a shrill scream. What? What? Ah! Originally, after being locked in the water prison, his fear flames had gradually extinguished, and his condition had basically stabilized. But just now, he seemed to have suddenly suffered some kind of powerful force, and his soul began to dissipate rapidly. Damn it! Damn it! His screams echoed one after another. What exactly went wrong? At first, I only wanted to make this guy collapse and find the weakest link in his spirit from his dream. How could such a big secret be involved with him? He originally thought that with a clone coming, at least no matter what, it wouldn't affect his main body. If it was just fragments of fate, it shouldn't be enough to cause him such a severe backlash. He pondered, unable to find an answer. But he also didn't have time to find an answer. Just a few seconds later, his black cat clone transformed back into nightmare substance. And then, even that nightmare substance dissipated. This bizarre scene caught Lin Yu off guard. He watched his disappearance and immediately looked at Cress. Did you do it? Cress was even more surprised than Lin Yu. How could it be? I don't have that ability. This is more like his main body in the Night Valley realm suffered a catastrophic disaster. Could it be related to what he just said? Lin Yu asked, and Cress was even more surprised. What? What did he just say? This answer made Lin Yu even more uneasy. Could it be that the voice just now was transmitted directly into my mind through some kind of psychic power? He just mentioned. The words were on the tip of Lin Yu's tongue, but he felt them caught in his throat, unable to be spoken. It was like the feeling of trying to tell ordinary people about the death game. Lin Yu was deeply disturbed, but he still pretended to be calm. It's nothing, it was just something from the dream, I got a bit confused. He said, letting out a breath. Anyway, thank you too. If it weren't for you, I would have been in danger. Ji Yuan nodded. It's okay. If something really happened to you, it would be hard for us to explain to Li Hua. Now that he has been eliminated, I should go back and write a report about the Radish investigation. Do you have any results? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, I will report to Li Hua personally. After bidding farewell to the two, Ji Yuan and Cress returned the way they came through the window, driving their car away from downstairs Lin Yu's house. In the room, only Fu Luo and Lin Yu's summoned creatures remained. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo. So, you. I still have something to do. Fu Luo raised his hand and walked towards the door. Thank you for your hospitality and rescue today. But old Lin. Lin Yu grabbed Fu Luo and stared at him. Don't go. You said you investigated me. Did you find anything abnormal or unreasonable about my background? Upon hearing Lin Yu say this, Fu Luo immediately said, No. I think you're all normal, and our sister is also normal, huh? Aren't you all normal? I didn't ask about my sister. Lin Yu said, and Fu Luo fell silent. After a long while, Fu Luo spoke again. Actually, there is. When I investigated your background, I found almost nothing. Your true identity was almost completely hidden, leaving only one or two traces. And those traces that were deliberately left out were actually used for phishing. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo and asked, Hacker? Fu Luo pursed his lips. Yes, it was her. I only caught a glimpse. Lin Yu let out a breath. I understand. Old Fu, send me what you found, and then you can go. Sorry for getting you involved in this kind of thing. Fu Luo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just stood up and walked out of the house. Lin Yu heard the security door close, and the house returned to a dead silence. He took out his phone and checked the link Fu Luo sent. It was a commendation announcement from Jiangqing Experimental Middle School. Lin Yu found his name among the commendations for outstanding students. But it wasn't just that. Scrolling down, there was a special commendation announcement about himself. This student is excellent in character and academics, and is eager to help others, thus receiving a special scholarship of 8,000 yuan from the Qingsheng Love Foundation. Lin Yu held his phone and gave a bitter smile. The Qingsheng Love Foundation's aid standard is to only provide assistance to orphans with no source of living income. Although this announcement was not definitive evidence, it no longer mattered. He stood up and opened the bedroom of his sister Lin Zhao, which was opposite his own. It was empty, the bed neatly made, looking as if no one had lived there for a long time. In the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, there were indeed no traces of another person having lived there. Lin Yu had already remembered. No, to be precise, he had just realized it. He realized the fact that his sister Lin Zhao had died 10 years ago. 10 years ago, his sister's shop caught fire, and she had already died. For the past 10 years, he had just been unwilling to accept this fact. So, he pretended his sister was still alive every day. Lin Yu would cook 2 servings of food, eat half, and then pretend his sister had left food for him, and he would eat it again. Until one day, Lin Yu himself became confused about the truth and boundaries of this matter. And then, the death game descended, and he gained the ability of the trickster. Is it because I was deceiving myself day after day that I gained such a profession? And because I gained the trickster profession, the traces of my sister's existence have become increasingly real recently, even visible to others. Lin Yu pondered, gradually understanding the full picture of the matter. No, that's not right. Why couldn't he distinguish reality? Also, if it was truly just his imagination, what was the fragment of fate that he mentioned? And why were his words erased, making Cress and Ji Yuan completely forget them? No. There's still something fishy about this matter. Regarding himself, regarding the deceased Lin Zhao, there was still a crucial mystery that hadn't been clarified. Although he had recalled many things, his memory was still incomplete. At this moment, Lin Yu felt as if he was trapped in layers of dense fog. However, fortunately, Lin Yu happened to know who he should ask. Because the other party also seemed to be helping him conceal his sister's death. In fact, Lin Yu could even remember who was the first person to actively bring up his sister after he returned from the death game. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Bingmiao's number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Senior, what exactly is going on? The next moment, the phone screen flickered. A static sound rang out, and Shen Bingmiao's figure appeared. My dear Ace, I hinted at this matter to you before. Do you remember, our relationship is accomplices. An accomplice? Lin Yu looked at Shen Bingmiao in front of him and asked with some confusion. He didn't understand why his senior sister was emphasizing this point again at this moment. Does this have anything to do with what I asked? Lin Yu looked at Shen Bingmiao and asked seriously. Of course it does, Shen Bingmiao said seriously, lowering her eyes. I told you, I used to be a player. Do you know when and why I joined the game? Lin Yu was stunned. You never mentioned that. It was 7 years ago, Shin Bingmyo said seriously. 7 years ago, I joined this game. Lin Yu was taken aback. The earliest players of this game can only be traced back to, yes, 3 years ago. But that was this version, Shin Bingmyo said seriously. And me. I was a player in the previous version. Every 7 years, all players will experience a final dungeon for all players, and at that time, changes and tremors spanning the 10 realms will occur, Shin Bingmyo explained. And it's been 3 years since the last final dungeon appeared, and there are still 4 years until the next ultimate appears. I also joined this game in the previous version, when there were 4 years left until the final dungeon, which was 7 years ago. It was then that I met your sister. Hearing Shin Bingmyo's words, Lin Yu was very surprised. My sister? Yes, Lin Zhao, your sister. After her death 10 years ago, she entered the death game. Shin Bingmyo revealed another shocking fact to Lin Yu. She was already a very mature player at that time. We experienced all sorts of things together. In short, in the end, a hint of regret flashed across Shin Bingmyo's face. She still died. In that final dungeon, of course, I didn't survive either. We both died 3 years ago. At this point, Lin Yu suddenly realized what was wrong with his memory. So, the reason I felt something was off with my memory is because I really did live with my sister until 5 years ago. But because my sister died again, my memory was altered by the death game, is that right? Shin Bingmyo nodded. You could say that. But it wasn't just the death game, it was also you. Me? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Could it be, this isn't my first time joining this game? Lin Yu asked, and Shin Bingmyo shook her head. No, but you once knew of the existence of the death game as a non-player. Shin Bingmyo said softly, 3 years ago, after your sister's death. I reawakened from the game in the life form of a cyber ghost. This was originally Lin Zhao's contingency plan, but it came true for me. So I knew that Lin Zhao saved me. She had researched a contingency plan to survive even if one failed in the ultimate dungeon. But she used this method on me. After I knew this, I desperately wanted to revive Lin Zhao. So I took out my spoils from the ultimate dungeon and, following the guidance of the fragments of fate, I found you. You from 3 years ago. Shin Bingmyo said softly. Lin Yu rubbed his temples. We met 3 years ago too? That's right. Initially I just wanted to start with Lin Zhao's closest blood relative and try some secret arts from the 10 realms. But perhaps because of the fragments of fate and the special timing, Shin Bingmyo said in a low voice, after you met me, you, as a non-player, actually broke through the cognitive interference and deduced the existence of the death game, on the grounds that your memories of sister were off. And then, a heart domain actually emerged from you. I recognized it. It was Lin Zhao's last remaining heart domain. She seemed to have foreseen all of this, so she placed her last residual heart domain on you, temporarily isolating the interference of the death game. Within the heart domain, I told you everything about Lin Zhao in this game. And you, within the last dozen minutes of the heart domain's remnant, quickly came up with 2 almost incredible, yet truly possible, solutions using the fragments of fate. One of them was to use a certain profession ability that could turn falsehood into truth, to deceive yourself, and by constantly becoming stronger and continuously strengthening this ability, achieve resurrection from the dead. As Lin Yu listened to Shin Bingmyo's words, he felt as if she wasn't talking about him at all. Not only did he deduce the existence of the death game as an ordinary person, but he even completely understood the death game in just over 10 minutes and tried to use this game to revive Lin Zhao? Most importantly, how could I have predicted the existence of such an ability? And how could I have foreseen that I would awaken this profession in the future? Because your sister's profession could achieve similar effects. Shin Bingmyo said, resting her chin on her hand. As for why you were so certain, I'm not sure either. Perhaps it was the bond between you 2 siblings? Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. In your description, I sound like a genius, senior sister, Shin Bingmyo said seriously. You were always my genius. Otherwise why would I call you ace? But I'm not, Lin Yu sighed. The me you mentioned 5 years ago, I have no recollection of him, and I feel that the plans and layouts he made at that time far exceeded my capabilities. If he had really been a genius 3 years ago, then he wouldn't have only ranked in the middle to upper tier at his experimental high school. The university he ended up attending would definitely have been one of the top in the country. The only explanation was that the him who talked to Shin Bingmiao 3 years ago had exhausted all his potential and wisdom in those dozen minutes, painstakingly coming up with this almost incredible plan. But no matter what, this plan must have failed, right? Lin Yu sighed. Now he had realized the fact of his sister's death. It failed from the very beginning, Shin Bingmiao sighed. That's precisely why I didn't stop Nian. Just as he said, what was in the room was just an illusion. A monster with the fragments of fate as its core, appearing to have a soul but not truly Lin Zhao, not even truly human. If it continued to develop, it would only create an unknown life form with Lin Zhao's appearance but nothing more. As Shin Bingmiao spoke, Lin Yu sighed. So that's how it is, but you're not panicking at all, senior sister, so it seems my second plan is also reliable enough, right? Of course. My dear ace, Shin Bingmiao blinked. You had already said it back then, it's best if the first plan succeeds, because it's relatively simpler. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter, because the second plan is guaranteed to succeed. So, what's the second plan? Lin Yu asked, his head aching from Shin Bingmiao's words. Upon hearing this, Shin Bingmiao gently scratched her face. Oh dear, that one, you didn't tell me at the time. I didn't tell you? Lin Yu was taken aback. Yes. I was going to ask you. Now that the first plan has failed, do you have any ideas about the second plan? Lin Yu shook his head, none at all. I wanted to ask. Why was I able to erase my own memories 5 years ago, even though I deduced the existence of the death game? I shouldn't have gained any supernatural powers or means from it, right? As Lin Yu asked, Shen Bingmiao nodded. Of course, but I can tell you this, because after Lin Zhao's heart domain ended, you naturally lost all your memories, including everything I told you about the death game, and naturally, the content of our conversations. This was something you achieved by utilizing the game rules, and precisely because of this, I had more confidence in your plan. Then, I also began to secretly observe and protect you, ensuring that you could enter the death game at a specific time. As Shen Bingmiao spoke, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Does that mean my joining the death game was also something I arranged myself? He asked, puzzled. Was the fluoxetine from the Psychological Society also acting under my guidance? No, that was a complete accident. In fact, that guy disrupted our plans to some extent. She advanced your entry into the game by a long time, Shen Bingmiao said thoughtfully. Perhaps the failure of the first plan also has a lot to do with the timing being off. Lin Yu sighed, all right. I almost thought she was innocent just now. It seemed now that, although the motive might be slightly different from the previous revenge, the Psychological Society and fluoxetine were still deserving of death. In any case, there was certainly no harm in destroying a group with a setup similar to a terrorist organization. However, relatively speaking, the hatred in Lin Yu's heart had significantly lessened. After all, even without fluoxetine, he would still have joined the death game. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly understood what old Zhang meant by him being special. Perhaps as a peak third order? He had also noticed some clues about him. Lin Yu rubbed his temples. Me from 5 years ago, you could at least leave me some hints. What's going on? Not even a trace of memory was left. He had now recalled everything about his elder sister. But what exactly was said back then still hadn't come back to him. This death game is quite thorough in clearing memories, Lin Yu mumbled, then looked at Shin Bingmiao, regarding the second plan. Do you really have no clue at all? Did I not leave any hints back then? No, but to find clues from back then, I think how to do it is very clear. Shin Bingmiao said. Looking at Lin Yu, just keep getting stronger. Continue to advance, third order, fourth order, even fifth order. When you open your own heart domain, the influence and restrictions of the death game on you a lesson. And perhaps you'll be able to retrieve your original memories. Shen Bingmiao said seriously, and Lin Yu nodded. That's the only way, then, Lin Yu sighed. Having just advanced to second order, with a certain level of strength and self-preservation ability, Lin Yu originally thought he could finally take a breather, especially when he heard that the third order's exclusive item had to be slowly crafted by himself. Lin Yu thought he could take his time. But now it seemed, he still couldn't slow down. Ever since entering the death game, because of his various peculiarities, Lin Yu often joked and speculated that perhaps there really was some secret tied to him. Now he finally knew why. Because of Lin Zhao. Elder sister, you really are as troublesome as ever. He sighed softly, then looked at Shen Bingmiao. I understand. Then, one last question, what exactly are the fragments of fate? What exactly are these things, and why are so many people fighting over them? Shen Bingmiao looked at Lin Yu, seemingly conflicted about whether to tell him. Finally, Shen Bingmiao spoke as if she had made up her mind. The so-called fragments of fate are actually the scattered fate authority of the fallen god of fate and rules. His authority combined with his corpse, materializing into reality. They are scattered throughout the 10 realms, some have come alive. Some have turned into divine artifacts, and some are still unclaimed. There are a total of 7 fragments of fate, one of them turned into an illusion of Lin Zhao in my house, right? Lin Yu looked at Shen Bingmiao, a thoughtful expression on his face. Wait a minute, you said the thing was a trophy, so back then in the ultimate dungeon, Shen Bingmiao spoke somewhat sheepishly. Yes. I'm sorry, it was your elder sister Lin Zhao and I who killed him. Lin Yu looked at Shen Bingmiao. I knew it to be able to build the forum. You're not some ordinary third-order player who died and is barely clinging to life. After all, both Nian and Old Zhang were also deceased third orders, and Old Zhang was even a peak third order. You've even killed a god. What's so ordinary about you? And if I hadn't asked, you were planning to keep it from me, right? Shen Bingmiao said innocently, oh dear, I was just afraid that knowing these things would cause you trouble. After all, the death game determines the strength of your dungeon based on your knowledge as well. It's just that I suddenly realized that the strength of your dungeon doesn't seem to be lacking in this regard anymore. As for killing a god, your elder sister contributed more to that. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sighed. It's Lin Zhao again. Seriously, what kind of existence is my elder sister in the death game? Is she still just an ordinary small restaurant chef? So, she didn't leave me any money or anything, did she? She loves money so much, there's no way she didn't use this game to accumulate wealth, right? Lin Yu stroked his chin. And Shen Bingmiao spoke with a hint of guilt. Oh dear, she actually did leave you a sum of money. Hearing Shen Bingmiao's tone, Lin Yu looked at her sharply. But I accidentally spent a lot to build the forum, and then lost it all investing in financial products. I'm very sorry. Hearing Shen Bingmiao's words, Lin Yu fell silent again. How did you, a digital life, manage to lose all your money investing in financial products? Shouldn't you be able to generate an endless stream of wealth with just a few investments? My computing power is all used to maintain the forum. Shen Bingmiao said helplessly, and don't be too naive, Junior. Investing isn't something you can master just by being quick-witted. Can't you just modify your own balance or something? Hearing Lin Yu's question, Shen Bingmiao replied helplessly, I can do it in terms of ability, but in practice, doing such things would violate some of my underlying protocols. Alright, I understand, Lin Yu acknowledged. Anyway, I'm not short on money now. Oh, and one last question. Lin Yu paused, looking at Shen Bingmiao. This question isn't very important. You don't have to answer. It's just a bit of personal curiosity, senior sister, since you stuffed yourself into Jiangqing media for me. And your appearance is clearly unreliable. How old are you really this year? Shen Bingmiao was listening intently at first. But after hearing Lin Yu's question, she immediately became helpless. Why are you suddenly asking that? It seems you don't have any more questions. I'll be leaving now. If you need any help later, or remember any clues about the second plan, remember to contact me immediately. Shen Bingmiao said, then her figure projected from the phone disappeared, cutting off communication with Lin Yu. Looking at the phone that had gone silent, Lin Yu also let out a long breath. Lin Zhao, 5 years ago, Fragments of Fate, God's Ultimate Dungeon. Although he didn't like the feeling of everything being completely uncontrollable and unknowable, not even knowing where the problem lay. After knowing part of the truth and seeing the puzzle, Lin Yu still didn't feel much better. Heavy fog enveloped him, and past mysteries were like ingredients in a boiling hot pot, faintly visible but not clearly seen. What's more, the truth of these mysteries could not be ignored. It concerned whether his older sister Lin Zhao could be resurrected. I can only take it one step at a time, at least I still have seen your sister as an accomplice. Lin Yu said, rubbing his temples. It was strange, although he had only just learned of Lin Zhao's death today, Lin Yu didn't know why he felt no sadness or pain at all. Perhaps in the memory deleted 5 years ago, he had already exhausted all his grief. He walked out of the house. The illusion of Lin Zhao that had appeared due to reality had vanished, and those traces had been erased, leaving only an empty room. Lin Yu walked into the living room and found that all the money he had given Lin Zhao earlier was scattered on the floor, and in the middle of the red banknotes lay a worn and tattered black and white photograph. A pretty girl with a slightly round face smiled, gazing quietly at the camera. The last sealed memory finally surged into his mind. So this is my sister's posthumous photo, Lin Yu said softly, picking up the photo. At this moment, there was still a tiny bit of loneliness in his heart. I must figure out all these truths, Lin Yu murmured softly, and then the bloody words wriggled into view. Fragment of Fate 4, a fragment of fate existing in the form of a posthumous photo. After holding it, one can receive the favor of fate, but also attract prying eyes and gazes. At this moment, this item already belonged to him. Lin Yu put this fragment of Fate 4 into his item space and let out a long breath. He exhaled his loneliness and dejection. Although he didn't know what his 5 years ago self had planned, Lin Yu decided to trust himself. Although he was indeed not a genius, he should absolutely not be careless when it came to matters involving Lin Zhao. Picking up the money from the floor one by one, he then returned to his room, where Lin Yu saw old Zhang and Hannah again. Looking at old Zhang, Lin Yu sighed. So, old Zhang, when you said I was special, was it because you saw that I was bound to join the death game? Old Zhang explained. I can feel the aura of fate on you, so it will inevitably lead you into this game. Of course. I didn't expect you to have a fragment of fate directly in your home. Lin Yu looked at old Zhang. Alright, if that's the case, let's make a truce. You can tell me what you wanted to ask me to do before. Old Zhang was very surprised. Don't you hate the Psychological Society anymore? No, I still hate them. Although it has indeed lessened a bit, it doesn't prevent me from wanting this organization to disappear immediately, Lin Yu replied truthfully. But this matter is no longer my top priority. Of course, in return, you must teach me everything about how to use and control mental power. Lin Yu said, and old Zhang immediately responded. Deal, boss. Actually, what I want you to do is very simple. I hope you kill one of the current council members of the Psychological Society. Old Zhang said seriously, and Lin Yu was instead shocked. Huh? Are you sure you don't also want to destroy the Psychological Society? If old Zhang had said his goal was this earlier, Lin Yu felt he wouldn't have needed to fall out with him. In his opinion, among all the people he wanted to kill in the entire Psychological Society, besides fluoxetine, the council members were probably next in priority. Old Zhang shook his head. No, I hope you take out the mole among them. I know there's a marauder mole in the Psychological Society's council, but I don't know who it is. Lin Yu nodded. Okay. I'll probably kill the entire council, so I definitely won't miss him. Old Zhang was a bit speechless when he heard that. Alright then. Consider it a compromise for both of us. The two temporarily reached a subtle truce. Alright, it's time to report to Li Hua, Lin Yu exhaled. After that, it's time to report to Tycoon. However, the strategy should also change. Whether it's Mei Mei or other identities, perhaps they can be more high profile. He used to be cautious. Largely because his strength was weak and he had concerns due to Lin Zhao. But now he was tier 2, and Lin Zhao was no longer in this world. Lin Yu suddenly felt that he had nothing to fear. What was the need for him to act low-key anymore? This time at Jiangyan Hall, I'll try to see if I can farm some public opinion in pyramid scheme. After simply writing a report about Carrot and Nian, omitting the parts about Xin Bingmiao and Lin Zhao, Lin Yu chose to submit these reports to Li Hua. Although Cress, Ziyuan, and Fu Luo were also present, the parts they knew were not crucial. And Lin Yu even saw their reports and perspectives as exploitable. After all, they hadn't heard Nian's words in the dream or his final words. From Cress and Ziyuan's perspective, Nian had just inexplicably attacked them and then inexplicably died. As for Fu Luo, although he seemed to know something about Lin Zhao, Lin Yu believed that with Xin Bingmiao watching him, Fu Luo should know what to say and what not to say. After submitting these reports, Lin Yu also mentioned that the tycoon had invited him to Jiangyan Hall. Li Hua quickly sent a reply. Hucheng Li Hua, okay, received. Thank you for your hard work. Hucheng Li Hua, I will handle the matter concerning Nian. And I will also apply for your subsequent organizational rewards. Hucheng Li Hua, as for the tycoon inviting you to Jiangyan Hall, you can go normally. Jiangyan Hall is a cooperative organization of our order. Your contact with their people, or even joining them as a guest member, is not a violation of discipline. After receiving Li Hua's reply, Lin Yu switched to his old Yao identity and sent a message to the tycoon. Boss, Mei Mei has already reported to order and can come to see you. He asked me when you would be free? Any time. The tycoon immediately replied. I'm free anytime, whenever you have time, just come to my restaurant and find me. Lin Yu was surprised to see the tycoon's response. So enthusiastic. Then, he replied with an OK emoji from old Yao's account and then left directly. I'm leaving. The moment he opened the door, Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to say goodbye to Lin Zhao, but then realized Lin Zhao wasn't there. He paused, swallowed his words, and then gently closed the door. Riding his bicycle, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the tycoon's restaurant again. It was still dilapidated. Lin Yu went straight through the window into the restaurant and then went up to the second floor. Before Lin Yu could open the door, he saw the tycoon open it himself. After a long time, the tycoon seemed to have lost some weight recently, but his blue handmade suit still fit well. Mei Mei, the new captain, congratulations. The tycoon smiled warmly and hugged him. I'm truly sorry for not coming out to greet you. Lin Yu looked at the overly enthusiastic tycoon, appearing somewhat surprised and resistant. It's not that serious, I'm just a vice captain. Hey, kid, don't give me that, the tycoon interrupted Lin Yu, patting his shoulder. Others, and even many people in order, don't know what kind of monster you are, but I do. They probably all think you've been in the death game for 3 or 4 months, but only I know. You've actually been in it for no more than 2 months. Although you probably lied the first time you came to me and weren't a complete newcomer. It was at most 3 dungeons. In other words, you should have completed advancement in 6 dungeons, and then after a few more dungeons. You are now a captain-level member of Order. For such an astonishing genius like you, of course, I, your elder brother, must take you seriously. Clearly, the tycoon had also confirmed that Mei Mei was Lin Yu, who had visited him before. This might sound a bit snobbish, but the death game is cruel and that's just how it is. What's more, when I, your elder brother, try to get closer, it's not like we have no emotional foundation, right? Lin Yu nodded, of course. I remember the convenience you offered me at the gathering, the olive branch you extended, and the information you shared with me. This visit is also to express that I haven't forgotten Brother He's kindness. And when I was abducted by people from the Free Alliance, Brother He also helped. Lin Yu no longer used the codename Tycoon but instead referred to him as Brother He, based on the tycoon's real name. He Ju Tsai. And indeed, The tycoon was very pleased to hear Lin Yu's very Jianghu 11 Chi, Jianghu Shichi, a mannerism common in the underworld/martial arts world, address. Hey, Brother Lin, there's no need to be so formal. He may not have much else, but righteousness comes first for me, and this righteousness is both loyalty and justice. In the future, when you carry out your work in Jiangcheng, you can contact me directly if you need anything. The tycoon paused, then continued, of course. If Jiangyan Hall has anything, I might also have to bother you. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of order, I will do my best. Not just as a captain, but also as myself. Although I am currently a first tier, I can say without exaggeration that I should be considered quite strong among the first tier members. Lin Yu said solemnly. The tycoon naturally believed him. I believe you, so, if you need any items, or want to sell any items in the future, you can also come directly to me. I can guarantee you a sale at the Jiangcheng gathering or directly through auction channels. Also, the friend who facilitated our meeting, Old Yao. Lin Yu interrupted the tycoon. That's not my friend. What? Seeing the tycoon's somewhat surprised expression, Lin Yu said seriously, that's my sworn brother, who saved my life in a dungeon. Hearing Lin Yu say this, the tycoon's face showed a shocked expression, clearly raising his evaluation of Old Yao again. I understand, Brother Lin, I will. There's no need to take excessive care of him, Brother He. Everything should be handled according to your Jiangyan Hall's rules and procedures. Let him stay in his rightful position based on his own abilities. Lin Yu said even more seriously. The tycoon nodded, I understand. Since you've said so, then rest assured. Lin Yu looked at the tycoon's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. He knew that the more he, as Mei said this, the more it would appear that his relationship with Old Yao was extraordinary. And the tycoon would definitely value the identity of Old Yao even more. By the way, Brother He, I actually need some items recently, but I don't have time to attend the next gathering. Can you keep an eye out for me? As Lin Yu spoke, the tycoon immediately said cheerfully, just tell me. Mainly alchemy materials from the Barren Realm, Lin Yu said in a tone as if he was seriously thinking and recalling, recently. I learned some alchemy abilities there, so I want to purchase some alchemy materials to practice. Alchemy? The tycoon looked at Lin Yu, a surprised expression on his face. Specifically, what alchemy materials do you need? Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. And he thought again, I don't know the market price of these things, but they should be quite expensive, so I also want to ask if Brother He has any recommendations for alternatives. Emerald Laurel, Night Coral, Bright Light Cordyceps. Lin Yu casually rattled off several precious alchemy materials he had seen on the gift list for the Sleepless Nightfire apricot birthday party. And just as Lin Yu expected, the tycoon, being a Tier 4 player, was very knowledgeable and had some understanding of the alchemy system in the wilderness realm. Just hearing Lin Yu list these materials, he couldn't help but show a look of admiration. It seems, little brother, the level of alchemy you have learned is not low. Lin Yu nodded, it's all right. What I've studied is intermediate alchemy of the life spectrum, from a family behind the divine power group. It's a type that consumes quite a lot. The tycoon unexpectedly asked, could it be the alchemy, butterfly wings from the Rance family? That's right, I didn't expect Brother He to know, Lin Yu feigned surprise, as expected of an veteran player, an experienced Tier 4. As his words fell, Lin Yu felt belief surge. Of course, he hadn't mastered any alchemy yet. The previous conversation was merely using the tycoon, misleading him into thinking he had mastered alchemy. Of course. Although the belief from the tycoon alone wasn't enough to truly give Lin Yu an alchemy out of thin air. Lin Yu chose the tycoon for this deception not only because the tycoon knew a little about him but not too much, making him the easiest to believe Lin Yu's claims, but also considering the quality and quantity of belief the tycoon could bring. The tycoon's Tier 4 status meant that his belief quality would be higher than that of other ordinary players. At the same time, as a local bigwig in Jiangcheng, telling him this news and gaining his belief could also bring a sufficient quantity of belief. As expected, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the tycoon immediately expressed himself again. After all, I'm already tier 4. I've been playing this game for almost 2 years, visited all realms, and have a basic understanding of every place. Like the alchemy of the wilderness realm, I have a general understanding of the few more famous ones. Intermediate alchemy of the life spectrum, divine power group, requiring exceptionally precious materials, these stacked together. The one that fits the conditions and is relatively easy for players to come into contact with is butterfly wings. The tycoon said with a smile. However, although butterfly wings is a bit expensive, it is indeed very useful. Don't worry, your elder brother, will definitely seek out more alchemy materials that you can use. Then I'll leave it to you, brother he. Lin Yu said seriously. The tycoon waved his hand. Why be so polite? Getting some alchemy materials is just a small matter for me. And, I will definitely not expose that you are the real buyer. Hearing the tycoon say this, Lin Yu quickly said, you don't need to do that. Brother he. Just say that I bought them, there's no need to deliberately conceal that I've learned alchemy. The tycoon was puzzled. Why is that? This is such a good new trump card you've learned, shouldn't you hide it well? Because I just joined Order and was promoted to vice captain as a tier 1 player. What I need now isn't to hide my abilities, but to make a name for myself, Lin Yu said seriously. Anyway, my usual scope of activity is in Jiangcheng, so there won't be any real danger, right? The tycoon listened to Lin Yu's words, deep in thought. Hearing Lin Yu's explanation, he thought he understood Lin Yu's intentions. You Order members indeed have more to consider than ordinary players, the tycoon said with emotion. Then let's do as you wish, but I warn you. The dangers of conflict between players often aren't in reality, but within instances. Although you are in Jiangcheng, where you will go after joining an instance is an unknown. As the tycoon spoke, Lin Yu once again said seriously. The strength of players who can gather in an instance will always be roughly similar, Lin Yu said, and at this point, several figures flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but pause. All in all, my previous reputation was not insignificant, and I have encountered people who targeted me in instances, but I still survived. Concealing my profession from brother he before was truly a last resort. My personality is not one that likes to hide, being open and honest is my style. Hearing Lin Yu's righteous and resounding words, the tycoon showed appreciation. Very good, little brother, I like people with your personality. We truly hit it off. It's a pity you joined Order. No, it's not a pity at all. A talent like you should join Order. The tycoon praised him lavishly. Lin Yu nodded slightly. It's all right. Although I didn't join Riverside Hall, what I said just now is true. Whenever there's anything I can help with, brother just speak up, whether it's through Old Yao or contacting me directly. As Lin Yu spoke, he stood up, preparing to bid farewell and leave. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. There are still some matters to attend to at Order. The tycoon also stood up. Little brother, wait a moment. He turned and took out 2 exquisite gift boxes from under the cabinet behind him. Here, take these. These are for you and Captain Liang Yi. Good night. Brother it's not that I want to refuse your kindness, Lin Yu said with difficulty. It's just that there are explicit rules in Order's discipline. What you're doing is a clear case of bribery, and if I accept it, I'll be violating regulations. The tycoon waved his hand. Little brother, don't worry. I know Order's 10 disciplines, 5 major points, 2 never, and 2 must by heart. This stuff absolutely won't violate any of your regulations. Lin Yu looked closely and saw that one gift box was a large health supplement package, and the other was a fruit gift box. The health supplements are for you, and the fruits are for Captain Liang Yi. Good night, the tycoon said seriously. The price isn't expensive, and they can't be converted into cash. They're just a small token of my regard, so take them and use them yourselves. This is my personal year-end bonus for the members of Riverside Hall. Everyone gets a share. Lin Yu accepted the gift boxes. All right. Then I won't decline any further. Next time I come to see you, I will return the favor. Really, the tycoon was overjoyed. Oh, that's too kind. Just bring me a McDonald's meal set. Listening to the tycoon's tone, Lin Yu had a faint illusion. It seemed he was just waiting for a McDonald's meal set before he would give him the gift boxes. How much did this guy like fast food? And why couldn't he buy it himself? Although Lin Yu had doubts in his heart, he still nodded. All right, I understand. After bidding farewell to the tycoon, Lin Yu then arrived at the comprehensive office of the Order's Jiangcheng branch. As a large organization, in addition to several teams and their reserve and logistics personnel in each city, the Order also has administrative departments composed of non-frontline personnel, including the Organization Department, the Finance Department, and the External Affairs Department. After all, many of the Order's mid to high-level officials came from official backgrounds, so this system and set of rules were relatively familiar and useful to them. Moreover, although the name was department, the members and organizational structure were actually very streamlined. After removing the redundant parts, there were only 3 departments, and each department only needed 5 or 6 people. These members reported directly to the regional head and inspectors and obeyed orders from headquarters. The organization department handled personnel transfers and archive management. The finance department handled items and finances. The external affairs department was responsible for interactions with other organizations and follow-up work. The rest was left to the autonomy of each team. Therefore, the office was truly just an office within an office building. Upon pushing open the door, Lin Yu saw a very simple and unadorned office, 3 desks pushed together, with 3 computers on them, plus 3 board order members on duty, which constituted the entire contents of the office. This was also a hidden benefit of joining the Order. You could even get a full-time or part-time job where you could just coast by. After all, this place was genuinely rented under the name of a certain company. And upon arriving here, the 3 clerks looked at Lin Yu, quite surprised. Deputy Captain Mei Mei, why are you here? Lin Yu nodded. I'm a newly appointed deputy captain. So I want to understand the situation of my team members and other teams in Jiangcheng. With my authority, I should be able to access some public archives and data, right? As Lin Yu spoke, the clerk from the organization department stood up and nodded. Of course, Captain Lin. You don't even need to make a special trip, you just need to say something on WeChat. We're all in the work group. Lin Yu shook his head. I still want to look at them offline. There should be paper archives, right? The clerk nodded. Yes, there are. I'll go find them for you right now. The clerk stood up, then took out a key, and retrieved a large stack of folders from a locked cabinet nearby. These are all the publicly available archives of the Order's members in the Jiangcheng branch. Captain Lin, your authority allows you to browse these freely. As the clerk spoke, Lin Yu nodded and then began to examine these archives. The data of all 52 Order members in Jiangcheng were among them, many of whom Lin Yu had already met during previous operations. Especially the several captains and deputy captains, Lin Yu also learned about their strength and profession for the first time. Except for Liang Yi, who was a Tier 3, the other 2 captains and the second team's deputy captain were all Tier 2, with professions of postman, official, and police, respectively. The captain of the third team, like himself on the surface, was a Tier 1, with the profession of judge. Lin Yu quickly skimmed through them and soon memorized the professions of all Order members. Afterward, he returned the archives. All right, I'm done. As Lin Yu spoke, the clerk did not inquire further about Lin Yu's purpose in doing so. And after finishing the archives, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Li Hua wants to clear out the Order's internal ranks. When he asked Liang Yi for information earlier, the other party agreed so readily that it gave Lin Yu the idea to check the archives himself. Lin Yu's purpose in looking at these archives was to find clues about the mole. He didn't expect to find no anomalies in the archives themselves, but instead discovered something amiss in the regulations. With a deputy captain's authority being so extensive, if anyone within this organization were to become corrupt or degenerate, it could indeed cause very adverse effects. And just as Lin Yu returned all the archives, the office door opened again. Sybil, so you Sybil bastard, came to Jiangcheng and didn't even say a word. You make me look very Sybil ungracious. Before seeing the person, the word Sybil was heard. Lin Yu turned his head and saw Liang Yi, wearing a baseball cap and looking like a hooligan, walking into the office arm in arm with someone. And the person Liang Yi was with, Lin Yu had only recently parted ways with. It was naturally the new arrival to Jiangcheng, Kite. Both of them looked at Lin Yu in the office, equally surprised. Lin Yu was also very surprised, looking at Liang Yi. Captain, what are you doing here? Liang Yi pointed to Kite beside him. This kid, I don't know why, Sybil suddenly got transferred to the central China region. From today on, he's our colleague, Liang Yi said. I'm here to bring him to fill out forms and submit archives. What about you, kid? What are you doing here? Lin Yu nodded. I came to check the archives, to facilitate future work. And Kite looked at Lin Yu. Also very surprised. I thought you'd be dealing with your family and calming your emotions. Is everything alright already? Lin Yu nodded. Yes. Thanks to you, I'm fine. Liang Yi was a bit surprised. Have you two met before, Sybil? Kite, why did you meet him first and not me? This procedure isn't right, is it? And it sounds like you two experienced something together? Li Hua asked me to deliver something to him. Kite offered Li Hua as a legitimate reason. And Lin Yu answered Liang Yi's latter question. I encountered an attack from 20, but with Kite's help, it was resolved. Liang Yi's expression changed slightly. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter? He reported it directly to Li Hua, after all. This matter might be related to Comrade Li Hua, Kite added. We didn't intentionally hide it from you. This matter is actually quite simple. 20 died in the last instance, transformed into a nightmare through his prearranged contingencies. Survived, and returned to reality. And why the first thing he did after returning was to run to Mei Mei's home to attack him. But luckily and strangely, I didn't even have to do much. That guy just died on his own, in my opinion. It should be that his main body encountered some mishap in the Night Valley realm. Kite summarized the events. And Liang Yi's expression changed slightly as he listened. I just took office not long ago. How could such a big thing happen and I didn't even know about it? He pulled Lin Yu to the other side of the office. What exactly is going on, Sybil? Why were you suddenly targeted by 20? Is it related to the matter Li Hua entrusted to you? What exactly is that Li Hua guy planning to make you do? Liang Yi said indignantly. Lin Yu looked at Liang Yi and said casually, Oh, Li Hua asked me to investigate the mole in the order. He said it casually. As if he was talking about something very commonplace. But Liang Yi was stunned upon hearing this, and then his expression changed drastically. Sybil. Why would you tell me such an important matter? Didn't you ask? Then you should have warned me. Liang Yi, good night, only felt endless regret at this moment. Why did he have to open his mouth for no good reason? Although most people who join order and rise to mid to high levels are upright individuals with a sense of justice, hoping to establish and maintain order. However, there are differences between different kinds of justice. Liang Yi, good night, joined order simply hoping to help others as much as he could within his capabilities. From the fact that his awakened profession was a social animal, it could also be seen that Liang Yi, good night's self-positioning and perception of himself were not that of a crucial character. Whether it was confronting overly powerful enemies or resolving troublesome incidents, in Liang Yi, good night's view, these things were beyond his capabilities and needed to be avoided as much as possible. So, can I pretend I didn't hear about this? He looked at Lin Yu and asked sincerely. Finding an internal mole within order, in Liang Yi, good night's opinion, was already far beyond his capabilities. Facing Liang Yi, good night's request, Lin Yu naturally smiled slightly. Of course not. He told Liang Yi, good night, these things precisely to drag him into it. I will report everything truthfully to Li Hua, Lin Yu said, looking at Liang Yi, good night. Now, Comrade Captain. You only have one path, to investigate this with me. Liang Yi, good night, sighed, alright. Why didn't you drag Ji Yuan into this? Although both of us are tier 3, his assassin isn't more useful than my social animal, and he also hates evil as if it were his personal enemy. He's currently in a semi-demoted state and eager to atone for his mistakes. Lin Yu shook his head. I don't trust him. Although Ji Yuan had not shown any problems during their current interactions. His previous record of killing made Lin Yu uncertain whether Ji Yuan could truly be trusted. After all, his hatred for evil and his current disciplinary action could very well be reasons for Ji Yuan to turn to external forces and develop ulterior motives. Lin Yu believed that with Order's capabilities and its vetting and evaluation processes, it might not be able to screen out all bad people before they joined, but it should at least be able to screen out 99%. Therefore, if there truly was an internal mole within Order, Lin Yu felt it was more likely that this mole had betrayed their original self after joining, rather than being planted from the very beginning. Furthermore, their betrayal might not be a result of coercion or temptation leading to degradation and corruption, it could simply be that they had gone to extremes. Thus, the more someone like Ji Yuan appeared to be full of justice, even more sincere than typical Order members, the more likely they were to betray Order. After all, after screening, many Order members would not betray the organization for profit. But what if it was for belief? Initially, they might have agreed with the organization's beliefs when joining Order, but as time went on, they discovered aspects of the organization that didn't meet their expectations, or perhaps they constantly grew within the death game. And their ideas changed significantly, ultimately leading them down the path of becoming an internal mole and betraying Order. This was also possible. This was also why Lin Yu chose Liang Yi, good night, from their interactions during this period. It seemed that people like Liang Yi, good night, were precisely the most reliable and absolutely would not betray. Rather than trusting his conscience, it was better to trust his courage and character. How could someone who constantly shared short videos with him on WeChat betray an organization that treated him well, whether for profit or belief? Liang Yi, good night, having reached tier 3, was not stupid, and hearing Lin Yu say this, he silently sighed. Alright, last time with High City, you helped me with my political achievements, so this time I'll help you too. Anyway, if this works out, my status should rise even further. At this point, Liang Yi, good night, thought for a moment. So, you've looked at the files of everyone in Jiang City, do you have any suspects? Lin Yu nodded, not yet, but I do have an idea and direction for how to start the investigation. Liang Yi, good night. As Lin Yu's direct superior and the future spokesperson for Order in Jiang City, now looked like a hands-off boss, completely deferring to Lin Yu. Elaborate. What work do I need to coordinate with you on? I really do need your assistance, Captain Liang Yi, good night, Lin Yu said, stroking his chin. You can inform the higher-ups and write an application document. Our Jiang City branch plans to launch a cleanup operation targeting illegal organizations and players. And we hope other Order branches in various cities can also follow suit and cooperate continuously for a relatively large-scale purge to improve the current game environment. We hope for approval from above. As Lin Yu spoke, Liang Yi, good night, was stunned. You're making it this big? The problem is, if the higher-ups really approve it, what will you do? You can't expect me to tell Li Hua or the head of the Central China region, or even the secretary, in advance that this is a fake message to catch an internal mole, can you? Lin Yu heard Liang Yi, good night, words and found it somewhat strange. When did I say this was a fake message? This is an action that genuinely needs to be approved and implemented. Liang Yi, good night, looked at Lin Yu as if he had seen a ghost. Then if the higher-ups approve it, what do you plan to do? Do you know why we haven't eradicated those organizations until now? It's certainly not that we can't defeat them. So it must be that we can't find them and are afraid of the consequences, right? Lin Yu said calmly. Yes, Order cannot start a war with them in the urban areas. If it gets out of control, we cannot bear the responsibility. What if I can find their relatively remote strongholds? After all, these organizations are also afraid of their locations being exposed and often set up strongholds in the suburbs, Lin Yu said calmly. And, even for strongholds in urban areas? As long as we can accurately know how many people are inside and what their strength is. Carrying out targeted cleanup operations should prevent it from getting out of control. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Liang Yi, good night, laughed. If you truly have this ability, then of course you can write an application, but how is that possible? But looking at the determined expression on Lin Yu's face, the smile on Liang Yi, good night's face gradually faded. Are you serious? Of course, do I look like someone who likes to joke? Lin Yu retorted to Liang Yi, good night. Source of information? Liang Yi, good night, finally realized the seriousness of the matter. If what Lin Yu said was true, then what he was about to do would involve almost everyone in the entire player community, causing an earthquake-like event for all players. Lin Yu's face broke into a smile. If there's an internal mole in order, then why can't we develop moles within other organizations? Then, Lin Yu paused. Mole doesn't sound very good. In short, I know a guy who has connections in various organizations, and he might be able to become our informant. After bidding farewell to Liang Yi, good night, Lin Yu returned home. He quickly ate some noodles and went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, Lin Yu changed into the identity of Old Yao and took out his phone to contact the tycoon. Today was already the day for the Jiangyan Hall cadre meeting, and after yesterday, the tycoon's regard for Old Yao had grown even stronger. Early in the morning, Lin Yu received a notification on Old Yao's phone, seeing a message from the tycoon. Harmony brings wealth, brother, don't forget today's meeting, it's your first time attending. Send me your location, and I'll have the driver pick you up. Lin Yu looked at the tycoon's message and pondered for a moment. He changed the location information to a hotel 2 kilometers away from his home, then left to head there. Old Yao, thank you, boss. It's too much trouble for you to personally send a driver to pick me up. Waiting at the hotel entrance with Old Yao's face. It wasn't long before a black luxury car pulled up. The car door opened automatically, and the tycoon himself was sitting inside, wearing a bright blue suit, smiling and greeting Lin Yu. Old Yao, get in. Lin Yu immediately put on a look of being flattered. Boss, didn't you say you'd send a driver? Why did you come to pick me up yourself? The tycoon's face showed a cheerful expression. I only have one driver, and I have to go to the meeting too. Right? How can I be so presumptuous as to ride in the same car as you, especially since we're going to a meeting today? What would the brothers in the hall think? Lin Yu deliberately showed a slightly troubled expression. Don't worry, the atmosphere in our Jiangyan Hall is like family. Everyone is a good brother in the organization. Even if I'm the head of this organization, it doesn't mean I'm necessarily nobler than others. Besides, you, kid, have unlimited potential and are a talent I value. You've also made several significant contributions to the organization. Who would dare have an opinion of you? If there's anyone narrow-minded in our Jiangyan Hall, I'll be the first to expel him. As the tycoon spoke, Lin Yu nodded cautiously this time and got into the car. Then, the car door closed, and the car slowly started. Only then did Lin Yu speak cautiously. Boss, forgive my dullness, but I'm actually not quite sure what significant contributions I've made to our Jiangyan Hall. Frustrating the plunderers' conspiracy doesn't count? Assisting order in its planning doesn't count? Lin Yu showed a stunned expression. Those were all Mei's achievements. But you also put in effort. Everyone has their strengths. You connected various parties and coordinated information, which is also a merit. The tycoon reached out and put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. You can also see that my family is in business, so I'm very clear that connections themselves are a type of ability. Although I also have friends familiar with order, now that you've opened up a few more connections, it's naturally even better. Besides, I guess you probably don't just have Mei as a capable friend, do you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu showed an embarrassed expression. I do know quite a few people, but many of them aren't exactly above board. The tycoon laughed heartily again. I know. It's nothing more than people from those disbarred 3 great families' organizations. No matter. Although we have deep cooperation with order, we are not order after all. I won't meddle in your personal connections. What's more, we might even need these people sometime. As the tycoon spoke, Lin Yu also nodded. Understood, boss. If you ever need these people in the future, just come directly to me. Soon, the car slowly stopped. Lin Yu looked out the car window at the grand, luxurious hotel lobby, a little surprised. I thought we'd be holding the meeting in your restaurant. Oh, I live there out of personal interest. That place is remote and dilapidated. It's already enough trouble for the brothers who come to report to me and discuss matters. The tycoon waved his hand. If we were to hold a meeting squeezed into a place like that, even if the brothers didn't say anything, I, as the boss, would feel bad. He said, then added, anyway, this is also my family's property. I eat for free, it's all on credit. Hearing the tycoon say this, Lin Yu glanced at the hotel again. It was indeed property under the tycoon's family, the Qingsheng Group, although the Qingsheng Group was primarily a food processing group. It still had some physical properties like hotels. However, Lin Yu still pretended to be very surprised. This is your family's property? Boss, what exactly does your family do? After all, at least the identity of old Yao should be completely unaware of the tycoon's background. The tycoon waved his hand. My father was capable, and my elder brother was strong, so they built up a small family business. The car door opened, and the tycoon led Lin Yu out of the car. Vice Chairman, please come this way. Without the tycoon needing to say anything, the hotel staff proactively came forward and led the tycoon and Lin Yu to a private room. This was clearly the most luxurious private room in the entire hotel. After pushing open the door and entering, the table was already filled with members of Jiangyan Hall. Lin Yu quickly counted, there were 22 people in total. 8 altar masters, 8 protectors, plus 2 vice hall masters, and 4 others who, like me, are temporarily without positions but are very crucial figures. Lin Yu mentally cross-referenced the Jiangyan Hall's highly Jianhuesque organizational structure, going through the identities of these people. These people should also be almost all the tier-up players of Jiangyan Hall, a total of 5 Tier 2 and 17 Tier 1. This made Lin Yu, who had been dealing with high-level players a lot recently, immediately think, this organization seems quite weak. But Lin Yu quickly reconsidered and realized Jiangyan Hall was already considered very strong among local organizations. 5 Tier 2 players, who seemed to be seasoned Tier 2 players, would be a force to be reckoned with in any city or organization. If they appeared in a dungeon, they would be directly worshipped by a group of ordinary players as the key to clearing it. Moreover, my current identity is Old Yao, just a Tier 1 thief. I need to properly position myself. Thinking of this, Lin Yu showed a warm and friendly expression. Brothers, thank you for waiting, the tycoon said, then unhurriedly walked to the head seat and sat down. Lin Yu did not immediately sit down, but first greeted the Jiangyan Hall members present. Everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Old Yao, who recently joined. In the organization from now on, I ask for your continued support. Although Lin Yu usually had very few friends, it was still quite easy for him to curry favor with a specific person or group of people. Riverside Hall was said to be a meeting, but in reality, it was more like a team-building dinner. The work-related part only happened before the dishes started arriving, when each member briefly reported on recent events that were mostly uneventful. After that, everyone began eating and drinking. The tycoon certainly hadn't lied to Lin Yu. The internal atmosphere of Riverside Hall was very friendly, and such an occasion gave Lin Yu ample room to perform. After several rounds of drinks, the 2 hall masters next to Lin Yu, with slurred speech, were already calling him brother. Brother Yao, you're truly. We brothers are like old friends at first sight. Lin Yu smiled and raised his glass of juice. Not at all. Both in and out of the game, you two are my seniors, and I still have much to learn, he said, then drained the juice in his glass. And these two were not the only ones who had an excellent impression of Lin Yu. He had already made a round of toasts and drinks. All the core members of Riverside Hall now felt more or less a sense of goodwill and closeness towards Old Yao. Especially, the tycoon. Sitting at the head of the table, his face flushed from drinking. He swayed over, holding his wine glass. "Boss! You two make some room, I need to chat with Old Yao," the tycoon said, and the two hall masters moved their stools. Allowing the tycoon to plop down next to Lin Yu, "Old Yao, seeing you integrate so well, I'm relieved. To be fair, brother, when I first recruited you and gave you important tasks, I was indeed valuing your connection with Mei Mei. He's a very powerful potential newcomer. So I originally hoped you would tie him down. But little brother, everything I said in the car was from the bottom of my heart. Truly heartfelt words, not a single bit fake. Now, I truly think highly of you, genuinely think highly of you. Our Riverside Hall welcomes all kinds of talents, and someone as versatile as you is naturally a talent. An organization that wants to grow big and achieve great things needs fierce generals and strategists. Look at Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, who started his rebellion by slaying a white snake. He needed Han Xian, Zhang Liang, Fan Kuai, but the most important was Xiao He. The tycoon exhaled a breath of stale air. "Old Yao, little brother, you are my Xiao He." Lin Yu quickly raised his glass again. "Boss, you flatter me." "What flattery?" "Shadowless Hand, come here." A middle-aged man who was eating at the other end of the banquet stood up, rubbed his hands, and ran over. "Boss, tell me. Bring out the items I asked you to find." The tycoon then looked at Lin Yu. "Death game is special after all. It's too difficult for ordinary talents to succeed with just one trick, but because we've been through dungeons, we need to improve our abilities in all aspects, otherwise it's easy to die inexplicably in a dungeon. Brother knows you just advanced not long ago, so you probably lack a solid foundation, which is why I got you 2 sets of items. Because I'm a unique class, I don't really understand much." The tycoon then said, "So I entrusted Shadowless Hand with this task. Professional matters are handled by professionals. You two have the same class, so you should exchange more feelings in the future." As the tycoon spoke, Shadowless Hand also smiled. "Brother Yao, these 2 items are quite useful for a thief at Tier 1. I heard from the boss that you chose Mysterious Pouch. So I've supplemented your survival ability and attack methods." Lin Yu quickly took the items handed to him by Shadowless Hand and immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." A look of excitement appeared on Lin Yu's face. "Boss. Brother Hand, you are truly so thoughtful. Joining you is truly the honor of my life." After Lin Yu finished thanking them, he then looked at the prompts that appeared one after another before his eyes. Item Assassin's Wrist Crossbow, bound. Item Earth-Burrowing Talisman Armor, bound. Assassin's Wrist Crossbow, equips 6 steel wrist bolts every 72 hours. Pulling the trigger will fire all of them. Before activation, this device will be in an absolutely hidden state. Earth-Burrowing Talisman Armor, after activation, allows free movement within any solid medium for 15 minutes. Requires 24 hours of recharging time after each use. Lin Yu looked at the item prompts and was stunned. He had originally thought that the items the tycoon and Shadowless Hand prepared for Old Yao would at best be barely usable for himself. These, if put up for auction, would probably be hot commodities worth thousands of points. It seemed the tycoon was really afraid of Old Yao dying in the dungeon. He must genuinely think highly of Old Yao. And after realizing the value of these items, Lin Yu immediately upgraded his motivation for showing emotion again. He first feigned shock. This is too valuable, I can't accept it, can I? What are you talking about? I already said you've made huge contributions to the organization. The tycoon said seriously, and Shadowless Hand also persuaded, that's right. These are specifically for you. Only then did Lin Yu, flattered, pick up the 2 items, not rushing to put them away, but examining them for a while before showing some joy. I'm truly grateful to everyone. The organization is so good to me, I have no way to repay you. By the end, Lin Yu's eyes were slightly moist. He vigorously rubbed his nose, saying with a mix of embarrassment and joy, "Boss, I'm sorry, I lost my composure a bit. It's just, thank you so much." His previous versatile demeanor disappeared, replaced by a slight awkwardness. "Bah, it's nothing, you deserve it." The tycoon patted Lin Yu's shoulder again. "So, you little rascal, you also have to give me the lowdown," the tycoon said with a smile. "Mei told me he has a life-and-death friendship with you. It looks like he must be the one whose life you saved." Old Yao. "Brother is being completely honest with you, real things are laid out here, and you know I'm not playing games with you. You should also tell Big Brother the truth. How are you able to save such a formidable person?" Hearing the tycoon's words, Lin Yu's face still showed emotion, and he immediately spoke. "Big Brother, I have nothing to hide from you, I do have some trump cards." At this moment, Lin Yu's tone was incredibly sincere. As if he was about to pour his heart out to the tycoon. But deep down, when Lin Yu heard the tycoon ask this question, his first reaction was only relief. Indeed, an old fox like the tycoon couldn't possibly fail to notice the foreshadowing I left using Mei's identity. He finally asked. Lin Yu leaned closer to the tycoon, lowering his voice. "To be honest with you, old brother, in a certain dungeon, I once saw a god." After leaving the Riverside Hall gathering, Lin Yu felt that the ability of his old Yao identity as a thief was about to be permanently solidified through the memories of the people from Riverside Hall. Of course, Lin Yu could also directly use public opinion shapes gold to permanently retain this realized effect now. However, public opinion shapes gold can only retain a maximum of 3 effects, and Lin Yu did not want to use one for just a thief ability. Anyway, according to Lin Yu's expectations, the identity of Old Yao would gradually emerge and sooner or later become a permanently solidified ability. Just like Doctor and Soldier. Of course, the gains from this Riverside Hall gathering were not limited to just the Old Yao identity. Besides Old Yao gaining a sense of presence in 2 items, the tycoon at the gathering clearly took the time to mention the Mei matter to several people Lin Yu had originally planned to subtly guide the conversation towards this topic through Old Yao if necessary, but the tycoon was indeed very considerate. The scam of alchemy, butterfly wings in Guanyun also began to spread, and Lin Yu felt a good deal of belief continuously flowing into his account. It seemed that directly mastering this alchemy was just around the corner. All that's left to do now is wait for these rumors to continue to ferment. Perhaps out of consideration for his feelings. Shin Bingmiao also postponed the drama club's tour. The remaining time within the week suddenly felt extraordinarily long. Lin Yu could only spend his time repeatedly reading books related to performance and watching famous stage plays, and then until Monday arrived again. On the Zhuming identity side, Lin Yan finally sent another message. "Sister Zhuming, the remuneration has been discussed, get ready to form a team." Lin Yu received the message directly from Lin Yan via the social function and immediately replied. "Okay, send it over." Afterward, team invitation appeared in social. This was Lin Yan using the remote team-up card item to invite Lin Yu. After Lin Yu agreed, he then saw himself being pulled into a team. "This way, after entering the game, we will be assigned together." Seeing the message from Lin Yan, Lin Yu then responded, "I understand. Do I need to make any preparations?" "No special preparations are needed, just perform as usual." Lin Yan replied again. "But after all, we're bringing a tier 2 through a dungeon, you're also tier 2, and I'm still tier 1. I don't even know how you convinced the other party." "It's very simple," Lin Yan replied. "I briefly demonstrated my strength and subtly hinted that we belong to the Freedom Alliance, but although the organization's reputation isn't great compared to the Marauders and Psychological Society, which only have purely negative reputations, it also somewhat carries the effect of expert certification. I'm not even an official member yet." Lin Yu reminded again, "Soon. When will you leave the Psychological Society?" "I'll have to wait until the time is right." Lin Yu then ended the call with Lin Yan. "A tier 2 dungeon, huh? As my first dungeon, after advancing to Tier 2, it probably won't be simple. After all, Lin Yu previously felt that he encountered anomalies in every dungeon, which was somewhat just a metaphysical lament. But now, he clearly understood the principle. He was indeed special in some sense, from the perspective of the death game. He and Shin Bingmiao had been planning to utilize the rules and power of this game 5 years ago. So it was reasonable for him to be targeted by the game after officially joining. According to what Lin Yu currently understood, the death game itself, when evaluating a player's comprehensive strength, would consider the knowledge aspect that the player possessed. Even if he had forgotten most things back then, Lin Yu's current understanding of high-level abilities, relationships with gods, and the essence of the game was definitely not inferior to those veteran powerhouses. Moreover, even without considering this aspect, assuming the death game did not specifically target Lin Yu, he still had a fragment of fate lying honestly in his item space. So, in some sense, at least his encounter with the diviner and another fragment of fate that had already come to life on Fog Island was by no means accidental. As Lin Yu thought of this, he suddenly noticed a previously overlooked, headache-inducing point. That diviner was already watching me, if he found out or realized that I also possessed a fragment of fate. Wouldn't he watch me even more closely? Lin Yu remembered that the diviner was clearly very interested in this thing. And judging from that guy's ability to foresee and deduce, as long as he held the fragment of fate, it was only a matter of time before the other party followed the clues to find him. From a rational perspective, although this fragment of fate clearly brought Lin Yu many benefits that accelerated his growth. If there was the risk of being constantly watched by the diviner, it would be best for him to get rid of this hot potato. Giving it to Li Hua, giving it to the tycoon, or having Shin Bingmiao retrieve it were all good options. He could even just throw it away in a dungeon world. After all, plenty of people would be scrambling for this thing. But emotionally, Lin Yu didn't want to do that. Keeping it might also allow me to become stronger more effectively and find the path to advancement faster. All in all, I'll keep it. Although the diviner was very powerful and seemingly invincible, he had escaped last time anyway. What's more, his current goal was no longer as simple as just surviving. The death game Lin Yu was currently playing also carried the life of another person to achieve this, becoming stronger. Becoming stronger than the diviner was also his necessary path. I hope the next dungeon goes smoothly. Lin Yu silently prayed in his heart. Then another day passed, and after 12 noon on Tuesday, the blood-red prompt appeared. Less than 24 hours remain until the latest start time for the next game. Because this team-up item was a remote team-up card, Lin Yu didn't need to gather with Lin Yan and the employer in advance, he just needed to enter the game normally. Please place yourself in a high-temperature dehydration state before midnight tonight to await entry into the game. And the moment the blood-red prompt appeared, Shin Bingmiao's message also arrived. The world where your next dungeon is located is in the Prison Mountain realm. Prison Mountain? Lin Yu fell into contemplation again, looking at the message Shin Bingmiao sent. For most players, among the 10 realms, the ones they most commonly encountered were basically the Black Mire, the Barrens, Prison Mountain, the Pure Ruins, Fog Island, and Night Valley. Among them, Lin Yu was naturally more familiar with Fog Island and the Barrens, and had some understanding of the Black Mire and Night Valley as well. So far, the only worlds Lin Yu had never visited were the Pure Ruins and Prison Mountain. This time, he had taken a mission, and it was a mission to guide a second tier through it. Originally, going to a completely unfamiliar world without any foundation was already a headache for Lin Yu, let alone having to consider his employer. However, it was fortunate that his current strength was indeed strong enough, combined with Lin Yan's help and his senior sister's intelligence. Lin Yu, though feeling a bit troubled, did not think this dungeon was truly difficult. He carefully read the information his senior sister sent about the Prison Mountain realm. This was a world with an extremely complex environment, where demons, ghosts, and monsters were as numerous as cattle hair. At the same time, most of the humans here also cultivated various magical arts to resist the extreme natural environment and the demons, ghosts, and monsters. The overall development level and world atmosphere were similar to the ancient times of his own world. And most of the common talismans, elixirs, and mechanism-type items on the market came from Prison Mountain. At the same time, the Prison Mountain realm also produced cold weapons and armor of relatively high quality. All in all, among the 6 common realms, the Prison Mountain realm was considered relatively unfriendly. In the Prison Mountain realm, the most common sights were demons that fed on human flesh or ghosts interested in human souls. Encountering these things in the wild, of course, immediately required a life and death struggle. But even encountering humans with whom one could communicate still meant one could not let down their guard. Because there was a certain possibility that the humans encountered in the Prison Mountain realm were disguised evil spirits. Even if they were truly human, the friendliness of humans in this world was absolutely the lowest among the 10 realms. After all, in such a world, humans who could survive and frequently move about outside often took their lives as their primary principle. They couldn't guarantee whether the fellow humans they encountered were disguised by demons. Therefore, striking first to gain the upper hand and better to kill by mistake than to let one go were the common codes of conduct in the Prison Mountain realm. It's truly difficult to protect someone in this kind of world. Lin Yu sighed again. But since he had already accepted the mission, he had to do it as well as possible. Of course, as Zhu Ming, he was still a first tier. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. Lin Yu hadn't forgotten his current identity. This mission, to put it bluntly, was still him assisting Lin Yan. It's also a good opportunity to observe how strong Lin Yan is as a second tier. Although Lin Yan hadn't ascended for too long. As a member of the Freedom Alliance, she should definitely not be weak. Last time on the train, because they encountered the designer, Lin Yu didn't get to see Lin Yan's full power. So this time, Lin Yu was a little excited. With this anticipation, Lin Yu packed his belongings and left his home. After wandering around outside for a bit, he found a suitable place and once again transformed his appearance into that of Zhu Ming. Afterward, Lin Yu took a taxi to a hot spring hotel located in the suburbs. He had booked a high-end room there, and the reason for choosing it was that its rooms came with private hot springs and saunas. Lin Yu planned to use the sauna room to quickly achieve a state of high-temperature dehydration. Although to achieve this, an electric blanket or a charcoal stove, plus not drinking water for several hours in advance, would also be sufficient. But since he had a choice, Lin Yu still wanted a more comfortable method. After taking a hot bath, Lin Yu entered the sauna room, turned the power to maximum, and then sat quietly inside. The high temperature quickly made Lin Yu's head feel a bit groggy. In a daze, he felt as if he were in a desert under a scorching sun. He checked the time, it was already approaching midnight. His parched throat and dry lips felt a tight, tearing sensation, and a faint smell of blood filled his respiratory tract. At the same time, a high temperature made his head and internal organs feel heavy, and his muscles and joints ached intensely. This really isn't pleasant. Lin Yu sighed, and then the hour and minute hands both returned to the 0 mark, and midnight arrived. At this moment, that familiar and intense sensation of weightlessness struck. At the same time, the blood-red text prompt, appearing like an old friend who was never late or absent, also appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. About to join the game, game name, escort, clearance condition, reached the destination Willow Town. Number of players in this game, 6 people. Then, when Lin Yu regained consciousness and came to his senses, he found himself in a crimson valley. The scorching air was incredibly fiery, as if every breath would burn a bit of his lung tissue. 3 bright suns hung in the sky, their golden red light dazzling. The dark red rocks beneath his feet and by his side looked incredibly hot, but even so, fiery red vine plants stubbornly clung and grew among them. The sprawling rock formations converged upwards into cliffs, and the cliffs converged into majestic mountains carved as if by an axe and knife, stretching into the distance, or a colossal mountain, appearing to prop up the sky, spewed black clouds and flames. All of this indicated Lin Yu's current location. 2 mountains, 6 hells. It seems I'm in the fire hell area. Lin Yu exhaled and said. The structure of the prison mountain realm was very unique. Two giant mountains were located at the very center of this world, dividing the entire world into 6 regions. Each of the 6 regions had an extremely extreme environment, and according to their respective extreme directions, they all had different names. And Fire Hell, as the name suggested, was the hottest area. Lin Yu felt that the perceived temperature here was at least over 45 degrees Celsius. This was still because Lin Yu was currently in a relatively cool spot in the valley. Lin Yu looked up and could easily guess that at the top of these cliffs, the temperature might have already exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. And Lin Yu was not the only one standing in the cool shade of these cliffs. After shifting his gaze from the sky, Lin Yu quickly saw his 2 teammates. Lin Yan, wearing sunglasses and with a bob haircut. And another young man with a buzz cut, wearing a pure blue shirt, who had very dark circles under his eyes and looked somewhat overstressed. Lin Yu smiled and greeted the two. Yo, Ainyan. And this, I presume, is our employer? Hello, my name is Flying Dagger. Both of you, please take care of me in this upcoming dungeon. Despite being their employer, Flying Dagger kept his posture very low. Lin Yu didn't express an opinion, but Lin Yin naturally waved his hand. Don't worry, buddy, we've taken your money, so we guarantee a safe and smooth clear if there's a chance to help you boost your evaluation. We'll do our best to do that too. As he spoke, Lin Yin pulled a weed from a rock crevice nearby, snapped it, and put it in his mouth. You know where I and this Xu Ming come from. Although neither of us are particularly good people, if we've taken your money, we'll handle your business meticulously and perfectly. Right. Sister Xu Ming? Hearing Lin Yin throw the question to him, Lin Yu slightly nodded and said, I will do my best. He didn't speak with the same confidence as Lin Yan, but instead asked Lin Yin afterwards. However, according to the hints before entering the game, this dungeon should have 6 people. The 3 of us are together, so roughly where are the other 3 located? Although not all dungeons make all players appear in the same place. Lin Yu always felt there was something strange about this situation. A total of 6 people, with his group of 3 together. Could it be that the remaining 3 were also grouped? Sure enough, Lin Yin pondered for a moment before saying, I think there's a certain possibility that this dungeon of ours might be a competitive one. In other words, the remaining 3 players might have conflicting goals with ours. Don't forget, the name of our dungeon this time is Escort Interception. Lin Yu slightly frowned. Indeed, Escort Interception sounds very competitive. But our clear condition isn't to snatch something, but to reach a certain location, isn't it? As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yin nodded, indeed. But if we want to reach that place called Willow Town, I'm afraid we really can't avoid snatching something. Humans in the Prison Mountain realm mostly live in small communities, in villages. Towns are extremely rare and heavily guarded. For guys like us to enter a specific town, we must have identity. At this point, Lin Yin then touched the mark carved into the rock wall behind them. It was a simple drawing of a long saber. If I'm not mistaken, in this dungeon, we'll probably have to move with an escort convoy. Lin Yin speculated. And Lin Yu was somewhat curious, how do you figure that? I've been to the Prison Mountain realm a few times and I'm relatively familiar with the human forces here, Lin Yin said softly, because there are many demons and monsters in the mountains. Trade and exchanges between human towns rely on escort to complete, and the saber marks carved here are the meeting point markers for escorts. If my guess is correct, we just need to wait here for a while, and a method to guide us to Willow Town will be delivered to us. Lin Yin analyzed methodically. This was Lin Yu's first time in the Prison Mountain realm. Although his senior sister's information prevented him from being completely clueless, he still didn't understand the. Now that Lin Yan spoke so logically and with evidence, he naturally chose to trust Lin Yan directly. Okay, we'll do as you say. Lin Yu expressed that he had no objections. The employer, Flying Dagger, also quickly nodded, indicating that he agreed with Lin Yan's statement, but soon he had some doubts. Are we waiting here? How long do we have to wait? If we wait too long, in a situation where we might have to confront other players, won't that put us at a disadvantage? Flying Dagger asked uneasily, seemingly hoping for a definite answer from Lin Yan and Lin Yu. But Lin Yan and Lin Yu were clearly both uncertain. Lin Yan only vaguely said, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be too long." Lin Yu observed Flying Dagger's obviously worried expression. And he also gained some understanding of his employer's psychological resilience. No wonder he was so eager to hire people. He's probably the type of guy who isn't very good at handling special, urgent, and sudden situations. Lin Yu had a general understanding of Flying Dagger. This prison mountain realm was indeed too terrible for him. After all, it was a world where a strange monster could rush out and slap someone at any moment. Among players, there was even a saying that every type of dungeon in the prison mountain realm involves some element of combat. Even survival and puzzle-solving types might require a struggle with monsters that appeared out of nowhere. So, for a guy with Flying Dagger's psychological resilience, the prison mountain realm was indeed too unfriendly. But fortunately, he happened to hire Lin Yan and me. As a mercenary who did things for money, Lin Yu was still very conscientious. Since Flying Dagger's psychological resilience was average, he would do his best to help him clear the dungeon without scaring him or causing him extra worry. So, looking at the worried Flying Dagger, Lin Yu also volunteered. "I can sense if anyone is approaching us." As he spoke, he quietly took out old Zhang, pretending to activate his mental perception. Closing his eyes slightly, and placing his index and middle fingers on his temples. And after sensing, old Zhang quickly gave Lin Yu the answer. About 500 meters around the bend to the front left of the valley, there is a team of about 30 natives, likely an escort convoy. They should be visible in a few more minutes. Lin Yu repeated old Zhang's words, pointing in the direction old Zhang had indicated the people would come from. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Flying Dagger's expression relaxed slightly, but then tensed up. "Is that so? Someone is really coming. But are these people definitely friendly? People from the prison mountain realm aren't that easy to deal with, right?" Lin Yan waved his hand. "It's fine. Since our entry point into the game is here, then the death game must have designed it for us. Moreover, you can leave the negotiations to me. Although people in the prison mountain realm are quite wary, I also have ways to gain their trust," Lin Yan said seriously. After a while, just as Lin Yu had said, a convoy rounded the corner at the front of the valley, 6 carriages covered with talisman against heat, pulled by animals that looked like a cross between camels, yaks, and horses. A convoy of this size was already quite rare in the prison mountain realm. As they walked towards them, the leading individuals quickly noticed Lin Yu and the 2 others standing beneath the prominent shaded rock in the valley. The horse-drawn convoy stopped far away. Before the other party could retort, Lin Yan took the initiative. "Over there, is that the convoy heading to Willow Town?" In response to Lin Yan's inquiry, a cloth-clothed man on a tall horse emerged from the distant convoy, cupped his hands, and spoke loudly. "We are indeed going from Gu Town to Lu Town. May I ask who you are, young lady?" Lin Yan took a leisurely step forward. "Jin Fu Escort Agency, Lu Town Branch. By order of our boss, we are here to meet you brothers." Lin Yan cupped her hands, then flipped her hand to reveal a gleaming, small knife-shaped token. Seeing this token, the cloth-clothed man finally seemed to relax. "So it's the brothers from Lu Town," the cloth-clothed man said loudly. "However, you've run a bit too far. We just happened to deliver a biao nearby." Lin Yan said loudly again, "The road to Lu Town has been difficult lately. Our boss heard that brothers from the same escort agency were delivering a consignment, so he sent us to assist." "That's excellent, thank you so much." The cloth-clothed man also cupped his hands and reined in his horse to make way. Lin Yan turned and gave Flying Knife and Lin Yu a look of triumph. "How about it? I told you it would work." The 3 walked towards the convoy. Lin Yu lowered his voice and asked, "How did you know which escort agency these people belong to, and where did you get that token?" "I didn't know," Lin Yan said matter-of-factly. "I just stole that person's own token. It said Jin Fu Escort Agency on it." She lied without changing her expression, and Lin Yu nodded in admiration. Then you are quite impressive. However, Flying Knife seemed even more nervous. As they approached the convoy escorted by Jin Fu Escort Agency, Flying Knife didn't dare to utter a single word and looked very tense. The three walked into the convoy, and the cloth-clothed man also provided 3 horses for them. Lin Yan and Flying Knife were clearly not riding horses for the first time. They easily climbed onto their saddles. Although it was Lin Yu's first time experiencing it, due to his formidable physical fitness and coordination, Lin Yu didn't reveal any flaws or give anything away. Only after all 3 were mounted did the cloth-clothed man speak again. Even if it's along the way, you 3 have been a great help. Thank you so much, Chief Escort Kai. Lin Yan was about to reply, but Lin Yu suddenly interrupted him very loudly. What are you talking about? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yu instantly drew his bone blade and held it in front of him. Are you a demon in disguise? Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Lin Yan quickly followed suit, although she didn't know why Lin Yu was doing this. In Lin Yan's opinion, Xu Ming must have her reasons for doing this, so I'll follow. Lin Yan also pulled out her small knife, and spoke vigilantly, indeed. What's wrong with you? As for Flying Knife, although this fellow was always suspicious, at this moment, facing such a situation, he also understood the priorities. Seeing both his teammates display hostility, he quickly pulled out his weapon, which was a folding stool, and held it in front of him, adopting a look of shared animosity. And Lin Yu's reason for doing this was, of course, to preemptively strike. Although Lin Yan hadn't noticed it just now, by observing micro-expressions, Lin Yu clearly sensed that the leader of this escort team didn't fully trust Lin Yan's claims. Indeed, Lin Yan had taken his token and returned it. But precisely because even Lin Yan could obtain the token so easily, in other words, the credibility of this token was questionable. So, when that remark, which sounded a bit like making conversation and deliberately leading into a topic, rang out, Lin Yu immediately judged the other party was testing them. As for which part was a test, Lin Yu didn't know. He still knew too little about the Prison Mountain realm. But as long as he knew the other party was testing him, Lin Yu had a countermeasure. He just needed to turn the tables. Sure enough, seeing Lin Yu's reaction, the other party actually relaxed. My 3 brothers and sisters, I apologize for the offense just now. I am Yu Jinxiao, the chief escort of Jin Fu Escort Agency, Gutown Branch. The cloth-clothed man cupped his hands and said, I am not a demon transformed. How do you prove it? Lin Yu said coldly. Naturally, because I know that the chief escort of Lu Town is not surnamed Kai, but rather Zhang Longji, Yu Jinxiao said with a smile, just now. I was only testing you to guard against you 3 being demons. Lin Yu saw Yu Jinxiao's sincere gaze this time, and then cupped his hands again. My apologies, Chief Escort Yu. It's just that these times are not peaceful, so I can't help but be a bit more vigilant. Yes, the fire prison is already a chaotic place. And now it's said that several powerful demons from the sand prison have recently appeared in Judi Mountain near Lu Town, Yu Jinxiao sighed. Plus the bandits are becoming increasingly rampant, which indeed makes one have to be on guard and careful. So, for you 3 to come and help. It's truly like a timely rain. Yu Jinxiao said, and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That's natural. And after this conversation, the 3 of them naturally blended into the semi-core circle of this escort team and continued on their journey with the convoy. Their destination, of course, was Lu Town, which had been set from the beginning. Flying Knife couldn't help but feel a sense of optimism as Lin Yan and Lin Yu successively displayed their social skills. Especially Lin Yu's final discernment of Yu Jinxiao's test. It seems this money was well spent. If they continued to blend in like this. Considering that the clearance condition was simply to reach Lu Town. Then Flying Knife felt that this clearance was unexpectedly quite achievable. However, Flying Knife's rare optimism didn't last long before Lin Yan quickly reminded him again of the cruelty of the dungeon. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Lin Yan quietly spoke to Lin Yu and Flying Knife while mingling with the group. This dungeon is indeed a confrontation dungeon. We first appeared at this rendezvous point so that we could blend into the escort team on the side of delivering the consignment, and use the identity of the escort team to naturally enter Lu Town. After all, if just anyone could enter the town from the wilderness, then all human settlements would have perished long ago. And the remaining 3 players in our dungeon, I estimate, have already blended into the escort robbing side. Lin Yan analyzed, and Lin Yu also understood Lin Yan's meaning. I understand. You mean, although the passing condition is to reach Lu Town, before reaching there, the threats we will encounter, besides all the various chaotic things in this world itself, also include other players who are robbing the escort? Lin Yan nodded. That's right, since the opposing faction also has 3 people, their strength and rank are probably similar to ours. But there's no need to worry, we now have an inherent advantage. We have established a very mature relationship of trust with the escort team members. I don't believe those 3 players have reached a level of mutual trust with the bandit NPCs who are robbing the escort. After Lin Yan's analysis, Fei Dao, who had been slightly reassured, once again showed a hint of unease. I've consumed and damaged too many items on me now, my strength probably can't even be considered a tier 2 combat power. Relax, brother. Lin Yan waved his hand, you just pay and lie down, Zhu Ming and I will carry you through. To be honest, the people we brought in the last dungeon were even more useless, and we brought 2 of them. Lin Yu thought of Chen Zhuo and Fu Luo, those 2 guys, and nodded slightly. Indeed. Although he didn't know what level Fei Dao was, as long as he was a normal player, and a tier 2 player at that, he should definitely be stronger than those 2 guys. Although passing the dungeon mainly relied on the designer couple, Lin Yu also understood. By now, he was no longer the same person he used to be. Fellow colleagues from Liuzhen, brothers and sisters, if there are no problems, let us set off, Yuzhen Xiao said. Time is pressing, it's best if we reach the resting village before the 3 suns are overhead at noon. Fei Dao heard this and was a little surprised. This isn't even the hottest time yet? After all, the current temperature was already almost melting people. Lin Yu heard Fei Dao's words and said with a smile, I can tell you're definitely not from the fire prison and haven't been here long. This temperature is certainly hot, but it's still a long way from noon. After all, we can still walk outside. Yuzhen Xiao, who was beside them, heard Lin Yu's words and did not suspect Fei Dao's statement. So this brother isn't from the fire prison, he said knowingly. Recently, the fire prison is experiencing its hottest period. It's only morning now, in another 2 hours, it will reach its peak temperature. At that time, it's said that water turns to steam upon hitting the ground, and eggs cook instantly. An ordinary person staying outdoors for merely the time it takes an incense stick to burn will collapse from exhaustion and pass out. Even martial artists with a foundation in martial arts or Taoist priests with talismans cannot move about freely. Yuzhen Xiao explained to Fei Dao. Lin Yan also cupped his hands with a smile. This guy came in a hurry, and we didn't explain the situation of the fire prison clearly to him. We've troubled you, Chief Yu. No trouble at all, no trouble at all, Yuzhen Xiao waved his hand. In any case, there's still some distance to the next resting village, so let's set off quickly. With that, Yuzhen Xiao pulled the reins, turned his horse around, and continued on his way. Lin Yu, Lin Yan, and Fei Dao also quickly reined in their horses and followed. The 3 naturally blended into the caravan, but the surrounding escorts still subtly kept some distance from them, encircling them in the very center of the group. Although they had believed that they were not demons and were indeed colleagues from the Jinfu escort agency in Liuzhen, this did not mean that these escorts already trusted the 3. To this point, Yuzhen Xiao had not told them the purpose of their Jinfu escort agency's trip to Guzhen or the contents of their escort, which also indirectly reflected that the Jinfu escort agency still had reservations about them. After all, from the perspective of Yuzhen Xiao and his group, being colleagues didn't mean there was no ill will. What if these 3 were determined to do this one job and then become bandits? Furthermore, even if these 3 genuinely had no ill intentions, these escorts couldn't immediately start cooperating seamlessly with these 3 strangers. After all, they didn't know the skill level of Lin Yu and his group. On Yu Xiao's side, the deputy escort chief of the same team rode up, lowered his voice, and said, "Chief, Wu San has already taken a few good men to surround them. What should we do next? Let's observe them first, as they might really be skilled subordinates of Zhang Lang," Yu Xiao mused. Moreover, that man's expression is timid and flustered, so he's probably not an escort but rather the goods being escorted. The deputy escort chief's expression was stern. "You mean these two women are escorting this item?" "Exactly, so their strength should not be low. Those who dare to escort in pairs usually have at least 6 or 7 guan of strength," Yu Xiao whispered, "if they truly harbored ill intentions. Carrying such a burden would cause many inconveniences." From an intuitive judgment, Yu Xiao didn't really believe these three were bad or foolish. Then why bother having so many people watch them? The deputy escort chief asked, puzzled. Yu Xiao shook his head. "It's always good to be cautious. Don't forget that the goods we are escorting this time are of great importance." The deputy escort chief nodded silently, then rode back into the team. As for Yu Xiao, what he had just said was, of course, not the complete reason. Although from an intuitive judgment based on experience, Yu Xiao felt that these three were fine. But another intuition told Yu Xiao that these three people were not simple. Especially the younger of the two women. Her personality was lively with a touch of mischievousness, and her curiosity about everything outweighed her caution. She truly didn't seem like an escort from an escort agency. In the prison mountain realm, someone with such a personality who was still traveling outside was more like a direct disciple from a reputable martial arts school or Taoist temple. Without a powerful master behind her, it would be difficult to cultivate such a style of conduct. In the prison mountain realm, the 3 conditions of being alive, having a flamboyant personality, and not having a strong background could at most only be satisfied 2 at a time. As for the slightly more mature woman, she seemed like a smooth escort. Yu Xiao felt that his few brief conversations with her made him feel very comfortable. Perhaps Zhang Lang's subordinates brought 2 rich young masters, one a pure dandy and the other with some cultivation background. Yu Xiao analyzed in his mind, then shook his head. Regardless, when they encountered trouble on the road later, their true abilities would be revealed. Character and language could be faked, but skill could not. The caravan traveled through the Crimson Valley, and the temperature gradually rose. Heat waves surged in the long, narrow mountain path, and sharp cries of birds and beasts occasionally echoed overhead. The horse team moved slowly, soon passing 2 withered black trees, and the mountain path turned from flat to a gentle upward slope. Yu Xiao glanced at the 3 people in the team who looked as usual and spoke loudly, "Pay attention. We've reached the territory of Fuyuan Mountain, be careful. There are more demons and bandits here, and it's currently the peak of summer. So be extremely vigilant." And just as Yu Xiao's voice fell, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Whoosh! It was as if someone had sent out a signal, followed by a continuous series of whistles that echoed from all directions, as if responding to each other. Whoosh, whoosh. What's that noise? Fei Dao looked around warily, like a startled ostrich, raising his head and looking left and right. It's the mountain imps from Fuyuan Mountain, the Dark Master next to him responded. No need to worry too much. This is just a mountain imp on lookout at the mountain pass seeing us and signaling its companions. We have many people, we just need to show our strength, and these mountain imps might not dare to come forward. The Dark Master confidently reassured Fei Dao. Fei Dao nodded with a solemn expression. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was a little surprised. That whistling sound was actually made by demons. He had thought it would be the work of human bandits or rogues. But he hadn't expected it to be demons. These monstrous evil spirits even had lookouts and communicated with each other. It was quite unexpected for Lin Yu. The intelligence of the demons and monsters in this world seemed to be higher than he had estimated. However, Lin Yu actually felt that was a good thing. At this moment, Yu Xiao, who was leading, also made a move. Fire the signal arrows, Yu Xiao said, and 3 dark masters with bows on their backs beside him assented. They then took down their hunting bows and arrows from their quivers and shot them into the sky. Whoosh! The sound of 3 arrows piercing the air rang out simultaneously, howling like malevolent spirits, and surprisingly, they were not at all drowned out by the other whistling sounds. And that wasn't all. Shortly after, the 3 arrows flew high into the sky and then exploded directly in mid-air. Bang! The sound of the explosion rang out, instantly overpowering all other noises. The 3 arrows exploded at roughly the same time, their 3 explosions overlapping like a sudden clap of thunder on flat ground, echoing endlessly through the mountains. After the reverberations, no more whistling sounds continued to ring out. Yu Zhenxiao sneered, saying proudly, "A bunch of beasts, let's see what you'll whistle now." "Do these mountain imps really think we're an ordinary dart team?" Yu Zhenxiao said, then spurred his horse forward. "Let's go." Lin Yu watched this scene and nodded slightly. Indeed, just as he thought, the demons of this prison mountain realm did possess some intelligence. For Lin Yu, this was genuinely good news. They had intelligence, would be scared off by Yu Zhenxiao's deterrence, and could communicate information with each other. This meant that the demons of this world, or at least this group of mountain imps, might be able to be deceived into believing. As Lin Yu pondered, old Zhang's voice leisurely echoed in Lin Yu's mind. "Be careful, boss, don't trust the words of this dart head and the other dart masters too much. Although they have some strength, they are still on the weaker side. Try releasing your mental energy to probe, with the goal of capturing other mental fluctuations as much as possible. And you'll understand what I mean." Old Zhang said leisurely, and Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then immediately began to release his mental energy. After reaching an agreement with old Zhang, the other party had already started guiding and teaching Lin Yu how to use mental energy. And after doing as old Zhang said, Lin Yu understood the meaning of old Zhang's previous words. He felt his mental energy spread out like ripples in water, and soon he sensed the minds of about 30 people peaceful, upright, without much fluctuation. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to perceive that everyone present was quite nervous. Other mental fluctuations were also like ripples spreading outwards, like signal towers emitting signals. Without old Zhang's explanation, Lin Yu could intuitively distinguish their mental states through some mysterious feeling. And as his mental energy expanded further outwards, Lin Yu could sense mental fluctuations that did not belong to them, and were even distinctly different from human mental activity. Simpler, and at the same time, more frenzied and bloodthirsty. More importantly, the sources of those mental fluctuations were not far away. And Lin Yu could perceive that the targets locked onto by these mental fluctuations were all on their 30 people. Lin Yu came to a conclusion: those demons weren't scared off, they were just pretending to be afraid. Their silence was just for an ambush. He communicated his thoughts to old Zhang, who was very satisfied. "Humph, you learn really fast. You're truly among the top 3 most talented students I've ever taught." Lin Yu was very surprised. "There are actually 2 people ahead of me?" "Of course there are. One of them even has a grudge against you." Before Lin Yu and old Zhang could continue their conversation, suddenly, the whistling sound rang out again. Whoosh! A sudden whistle came from above, and this time the whistle was incredibly close. Yu Zhenxiao was somewhat horrified. "What? Are these mountain imps crazy?" On the mountain wall above them, figures of ferocious and hideous demons, like apes with faces clashing in crimson and indigo, emerged. Each of these demons was adult-sized, but their limbs were bulging with muscle and their fangs protruded, clearly making them far stronger than an average adult man. And while they emitted sharp whistles, they also began to leap down from the mountain wall, stepping on protruding rock crevices and rushing down the mountain, clearly heading towards the caravan. "It seems the scorching heat has driven you brats mad with hunger," Yu Zhenxiao, though horrified, quickly calmed down as the dart head and began issuing orders. "Demons are attacking. Prepare to engage the enemy. Close quarters fighters hold the outer perimeter, archers and those with hidden weapons start firing. Wu San, Wu Qi, you two lead the teams on the left and right flanks, keep a close watch, don't let any demon get through." The caravan was currently in a narrow canyon mountain path, with mountain walls on both sides. The mountain imps came from both sides, forming a pincer attack, and were all attacking from a higher position to a lower one, which was very disadvantageous for the defending dark team. Therefore, Yu Xiao continued to give instructions. While engaging the enemy, the team must not stop. Maintain formation while continuing to move. We cannot fight them in this place chosen by the demons. Yu Xiao spoke repeatedly. Then drew his long saber and rushed towards the right side, where the defense seemed somewhat weak. Subsequently, the first wave of mountain imps had already reached the foot of the mountain, leaped high, and pounced on the convoy, engaging in close combat with the Dark Masters holding swords and sabers on the outer perimeter. Clang! The mountain imps' claws were long and sharp, and when they collided with the Dark Masters' swords and sabers, they actually produced the sound of clashing metal. And a round of arrows and hidden weapons from within the team also fell, striking the mountain imps behind. Although they caused some casualties, making many of the rear mountain imps scream and spill a lot of blood. The number of mountain imps that actually fell, rolled down the mountainside, and were no longer capable of fighting, was very few. Meanwhile, within the team, watching the Dart Agency members quickly change formation to engage the enemy and fight with the demons, Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "They're really professional enough. Employer, what do you say, should we help them?" Lin Yan said with a cheerful smile, asking Feidao for his opinion. And Feidao, looking at these mountain imps and smelling the blood, naturally spoke up quickly. "Of course. If these demons kill all these Dark Masters, won't it be our turn? Help them quickly if you can." By the end, Feidao almost screamed until his voice broke. Under Feidao's frantic instructions, Lin Yan finally spoke with a smile. "All right, got it." Then, she jumped off the horse, and a pair of white jade gloves appeared on her hands. After that, Lin Yan's figure was like a ghost, quickly moving from the middle of the team to the edge. She bypassed the dart escorts who were fighting on the periphery, her body as light as a swallow, and nimbly jumped onto the right rock wall, hooking onto a protrusion with her hand. It was precisely jumping into the swarms of demon mountain imps. "Everyone, I'm here to help you," Lin Yan said with a smile, then stood up from the rock wall. On the nearly vertical rock wall, with an incline of about 70 to 80 degrees, Lin Yan actually stood steadily like a rock goat. Yu Xiao below looked up at the young girl who suddenly appeared among the demons, his expression slightly changed. What is this guy doing? Although these guys' origins were unknown and whether they were colleagues from Jinfu Dart Escort was debatable, Yu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little alarmed seeing the other party in danger. Those mountain imps, sensing the living person who suddenly appeared next to them, naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Several mountain imps who were originally about to jump down the mountain twisted their bodies in mid-air, then pounced in the direction Lin Yan was standing. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yu Xiao couldn't help but curse under his breath, then made up his mind. He was, after all, still a good person and unwilling to see an innocent young girl lose her life in vain. "Wu Qi, cover me," Yu Xiao said, raising his saber as if to rush out and rescue the young girl in the demon horde. However, just as he was about to charge out, he saw a scene that shocked him. The 5 mountain imps pouncing on the young girl in mid-air suddenly seemed to lose all mobility, all falling limply, their bodies rolling down the rock wall towards the bottom of the valley. Yu Xiao stopped in his tracks. He clearly saw that in the back of each mountain imp's chest, there was a bloody hole that went all the way through. And after his gaze moved up a little, Yu Xiao then saw the unharmed young girl. In the young girl's hand, she was holding 5 still beating, bloody, purplish-red hearts. Each heart was the size of 3 fists, covered with blood vessels like cow intestines, and black-red blood gushed out. Undoubtedly, this young girl used some secret method to instantly snatch the hearts of these mountain imps who pounced on her. This kind of method is definitely not some casual martial artist. She is truly a Fengshi with a lineage. Yu Xiao was secretly shocked, only feeling that his previous conjecture was not wrong. Being able to instantly pluck the hearts of 5 mountain imps, this certainly wasn't a martial artist's method. In fact, if this woman achieved it through martial arts, it would be even more terrifying, precisely piercing the chests of 5 demons on the mountain wall, plucking their hearts, and doing so while those 5 demons were leaping and pouncing on her. If she were a martial artist, then she must be a more terrifying existence than the martial arts masters he had seen. Comparable to a martial arts grandmaster or a land immortal. And considering she looked to be at most just over 10 years old, only a banished immortal descending to earth or a reincarnated martial saint could explain it. Therefore, Yu Zhenxiao preferred to believe that she was a fengshi from a famous temple under heaven. Thus, Yu Zhenxiao couldn't help but retreat back into the team with his saber. The other party had such methods, why should he go and rescue her? Her jumping into the demon horde was not a sudden illness or being in danger, she simply had something to rely on. Wu Qi, cover that female hero. Yu Zhenxiao changed his previous order. Understood, Diao Tu. From within the crowd, Wu Qi's reply came. Yu Zhenxiao retreated back into the team, then silently cut down a mountain imp with his saber. And then looked up at the surrounding battle situation. The young girl on the mountain wall dodged and weaved, her bloody scent attracting a large number of mountain imps to run after her. And in this process, mountain imps kept falling, turning into corpses and rolling down the mountain. Then, Yu Zhenxiao silently turned his body, returning from the right flank to the left flank. Clearly, the battle line here was being held by that female hero, and he didn't need to reinforce it at all. If it weren't for his concern for the continuous line of Jinfu Dart Escort Exclusion Branch, Yu Zhenxiao would even want to call Wu Qi away as well. And not to mention Yu Zhenxiao, Fei Dao below, watching this scene, couldn't help but be somewhat dumbfounded. What kind of method is this? He had heard Li Nian introduce herself, knowing that the other party was a Tier 2 thief and probably the divine thief from the Freedom Alliance. But he was also Tier 2, wasn't he? Was this combat power really the standard a Tier 2 should have? Although Fei Dao knew that if he were at his peak and with his items still available, he could survive in this demon horde or even remain unharmed. Many Tier 2 players could also kill many mountain imps. However, to be able to simultaneously fall into a pile of mountain imps, be surrounded, remain unharmed, and quickly kill so many mountain imps, that was extremely rare. One must know that each of these mountain imps was thick-skinned and fast-moving. And their ability to cooperate could produce an effect greater than 1+1. Most importantly, Fei Dao didn't see this divine thief use any items. In other words, this should be the divine thief's more typical combat power even if there were skills and items with cooldowns. They should be usable in every game, not permanent consumables. At this moment, Fei Dao suddenly had a thought. These 3,000 points are really worth it. And Lin Yu, next to him, was also observing Li Nian's operations. He looked at Li Nian's achievements and couldn't help but sigh. She seems to have gotten stronger since last time. Although Li Nian had displayed similar methods last time in the train, she had also restricted robot movement by stealing their cores. Li Nian had explained at the time that her move could only be applied to non-living things, so in a sense, it was her special attack against mechanical constructs and mechanisms. But now, it was clear that Li Nian's method had expanded to be effective against living beings as well. After all, these mountain imps were undoubtedly living creatures. And Lin Yu could clearly sense that Li Nian was not lying when she was on the despair train. In other words, Li Nian was indeed unable to use this move on living creatures at that time. She had improved her ability during this period. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but become wary of Li Nian. Doesn't this mean she could also pluck my heart at any time if she wanted to? Lin Yu thought vigilantly. And old Zheng's voice sounded, don't worry, her ability shouldn't be that exaggerated. This move is essentially an extended application of the thief's basic ability, belonging to a move specifically used for bullying weaker opponents and clearing small monsters. Because this move still has a wind-up for activating the ability, so as long as you can discern the moment she activates her ability and realize she's about to activate it, you should be able to nullify her move. And coincidentally, if you raise your mental perception to a proficient level, you'll be able to easily deal With this move, under old Zheng's explanation, Lin Yu's worries dissipated considerably. Indeed, abilities derived from professions in the death game won't be overly unsolvable. Although Lin Yu was filled with various dissatisfactions and complaints about this game, he still had to admit that the death game indeed held a high status and its rules were balanced and fair. It was as if it truly resembled some kind of heavenly Tao that permeated the 10 realms, transcending all beings with self and will, including gods. At the same time, it ensured the relatively balanced operation of the entire game with dynamically fair difficulty and rules of absolute priority. Therefore, there couldn't be a means that, once activated, would be irresistible and cause the target to die instantly, appearing on any player. At least, it wouldn't appear on a Tier 2 player. But it's also undeniable that, while Li Nian's current ability might have flaws, for those mountain imps, it was a completely unsolvable ability. Although the mountain imps rushing down from the mountain seemed endless, in reality, that wasn't the case. Now, nearly 30 mountain imps on the right side had died due to Li Nian's disruption, and a clear lull had appeared. More importantly, these demons did possess a certain level of intelligence. They were now afraid. The scent of flesh and blood, a fatal temptation for demons from living people, was now covered by the strong smell of blood coming from their companions' corpses. At some point, the first mountain imp stopped at the top of the mountain and began to observe. Subsequently, more and more mountain imps stopped charging down. Finally, hundreds of mountain imps stood together on both sides of the valley, as if lining up to welcome, looking at the convoy below with a hint of awe. Of course, the main awe was directed at the young girl who was slowly pacing along the mountain wall, carrying a sack in her hand. The sack was bulging, and its bottom was completely soaked with blood. It contained a full 30-odd mountain imp hearts. And these mountain imps, standing on the valley, a dense black mass, in turn put pressure on the people of the escort team. Damn it, why are there so many mountain imps? Hundreds of mountain imps moving together, this is too abnormal. Yu Xinxiao's face was also ashen. Have the mountain imps of Fuyuan Mountain gone mad today? If he hadn't happened to meet these 3 people, wouldn't his escort team have been completely wiped out? Thinking of this, Yu Xinxiao couldn't help but feel more gratitude and relief towards these few people, but at the same time, he also had some doubts. Could it be that this mountain imp anomaly is related to these 3 people? Yu Xinxiao's mind was in turmoil. But he quickly realized with some helplessness that what he thought, or what the truth was, seemed unimportant. The strength of that young girl alone meant that whether her intentions were good or bad, whether she was the culprit behind the mountain imp anomaly or simply acted out of righteousness, his escort team could only passively endure. His team of escorts might not necessarily lose if they fought with all their might. But even if they won, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory. Thinking of this, Yu Xinxiao, the old veteran, had already made up his mind. Once we pass this mountain imp hurdle, we must make friends with these 3 people. At least, we must show enough deference. Subsequently, Yu Xinxiao spoke again. While these demons are not moving, hurry through, he said loudly, waking up the escorts who were somewhat stunned and dazed by the number of mountain imps and Li Nian's skill. The escort leader is right, let's go quickly. The escorts, who had been divided into 2 sides and were all fighting the enemy, mounted their horses one after another, still holding their weapons, and began to move quickly with vigilance. Even with Li Nian's help, many escorts were injured during the brief skirmish. On the left side, several escorts had their arms bitten off by mountain imps, and others had their abdomens cut open, suffering serious injuries. However, the situation was still urgent at this moment. There was no time for careful treatment, even the most severe injuries could only be roughly bandaged. Then the injured were placed on another person's horse, carried forward by their colleagues. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little curious. Why aren't these injured people placed on those carts? The 3 large carts in the middle of the convoy were incredibly spacious. And the beasts pulling them were tall and sturdy, seemingly having plenty of strength left to pull 4 or 5 more injured people. He naturally wasn't asking this question to the other escorts. After all, Lin Yu still needed to maintain his persona as an escort. In his mind, Lin Yu also received old Zheng's reply, because those are escorted goods. When out and about, these escorts can die, but these escorted goods cannot suffer the slightest mishap. Joining an escort agency and becoming an escort means having this deeply ingrained concept, old Zheng explained. You wouldn't think this world is very people-oriented, would you? Lin Yu nodded, so that's how it is. He was somewhat curious about what was being escorted in those carts. Yu Zhenxiao suspected that the mountain imp anomaly was related to the arrival of Lin Yu and the other two, but in Lin Yu's opinion, the three of them were new arrivals and certainly wouldn't cause such a large-scale demonic anomaly. Although he had a fragment of destiny on him, this item didn't work that way. Lin Yu also didn't think that these mountain imps, of whom Lin Yan had killed over 30 in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, had the ability to directly sense the fragment of destiny. Therefore, Lin Yu also suspected that there was a problem with the escorted goods in Yu Zhenxiao's convoy this time. Thump! Lin Yan's landing sound came from beside him, much heavier than before after all. Lin Yan now had a sack on her that weighed more than she did. Work done, a full 35 mountain imp hearts, Lin Yan said with a giggle. These are all good things. A good start right after entering the instance. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What's the use of this thing? Alchemy material. If you can refine pills yourself or know an NPC in this Hell Mountain realm who can, you can turn these hearts into various elixirs. Lin Yan patted the sack. Whether you eat them yourself or sell them, they're very good. You're only tier 1 now. Once you reach tier 2 and unlock the illustrated guide, remember to kill mountain imps and then cut out their hearts, making sure not to break them. Lin Yu nodded slightly. I understand. But how did you manage this live heart extraction? Last time in that instance, weren't you only able to bully robots with this move? He directly asked the question he had just had. If it had been before, Lin Yan might have vaguely brushed it off and not told Lin Yu the truth. But ever since something happened after Lin Yu visited Lin Yan's school before entering this instance, Lin Yan seemed to have developed more trust and closeness towards Lin Yu. Hearing Lin Yu's words, she only hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to Lin Yu and lowering her voice. Because I got something good in the last instance. As she spoke, Lin Yan raised her wrist, and the green jade threaded on the golden string appeared and then disappeared. This is a good item from the Grey Domain, the limit-breaking jade. Its effect is to strengthen the effect of an item or ability you possess, reducing or even cancelling the restriction conditions for its activation or effectiveness. Hearing Lin Yan's description, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp. Such a powerful item. Did you go to the Grey Zone in your last instance? Lin Yu asked, and Lin Yan shook her head. No. Sister Zhuming, since when do I have to personally go to that world to get the item in my hand? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded without surprise. That's true. It seemed Lin Yan's item was stolen from someone else again. Perhaps she encountered a player who offended her in the last instance. After answering Lin Yu's question, Lin Yan in turn asked Lin Yu. I saw you looking around just now, what were you thinking? Lin Yu didn't hide anything from Lin Yan and directly stated his conjecture. I think there's something wrong with this escort team. From the reactions of the escort leader and the escorts, the appearance of such a large number of mountain imps doesn't seem to be an ordinary occurrence. They might be suspecting that we are the problem. If you aren't carrying anything that attracts demons, and that flying knife doesn't have anything similar, then it can only mean the goods this escort team is transporting are not normal. Lin Yu said in a low voice, and Lin Yan narrowed her eyes. Oh, right. To be hit by so many demons right from the start, if I hadn't obtained the limit-breaking jade, it would have been really difficult to deal with. Such an abnormal situation seems more like a reminder to us that there's something wrong with this escort team. Lin Yu nodded, and if we want to pass through by a relatively normal route and reach Liuzhen, following this escort team should be the safest choice. No matter how much skill that flying knife has left. His current mindset and state mean he's probably very unlikely to become a useful combat force. The trauma he experienced in the last instance might have been too great. So, even if there's something strange about this escort team, it's still better for us to follow them. Solving the problem of this escort team is better than wandering around in the wilderness, Lin Yu said in a low voice, and Lin Yan looked at him. Sister Zhu, I do have a quick way to find out what kind of goods they are transporting. The method you're talking about had better not be to try stealing it. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan seriously. Lin Yan spread her hands, then I have no method. Then, after a few seconds, Lin Yan couldn't help but ask again, is it really not possible? I think this method is pretty good, and I definitely won't be exposed. The process of your stealing certainly won't expose you. But what if it explodes upon contact with air after being taken out? Lin Yu said sternly. The goods in these 3 carriages are definitely not simple. One indirect proof was that Lin Yu still didn't know what was inside. Under old Zheng's guidance, Lin Yu already had a relatively mature method for mental exploration. But he still couldn't perceive the situation inside the 3 large carriage compartments. Presumably, someone had deliberately done so, using some talismans or similar items to block all possible detection. Lin Yan heard that Lin Yu's tone was not joking, and she also nodded subsequently. Alright, then we can only take it one step at a time. It's really passive. Lin Yu looked up at the mountain walls on both sides of the convoy and shook his head. It won't be passive for too long. At this point, the team had traveled a considerable distance. They had already delved deep into Fuyuan Mountain, far from where they were attacked earlier. However, one only needed to look up to see that the mountain imps on top of those mountain walls were still following the team. This was also the reason why the escorts were still uneasy. Logically speaking, Lin Yan alone had already caused them to lose almost half of their kin, so they should have been scared out of their wits by now. In fact, the mountain imps' behavior did show that they feared Lin Yan, otherwise, they wouldn't just be staying far away on the mountain walls now, not daring to come down. But precisely because of this, Yu Zhenqiu and the other escorts felt even more uncertain. What on earth made these mountain imps, knowing Lin Yan's terror, still insist on following? Lin Yu was also curious about this, especially since he could sense that these mountain imps' mental state was still stable, although their emotions were very tense. They were definitely not being manipulated or confused into not leaving. Continuing to track the escort team was clearly their spontaneous action. This also allowed Lin Yu to rule out the possibility of other players influencing the mountain imps. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but murmur to himself. If we analyze based on this point, there are indeed only 2 possibilities: either the changes within Fuyuan Mountain itself forced these mountain imps to act this way, or this escort team truly has extremely special characteristics. Lin Yu was still more willing to believe the latter. After all, if Fuyuan Mountain had an anomaly, these mountain imps, besides their unusual behavior, should also show signs in their condition. However, although it was the height of summer, those mountain imps were still full of energy, with smooth fur and robust physiques, not looking like desperate creatures making a last stand. It can't be that the target of this transport is their leader or something, can it? Lin Yu looked at the 3 huge carriages with tightly closed doors and locked windows, and he felt that it was indeed possible that 3 enormous live demons were stuffed inside. And just then, old Zheng's voice rang out. Boss, be careful. The boss of these baboons is here. Ever since he started teaching Lin Yu to use mental power, old Zheng usually rarely directly told Lin Yu what he perceived, but rather guided Lin Yu to perceive and discover it himself. As a teacher, old Zhang was obviously a very serious, responsible, and highly qualified type. However, at this moment, old Zhang broke his previous principles and conventions, once again directly alerting Lin Yu. The reason, of course, was because this message was extremely urgent. The leader of the mountain imps? Lin Yu received old Zheng's information and couldn't help but sigh that his newly formed hypothesis had been overturned: location, distance, state. He's rapidly approaching from the back right, about 1 minute and 20 seconds away, and his state is full of fighting spirit. Old Zheng quickly reported to Lin Yu, and Lin Yu nodded. Understood, and if I may ask, how is this mountain imp leader stronger than ordinary mountain imps? Bigger size, stronger power, will it have special abilities? He's 4 or 5 times stronger than ordinary mountain imps. No special abilities, just a super big baboon. Old Zhang replied again. Lin Yu exhaled, good. Then, one last question, will he be smarter than ordinary mountain imps? Old Zhang responded as a matter of course, of course. That's great news. Lin Yu smiled, then spoke loudly, everyone, be careful, these mountain imps are about to launch another attack. Hearing Lin Yu's sudden words, everyone in the Biao Dui turned their heads. Yu Zhenxia was even more shocked. What did you say? Why are they attacking again? Weren't they just scared out of their wits not long ago? If it were at the very beginning, hearing Lin Yu suddenly say that, Yu Zhenxia would definitely be very suspicious that it was nonsense, especially since there were no abnormal movements or signs from the baboons on either side. However, after seeing Lin Yan make her move earlier, Yu Zhenxia naturally had a bit more trust in Lin Yu, who was accompanying Lin Yan. And Lin Yu immediately provided a reasonable explanation that was enough to convince Yu Zhenxia. Because a particularly large one is coming. It's behind the ridge on the back right, rushing over. It will arrive in at most a few breaths of time. Yu Zhenxia was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. Now even the baboon leader has appeared? Form ranks. Everyone, bring your horses together and prepare for battle. All the Biaoshires also changed their expressions drastically, forming ranks again to prepare to deal with the demons. However, this time the formation was more conservative than the last. They almost used the 3 escorting carts as the center, forming a circle with their weapons facing outwards, creating a formation like an iron barrel. And just as the Biaoshires formed their ranks, as if to confirm that Lin Yu's words were true, an unprecedentedly loud and clear baboon cry rang out from close by in the mountains on the right. Chirp! Subsequently, hundreds of baboons cried out in unison, their voices so loud they almost shook the mountain rocks. On the bare, reddish mountain rock, a giant boulder, as large as a round table for 10 people, flew out, falling from a distance like a cannonball and smashing onto the road near the Biao Dui. Bang! Although the boulder's aim was slightly off, the violent tremor it caused upon landing still made many Biaoshires sway unsteadily. Especially the Biaoshires who had been injured earlier, many of them fell directly to the ground, disoriented and unable to get up for a while. Then, from the direction where the boulder flew, a giant baboon, at least 3 times larger than the other baboons, leaped out, brandishing a huge stone club in its hand. Chirp! The giant baboon roared again, and with his roar, all the baboons who had followed all the way, and feared all the way, seemed to be spurred to rekindle their fighting spirit, once again letting out strange cries in unison. The large and small baboons roared as they charged towards the convoy. Yu Zhenxiao's face was flushed crimson as he cursed, a bunch of beasts, all gone mad, they want to fight us to the death, then let's fight them. Let these beasts know our power. These words also slightly boosted the morale of the Biaoshires, understood. After Yu Zhenxiao finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance in Lin Yan's direction. Lin Yu also looked at Lin Yan. Can you instantly kill the big one? Not at all. I'll probably be turned into dumpling filling before I even get within range to activate my ability, Lin Yan said in a relaxed tone, pulling out her utility knife and extending the blade one segment at a time. However, if you can distract the smaller ones, I can slowly grind down the big one with my knife. Fei Dao, who had been impressed by Lin Yan's professional skill and had not offered any opinions until now, finally couldn't hold back. How long will it take to grind down such a huge thing with that knife of yours? In Fei Dao's opinion, even if the entire knife were plunged into its vital spot, it probably wouldn't do much good. Lin Yan pouted. What else then? Rely on these NPCs? They've already started saying things like, let's fight them to the death. Any reliable guys wouldn't say such things before the fight even started. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan, shrugging his shoulders and interjecting. Alright, I'll handle the big one then. He knew that although Lin Yan might not truly be able to instantly kill the baboon leader and dealing with it might be a bit tricky for her, she definitely wouldn't need to slowly grind it down with a small knife. She was planning to let him show off his skills in front of their employer. Of course, Lin Yu had originally intended to deal with the baboon leader himself. However, he didn't plan to tackle it alone and head-on. Although Lin Yu could do it, he didn't want to expose too much. It would be best to get rid of this big guy using methods consistent with his Zhu Ming persona and abilities. So, Lin Yu spoke again. Of course, I can't deal with it myself. At least not quickly. To prevent this Biao Dui from suffering too heavy losses, I need both of you to assist me. As Lin Yu spoke, Fei Dao quickly said. Just tell us what you need. Control that guy for a bit, not too long, a few seconds. No, just 1 second will do. Lin Yu said, pointing at the baboon leader. At this moment, the baboon leader had already reached the front of the team, raising its stone club and bringing it down. Several Biao Shires screamed, spitting blood, and fell to the ground. Fei Dao's expression was grave. Okay. I can do it. He turned and pulled out 2 cards from his Huai Zhong. Also, get me a bow and arrows. No problem. As Lin Yan's words fell, she handed Lin Yu a hunting bow and a quiver. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan in shock. Your hands are too fast, aren't they? He had just spoken, and Lin Yan had already stolen them. Lin Yan shrugged, pointing at a Biaoshi lying on the ground in front. He's already down anyway, it was just convenient. Lin Yu once again felt a bit of admiration for Lin Yan's professional ability. On the other side, Fei Dao also spoke. I'm ready too. As a referee and a Tier 2 player, even if most of Fei Dao's items were damaged, he still possessed his inherent profession abilities and professional items, specialized items. And Lin Yu was quite sure that the reason he could create a situation where the baboon leader was controlled was precisely because of this. He didn't even need specialized items. The referee's initial ability was to enact a simple ban that immediately takes effect for everyone within range, which could include prohibiting the use of certain items, or restricting a certain activity area, and so on. And the referee's 2 Tier 1 professional items were the whistle and the penalty card. The function of the view whistle was to nullify an effect or ability that was currently active or being used. The function of the penalty card, on the other hand, was to randomly show a red card or yellow card to the target. A red card would cause the target to be immediately repelled, while a yellow card would cause the target to be temporarily immobilized. Undoubtedly, either of these was indeed a powerful control effect. It wasn't difficult for Lin Yu to guess why Fei Dao became so flustered after losing his fixed teammates. Because he must have specifically built himself as an extreme controller, and once he lost coordination, he could easily fall into the predicament of insufficient lethality. And as the baboon once again raised its stone club high, Fei Dao also activated his penalty card. Foul! Fei Dao shouted, raising the penalty card in his hand, and then a yellow card face appeared. The next moment, the baboon's figure froze in place. Lin Yu also let out a long breath. Very good. He drew the bowstring taut, notching all the arrows at once. Then, whoosh! 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 The bowstring vibrated like a plucked zither, and 3 arrows were fired in quick succession, aimed directly at the baboon leader's body. Although Lin Yu possessed the blood-tempered tough iron longbow, he did not intend to use this item as Zhu Ming at this moment. After all, in Evernight City, Xu Rong had seen him use this item. So Lin Yu would not use the blood-tempered tough iron longbow in front of Lin Yan for now. What's more, Lin Yu's purpose in shooting arrows now was not to use the arrows to wound the mountain Shao leader. Clap, clap. Hiss. The mountain Shao leader's immobilization ended just then. 2 of the 3 arrows were parried by the mountain Shao leader, and 1 shot into the mountain Shao leader's shoulder. Mountain Shao were already thick-skinned and tough-fleshed, and this mountain Shao leader's skin was especially resilient. The arrow shot from the strong bow only penetrated a shallow bit into the flesh, almost unable to stay lodged. But whether it was the parried arrows or the two that got through, they were all just a diversion. Whoosh! On the shafts of the 3 arrows, pitch-black ink suddenly exploded, turning into a thick, dark mist. This was ink that Lin Yu had attached to the arrow shafts, controlled by the water-praying necklace's internal storage. When he had drawn the bow and knocked the arrows earlier. After his mental strength increased, his use of the water-praying necklace also became more appropriate and precise now. Lin Yu could even accurately control the direction of every single water droplet, even with a small amount of water. This was the new use of the water-praying necklace, atomization. With this move, Lin Yu could better create all kinds of shadows. Therefore, Lin Yu, despite not planning to use the blood-tempered tough iron longbow, still insisted on shooting arrows. Not because he had much faith in his archery skills. Because he didn't need to hit, he only needed the arrows to land near the mountain shell leader. This was also why he needed the flying dagger to help immobilize the mountain shell leader, although Lin Yu had dabbled a little in archery. He had only played a few times as an amateur, without the blood-tempered tough iron longbow. He was afraid his arrows would be completely dodged by the mountain shell leader. As for why he did this, it was just part of his performance to attract the audience's attention, create a suitable opportunity, and then make a grand entrance. Swish! In the shadows, unnoticed by the escorts, the 2 players, or the mountain shell leader, Lin Yu, manipulating the corner of the gloom dweller, suddenly appeared behind the mountain shell, amidst the scattered ink in mid-air. Then, an unreserved strike, carrying a heavy force capable of shattering stone, was delivered through the torch, swung in a full circle, and smashed into the back of the mountain shell's head. Bang! Screech! The mountain shell leader's high-pitched sound, combining a roar and a scream, rang out, and his body swayed, almost collapsing. But this giant baboon reacted extremely quickly. After judging that the attack came from behind, he immediately turned to counterattack. However, this extremely fast turning speed, in Lin Yu's eyes, was nothing more than slow motion. The best drinker among the frugal and virtuous was activated for less than a few tenths of a second. Enough for Lin Yu to see every detail of the mountain shell leader's clumsy turn. Then, this rapid turn only achieved one thing. That was to change his heavy blow to the back of the head into a heavy blow to the face. Bang! 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 3 consecutive heavy blows left the huge demon bloody and screaming repeatedly. The initial blow had already made him almost unable to stand, and now with 3 more consecutive blows, he felt as if his brains had been shaken. And he crashed to the ground. The mountain shell, who had been charging and rampaging, all froze in place again after seeing their leader fall. Then, those mountain shell began to scream and scatter in all directions. Their leader had fallen, and the monster who had killed many of their kind hadn't even made a move, even if these mountain shell weren't highly intelligent. They knew it was time to run. The human escorts on their side also erupted in excitement. This female warrior is also incredibly skilled. Zhang Longji of Willow Town actually has such a ruthless person under him? Such ruthless people even have 2. No wonder Willow Town has no other escort agency competing with our Jinfu. Killing nearly 40 mountain shell in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and taking down the mountain shell leader in 3 moves. What kind of skill is this? I even want to ask head escort Zhang how he can still be an escort head himself? Combined with Li Nian's earlier actions, the escort team now had a greatly changed impression of the 2 newly joined female warriors. Especially the timid man, who seemed to have also used some special talisman earlier to temporarily immobilize the mountain shell leader. This group of 3 was not simple. And Yu Xiao, as the strongest among them, saw it even more clearly. It would be a ghost if these were Zhang Lengji's subordinates. Both women are above 6 guan, at least 7 guan in skill. If they were really from our Jinfu escort agency, they would probably have to be masters from the main office in Dali Town. However, precisely because the other party was impossibly strong, Even if Yu Xinxia was 80 to 90% sure they were definitely not escorts from the Jinfu Escort Agency's Willow Town branch. Since the two said so, Yu Xinxiao could only believe it. Both colleagues truly possess excellent skills, Yu Xinxiao said, cupping his hands. Thank you, both female warriors, for your assistance. Upon reaching Willow Town, you will definitely host a banquet. Shoo. Yu Xinxiao's polite words were interrupted by Lin Yu's soft voice. Lin Yu, standing beside the mountain Xiao leader, made a shushing gesture, then explained, "This fellow isn't dead yet, don't rush to speak nonsense." Lin Yu said softly, then jumped onto the body of the dazed, fallen mountain Xiao leader, who was still trying to struggle. Then, she slowly began to walk along his body. Compared to the mountain Xiao leader's mountain-like body, Lin Yu at this moment was like a child strolling inside a community's multi-level slide. Yu Xinxia watched this scene, stunned. What is she going to do? Flying Dagger was also puzzled. This is. Lin Yan, however, reacted, no way. Sister Zhu Ming, are you planning to use the collar against a demon? Although she subconsciously felt this would be a very difficult task, as demon leaders often possessed relatively high intelligence. But Lin Yan suddenly remembered that a genuine human had also been subdued by Zhu Ming last time, and then she felt that it might not be impossible. And upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Flying Dagger, who knew that this Zhu Ming was a veterinarian, also reacted. You mean, she wants to subdue this demon? Although her tone was incredulous, for some reason, Flying Dagger also vaguely felt that this was not an impossible feat. And Lin Yu stood in place, feeling the two beliefs that came even before he officially started his deception, and quirked his lips. Lin Yan was expected, but Flying Dagger was a bit of a surprise. The banner of the Freedom Alliance is indeed useful. However, 2 shares of belief were not enough to achieve realization. The fake in Lin Yu's hand transformed into a collar, answering Yu Xinxiao's question. Head escort you, I am going to use this neck ring in my hand to tame this demon. I ask you and the esteemed escorts to cover me. Just as Lin Yu expected, after his words were spoken, belief did not immediately surge forth. This was normal, after all. Such a thing was too inconceivable for the natives of the Prison Mountain realm. But Lin Yu knew that he didn't need to make any extra moves. He only needed to lift the heavy head of the mountain ghoul leader, place the collar in his hand around its thick, tree-like neck. And then, he felt a large amount of belief surge forth. These native escorts of the Prison Mountain realm didn't disbelieve what Lin Yu said. They just needed time to realize one thing, that while Lin Yu's words just now were inconceivable, couldn't what these 2 women did just now also be called inconceivable? It's true that if an ordinary person claims they can eat an entire cow in one meal, people won't believe them. But if they just punched and killed a cow, then people might have to consider if what they're saying is actually possible. And once there was enough belief, this initial conjecture truly transformed into fact. Lowly and ignorant life, submit, obey, and follow me. Lin Yu said softly, activating the collar's ability. The next moment, the mountain ghoul leader's spiritual power and Lin Yu's spiritual power made contact, and then this huge and terrifying demon witnessed something even more terrifying and irresistible. Subsequently, a hint of clarity flashed in its chaotic, bloodthirsty pupils, followed by an emergence of loyalty towards Lin Yu. It dragged its swaying body, then respectfully bowed to Lin Yu. Hiss! The mountain ghoul leader let out a snort of submission. Then, it made a series of inhaling and exhaling sounds. Lin Yu understood its meaning with his veterinarian ability. It was calling him Great King and praising his immense power. It seems that although the mountain ghoul is a demon, the veterinarian ability is still effective. However, Lin Yu wasn't able to understand it only after subduing the mountain ghoul leader with the collar. The veterinarian ability had always been effective, it was just that the mountain ghoul leader's roars earlier were truly just roars. Now it was beginning to formally utter meaningful syllables to communicate with Lin Yu. After Lin Yu understood its meaning, he nodded with satisfaction and began to communicate with it. I have a few questions for you, is that alright? Ever since the mountain ghoul gained sentience. Besides planning how to use these demons to gain belief, Lin Yu also had the idea of using the collar to get one as a guide if the opportunity arose. And upon seeing the mountain ghoul leader, Lin Yu immediately made up his mind. This was it. He would have to try to beat it half to death later and then attempt to subdue it. A demon that looked like a primate would certainly not be lacking in intelligence, and being strong and robust made it a good thug. More importantly, judging from Yu Jinxiao's reaction, the mountain ghoul leader coming after their escort team was very unusual. So, it was a good opportunity to personally ask why this fellow brought all its subordinates out. Wu Qi, Hu Ga. The mountain ghoul leader responded submissively, giving Lin Yu its answer. Questions, very much agree. Lin Yu was not in a hurry to get to the point, but spoke patiently. What is your name? Do you have a name? The mountain ghoul leader heard Lin Yu's question, pointed to itself, and uttered 3 syllables. Lu Ji Ka. Then, it raised both hands, drew 2 large circles on the left and right, and then drew a circle in the middle. Lin Yu understood. This fellow's name was the 3 syllables Lu Ji Ka, which represented the collective term for the 3 suns above its head. Alright, then I'll call you Sanyang. Lin Yu, too lazy to pronounce those 3 awkward syllables, said casually. Sanyang, I ask you. Why did you attack the escort team? Gulu, Ga. The mountain ghoul leader, called Sanyang, was quite pleased to hear Lin Yu change its name. And gestured while making a few more sounds. Because you're hungry? Lin Yu frowned. That's not what I'm asking. What I want to know is, why did you personally come, bringing so many subordinates? You rarely move out in such numbers, do you? The mountain ghoul leader Sanyang pointed to the carriage, Ga. Ga. Lin Yu understood. Sanyang was saying that it could sense some kind of presence in the carriage that held a fatal temptation for it and other mountain ghouls. And even other demons. He nodded, I understand. But Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder, old Zhang, our spiritual perception can't get past this carriage. So how can this beast perceive it instead? Old Zhang was not surprised and patiently explained to Lin Yu, spiritual perception is not the only means of perception, just the most efficient and versatile. The martial artists and demons of the prison mountain realm all have very strong vital energy and blood. Possessing something they call chi flow, they can intuitively sense danger, other strong individuals, or things beneficial to themselves through their own physical condition. Lin Yu, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. I see. Then that's strange. This carriage, as a product of the prison mountain realm, specifically blocked spiritual probes, which should be relatively rare in this realm. Yet left an opening for the demon's chi flow perception. It almost feels like it's intentional. It seems that joining this escort team means having to guard against far more than just 3 potential players. The escort team itself also carried trouble. Of course. Fortunately, this trouble wasn't his to worry about. He turned to look at the escorts. When Lin Yu made his move just now, everyone was more admiring, but now only awe remained. After all, Lin Yu was now truly taming an entire demon right in front of them, even making the demon obediently answer several of his questions. Indeed, many powerful demons possessed high intelligence, and could even disguise themselves as humans and speak human language. But that was a different matter from making a demon obey and answer questions docilely. Especially since this demon had appeared extremely fierce and insane not long ago. Lin Yu ignored their gazes, then looked at Yu Jinxiao and spoke calmly and gently. Escort leader Yu. Yes. Yu Jinxiao immediately replied, his voice even a little nervous. I just asked this fellow, and it said that the reason it came out in full force and personally attacked you is because the contents of these 3 carriages of yours are very tempting to it, or rather, to demons. Would it be convenient to reveal what's inside? Yu Jinxiao's expression changed slightly. Is there a problem with our escort? Seeing Yu Jinxiao's expression and hearing his rhetorical question, Lin Yu's brows furrowed tightly. And the gentleness in his voice greatly diminished. It seems you don't even know what you're escorting, do you? Our Jinfu escort agency has always had an incognito escort service where we don't ask about the contents of the delivery, you. Jinxiao responded nervously to Lin Yu's somewhat questioning tone. The other party paid very well, so, who is it? Lin Yu immediately asked. Yu Jinxiao hesitated, since the client requested an incognito escort. Revealing the client's information to the lady hero would probably go against the rules. Idiot, this carriage has means to block detection, but it left an opening for demonic aura to be perceived, allowing them to know that the contents of this carriage are extraordinarily tempting. Lin Yu said coldly, even if the person who entrusted you with this didn't intentionally mean to feed you to demons, they at least somewhat intended to harm you. At a time like this, you still want to uphold the escort agency's rules? As Lin Yu spoke, the deputy escort leader beside him, who seemed to have a fiery temper, couldn't help but interject, Leader Yu, boss Yu, old Yu, I think what the lady hero says makes sense. Yu Jinxiao's face fluctuated between expressions, finally saying, it was a short, stocky man, dressed like a wealthy old man, with a mole on his left cheek, claiming to be a rich resident of Xin Town. These 3 large carriages were also brought by him personally with 2 drivers when they set off. After saying this, he added with some doubt, but, Lady Hero, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that we've already traveled 3 or 4/10 of the journey. If the contents inside are truly fatally attractive to demons, why did it only manifest at Fuyuan Mountain? He then looked at the deputy escort leader. We've traveled this far, and you also participated in planning the route. We've passed through 3 places with a high concentration of demons like Fuyuan Mountain. Why was nothing amiss in the first 3 places? The deputy escort leader was speechless. Lin Yu also fell into thought due to Yu Jinxiao's statement. However, because Lin Yu knew that the mountain ghoul leader definitely wouldn't lie to him, he didn't doubt his own deduction, but was only thinking about the reason for this phenomenon. Did you feel the contents inside were tempting from the very beginning, or only later? Lin Yu asked San Yang again. San Yang then replied, Wugya. Then, San Yang added a few more gibberish sounds. Its answer was that it sensed it as soon as it entered the range of its aura perception, and then felt it getting closer and more obvious. Moreover, that temptation was like the most delicious human flesh in the world. Lin Yu listened, then fell into deep thought. Then why is that? He looked at Yu Jinxiao. Escort leader Yu, my suggestion is, it's best to open the carriage and take a look. Yu Jinxiao's expression changed slightly. How can that be? That's a major taboo that breaks the rules. Before Lin Yu could persuade him further, Yu Jinxiao spoke with some agitation. Even if we die, the escort agency's rules cannot be broken. And after Yu Jinxiao brought up rules, the deputy escort leader, who was originally on Lin Yu's side, also stopped speaking. Apparently, he was convinced by Yu Jinxiao. What a troublesome world. Lin Yu frowned again. It's extremely difficult to find living people in the wilderness of Prison Mountain Realm, especially those who can communicate. To reach Willow Town, it's best to rely on these guides who were assigned to as 3 people from the start. Otherwise, Lin Yu could have just knocked out and tied up Yu Jinxiao and forcibly opened the carriage himself. At this moment, Lin Yan's voice rang out. Oh, why go through the trouble of breaking rules to open the carriage for inspection? Lin Yu turned his head and found Lin Yan leaning casually, with one hand pressed against the carriage wall, saying, What does this lady hero mean? Yu Jinxiao looked at Lin Yan warily and said. And Lin Yu also asked directly, Did you just do something? He was naturally asking if Lin Yan had stolen something from inside. Lin Yan shook her head. It's good that you didn't do anything. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't succeed. Lin Yan's answer made Lin Yu's breath catch again before he could finish sighing. What do you mean by didn't succeed? Lin Yu asked, looking at Lin Yan. Lin Yan calmly explained, they are all living things inside, my basic ability failed. Although with the limit-breaking jade, combined with those gloves, it seemed Lin Yan could perform operations like live organ harvesting. However, Lin Yan still couldn't live harvest parts through an obstacle, or try to steal the entire living thing as a whole. Are there living things inside? Lin Yan nodded, Yes, in that case, it can also explain why there were no demons in the first half of the journey. But now mountain ghouls have appeared, because the things inside are alive. Living things can easily undergo state changes. They might have been sleeping before and are now awake, or they might have been awake before and are now dizzy from the carriage ride and sleeping. Anything is possible. Lin Yan said calmly, and Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. That is reasonable. Can we further confirm what's inside? Lin Yu asked, and Lin Yan shook her head. I have no clue, I'm just a thief. Not a detective. Then, she lowered her voice, how about we forcibly open it? Lin Yu shook his head, no need for so much trouble. You don't have a convenient method, but I still have a way, it's just a bit roundabout. Lin Yu replied in a low voice. Then, he looked at Yu Jinxiao again, escort leader Yu, we didn't open the carriage to inspect the goods. We just vaguely guessed what was inside based on our observations and an accident. That shouldn't count as breaking the rules, right? As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Jinxiao was put on the spot. It should not count. He seemed not to have expected Lin Yu to ask this, and replied somewhat uncertainly. Of course it doesn't count. The deputy escort leader immediately reacted and sided with Lin Yu again, if even this counts as breaking the rules. Then if an accident happens on the road while delivering an incognito escort, and the carriage overturns and the box opens, should we immediately gouge out our own eyes? Breaking the rules by accident does not count as breaking the rules. Lin Yu looked at the deputy escort leader and nodded in satisfaction. Well said. He was waiting for that very sentence from the deputy escort leader. Then, Lin Yu's mind stirred, and a small jar quietly fell to the ground in his hand. The mountain ghoul leader, Sanyang, suddenly took 2 quick breaths, then its flesh turned red and swelled, roaring repeatedly, and suddenly went mad, throwing Lin Yu off its back. Lin Yu fell to the ground as if caught off guard, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and spoke with a terrified tone. What? It actually broke free from my restraints. This beast has good methods. The mountain ghoul leader charged towards the direction of the large carriage, and with one swift motion, overturned the carriage compartment. Clang! The metal carriage slightly deformed under the mountain ghoul's immense impact, and then 2 rough large hands grabbed the edges of the sealed carriage door and began to tear at it with force. Crack! The sound of metal deforming rang out, and a gap was forcibly torn open in the carriage door. Not good. Yu Jinxiao also roared, drawing his saber and slashing at the mountain ghoul leader. The mountain ghoul leader, much larger than him, seemed not to have fully recovered from Lin Yu's heavy blow. Its thigh was cleanly cut with a bone-deep gash by Yu Jinxiao's saber, and then it lost its balance again, being directly knocked flying by Yu Jinxiao. Just as the mountain Shao leader fell to the ground and Yu Jinxiao was about to rush forward to fight him, Lin Yu, who had fallen earlier, got up and stood between Yu Jinxiao and the mountain Shao leader. Don't move, escort leader Yu, I have a way. Saying that, Lin Yu extended his hand towards the mountain Shao leader. Then, a soft white light flew from Lin Yu's wrist, carrying a sacred aura, slowly moving towards the mountain Shao leader. The white light circled around his body, penetrating his skin, and then gradually made the mountain Shao leader Sanyang appear calm again. Lin Yu looked at Yu Jinxiao and apologized, sorry, it was my oversight. I let this guy break free from my control. As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Jinxiao still watched Sanyang warily. However, since Lin Yu had already spoken, Yu Jinxiao nodded, giving him face, no matter, the lady's methods are ingenious and mystical. I imagine it's an extremely profound and complex cultivation technique. It's perfectly normal for such a technique to go awry. Lin Yu nodded, looking at the overturned carriage, it's just that this accident has indeed revealed the contents of this hidden escort. Yu Jinxiao waved his hand, not yet. The carriage door is only a little open. We can temporarily reattach it by knocking from the other side without having to see what's inside. Crack! Before Yu Jinxiao could finish his sentence, as if to prove his words were unfeasible, the half-torn metal carriage door suddenly let out a loud bang. Then, it completely broke off and fell heavily to the ground. What? Yu Jinxiao exclaimed in shock. Well done. Lin Yu watched this scene, praising Hannah in his mind. The complete breaking of the carriage door was, of course, Hannah's doing. Although the little octopus didn't possess the immense strength to achieve this, it could stealthily cling to the shadow of the mountain Shao leader's massive body when he pounced on the carriage. It could even hide with a BBE 300 self-destruct robot. All of this was, of course, planned by Lin Yu. From the moment the mountain Shao leader went mad, Lin Yu was acting. The mountain Shao leader Sanyang showed no signs of losing control whatsoever. It was Lin Yu who sprayed an entire can of rage spray on him, making Sanyang appear to be in a violent, uncontrollable state. But in reality, even if Sanyang's emotions uncontrollably began to show anger, he was still absolutely loyal to Lin Yu under the control of the collar. How could a professional item produced by Deathgame be so easily broken free from once it took effect? This was nearly the power of rules. Therefore, all of Sanyang's actions were completely controlled by Lin Yu. Lin Yu's previous injury and spitting blood, and his subsequent calming of emotions, were all disguises. Those were merely visual effects he manipulated using the ink from the water prayer necklace. To make the now physically strong Lin Yu instantly injured and spitting blood, even if Sanyang truly went mad, he might not be able to do it. Even if Lin Yu fought this large brute head-on, bare-handed and without sneak attacks, he would definitely gain the absolute upper hand with his strength and physical fitness. And the reason Lin Yu temporarily added this special segment was very simple. It was all to figure out what kind of living thing was inside the carriage. And Lin Yan, who was beside him, was also very sensible. "Oh my, such a big commotion, don't break the escort inside," she said, walking forward. Before Yu Zhenxiao could stop her, Lin Yan had already lightly jumped onto the edge of the overturned carriage, looking down at its contents. And it was only after Lin Yan had been looking for a few seconds that Yu Zhenxiao reacted. "Lady, by doing this, breaking the rules, I know," Lin Yan waved her hand. "But didn't your deputy just say that in case of an accident?" "It's a different matter. Now there's an accident. Even if I don't look now, whoever helps set the carriage upright later, or reattaches or ties this half-door back, will eventually see it anyway. This wasn't intentional on our part. Everyone present can attest to that. Does everyone here think I'm deliberately breaking the rules? This demon's rampage isn't something humans can control. Or, should we just dig a pit, bury this carriage on the spot, abandon this escort, and everyone go back and tell the client the escort was destroyed, or simply become bandits? Then we wouldn't have to see what's inside. Is that the not breaking the rules that escort leader you wants?" Lin Yan's words subtly drew the surrounding escorts to her side. Those escorts also started to persuade Yu Zhenxiao. "Yes, boss Yu, don't be so rigid. I think this lady makes sense. If it weren't for the two ladies just now, our escort would probably have been directly stolen. For the client, being able to deliver is probably the most important thing." Yu Zhenxiao was finally swayed by the will of the crowd and let out a long sigh. "All right. Since it's already happened, then I'll trouble the lady to help with the carriage door." Before Yu Zhenxiao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Yan again. "Sister Zhu, come up, the thing inside is indeed strange." Lin Yu also ignored Yu Zhenxiao, instead waving his hand and blowing a sharp whistle. "Carry me over." Upon hearing this, Sanyang immediately obediently lifted Lin Yu's body with his large palm, carefully moving and raising Lin Yu next to the overturned carriage. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhenxiao was momentarily speechless. A bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that the demon's loss of control just now was an act? Did these two ladies intend to see what was inside the escort carriage from the beginning? And that's why they cooperated like this? But this thought appeared, and was immediately dismissed by Yu Zhenxiao. How could that be? Just being able to tame a mountain Shao leader was already incredible enough. If they could also suddenly manipulate the mountain Shao leader to actively go mad, then with such methods, if they wanted to know the contents of the escort carriage, couldn't they just forcefully open it and kill his group? Why go through all that trouble to put on a show? Even if it was a show, It was for the sake of his group's survival, so there was even less reason to expose it. As an experienced veteran, Yu Zhenxiao quickly understood the stakes involved after a few thoughts flashed through his mind. Rules were important, but since the rules were already broken, there was no need to sacrifice his own life for them. So, he immediately began to play dumb, turning a blind eye to the two ladies' actions, and even actively inquired. Ladies, what exactly is strange about it? Standing on the edge of the carriage, Lin Yu heard Yu Zhenxiao's question and narrowed his eyes. Looking at it alone, there's nothing strange, but Anian, if you confirm that this thing is alive, then it is indeed very strange. Lin Yu said softly, looking at the living thing inside the carriage. It was a human left arm, entangled and tied down by chains. Just as Lin Yu surmised, the inside of this carriage was covered in talismans. Dense yellow paper filled the inner walls of the carriage, like a layer of oil congealed on the surface of a rich broth. And in the gaps of the yellow paper, where cinnabar-drawn talisman symbols were densely packed, chains resembling neuronal synapses extended, coiling around a human left arm suspended in the very center of the carriage. Rather than just a left arm, it was more accurate to say it was a remnant torso connected to a left arm. It was a body with the entire left shoulder, most of the chest, and half of the abdomen, judging from the muscle tissue and bone structure. It seemed to have once belonged to a robust and muscular adult male. There were two distinct lines of fracture on the remnant torso, one extending between the abdominal cavity and the ribs, and the other sloping down from the shoulder, severing the part connected to the right chest and neck. It looked as if someone had cleanly and skillfully performed a complete jiaxia kaisagiri, a type of diagonal cut. The skin of this remnant torso was also grayish-green, appearing to have a stone sculpture-like texture. Looking at the cross-section, the internal organs, bones, and blood vessels inside were all grayish-white, devoid of life. However, judging by Li Nian's ability, or from the perspective of the death game, this thing was indeed alive. Lin Yu trusted the judgment of the death game. So the question arose. How could this thing possibly be alive? Lin Yu murmured. Li Nian also felt the same confusion as Lin Yu. So, is this thing, which appears to be a small half of a human corpse, actually some kind of special demon or a rare life form from the prison mountain realm, like a dead leaf butterfly or a stick insect? Does it just look like another life form dead or withered, but in essence, it's a disguise, and inside, it's a completely different life? Li Nian's analysis had some merit. But unfortunately, this analysis did not hold up in Lin Yu's view. His perspective allowed him to see more and in greater detail than Li Nian. Because from the perception of his spiritual power and the perspective of the heart-peaking mirror, this thing definitely had no capacity for thought or emotion. There were no spiritual or emotional fluctuations to be found on it. Old Zhang also agreed, I can't feel any soul or spirit residing within this thing at all. This ruled out the possibility that the opponent's spiritual power was too strong for Lin Yu, a beginner, to perceive. Because Lin Yu might make a mistake, but old Zhang would not. So, this thing is a living being without a soul or spirit? How is that possible? Lin Yu grew even more puzzled. Because precisely according to the common judgment standards of the death game, only something possessing both a soul and life force could be considered a living being. Otherwise, the living corpses old Zhang controlled in the Fog Island mental hospital would also count as living beings. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed abnormal emotions coming from the connection between himself and the mountain demon leader, 3 Yang. 3 Yang seemed to sense an irresistible temptation, displaying restlessness even without the rage spray. Even the hand with which 3 Yang was currently holding Lin Yu trembled slightly. While it was far from losing control or breaking free from Lin Yu's command, this kind of tremor was abnormal enough. How strange. Lin Yu muttered, then smiled with resignation. That's right, after all, it was a dungeon he was participating in. If there weren't some oddities, Lin Yu would actually feel uneasy, because that would mean something big was waiting for him. Like a sudden surprise fortune teller, for instance. Close the carriage door and set the carriage upright, Lin Yu ordered, jumping down from 3 Yang's hands. After Li Nian also left the carriage, 3 Yang righted the large carriage he had overturned, then reinserted the half door. After 3 Yang stepped back, several escorts also bravely came forward and refastened the carriage's reins to the colossal beast standing beside it. Pulling the carriage. This shaggy, humped, four-hoofed creature, which looked like a cross between a horse, a camel, and a yak, was surprisingly stable in temperament. When 3 Yang had overturned the escort carriage earlier, it had also been knocked to the ground. But it merely broke free of its reins, rolled over, and stood still in place, neither startled nor running wild, not even letting out a single cry. Even when the carriage door opened, the scent that so captivated and even agitated 3 Yang did not sway this draft beast in the slightest. Moreover, if beasts lack spiritual perception, following this line of thought, the human escorts around them, all martial artists, also seemed to feel nothing. This point also caught Lin Yu's attention, and he silently noted this difference. Only demons are attracted to this thing. Li Nian looked at the righted escort carriage, then turned to Lin Yu. So, do you have a clue? Not yet, but I have many questions, Lin Yu said calmly. Then you just closed the carriage door, not going in for a detailed examination? Li Nian teased. What's more, there are 2 other carriages, aren't you going to open them and take a look? Of the 3 escort carriages, they had only used that accident to look at one. Lin Yu shook his head. The other 2 were probably just a diversion, a cover for this one. What truly concerns 3 Yang is this half-torso. Researching this thing isn't urgent, there are more important things to do right now. Li Nian raised an eyebrow. What could be more important than this? Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, pointing to the increasingly scorching and dazzling light in the sky. Don't you think it's getting hotter and hotter? Team leader, you reminded us earlier that it's best to reach a place to rest and escape the heat before noon. Don't forget, we're in fiery hell right now, and even if we can tough it out, you wouldn't want to disregard whether these escorts might get sick from the heat. Since earlier, our employers have been so hot they can't even speak. Li Nian turned around and saw Flying Dagger squatting in the shadow beneath a horse, sweating profusely, fanning himself, and looking almost wilted from the heat. He then realized, because Lin Yu's physique was tough enough to withstand this high temperature, and Li Nian himself clearly had some heat-avoiding, buff. But Flying Dagger was indeed nearing his limit. Although he wouldn't die from the heat, he was clearly about to suffer heatstroke and pass out in this dangerous wilderness. Being in a weakened state and encountering sudden situations like demon attacks would naturally lower his chances of survival. Damn, we really do have to prioritize the employer. Let's go, team leader you, it's getting hotter and hotter. Let's quickly find some shade to rest. Yu Jinxiao naturally agreed wholeheartedly with Li Nian's suggestion. There had been too many unexpected situations along the way, severely delaying the team's progress and itinerary. Although these escorts had been escorting goods in the fiery hell for years and possessed rich experience in avoiding heat, they all wore relatively insulated special beast hide clothing produced in the fiery hell, and also carried many cooling items like water bags and ice stones. They seemed to be in better condition than Flying Knife. But they were, after all, just a group of escorts, and at this moment, they were also somewhat affected by the high temperatures. Moreover, precisely because of their rich experience and constant activity outdoors, they were very clear about the consequences of staying outdoors for extended periods at noon in the fiery hell, and thus held a greater reverence for such things. Walking through the winding valley path, the team's pace was noticeably faster than before. After another long while, they once again repelled several waves of still abnormal, but fortunately small-scale, demon attacks, and were almost out of the scope of Mount Fuyuan. However, judging from Yu Jinxiao's increasingly anxious and frequent glances at the sky, the map, and the hourglass used for timing, their progress was still not fast enough. Lin Yu, walking among the team, already felt his lips a little dry. He even had to temporarily put Hana away as an aquatic animal, even with a higher status, before reaching the realm of doing as one pleases. The little octopus also had its natural weaknesses. Hana was really afraid of heat and dryness. With such weather and constant exposure, Lin Yu was very worried that the little octopus might turn into dried octopus. What about me, boss? Am I not afraid of the sun? Old Zhang, hidden in Lin Yu's sleeve, said resentfully, I'm just a delicate and fragile lump of connective tissue. Without skull protection and direct exposure, I'll turn into roasted brain flour. Lin Yu said helplessly, you seem quite energetic. It's actually a final burst of activity, old Zhang flickered, please put me away too, I beg you. No. Hannah went back because it really couldn't hold on, and I don't need it for now, Lin Yu cruelly refused old Zhang, as for you. Right now, we are moving with a remnant body whose situation we are still unclear about, and it could attract new demon attacks at any time, so you have to stay outside. Hearing Lin Yu's words, old Zhang sighed lengthily, alright, boss. Is there a high temperature allowance? Did you even have a salary before, let alone an allowance? Heartless. And if Lin Yu, whose physique could be considered upper middle tier even in the Black Marsh realm, felt dry and hot, and old Zhang, a former third tier being, even started actively trying to get Lin Yu to put him back into the item space. Then the other ordinary escorts in the team were naturally all lightheaded from the heat and had cracked lips. The few who were previously injured had even directly fainted and were groaning continuously, just listening to them made one feel their extreme pain. The employer, Flying Knife, was also completely sprawled on his horse, motionless, on the verge of heatstroke and fainting. Apart from Lin Yu, the only ones in slightly better condition in the entire team were Yu Jinxiao and his deputy, the two chief escorts. Of course, there were also Sanyang and Lin Yin. Sanyang naturally goes without saying. As a native demon of the fiery hell, and a leader-level demon at that, although Sanyang also disliked being exposed to the sun, he obviously possessed extremely outstanding high-temperature resistance. Even though it was already approaching noon, Sanyang merely stuck out his tongue occasionally to dissipate heat and did not show any signs of decline. As for Lin Yan, she was the one with the mildest symptoms among the humans. She wore sunglasses, hummed a tune, and even had the leisure to look around and chat with Lin Yu. On such a hot day, it would be great to have a big watermelon, preferably one that's been chilled, not by a refrigerator but by well water. Just cut it open, slice a big piece, and bite right into it. The juice would be so cold it would make your gums ache. That's what I call refreshing. Hey, sister zooming. Do you prefer your watermelon crispy or sandy? I like crispy, juicy ones. Sandy watermelons are sweet, but I always feel a tickle in my throat after eating them. Lin Yu said helplessly, you're not hot at all? I'm fine. This outfit I stole is of great origin and useful for both resisting cold and avoiding heat. Lin Yin pinched and shook her fingertips. And only then did Lin Yu realize she was wearing a layer of transparent soft clothing. However, although Chief Escort Yu was getting more and more anxious, we should be finding a resting place soon. As Lin Yin spoke, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. How do you know? He was already too hot to pay attention to Yu Jinxiao. Because he's starting to hesitate, Lin Yin said calmly, especially when looking at the map. This indicates that Chief Escort Yu is deliberating over something. Lin Yu's thinking hadn't been affected by the high temperature yet. So after hearing Lin Yin say this, he also reacted. Is Chief Escort Yu planning to take a shortcut, or not go to the originally planned resting village but instead choose another place to spend noon? I guess so. Lin Yin nodded. Not long after, the escort team finally left the territory of Mount Fuyuan, emerging from the end of the valley. Two downhill forks appeared before them. The left one led to a mountainous area with complex and dangerous terrain, while the right one led to another mountainous area with complex and dangerous terrain. Chief Escort Yu Jinxiao pulled out his map and hourglass one last time here, and he even specifically reined in his horse to stop and look at them. Finally, Yu Jinxiao made up his mind. Everyone, it's probably too late for us to go to Wuchuan village now, it's already approaching noon. So this time, we'll take another path, a bit closer, and go to Chen Family Fortress in Shuangju Mountain to rest and recuperate. At that time, we'll refill our water bags at the well and give the injured a chance to recuperate. We'll then proceed to Wuchuan village at night as planned. Yu Jinxiao tried his best to speak with spirit. The escorts in the team seemed somewhat shocked by this decision and also began to hesitate.
Xuanju Mountain? Chen Family Fortress?
This. But very quickly, the deputy chief escort spoke again, dispelling the doubts within the team.
Chen Family Fortress is more than half the distance shorter than Wuchuan Village. Going to Chen Family Fortress now will take less than a quarter of an hour, and departing tomorrow won't be too much of a detour. What old you said is already the best solution. If we grit our teeth and go to Wuchuan Village, it would be fine if we arrive smoothly. Barely making it to our destination just as noon begins. But if we are delayed by demons for even a moment, that would be a huge problem. As the deputy chief escort spoke, everyone was finally convinced. Alright, we'll follow Chief Escort Yu's orders. The escorts all turned their horses around and followed Yu Zhenxiao into the left mountain path. However, Lin Yu, who was mixed in with the team, frowned again. It seems this Chen family fortress also has something strange about it. From what the deputy chief escort said, Chen family fortress was much closer than Wuchuan village. So what was Yu Zhenxiao hesitating about before? After Yu Zhenxiao proposed this plan, what were these ordinary escorts hesitating about? There must be something strange about Chen family fortress that made them so conflicted. Carrying 12 parts of vigilance towards Chen family fortress, Lin Yu slowly followed the team into Twin Saw Mountain. Twin Saw Mountain was named as such, naturally, because of its appearance. After entering, Lin Yu quickly saw two saw blade-like ridges. This reminds me of a stegosaurus, but it's a shame there are no stegosauruses in this world, otherwise it should be called Stegosaurus Mountain. Lin Yan said with emotion.
Lin Yu shook his head. The naming of mountains and rivers is generally very early. The year dinosaur fossils were discovered and officially named dinosaurs and recorded was in 1822. The discovery of Stegosaurus fossils and their reconstruction was already in 1877. By then, within the scope of human activity, especially mountains close to settlements, basically all had widely circulated and recognized names. Lin Yan looked at Lin Yu. Sister Zhu Ming, you are so amazing, as expected of a veterinarian.
You really understand animal-related common knowledge. I think the knowledge of dinosaurs has little to do with my profession as a veterinarian. No veterinarian needs to study dinosaur-related knowledge, Lin Yu said helplessly. Although dinosaurs are indeed animals, paleontology, in terms of academic application, is actually closer to archaeology than to veterinary medicine. Lin Yan nodded, I see. The two of them, being the least affected by the scorching heat in the team, could still chat with relative ease. However, the others in the escort team were not so relaxed and comfortable after entering the mountain. Several more escorts successively fainted due to their injuries and the hot weather. On the contrary, Flying Dagger, who seemed to be on the verge of collapsing from the start, was still hanging on, half dead, without any change. Bad news, the employer's health bar is very short and he has entered a dying state due to the heat. Good news, the employer's dying state seems to last a long time. Fortunately, the path Yu Zhenxiao chose was not very long. In just a moment, they saw a cluster of buildings hidden on the shady side of Twin Saw Mountain. A towering stone wall stretched from the foot of the mountain all the way to the mid-slope, enclosing a large area of gentler terrain in the middle of the mountain, relying on the cliffs of Twin Saw Mountain. Behind the stone wall, one could vaguely see thick earth and stone structures with mostly small windows. The buildings above ground were not tall, their main parts were probably underground and within the mountain itself. This architectural style was clearly designed with resisting high temperatures and scorching heat in mind. No wonder it's called Chen Family Fortress, Lin Yu said with emotion. After all, these building complexes really look like individual earth and stone fortresses. Yu Zhenxiao led everyone closer, walking along the dirt road paved with gravel in the mountains, towards the main gate of Chen Family Fortress. As they got closer, more of the buildings became visible to Lin Yu. Whether it was the surrounding walls or the individual earth forts, upon closer inspection, their surfaces were somewhat old and dilapidated. Damaged corners, cracked surfaces, and even a few collapsed sections. It seemed that this place had not been repaired for a very long time. No, it wasn't a question of repair or not. The closer Lin Yu got,
the more he felt that Chen family fortress seemed to have been abandoned. It seemed no one had lived here for a long time.
Dark red stones and deep yellow adobe intertwined, making it look almost like ruins.
It was only because the earth and stone structure combined with the heavy bunker-like form made it difficult for it to completely collapse, which made Chen family fortress appear relatively intact.
If this is an abandoned complex of buildings, then Yu Jinxiao and the other escort's dilemma makes sense.
After all, a building complex that has been uninhabited for a long time can easily be infiltrated by demons, ghosts, or other unclean
things.
The only advantage over sleeping in the wild would be having a roof and some furniture. Thinking of this, Lin Yu once again silently released his mental power. He roughly scanned the area, seemingly finding no signs of life.
It seems it's truly completely abandoned.
There's no mental activity at all, but this is also a good thing. Although there are no people, there are no demons either.
Lin Yu told old Zhang the results of his scan and analysis.
Old Zhang perked up and felt it, then began to comment on Lin Yu's use of mental power this time. The overall analysis is correct,
but there are still 3 or 4 faint mental presences inside.
But they are all hidden deep underground and are quite weak.
As old Zhang spoke, Lin Yu was surprised. Is that so? Then I really didn't detect them. Don't blame you, they are indeed very hidden and very faint.
I don't even know what species they are. I can only confirm that there are a few sources of mental power,
old Zhang said.
The escort team had now reached the main entrance of Chen family fortress, which consisted of 2 thick, iron-like wooden gates. Then, Yu Jinxiao carefully stepped forward and knocked on the gate, then spoke loudly. The Jinfu escort agency team is passing through here and requests to stay for 1 night at Chen family fortress to get through midday. I have prepared payment, and brought my own water and heat relief medicine.
I hope your fortress will allow us to stay.
As soon as Yu Jinxiao's actions came out, old Zhang and Lin Yu became alert simultaneously.
This isn't right, is it? Lin Yu murmured.
Yu Jinxiao's actions clearly treated Chen family fortress as a stronghold that was still operating normally and inhabited by humans.
Had he not been to Chen family fortress for too long, so he didn't know it had been abandoned?
Although Chen family fortress seemed to have been abandoned for several years. Considering that the human strongholds in Prison Mountain Realm were too independent.
Even escort teams that frequently traveled between various human strongholds might not be able to understand the status of all strongholds. But
Lin Yu quickly overturned his own conclusion. Because judging from Yu Jinxiao's current skilled and natural words, although he might not have been to Chen family fortress for a long time, he didn't seem completely unfamiliar with it either.
Moreover, if Chen family fortress was abandoned but Yu Jinxiao didn't know it was abandoned and only thought it was still operating normally, then the dilemma from earlier couldn't be explained.
So only one explanation remained. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan, whose expression was also somewhat solemn. Be careful, the strangeness of this fortress might be about to reveal itself.
Lin Yan nodded silently.
And after Yu Jinxiao's calls for the gate ended, not long after, rustling sounds came from inside, and then the gate opened. A kind old man, wrapped in a light-blocking robe with only his dark face exposed, stood by the door. 2 strong, shirtless men turned the wooden mechanism behind the door, opening the heavy gate. The old man smiled and said, "Oh, guests from Jinfu Escort Agency. Long time no see, please come in quickly. Midday is almost here, everyone hurry into the fortress first."
His demeanor was enthusiastic.
His tone warm, and although he was very old, he possessed vigorous vitality.
Only,
Sister Ju Ming, if I judge this guy with my abilities,
he's a dead thing, Lin Yan whispered.
Lin Yu nodded subtly.
I know. Although you are from Jinfu Escort Agency, this is your first time coming to our Chen family fortress, isn't it?
I am Chen Yongda, the village elder of Chen family fortress and an elder of the Chen clan. I have known many of your escort leaders for a long time.
Just follow me. Under the old man's guidance, the escort team entered the Chen family fortress.
Lin Yu had already told Sanyang to find a place to hide. After all, while Yu Jinxiao and his group had witnessed how he tamed this demon beast, bringing it into a human settlement would always be troublesome to explain. It was better to avoid trouble, so Lin Yu simply told him to find a cave or a shady spot in Twin Saw Mountain and wait out the hottest part of noon. Anyway, Sanyang's combat power was very high, and the native demon beasts of Twin Saw Mountain should not be able to harm him. Moreover, although Lin Yu might encounter danger inside Qin Family Fortress, there was no real need to have this demon beast as an additional combatant. After all, when Lin Yu subdued Sanyang, his main consideration was finding a completely trustworthy local native to question. Now, Sanyang was naturally not needed for the time being, although Lin Yu was full of questions about Qin Family Fortress. How would Sanyang, as a demon beast from Fuyuan Mountain and the leader of the mountain imps, understand anything about human settlements? It was better for Lin Yu to inquire and observe on his own than to bring Sanyang along. And after entering Qin Family Fortress, Lin Yu did indeed observe and gather a lot of useful basic information. Although Qin Family Fortress was a relatively closed clan fortress of the same surname, where all residents were related, they still had skilled methods of Jiadai foreign merchant and escort teams. After all, in the prison mountain realm, for a human settlement to survive, it couldn't completely avoid interaction with the outside world. Merchant teams and escort teams were indispensable moving parts for every settlement. Entering through the main gate and following the main downward path in the center of Qin Family Fortress, the escort team's carts quickly arrived at a plaza partially sunken underground. There were shelters for carts and livestock made of stone and hay, as well as naturally formed and neatly excavated caves. Inside the caves, there was the sound of flowing water, and there was even an underground live stream running through them. Such a structure was rare in the fire prison territory. Although the temperature inside the cave was still not cool, it was much better than outside. After stopping the escort carts and tethering the livestock, Yu Jinxiao assigned the deputy escort leader and 2 other escorts to guard the cave. They would be relieved later. Then, Yu Jinxiao handed several strings of large coins as payment to the elder Chen Yongde. Chen Yongde accepted the payment and led the remaining 30-odd escorts further into Qin Family Fortress. It was nearing noon, and there were no Qin clan villagers active outside Qin Family Fortress. However, as they passed by small earthen fortresses, they could still see villagers tidying up through small windows. Some young children even quietly peered out of windows, curiously observing the escort team. From the perspective of the heart-peaking mirror, these villagers of Qin Family Fortress all had abundant emotions, and even seemed to have souls. However, Lin Yu knew very well, these people, like the village elder Chen Yongde beside him, were all not living beings. One only needed to use mental perception to probe their spirits and souls to know that these villagers had vitality, emotions, and thoughts. But they were not alive at all. They were like living empty shells. This was precisely the opposite of the incomplete remnant body being escorted by Jinfu Escort Agency. That seemingly dead, incomplete, and broken body was alive. And these complete and lively villagers, on the contrary, were dead. It's just like the asylum you set up on Fog Island, Lin Yu complained to old Zhang. Old Zhang said helplessly, "To be honest, what I did wasn't this good, I was just manipulating corpses. Anyone could tell at a glance that most of my medical staff were dead, but this place is different. If one's perception isn't sharp enough, they would simply assume they are proper villagers. At least the escorts over there clearly don't know this. Although it's a bit strange because the people of Qin Family Fortress are dead, from the perspective of these escorts, they certainly wouldn't guess that Qin Family Fortress is a group of dead people." As old Zhang spoke, Lin Yu nodded. If Yu Jinxiao knew that everyone in Qin Family Fortress who appeared to be alive was dead, he probably wouldn't have been conflicted at all. Yu Jinxiao would rather die than lead his team here. The fact that he could still come meant that he had only heard or knew that Qin Family Fortress was not right, but didn't know exactly what was wrong. Led by Chen Yongde, they soon arrived in front of a larger stone fortress. "This is our Qin Family Fortress's guest lodging. You may rest here. You can stay until all 3 suns have set before departing." After Chen Yongde finished speaking, he unlocked the stone fortress door with a key and opened the stone door. "It's almost noon, so I'll also go back to avoid the heat."
Please make yourselves at home, esteemed guests. Then, Chen Yangda left.
Yu Zhenxiao led the escorts inside and closed the stone door.
Although it was a bit stuffy inside the room, it was much better than outside, especially on the inner walls of the stone fortress, where several yellow paper talismans for warding off heat and generating cold were even pasted. Although these talismans seemed to be quite old and their effectiveness extremely weak, occasional cool breezes were enough to make everyone who had been enduring the scorching sun, traveling outdoors in high temperatures, and even fighting demon beasts, feel incredibly comfortable. The injured and unconscious individuals were all settled down in places close to the talismans. Flying Dagger was also among them, slowly recovering his physical and mental strength. Seeing this, escort leader Yu finally let out a long sigh of relief. At last, everything is peaceful. We are truly lucky.
As he said this, Lin Yu and Ling Yan, who had been holding back the whole way, finally found an excuse to ask questions.
What do you mean by peaceful and lucky? Lin Yu asked, feigning curiosity as if he had just noticed something amiss. Is there some danger in this Chen family fortress? Ling Yan also nodded. Yes, I thought that old man was quite amiable.
And the facilities here in Chen family fortress are quite good.
Is there anything to worry about? Seeing their questions, Yu Zhenxiao's expression was rather surprised. Don't both heroines know?
But considering their strong abilities, even if they didn't know, Yu Zhenxiao didn't question them further. Instead, he immediately began to explain to them. It seems that both heroines are usually very powerful and rarely need to stop in the wilderness at noon. So it's normal for you not to know about these small villages and fortresses. This Chen family fortress is the rest stop with the highest rate of disappearances and incidents in this surrounding area. The interior of the stone fort was simply furnished. Apart from the talismans on the walls, there were only uniform stone tables, stone chairs,
and stone beds.
Yu Zhenxiao sat on a stone chair, took a drink from his water skin to moisten his throat, and then slowly recounted his tale to Lin Yu and Ling Yan. You two heroines may not know, but around Xinjia Fort in Shuangju Mountain, there are 5 very large fire prison towns: Gu Town, Lu Town,
Xian Town, Shi Town, and Qi Town.
They are almost directly on the main route, and used to be one of the best stopping points for merchant and escort teams. After all,
the nearest Wanquan village is half a day's journey for a normal convoy. Even if we didn't encounter an accident like today,
making Xinjia Fort a place to rest and spend the afternoon was a good route arrangement. More than 10 years ago, when I was a greenhorn young escort just starting out, my master once said that Xinjia Fort, in his youth, was quite a bustling rest stop at noon. It was common to see 3 or 4 merchant and escort teams gathered here at the same time. The reason such a grand sight no longer exists is,
naturally, because
starting more than 10 years ago, this place, Xinjia Fort, became a bit unlucky.
Yu Zhenxiao glanced out the window and lowered his voice.
Initially, 1 or 2 out of 10 merchant and escort teams that stopped here would encounter some misfortune. Either members would mysteriously disappear, or goods would go missing. In short, it was rumored that once you entered Xinjia Fort, there was a chance of people missing from the team or goods missing from the carts. But no one could explain what was happening, because those who survived often felt disoriented,
and were more prone to various dangers and accidents on their subsequent journey.
Later, this proportion could rise as high as 3 or 4 out of 10. This matter even attracted investigations from several large martial arts schools and Taoist temples, but after all the searching, those masters and experts couldn't find any definitive answers. As fewer teams came to Xinjia Fort, the proportion of accidents seemed to decrease again, becoming about 1 in 15 or 16, but every now and then, there were still rumors of another team suffering an accident. However, what is certain is that we all feel clear-headed and lucid so far, without any disorientation. And no one is missing. So, it seems we haven't been unlucky enough to be one of those 1 in 15 or 16. As Yu Zhenxiao explained, Ling Yan also nodded.
I see.
So, this Xinjia Fort has such strange occurrences.
But being an escort is inherently high risk.
We were pressed for time just now, and gambling on a 1 in 15 or 16 chance was indeed not a problem.
Lin Yan said.
Looking out the window, no matter how strange this Chinjia fort is, it's certainly much better than still being out there right now.
At this moment,
the three suns in the sky had reached their highest and most intense point. Even through the small window of the stone fort, one could see the sunlight outside was so dazzling and bright that it almost blinded people. The air above the ground was distorted by heat waves, and the stones of the outer wall crackled from the heat. This was already under the condition that the entire Chinjia fort complex was located on a gentle, shaded hillside with many caves. If one were directly exposed to the sun on the sunny side, at a higher point,
it would probably only take a few minutes to dehydrate and cause unconsciousness.
Even with items that could ward off heat, trying to endure it would be far from easy. The recovered flying dagger also heard the conversation between the few people and nodded in agreement with Lin Yan. That's right, in the fire prison, it's best not to linger outside. Lin Yu, hearing the statements of the other two, was somewhat unconvinced.
Is the probability 1 in 15 or 16, since he was in the team, that probability should at least increase to 12 or 13 out of 15 or 16, right?
Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly recalled Yu Jinxiao's optimistic words. He said that besides people going missing, goods might also be lost even though 3 people were sent to guard the goods.
How does this Yu Jinxiao know that those 3 escorts are fine right now? It couldn't be that if something happened upon entering here, everyone would simultaneously experience a feeling of unease.
Based on this, even Yu Jinxiao's feeling of not being disoriented and clear-headed and lucid might not be reliable. Lin Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable unease, looked around, and subconsciously began to count the number of escorts currently inside the stone fort. Including the injured who were recovering, there were
26 people.
Adding the deputy escort leader and the 2 who stayed at the cave shed guarding the escort carts, that made 29 people.
Lin Yu asked in a low voice, "Escort leader Yu, may I ask how many people were in your team when you left Gu Town to deliver the escort?"
31. Why do you ask? Yu Jinxiao said as a matter of course.
Lin Yu let out a breath. That's the problem, there are 29 people in the room now.
Yu Jinxiao's expression changed slightly, and he quickly counted himself.
1, 2, 3, 4, soon, Yu Jinxiao counted everyone in the room by pointing his finger. It really is 29 people?
Plus the 3 who were watching the carts earlier, that makes 32 people, Yu Jinxiao said.
As if facing a great enemy, we have an extra person among us, what's going on? A demon has infiltrated and disguised itself as an escort.
Damn it, quickly identify if there's anyone you don't recognize among those around you.
Yu Jinxi shouted. And the escorts all looked at each other warily. But, they soon discovered.
Escort leader Yu, we all know each other, it seems there's no one unfamiliar. Yu Jinxiao's face turned extremely grim, it seems this demon has already begun to disturb our minds, hearing this.
Lin Yu finally couldn't help it. Yes, this demon has indeed interfered with your minds. But it might not be the direction of interference you imagine.
This demon hasn't mixed among us and simultaneously interfered with your minds to make you think you know it.
Escort leader. Didn't you realize that when you were counting just now, you included the 3 of us who joined later? We are not counted among your original team of 31. As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Jinxiao reacted.
Oh. Alright, now we actually only have 26 plus 3, a total of 29 people.
We actually lost 2 brothers.
Yu Jinxiao vigorously thumped his head, damn it, what on earth is this thing that made me so dull without me even realizing it? After a brief moment of self-reproach, Yu Jinxiao once again issued new instructions to the other escorts.
Quickly, think. Which 2 people have gone missing?
Watching the dart escorts frantically trying to recall which 2 companions had gone missing.
Lin Yan and Lin Yu both sighed.
They probably can't remember, Lin Yan said helplessly. Lin Yu agreed, if these people could remember, they should have remembered long ago. Undoubtedly, these dart escorts' memories or perceptions had been altered.
But what Lin Yu was concerned about was, how was this done?
Although in the prison mountain realm, many demons possessed this ability and could easily achieve it, Lin Yu having personally experienced old Zhang's mental capabilities, knew very well that to simultaneously throw over 30 people into confusion and make 2 disappear right under old Zhang's nose, without him noticing, and even now, no problems could be detected upon further investigation. Lin Yu carefully recalled, and he could indeed vaguely remember 2 blurry figures and faces. This proved that his own memory was fine. Lin Yan, who was beside him, also seemed unaffected. Did the other party lack the confidence to alter his and Lin Yan's memories, or did they simply not want to for some reason? In any case, a fellow with such a level of mental power would be hard-pressed to exist in this prison mountain realm, which was not known for its soul-related abilities. But since all of this did happen, there were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that this was achieved through other means, not by mental ability interfering with perception and memory. After all, the many talismans and spells in the prison mountain realm were extremely bizarre. Perhaps there were methods that could induce a forgetting effect without directly affecting the soul and spirit. The other possibility was that there truly existed an individual here whose mental power far surpassed old Zhang's. Or at least far surpassed a crippled old Zhang's. If it was the latter, could it be other players? Impossible, old Zhang immediately denied Lin Yu's thought. It absolutely cannot be something another player cooked up. Old Zhang said, then added, I'm not saying this out of self-confidence or anything. It's just, boss, if it really was another player's doing, then how do you explain the abnormality of Qin family fort? It's clear that there have been problems here for more than a day or 2. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, from Yu Jinxiao's previous statements, it was not difficult to conclude that mysterious disappearances had been occurring in Qin family fort for more than a day or 2. Those seemingly living, but in fact not living, residents of Qin family fort were probably not newly appeared, but had existed for a long time. According to the principle of Occam's razor, without evidence to suggest that this Dart escort disappearance was a special case and an anomaly completely unrelated to the past abnormalities frequently occurring in Qin family fort, it was best to regard it as a manifestation of the long-standing abnormalities of Qin family fort. Given this, the cause could not possibly be other players, at least not the remaining 3 unrevealed players among the 6 in this dungeon. Lin Yu thought quickly. The scene was becoming increasingly agitated. There was even a dispute among the Dart escorts. Head escort Yu, we've encountered the strangeness of Qin family fort. We should leave as soon as possible. We depart immediately after noon. What nonsense are you talking about? We, Jin Fu Dart Agency, are all brothers. Are you going to abandon our 2 brothers? Will staying here be useful? Yeah, I don't even remember them. You heartless scoundrels. If it were you who went missing today, wouldn't we also be able to abandon you? Do you have a better plan? At least we should negotiate with the people of Qin family fort. Perhaps it's the people of Qin family fort who are behind this. If you're truly worried about your comrades, you should leave quickly and invite experts from a large martial arts school to investigate. Those people have investigated many times, and they've never found anything. Can we do what those masters and Taoist priests can't? The Dart escorts argued vociferously, but Yu Jinxiao, who had initially been flustered, had now calmed down. With a grim face, he sat on a stone chair and slammed his hand heavily on the stone table. Bang! The loud noise interrupted the discussion in the room. Yu Jinxiao said in a deep voice, enough, stop arguing. 2 comrades are missing, we cannot just abandon them. However, we also cannot sacrifice more brothers for their sake. At the latest, before dark, if there are still no clues, we will consider them to have died at the hands of demons, and after we leave, we will make proper arrangements for their families. By then, it will be clear who is missing. Yu Jinxiao said coldly, offering a compromise solution. This was also the best solution currently available. Although a few of the Dart escorts still seemed to disagree, they did not defy Yu Jinxiao. Understood, head escort. Yu Jinxiao nodded, then issued more specific instructions. Since no one can remember the names of the missing people, we don't need to force it. After noon, a few of the uninjured and skilled individuals will follow me to search various parts of Qin family fort along the path we came. to see if there are any marks left by our missing comrades or any new signs of struggle or dragging.
Yu Jinxiao said. Looking at Lin Yu and Lin Yan, two heroines, forgive my presumption, do you have any thoughts?
He asked respectfully.
Lin Yu looked at Yu Jinxiao in surprise.
This head escort Yu was indeed an experienced veteran, although his martial arts skills were limited and he had panicked earlier.
His rich experience still allowed him to quickly calm down.
Furthermore, his arrangements were orderly, especially now. He even knew to humble himself and ask him and Lin Yan. And Lin Yu indeed had some solutions. Since Yu Jinxiao asked at this time, Lin Yu was naturally happy to speak.
Your arrangements are very good, but during the time we can move freely outside, I think everyone shouldn't be idle either.
Then you should first take out all your personal belongings, and then recall everything you've done and said over the past day.
Recalling it in detail.
Each person in the Dart escort team has their own duties and cooperates seamlessly. So there will definitely be various real-world traces, and after your comrades, with whom you spend day and night, go missing.
Even if your memory is faulty, there will definitely be anomalies in your memories.
Who can't remember, who has more blurry memories? Which parts feel like someone is missing, which items feel missing, by piecing together everyone's memories.
Even if you can't remember the specific names of the missing persons, you can still outline their general duties, strength, personality,
and know who they were close to. It's like a mirror that has shattered and lost two pieces. By putting all the remaining pieces together, you can naturally know the shape of the two lost pieces. That's truly impressive, elder sister Zhu Ming.
You actually came up with a method like that. After hearing the plan Lin Yu presented to the escorts, Lin Yan couldn't help but praise him.
Lin Yu himself reacted quite calmly. Once you've been tricked by something that can modify memories, it's easy to come up with a method like this. I suffered a loss in a certain dungeon before.
Old Zhang immediately protested in their mental communication. Where did you suffer a loss?
Even if you did suffer a loss in the latter half, it should be attributed to the diviner, not me. Lin Yu remains silent,
continuing to converse with Lin Yan.
Elder sister Zhu Ming, you actually have times when you suffer a loss?
I really didn't expect that.
Lin Yan chuckled, gently nudging Lin Yu's arm with her elbow.
Lin Yu pouted, who can go through this crappy game without ever suffering a loss?
While the two were chatting, the escorts on the other side had already outlined the general situation of the two missing individuals according to Lin Yu's instructions.
The missing ones should be two ordinary escorts responsible for the left flank's defense. They probably haven't been with the escort agency for too long.
Both of them should be skilled in using bows and crossbows, and they have a good relationship with Wu San and Bai Yuandao. They might be Wu San's apprentices.
After summarizing the information, Yu Jinxiao rubbed his temples, feeling quite a headache.
He vaguely felt that there were indeed such two people, but, even with the information being so specific, and the outline so clear,
he still couldn't recall any about these two individuals. Yu Jinxiao let out a breath. Two heroines, do you have any ideas?
Lin Yan narrowed her eyes. She could tell that although Yu Jinxiao addressed them as two heroines, his gaze was actually entirely on Lin Yu. Lin Yan was quite clear that, based on her and Zhu Ming's performance during this time, in Yu Jinxiao's mind, she was probably a valiant general, while Zhu Ming was a strategist type of advisor.
No.
Zhu Ming also subdued a mountain imp leader, so it should be said that she is both wise and brave, while I am brave but lacking in wisdom.
Oh dear, I've been underestimated for no reason, but thankfully I don't have to use my brain.
So be it. So, Lin Yan nudged Lin Yu again. Elder sister Zhu Ming, he's asking for your opinion again. Lin Yu sighed, don't just slack off, put in some effort. But even so, Lin Yu still offered his suggestion. Sorting out this general information will allow us to be more targeted when we go looking later.
I'm not familiar with those two, so you all think.
About what common characteristics the two missing individuals share, not superficial ones like both using bows and arrows, but rather characteristics that can best explain why it was specifically those
two who went missing.
As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Jinxiao scratched his head. It doesn't matter. Even if the two of them disappeared at two different times, two samples are still too few, Lin Yu. said calmly, so, you can analyze them first, and then continue to wait.
Yu Zhenxiu was somewhat puzzled. Wait for what?
Lin Yan, however, reacted, saying softly, you're so calm it's almost cruel, elder sister Zhu Ming.
Lin Yu looked at Yu Zhenxiu, speaking in a flat tone, wait for new people to disappear, the afternoon is still long, these won't be the last two to go missing.
The more samples, the more patterns there will be. So, I suggest you carve these numbers, 31, 26, onto a stone, and then continue to count them off at regular intervals.
As Lin Yu spoke, he enjoyed Yu Zhenxiu's grim expression. After a long while, escort leader Yu nodded.
All right. Although Lin Yu's words were a bit harsh, Yu Zhenxiu knew they were also the truth. Lin Yu rested his chin on his hand, his gaze sweeping over all the escorts present. What he didn't tell Yu Zhenxiu was that, although he hadn't deliberately memorized the appearance of all the escorts before, he had now clearly remembered the height, weight, build, and facial features of every single one of them.
So, if any more escorts went missing, Lin Yu was certain he would know exactly who it was. Also, old Zhang, you give me your undivided attention.
If anyone else goes missing later, tell me as soon as possible.
Got it.
Old Zhang immediately responded. After doing all this, Lin Yu glanced at Lin Yan next to him, and then realized, as someone hired to help people pass a trial.
Lin Yan was even more dedicated than he was.
She moved next to Flying Knife, directly tying a rope around the employer Flying Knife's right ankle, wrapping the other end of the hemp rope a few times around her own hand and gripping it firmly.
At the same time,
Lin Yan, having done all this, was also subtly observing every movement within the stonehouse. Clearly, Lin Yan was also waiting for the next disappearance to occur, to find a pattern in the personnel going missing. But Lin Yan prioritized ensuring that Flying Knife wouldn't disappear unknowingly, even more than Lin Yu did. And Flying Knife himself, as the employer, was indeed a bit scared.
People actually disappear for no reason.
It's just like those most dangerous dungeons, with no discernible pattern whatsoever. I thought such dungeons were more common on Fog Island, and that the prison mountain realm wouldn't have such a setting, he said nervously, clearly very worried that he might suddenly disappear without explanation. Seeing the anxious Flying Knife, Lin Yu comforted him. Don't worry, if you truly fall into trouble, the two of us will definitely save you. After all, we haven't received the final payment yet.
Lin Yan also nodded, yes, you heard it just now.
Elder sister Zhu Ming's idea for those escorts was brilliant, which shows she's very good at handling these situations.
Isn't that right, elder sister Zhu Ming? Lin Yu nodded again, that's right.
Even if this hidden fellow's style is strange, An Yan's ability is no less impressive. Even if you were silently made to disappear, perhaps An Yan could steal you back.
I can't steal living things. Lin Yan reminded him in due course. Why are you reminding him of that?
Lin Yu said helplessly, then added, at least
An Yan can ensure you get a proper burial, isn't that good? How is that good? Are you crazy? Flying Knife said with a headache.
But being interrupted by the two of them, he indeed felt less nervous. A fierce look appeared on the ordinary-looking man's face. However, if he really comes for me, I'll fight him to the death. Although I don't have any trump cards or life-saving methods left now, I am at least a tier 2 and not to be trifled with.
That's the spirit. Lin Yan gave a thumbs up.
Just then, the heavy sound of the stonehouse's small door being pushed open echoed. Clang, the sound of stone scraping against the ground rang out, and Flying Knife nervously looked towards the doorway. What is it? Who goes there? Yu Zhenxiu also leaped up, his hand on his saber.
It was already midday. Could someone opening the door from outside at this time possibly be a simple character? It wasn't just Yu Zhenxiu, the escorts, and Fei Dao. Lin Yan and Lin Yu also looked at the entrance as if facing a formidable enemy.
And in Lin Yu's ears and mind, Lin Yan's and old Zhang's voices almost overlapped, sounding simultaneously. 3 people, all players. 3 players, be careful. The fear torch in Lin Yu's hand had silently appeared, and he stood up,
looking towards the entrance.
Compared to Lin Yan and old Zhang, Lin Yu wasn't particularly on high alert. Because since these three players appeared in this stone house, they might not necessarily have come with hostile intentions. According to Lin Yu's understanding of the confrontation dungeon type, all the experience accumulated so far from confrontation dungeons had not shown a clearance condition that directly required
killing all members of the opposing side, a never-ending conflict.
Typically, confrontation dungeons often only involve players being divided into several factions,
with different factions having different clearance conditions that are mutually exclusive to a certain extent.
For example, one faction of players needs to assassinate, while another faction needs to protect. Or several parties need to assist NPCs from absolutely irreconcilable forces in achieving their respective goals.
In short,
although it's basically a life and death situation, this life and death is not explicitly stated but rather deduced. Therefore, a certain high-tier player, the founder of a player organization, once proposed a bold idea. Perhaps there is a possibility of cooperative win-win and joint clearance in confrontation dungeons. So, that high-tier player personally conducted an experiment after he and his organization members encountered a certain confrontation dungeon, and it actually succeeded. Although not all members survived, both factions completed their mission conditions in a subtle way. Lin Yu happened to have heard this story because the protagonist of this story in that organization were Grandpa Carrot and the Player Mutual Aid Society, respectively. This case and related theories were also recorded by order. However, such conditions are extremely difficult to achieve. After all, finding a solution that allows both sides to achieve their clearance conditions in a confrontation dungeon, like solving a puzzle,
is inherently not as simple as directly engaging the other side.
To achieve such a win-win situation, it is highly likely that one has to go against the entire dungeon, and the process will be more difficult. Furthermore, the biggest difficulty is actually trusting that the players of the opposing faction will also cooperate and not take the opportunity to stab them in the back. Even Order would not pursue acts of killing other players in a confrontation dungeon, otherwise, that would be too anti-human.
But Grandpa Carrot indeed set an unprecedented precedent.
Even in a relatively distinct type of confrontation dungeon, both sides will often first try to make contact, communicate, and negotiate to see if their clearance conditions are severely mutually exclusive, and also to assess whether the players on the other side are trustworthy. Even if cooperation doesn't happen 8 or 9 times out of 10, what if? Even if negotiations fail, both sides often gain the information they wanted.
This is somewhat like a gentleman's competition.
So, the three players most likely arrived at Chen Family Fort after Lin Yu's group and the escort team. And they probably had already investigated the whereabouts of Lin Yu's group, thus heading straight for the stone house. Then the other party might just want to talk. And indeed, the three players who entered through the stone door, coming in amidst the rolling heat, were wary but did not act immediately. They were clearly a well-coordinated team. The three men, armed with a sword and shield, a staff, and dual pistols, stood shoulder to shoulder,
looking warily into the house.
The man with the sword and shield was the tallest, the one with the staff was next tallest, and the shortest was holding 2 pistols. They stood in order, all wearing black armor or clothing, looking from afar like the 3 signal bars on a phone sidebar. Yu Zhenxiao dared not neglect them, picking up his long saber and saying, "May I ask who you are?" The man with the sword and shield spoke.
"Looking for someone, but not you."
They looked around and quickly recognized Lin Yan, Lin Yu, and Fei Dao, whose styles clearly differed from the group of escorts and natives.
"The 3 of you must be the people we're looking for."
The man with the sword and shield spoke again, and Lin Yu nodded.
"Can't you tell by our attire?"
The black-armored man with the sword and shield spoke again. "I see. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Charizard from the Player Mutual Aid Society." The black-robed man with the staff also spoke. "I am Blastoise from the Player Mutual Aid Society." The last, short and stout black-shirted dual pistol user also spoke, "This humble one. From the Player Mutual Aid Society."
"Deadshot. That's not right, one of your names isn't right," Fei Dao immediately complained. "My OCD is acting up."
Charizard. holding the sword and shield, nodded. You guessed it right, Bulbasaur had to ascend in this dungeon, so he didn't come.
Deadshot.
With his dual pistols, nodded coolly. Indeed, Bulbasaur is the strongest of the three of them. I was entrusted by Bulbasaur to lead these two.
Fei Dao said with reverence, what deep brotherhood. Then, Fei Dao seemed to be moved by the scene, looking sad and dejected. Back in the day, I also. Alas. Li Nian patted Fei Dao. My condolences, big brother.
Then, she looked at the three of them. The Pokemon trio from the Player Mutual Aid Society.
I've heard of your names.
Charizard was surprised. You've actually heard of us. Good, it seems you should know we have some strength.
Then it's your turn to state your names.
Charizard said proudly, and Li Nian grinned. Fei Nian, from the Freedom Alliance.
Ever heard of her? As Li Nian spoke, Charizard's expression changed slightly. Thief?
Oh no, brothers. He held his sword defensively in front of him, and Deadshot immediately drew his left pistol, pointing it at Li Nian. Blastoise shouted, calm down, she might not be the real one yet, maybe she's just trying to scare us.
No, this guy is the real deal. Deadshot said calmly, holding up his empty right hand.
He had just drawn both pistols, but only his left hand succeeded.
And on Charizard's side,
his shield had also vanished. The whereabouts of the two items were self-evident. Li Nian dangled a pistol in her hand, sitting on a round metal shield with her butt, and spoke with a grin. I knew you might not believe me, so I showed off my skills in advance to prevent counterfeiting.
Don't worry, I'll return your things in a bit. I have no ill intentions.
After Li Nian announced her name, the originally friendly negotiating atmosphere immediately vanished. However, when Li Nian made her move, the atmosphere became friendly again. The trio on the other side chose to believe Li Nian's claim of no ill will. After all, they had no other choice.
The name Divine Thief is indeed renowned and well-deserved.
Little Fire Dragon put away his long sword and said with cupped fists.
Deadshot also nodded, you are much more formidable than an ordinary thief. Normally,
it's impossible for a thief to steal an item someone is holding with their own ability.
However,
the Divine Thief before them had accomplished it, which was enough to prove that her title of Divine Thief was not an exaggeration.
This person was indeed much more formidable than an ordinary thief. At the same time, this made Little Fire Dragon and Deadshot realize. If the opponent could silently steal their weapons without any visible movement or warning, did this mean Li Nian could also do so during a fight?
In any case, Li Nian had already solidified the trio's thoughts with a single encounter. Just this one Divine Thief was already difficult to deal with, it was best to negotiate. At the same time, the trio also felt a bit fortunate. Thankfully, they followed the Player Mutual Aid Society's guidelines and chose to talk first. Even in a potential confrontation instance. Otherwise, they would have almost clashed head-on with the Divine Thief. Which would definitely not have been a good thing. Subsequently, Little Fire Dragon spoke again. Are the other two not going to introduce themselves? Lin Yu nodded slightly. I am just an unknown nobody, my profession is veterinarian.
Could Your Excellency also be from the Free Alliance? Deadshot asked cautiously.
After all, it wasn't hard to notice from observation that among Lin Yu's group of three, the two women seemed more intimate.
Lin Yu waved his hand. Of course I am not. Although his identity as Zhu Ming was practically equivalent to joining the Free Alliance, he hadn't officially joined it yet.
Just as Deadshot was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Yu spoke with a smile. I am Clozapine from the Psychology Society. Deadshot, Little Fire Dragon, and Squirtle's slightly relaxed emotions immediately tensed up again.
The Psychology Society?
Li Nian said with a giggle, yes, that's right, an executive commissioner of the Psychology Society.
Then,
she looked at Lin Yu and lowered her voice, but seriously, Sister Zhu Ming, Clozapine sounds really bad.
Why didn't you choose something nicer?
The two above and below aren't much different, magnesium valproate and lithium carbonate. Lin Yu said helplessly, just make do with it, it won't be used for long anyway.
That's true. Li Nian no longer dwelled on it.
While Ling Yan could whisper with Lin Yu here, the trio on the other side was not so optimistic.
One divine thief from the Free Alliance was terrifying enough, how could there also be someone from the Psychology Society?
And an executive commissioner at that. This meant that this person was definitely a combat-oriented type.
Not some logistics or decision-making personnel.
Little Fire Dragon's expression was grave.
He no longer held much hope for achieving win-win cooperation.
After all, although the Free Alliance members acted strangely, they could still be reasoned with in confrontation instances. Perhaps the other party didn't intend to fight to the death. Especially since the Divine Thief, although fond of stealing, was considered to have a relatively good reputation among the known members of the Free Alliance. Upon careful recollection, he had never even heard of the Divine Thief inexplicably killing people or similar news. She liked to steal things, but she only liked to steal things. The Psychology Society, on the other hand, was different. Every member was obsessed with increasing the game difficulty for everyone in instances. And they were lunatics who hindered everyone from clearing instances under the guise of accelerating selection to aid growth. Hoping these people would choose to cooperate in a confrontation instance was less likely than hoping for pie to fall from the sky. However, as a member with deep identification with the Player Mutual Aid Society, Little Fire Dragon still chose to temporarily ignore Lin Yu's identity and continue with the process. Then this one, Little Fire Dragon looked at Flying Knife, a forced smile appearing on his face. What is Your Excellency's identity? Could it be a marauder? Hearing the other party ask so tentatively, Flying Knife quickly raised his hands. Heaven and earth bear witness.
I have no connection with those three organizations.
My ID is Flying Knife, a Tier 2 judge verifiable on the forum. I just posted a commission on the Hunters Guild looking for someone to guide me through an instance, and I didn't expect these two great gods to show up. Flying Knife grinned, almost on the verge of tears, and I just found out that there's even someone from the Psychology Society here. I thought they were both from the Free Alliance. Flying Knife said with great grievance.
Ling Yan crossed her arms. What are you scared of?
Don't worry, we get paid to do things. We'll definitely take you through the instance honestly.
Lin Yu also nodded. Don't be too prejudiced.
Even if I am a member of the Psychology Society, since I'm out taking a job, it means I won't deliberately play any tricks.
Then
he looked at Little Fire Dragon and his group. Since you are here to discuss cooperation, let's first exchange our respective clear conditions.
The thing our group must do is go to Willowtown.
Little Fire Dragon was stunned. What?
You are also going to Willowtown?
Deadshot's brows immediately furrowed. That's strange. Could our deduction be wrong?
An instance for 6 people.
Split into 2 groups of 3, not gathering together at the start but separated by team relations into different locations. This was a fairly standard opening for a confrontation instance.
But
this was only likely to be a confrontation instance. Just as a flat-billed creature swimming in water is likely a duck, but could also be a platypus. The 6 people from both sides within the instance were all veterans, and based on their own experience and guides seen on forums, they instinctively assumed this was a confrontation instance.
But in reality, it wasn't. Flying Knife looked at the trio opposite him, stunned. You also clear it by reaching Willowtown? Seeing the trio nod in unison,
Flying Knife let out a long sigh of relief. We all misunderstood. Although it looks like a confrontation instance, it's actually not a confrontation type.
It seems, in reality, it should be considered a survival type.
And just as Flying Knife was becoming optimistic, Lin Yu interrupted him. Don't celebrate too early, employer, Lin Yu said with his hands in his pockets, looking at Little Fire Dragon, Squirtle, and Deadshot. Excuse me.
3 of you, could one of you please repeat it?
After Charmeleon rigorously repeated. The clear condition for our 3-person team in this instance is reach Willowtown. Lin Yu felt the brief vibration of the one-sentence lie detector in his pocket. This meant that what the other party said was indeed true. Although the heart-peaking goggles and mental perception could also assist in lie detection,
Lin Yu could even rule out most deceptive situations just by observation.
However, the one-sentence lie detector did not require judgment or operation. it determined truth and falsehood from the causal level. Therefore, at such a critical moment, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't be stingy with the usage count of the item, choosing the most reliable method to confirm that the other party was not lying. Lin Yu exhaled. Very good, there are no more questions now. Deadshot nodded. It seems, Mr. Clozapine, you used some lie detection method to verify the truth of what we said, didn't you? Of course. Lin Yu did not hide it. Squirtle suddenly looked at Lin Yu warily. Then should we also lie detect this guy? No need, Charmeleon said after thinking. He was the first to state the condition reach Willow Town. If he were lying to us, how would he know what our clear condition was? Lin Yu. On the contrary, refuted Charmeleon, that's not necessarily true, because if my clear condition was something like prevent anyone from entering Willow Town within 5 days, it would be easy to deduce that the clear condition for players hostile to my faction would very likely be to enter Willow Town. As Lin Yu spoke, Charmeleon nodded. I see. Deadshot spoke. Since you put it that way, then I might as well test it. With that, he holstered his gun and took out a dark crystal box with a shimmering surface. The box opened, and a small white bat with tiny wings flew out. Deadshot spoke. You repeat it too. Lin Yu also repeated the sentence. The clear condition for our 3-person team in this instance is reach Willow Town, after which the white bat flew to Lin Yu's side, circled twice, and then returned to Deadshot's side. Deadshot put it back in the box and said, this is a variant of the heart-devouring bat demon from Night Valley Realm. It feeds on human insincerity. It had no reaction to you just now, which means what you said was not problematic. After both sides confirmed that what the other said was true, they finally believed one thing. This really isn't a confrontation instance, is it? Lin Yan exclaimed in disbelief. That's great news. Squirtle also breathed a sigh of relief. At least we don't have to face the Phantom Thief. As he spoke, Lin Yu shook his head. No, this may not necessarily be good news. For you to be teammates with the 3 of us means that the difficulty of this instance is designed according to the strength of all 6 of us, Lin Yu calmly stated. The 3 of you should all be tier 2, right? Although I am tier 1, I can responsibly say that I should be considered to have tier 2 strength. 6 tier 2s, and composed of 2 3-person teams. This means that if it's not a confrontation instance, the pressure we face from the instance itself will be greater. And the main reason we judged this instance to be a confrontation type was because the condition reach Willow Town and our current situation seemed too simple, leading us to believe that more of the difficulty might come from other players. This implies that this instance might hide more crises and challenges than what we currently understand. Lin Yu analyzed methodically. And Charmeleon nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Perhaps compared to survival, this instance is closer to a puzzle type. At least it should combine many puzzle elements. As Charmeleon spoke, his 2 teammates also agreed with this statement. So, we'd best exchange our experiences, Lin Yan said, resting her chin on her hand. It just so happens that we've indeed encountered some rather strange situations. Subsequently, Lin Yan briefly explained how they came to be with this escort agency, and informed them of several peculiar incidents, the abnormal monster attacks, the unusual goods the escort agency was transporting, the living dead in Chen family fort, and the disappearance of 2 escorts just now. These experiences left Charmeleon, Deadshot, and Squirtle wide-eyed. I feel like this instance is already quite difficult, Charmeleon said with emotion. Those who seem dead but are actually alive. Those who seem alive but are actually dead. And people who disappear for no reason. These sound very troublesome. As Charmeleon spoke, Lin Yu looked at them and asked, have things been very smooth for you all this way? Oh, I haven't asked yet. How did you find Chen family fort? Hearing Lin Yu, Charmeleon honestly replied, the initial location where the 3 of us entered the instance was not where the escort agency met, but in a dilapidated Taoist temple. There was a skeleton in that temple that looked like it had been dead for a long time, but now that you mention it, we didn't check carefully. Maybe that skeleton was also alive. In any case, the clothes on the skeleton were quite tattered. So it was easy to see a partial map in its embrace, marking several routes that led to different human settlements. One of those routes led to this Chen family fort, and it was the closest one, so we came here first. As Charmeleon spoke. Deadshot also nodded and added, the basic situation is as Charmeleon described. But I want to add that we didn't choose Chen family fort randomly, it's because that map didn't mark a direct route to Willow Town. So, our goal was to quickly go to a human settlement and ask for directions. It was just unexpected that we met you directly here. The elder in Chen family fort said that an escort agency had already moved into the stone house, and there were 3 people in the agency who, like us, didn't seem to be locals. We guessed they might be the remaining players, so we came over intending to negotiate. After Deadshot finished his supplement, Lin Yu nodded and raised a question. Can I see your map? He took the map and, based on the routes, also deduced the initial location where Charmeleon's group entered this instance. The location of that Taoist temple seemed to be not much different in distance from Chen family fort than his own initial location was from Chen family fort. This made Lin Yu a bit puzzled. That's strange, why would you arrive later than us? By studying this initial map, Lin Yu easily discovered one thing. Charmander and his 2 companions starting Taoist temple and his own initial contact point were located southeast and northwest of Chen family fort in Wanquan village, respectively. Although the distance was similar, the journey from the Taoist temple to Chen family fort was smoother. And only a few locations marked with demonic creatures were indicated along the way, judging by the symbols, which were just a few bright red circles. This route, while dangerous, was also limited. As for his own route to Chen family fort, the Fuyuan mountain he passed through was densely covered with red circles and crosses, also marked with a skull symbol and a simple sketch of a mountain demon. Clearly, his route was more difficult, although he had a caravan familiar with the road leading the way. This caravan might even be a detriment when it came to making good time. After all, along the way, the caravan's unknown, living remnants they were escorting did attract a large number of Fuyuan mountain demons to attack, even drawing out San Yang, the leader of the mountain demons. Although this crisis was resolved invisibly thanks to Lin Yan and Lin Yu's successive interventions, the time lost was indeed substantial. Therefore, this made Lin Yu question. Our speed was already slow following the caravan, and then we encountered abnormal demon attacks, which severely delayed our progress. That's how we barely made it to Chen family fort. Logically, you should have arrived earlier than us. Lin Yan had also been peering at the map nearby, and upon hearing Lin Yu, he also reacted. Indeed, logically, you should have been faster than us. You're all tier 2 people. So you should have some understanding of the hellfire of Prison Mountain Realm. It's impossible for you to deliberately waste time on the road. In fact, you should be rushing to reach a human settlement as soon as possible. But why did you still arrive exactly at noon? Lin Yan asked vigilantly. It can't be that you deliberately wanted to experience how terrifying the 3 suns in the sky are at noon in the hellfire of Prison Mountain Realm. Wanting to challenge yourselves, right? After all, at noon in the hellfire, it was truly possible to die from the heat. Especially since, although the native humans and most demons in Prison Mountain Realm couldn't withstand the scorching heat of the hellfire, even San Yang, the leader of the mountain demons, had to find a place to avoid the sun and cool down. There was still a significant portion of demons with exceptional heat resistance and sun protection abilities, so they would also wander outside at noon, looking for unfortunate humans who hadn't returned to their settlements. Once found by those demons, fighting under the scorching sun would inherently reduce one's combat power significantly, making it easy to be directly killed by the opponent. In fact, the more heat-resistant the hellfire demons were, the stronger they often were. Therefore, even high-tier players in the hellfire adhered to the principle of avoiding outdoor activities as much as possible at noon. These 3 Tier 2 members of the Player Mutual Aid Society were neither strong enough to ignore the hellfire's temperature, nor were they greenhorns who had just joined the game and didn't understand the 10 Realms situation. The Player Mutual Aid Society, if nothing else, was arguably the best among all organizations at providing basic popular science and information sharing to its members. So, their late arrival seemed particularly strange. Facing Ling Yan's inquiry, Charmander explained, we didn't encounter anything too abnormal, but, on one hand, there were continuous small-scale demon harassments, and we probably repelled 5 or 6 waves of demon attacks.
On the other hand, how
should I put it? A look of hesitation appeared on Charmander's face.
Lin Yu urged,
don't be coy, just say it.
If you keep being so secretive, I might just take direct action.
With the title of a psychological society member hanging over his head, Lin Yu's threat at this moment seemed particularly effective. Charmander immediately made up his mind and said, it's like this, although we had a map, none of us 3 were particularly good at navigation.
Charmander said, feeling embarrassed.
Making up his mind to speak immediately was one thing, feeling ashamed was another.
Squirtle also sighed, there's nothing we can do. Normally, Bulbasaur handles these things.
Nowadays, electronic maps have navigation in first-person view, so reading these traditional maps still has a certain threshold. Ling Yan finally couldn't help it, but geography class teaches that middle school geography teaches it.
Charmander looked innocent, but I didn't choose geography as a subject. For the proficiency test, I didn't need to master it in such detail.
Squirtle also lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, I'm sorry, my primary school to junior high transition wasn't very ideal. And I was streamed off in my second year of junior high, Charmander comforted him, it's okay, education doesn't represent everything.
In the end, didn't we rely on you to understand the map to find this Jin family fort?
Ling Yan then looked at Deadshot, alright, those 2 are quite something.
Are you illiterate too? Deadshot shook his head unhappily, what are you talking about? I'm a genuine university student and I've studied geography.
In fact, geography was my strong suit.
Then why can't you read a map? Deadshot sneered, test-taking and practical application in real life are completely different.
While I'm not illiterate, I have no sense of direction. As he spoke, Ling Yan gave a thumbs up, alright, you 3 are truly something else.
Lin Yu mused, so your late arrival was just due to getting lost and being delayed? That's part of the reason.
Another part is because we not only got lost, but also stumbled into the territory of a terrifying demon. Charmander pointed to an area on the map near Shuangju Mountain, marked with 3 skulls and a simple drawing of a python. This area was not on their direct route, they would have had to deviate significantly to get there. But it was a blessing in disguise, I suppose.
After we mistakenly entered here, we finally figured out where we actually were.
Lin Yu now felt nothing but respect for this trio.
It's not easy that you're still alive.
After all, Sanyang with its group of mountain demon subordinates only had 1 skull.
This area had 3 skull markers, which in a sense meant that the demons here should be 2 tiers stronger than the mountain demon tribe. In other words, the 3 of them survived the encirclement in pursuit of 3 Sanyangs completely unscathed, they didn't even show any signs of injury.
Charmander, Squirtle, and Deadshot clearly didn't want to dwell on their recent experience, and in response to Lin Yu's praise, they merely chuckled and brushed it off. Just as Lin Yu was becoming a little curious and preparing to ask further questions, suddenly, old Zheng's voice echoed in his mind. Boss, pay attention, 2 more escorts have gone missing.
Someone else has gone missing.
Hearing old Zheng's words, Lin Yu didn't hesitate and immediately spoke up to warn everyone. Instantly, the scene became somewhat chaotic again.
Someone else has gone missing?
Yu Zhenxiao frowned, completely unaware of when it had happened. At the same time, Lin Yu turned his head to carefully observe the escorts behind him. Without old Zheng's reminder, Lin Yu could identify the missing individuals based solely on his own memory. 2 people, one with a saber, and the other with an injured left arm. Although neither was a significant figure in the escort team, there were only 26 escorts left in the stone house after the initial 2 disappeared.
With 2 more gone, Lin Yu noticed immediately.
He quickly walked to where the 2 had been standing, there were even residual bloodstains on the ground.
Lin Yu looked at the nearest escorts, they were just here. Do any of you remember anything?
Lin Yu said coldly, and the escorts' faces showed expressions of confusion and terror.
No, right here? Are you kidding?
Lin Yu frowned and called out to old Zhang in his mind, "Old Zhang, those few," before Lin Yu could speak. Seeing their reactions, old Zhang had naturally already investigated. Their minds haven't been tampered with. Lin Yu exhaled. They haven't? Then why on earth? Old Zhang, what about the two who disappeared? Any clues? Old Zhang replied again, nothing. They just poof and vanished. 1 second they were here, the next they were gone. Of course. Because my perception outside of mental power isn't that accurate. If those two didn't react themselves, I might not have noticed the process of their disappearance. Lin Yan also quickly came to Lin Yu's side, knelt down, and wiped the ground with her finger. Besides the bloodstains, the uneven stone bricks still bore marks from being stepped on and sat on. The dust is thinner than in other places, and there are some broken cobwebs. Lin Yan rubbed her fingers together and looked at Lin Yu. Sister Zhu Ming, how did these two living people disappear? All the players are here, so it must have been done by demons or monsters. Lin Yu looked back at the newly arrived trio, who were drawing their swords and shouldering their guns, and Fei Dao, who was trying to hide under the table to avoid the strange power that could make people vanish directly. I don't think any of them have such power. Lin Yan nodded. That's true. After speaking, Lin Yan stood up, then conjured a shield and a pistol from thin air. Hey, you three over there, things are getting worse. I'll return your stuff first, Lin Yan said, throwing the items back from a distance. After Little Fire Dragon caught the shield, he subconsciously said, thanks. Deadshot interrupted Little Fire Dragon, why are you thanking her? Are you stupid? This was yours to begin with. Squirtle laughed, yeah, Little Fire Dragon. But after I get out, I guess I can brag a bit. I've seen a master thief. And I haven't lost my items. Before Squirtle finished speaking, Lin Yan conjured a stack of scrolls like a magic trick. These are yours, Lin Yan said, and Squirtle's expression changed slightly as he felt the sleeve of his robe. When did you get them? Lin Yan tossed the scrolls back, grinning, along with theirs, but yours was hidden well enough that you didn't even notice. Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan, full of admiration, but also didn't forget to tease her. Impressive skill, just don't steal my stuff. Looking at the wary Lin Yu, Lin Yan said with a chuckle. Then you better be careful, Sister Zhu Ming, hide all your things well. After Lin Yan returned all the stolen items, she looked at the trio, who were still on high alert, and couldn't help but remind them again. Hey, this demon can make people disappear silently. You won't be able to defend against it like that. Little Fire Dragon said with some dissatisfaction, then what do you suggest we do? Although only escorts had gone missing so far, 4 people had vanished in less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn. It was still a long way until noon, and it was only a matter of time before players started disappearing. Especially since too many escorts couldn't go missing. Even losing most of them was unacceptable. After all, the 6 players combined only had half of a fragmented map. Without these escorts, it would be difficult to know how to get to Willow Town. Lin Yu calmly stated, of course, we analyze the existing information, you idiots who can't be helped. The commonality we can extract from the 4 people who have gone missing so far is that they were all relatively healthy, at least no severely injured individuals have disappeared yet. Secondly, I don't know about the previous 2, but the 2 who disappeared this time were probably the more reticent type, who interacted less with others. Lin Yu continued, these escorts instantly forgot their existence, which indicates that this demon has some means of altering human cognition. Although I have some understanding of mental power abilities, I can confirm that this phenomenon is most likely not achieved through direct mental manipulation, but cognitive modification is an undeniable fact. Individuals with simpler social connections disappearing first also aligns with this phenomenon. The connections between people are like a net, the more connections a person has with others, the more gaps need to be filled if they vanish into thin air. As Lin Yu spoke, the other players and escorts were all completely bewildered. So, we should now focus on monitoring those in the escort team who have the fewest friends and are the most silent? Deadshot said, and Lin Yu nodded. Yes, but after finding similarities, we also need to find differences.
find differences among the rest of us. What I'm more curious about now is why these escorts are experiencing cognitive confusion, but the 6 of us aren't? The simpler explanation is the difference between players and NPCs. But, why would this difference mean that he could clearly remember what the 2 escorts looked like, while his colleagues, who had spent day and night with him, forgot them? Especially since Lin Yan clearly also had an impression of those 2, which proved that this cognitive modification indeed affected players and escorts differently. Lin Yu found this very strange, but he had no immediate clue. While Lin Yu was pondering, Yu Jinxiao also understood Lin Yu's suggestion. Alright, everyone gather around. Those who are new to the business, those who rarely drink with everyone, and those few from out of town. Come to me, everyone, keep an eye on them, try not to give that demon another chance to strike. After Yu Jinxiao gave the order, all the Biaoshi also gathered around him. The Biaoshi quickly sat together, some with serious expressions, some worried, but overall, they didn't look very optimistic. This was only natural. Encountering such a bizarre situation where a colleague mysteriously disappeared, and they couldn't even remember who the disappeared colleague was a rare and terrible experience even in the prison mountain realm. Therefore, they naturally couldn't be optimistic. Yu Jinxiao sat there and made slight adjustments to the seating arrangement of the surrounding Biaoshi. You two sit a little closer. Wu San, you and the person next to you check your positions. Everyone must pay close attention to the people around them. Looking at Yu Jinxiao's arrangements, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although this Biao Tuyu's martial arts skills are nothing special, his experience in the Jianghu is seasoned, and his leadership is also very good. After all, even when facing unknown, invisible enemies, and terror whose patterns hadn't been fully summarized, Yu Jinxiao was still trying to find ways to counter everything. What he did was indeed the optimal solution based on the patterns summarized so far. But unfortunately, these measures probably won't prevent further disappearances. Lin Yu said in a low voice. Lin Yan, who was beside him, heard Lin Yu's words and asked curiously, "Why do you say that, Sister Zhu Ming? Isn't his method much better than the 3-person group over there pointing weapons around randomly?" Lin Yu shook his head at her words. It's stronger than them, but Biao Tuyu's approach relies on people's attention. But human attention and memory are inherently the most unreliable things, not to mention that the demon or whatever else is hidden in the dark. The fellow who caused the disappearances is clearly very good at deceiving people's senses and playing with their memories. Your profession is thief, you should know this better than I do. Lin Yan nodded, indeed. Those 2 people just now also disappeared silently, and the people around them showed no signs of noticing at all. As Lin Yan spoke, she understood what Lin Yu was saying. After all, she had just personally demonstrated Lin Yu's statement. Jenny Turtle not noticing that his scroll had been silently stolen was the best example. With Lin Yu's reminder, Lin Yan could recall many similar examples of attention diversion. After all, even without the abilities of the death game, she was extremely talented at stealing things. Of course, for Lin Yu, there was another reason why he didn't favor Yu Jinxiao's plan. That was, he had already asked old Zhang to keep an eye on everyone just now. But it was useless. Old Zhang's mental power coverage was much more reliable than ordinary people's sight and hearing. But all he could do was inform him immediately when someone was missing. He couldn't prevent it, couldn't track it, and couldn't even capture how the disappearance process occurred. Lin Yu looked at Yu Jinxiao again. The leader of the escort team was now staring intently at all his colleagues and subordinates around him, silently counting numbers in his mouth. Evidently, Yu Jinxiao was constantly counting the number of people around him. However, Lin Yu had already issued a reminder and warning the moment the last disappearance occurred, so theoretically, the next disappearance wouldn't come so quickly. Moreover, Lin Yu had a vague premonition. The cause of these successive disappearances of the Biaoshi didn't seem to be some regularity or rule-based unconscious strangeness. Nor was it a demon with very low intelligence. In other words, the disappearance of these Biaoshi must be actively manipulated by some existence with a strong subjective consciousness. Behind the scenes,
After all, if his deduction that people with sparser social connections disappear first and players and natives are treated differently was true, then it was very likely that the mastermind behind it was subjectively pushing all of this. This indicated that the fellow at least had the intelligence to judge who among the Biaoshi was more reclusive, and could distinguish between players and natives, and could also secretly observe all of this through some means. If this hypothesis held true, based on this premise, Lin Yu put himself in the shoes of this mastermind. To be more aggressive. Let's assume this mastermind has already observed me and Yu Zhenxiao, discovering that something is wrong in our actions of reasoning and searching for patterns, and tentatively assume its goal is to make us all disappear or die as much as possible. Lin Yu began to think from the perspective of the mastermind. If it were me. Even though there are still 24 Biaoshi, 2 disappearing at a time would still require 12 rounds to finish. So, the best choice would be the next third round of disappearances will not follow the pattern of the previous 2, but will choose to break the stalemate and create greater chaos. Even if it doesn't do this in the third round, it might be the 4th, 5th, or 6th round. In short, it's impossible to keep boiling us like frogs in warm water, 2 by 2, allowing us to constantly look for patterns and try to find flaws. Thinking this, Lin Yu looked at the spot where the 2 had just disappeared. Thinking cruelly, the strategy of trading lives for time was actually beneficial to players like them. So, within the next half an hour, there will definitely be a change. Lin Yu thought to himself. He was just about to share his deduction with Lin Yan when he heard a sound from outside the stone house. Whoosh bang. After a sharp whooshing sound, there was a violent explosion. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. He had heard this sound during his time in Fuyuan Mountain. It was the escort team's signal arrow. He looked at Yu Zhenxiao, who had stopped counting and sprang to his feet. It's old Lu's signal arrow. Something happened at the carriage. We need to go and see quickly. Yu Zhenxiao stood up, turned around, and looked at the Biaoshi. Wu San, you come with me. Wu Qi, you guard here. Wu San nodded in agreement, but Wu Qi immediately spoke up. No, Biao Tu, it's exactly noon, the hottest time of day. Going out would be extremely dangerous. This Chen family fort is already strange. And for you and Wu San to go alone. Lin Yu heard this and stood up. Add me in. As he spoke, Yu Zhenxiao looked at Lin Yu. Is the heroine truly willing to help? Seeing Lin Yu's serious expression, Yu Zhenxiao clasped his fists. Thank you, heroine, for your willingness to help. You, am eternally grateful. Lin Yan heard this and also stood up. Lin Yu glanced at her, and before Lin Yan could speak, he said, you have to stay here, someone needs to watch these guys and the employer. I can't take the employer and you out to risk the scorching sun. Right? Lin Yan heard this and sat back down helplessly. Alright, you have a point, Lin Yan said, taking off a transparent, almost invisible soft garment from her body, but take this. Although the stone house had thick walls and a roof for shade, and there were even some old talismans inside to help cool it down, the actual temperature inside was still as stuffy as the outdoor temperature during a real-world summer. The moment Lin Yan took off her soft clothing, a fine layer of sweat immediately beaded on her forehead. Damn it, this place is too hot. Lin Yan stuck out her tongue, but still tossed the soft clothing to Lin Yu. But wear it. It's too hot outside, Sister Zhu Ming, I'm afraid you'll die on the way. Lin Yu took the soft clothing and felt it was light and cool to the touch, as if it were woven from silk spun from ice and snow. He didn't politely refuse much, because the temperature outside indeed looked ridiculously hot. Thanks, Ainyan. Lin Yu said, putting on the soft clothing directly, and instantly felt much refreshed. A cool sensation continuously permeated through his skin, completely insulating him from the scorching heat outside. Although he could still feel the heat on exposed areas, having this piece of clothing would indeed alleviate most of the most difficult challenges in the Hellfire prison of Prison Mountain Realm. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim that Lin Yan, this divine thief, was indeed more well-rounded than an ordinary Tier 2 player. After all, she could directly steal any useful item she saw, so her reserves of various functional items were definitely much greater than those of ordinary players. After putting on the soft clothing, Lin Yu followed Wu San and Yu Jinxiao to the doorway. Just as he was about to leave, Li Nian called out from behind Lin Yu, "Hey, Sister Zhuming, remember to return this clothing when you come back. I'm almost dying from the heat, so hurry up and come back." As she spoke, Lin Yu waved his hand. "Don't worry, it won't take too long, it's so hot outside, I don't want to stay out there either." With that, he and Yu Jinxiao and Wu San pushed open the stonehouse door and stepped outside. Then, an unprecedentedly intense heavenly light poured down, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Although he didn't know the principle behind the sun's trajectory in the Hellfire prison, Lin Yu finally understood why the escort team was so insistent on finding a resting place at noon. Because noon in this world was far from being like the mornings, evenings, and noon of summer in other worlds, where there was only a dozen degrees Celsius temperature difference. Although the perceived temperature just now was 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, it was still within the realm of extreme weather after all. But at this moment, the world outside was like the end of days. Above the firmament, 3 blazing suns, as massive as chariot wheels, shone upon each other. Their scorching light piercing through the clouds like blades, directly striking the earth. The distant mountains twisted and deformed in the heat haze, like an illusory mirage. Even with the soft clothing, Lin Yu still felt as if he was almost going to faint from the sun instantly. He recalled that Jia Yi of the Han dynasty once wrote a fu, which contained a famous line that has been passed down through the ages. "Heaven and earth are the furnace, creation is the artisan, yin and yang are the charcoal, and all things are copper." At this moment, Lin Yu actually felt that this philosophical adage was like a plain description. Every breath was like inhaling smoke and fire, and every swallow of saliva was like drinking scalding hot soup. The current temperature was at least 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. This was absolutely no longer a range where humans could safely operate, not even martial artists. Lin Yu turned to look at Wu San and Yu Jinxiao, and saw that these 2 escorts indeed did not try to endure it. Yu Jinxiao carefully took out an exquisitely crafted wooden box and from it, took out a seemingly very precious talisman, tore it, and stuck it on his body. The talisman emitted wisps of white smoke, seemingly helping them resist the invasion of high temperatures. Even so, Wu San and Yu Jinxiao were still parched. In just a few seconds, sweat soaked their clothes. And that sweat was almost instantly evaporated, leaving only a thin layer of white frost. "Heroine, this is the Ice Heart Talisman from Deching Temple, please stick it on." Lin Yu took the talisman from Yu Jinxiao and, without declining, directly tore an opening and stuck it on his forehead. After all, he had Li Nian's soft clothing on his body, so he didn't need this for the time being. After tearing it open, Lin Yu instantly felt a burst of icy coolness from the top of his head. "Good talisman." He praised it, rolled the talisman up, clipped it next to his hair with a hairpin, and then waved his hand. "Let's go. This talisman should have a limited duration and is very precious, don't waste it." After all, Lin Yu had just glimpsed that there were only a few such talismans in Yu Jinxiao's box, just a thin layer. And if the talisman lasted a long time, Yu Jinxiao and Wu San certainly wouldn't need to stick it on after coming out. Braving the scorching sun, the 3 immediately set off in the direction where the escort cart had been left. Yu Jinxiao's expression was solemn. I don't know what happened that forced old Lu to disregard everything and directly fire a signal arrow for help even at noon. Wu San also nodded. "Lu Cheng Yang has been with you for a long time, only joining a year after me, and he is extremely steady in his actions. He wouldn't fire an arrow rashly. He must have encountered something unexpected to resort to such a desperate measure." Although they were walking inside Chen family fort, the surroundings were incredibly silent at this moment. Not a sound could be heard from inside the houses on either side. Even though it was noon, this excessively eerie silence also seemed to indicate something. Especially since Lin Yu was very clear that Chen family fort essentially had no living people. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but urge old Zheng again. "You also scout out the situation, it's cooler now, so work more efficiently." Old Zheng quickly said, "Don't make noise. I'm investigating. The moment you came out, I sensed a certain presence, a very powerful presence. That seemed to have watched you for a moment. I'm quietly tracing it back.
Alright, just as long as you're working.
Lin Yu finished instructing old Zhang, then looked at Yu Jinxiao and Wu San again. During their conversation just now, Lin Yu also had a question.
Escort leader Yu, escort Wu. Why are you so certain that the signal arrow was fired by the escort named Lu Chengyang? After all, Lin Yu remembered that the deputy escort leader and the two escorts responsible for guarding were all equipped with bows.
Although the deputy escort leader seemed to be more skilled with a saber, he used a saber when ambushing the mountain demons earlier. And his bow was just casually placed on his horse.
But
since they brought a bow and quiver, they should be able to shoot arrows.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Yu Jinxiao seemed somewhat surprised instead.
Heroine, your words are rather strange.
Naturally, it's because Lu Chengyang was the only one guarding the escort cart.
Lin Yu heard Yu Jinxiao's words and sighed.
Then escort leader Yu, I think I know why the signal arrow was fired over there. Would you make an arrangement for one person to guard the escort cart?
Yu Jinxiao's face changed slightly.
Are you saying 2 people are also missing over there?
In my memory, you arranged for 3 people to guard the escort, one of whom was even your escort agency's deputy escort leader.
Chen family stronghold was a human village with a very concentrated architectural style and dense population.
The distance from the stone house for summer retreat to the cave storing the dart carts was not far. After all, when they arrived, it only took a short walk. Although the scorching sun now somewhat slowed down their progress, the total distance was fixed, so they arrived very quickly.
From afar, Lin Yu saw a person standing near the cave entrance, looking bewildered.
Inside the carriage shed, the dart carts and livestock were all safe and sound. Leading Yu Jinxiao and Wu San forward, Lin Yu glanced at Yu Jinxiao.
Is this Lu Chengyang? Yes, he is Lu Chengyang. Yu Jinxiao said, looking around.
Seemingly trying to find the deputy he couldn't remember and the other dark master. But in the end, he still couldn't remember anything, so he had to first take Wu San to confirm that the dart carts were safe and sound.
Lin Yu didn't bother with the dart carts, instead, he entered the cave.
There were no cooling talismans in the cave, but inside, it avoided direct sunlight, and there was water flowing in the depths. So the temperature was lower than outside, probably only around 40 degrees Celsius.
He looked at Lu Chengyang, who was holding a bow.
The other party seemed to still remember Lin Yu, nodding slightly.
Heroine, you've come too.
Lin Yu looked at Lu Chengyang and said, Darthead, you heard the signal arrow and realized something was wrong here.
So he rushed over. What happened?
Lin Yu didn't directly state that he had already deduced that 2 people were missing here.
He didn't want to directly induce the other party to come up with the answer. Although Lu Chengyang looked unremarkable, he was currently the only one who had reacted to the disappearance of people around him.
So, Lin Yu wanted to see how far the other party could go. Lu Chengyang heard this and said somewhat self-reproachfully, to be honest.
I don't know either. I feel like I was possessed or something.
I suddenly felt very wrong. I seemed to suddenly realize at some point that I was the only one here, and it seemed too dangerous. At that time,
I didn't know why I was so panicked.
Maybe it was because my mentality was too poor, Lu Chengyang sighed, my kung fu isn't good enough. In the past, I always thought it didn't matter to just rely on others, but at that moment, I got scared, my mind got hot, and I shot the signal arrow. At this point, he hesitated, but... Heroine, it's not me making excuses for myself, but after I told you,
I increasingly feel that there was something really strange about me shooting the arrow.
Clearly, I was alone at first, and nothing was happening. But then suddenly at that instant, I felt an inexplicable terror.
Could it be that some demon passed by, making my instincts and cheap perception sense something was wrong, and I was thus affected?
The more Lu Chengyang thought about it, the stranger it seemed, and he couldn't help but ask. Lin Yu shook her head, no, I think perhaps it wasn't a demon passing by.
Can you still remember why Yu Jinxiao arranged for you to guard here alone at that time? Although Lu Chengyang didn't know.
Why Lin Yu suddenly asked this, he still nodded. I don't remember anything particularly special.
The dart head just called me out alone. Wait, now that you mention it, it is very strange.
Why did the dart head suddenly let me watch the dart carts by myself today? Normally, when our dart agency encounters this kind of situation, there should be at least 3 people together, and they should all be experienced and skilled veterans from the agency. Thinking of this, Lu Changyang also seemed to realize something was wrong and tried hard to think. But his expression was twisted in pain, as if he couldn't remember no matter what. Lin Yu knew that it was pointless to force the other party to think further, so she simply revealed the answer directly. Because you were initially guarding the dart carts with 2 others.
Dart head, you didn't make you watch here alone.
It's some powerful demon or other Gui that erased the other 2 and made you forget all about it.
Lin Yu said calmly. Lu Changyang looked at Lin Yu. How is this possible? A demon killed 2 of my colleagues in an instant and erased my memories?
Not necessarily killed, perhaps only abducted, Lin Yu corrected, although it sounds incredible. This should be the truth. Your dart head Yu's memory was also modified, but I still remember this arrangement. And one of them was your deputy dart head.
Deputy dart head? Lu Changyang asked in surprise. Do we have a deputy dart head?
He asked incredulously, his expression extremely confused. Subsequently, Lu Changyang struggled for a moment, seemingly thinking of some possibility.
His expression towards Lin Yu became somewhat wary.
Heroine, what you're saying is too outlandish. Lu Changyang put down his short bow and drew his saber.
I have to guard against the possibility that you are a demon in disguise. No offense. After all,
compared to believing what Lin Yu said, for Lu Changyang, the possibility that Lin Yu was a suddenly appearing demon was actually more reasonable. He hadn't been with Lin Yu all the time, so he couldn't naturally trust Lin Yu like Yu Jinxiao. Your dart head is right over there, Lin Yu said calmly when she saw him draw his saber. If you don't believe me,
you can at least believe your dart head. You should have methods or secret signals to identify whether someone is a demon, right?
Lu Changyang looked at Yu Jinxiao, who was checking the dart carts and livestock in the shed not far away, hesitated for a moment. Then said, yes, once the dart head comes over, I will naturally confirm with him, but, clang!
In a flash of lightning,
Lu Changyang saw a white flame flash, and an uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. In the instant he was flustered by fear, the saber in his hand had already been knocked flying.
Swish! The saber flew diagonally and clattered onto the cave floor.
When he came back to his senses, Lu Changyang already saw the heroine opposite him holding a short torch-like stick.
Its tip steadily stopped mere millimeters from his face. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Dart head, you will be a while. I don't particularly like you pointing his saber at me. In any case, this is also my own way of self-proving before we exchange secret signals.
Although it's not foolproof, I think there's some logic to it. You can listen. If I were a demon, killing you wouldn't require disguise. Lu Changyang lowered his head, looked at his numb, tiger-mouth cracked right hand, and recalling the speed and force from just now, he had to admit. What the heroine in front of him said was indeed reasonable. I was presumptuous, Lu Changyang said in a low voice, my apologies.
No matter.
Lin Yu put away the fear torch. Soon after, Yu Jinxiao also finished inspecting all the vehicles and livestock with Wu San. It's truly strange, heroine.
2 people went missing here, yet the dart carts were not looted. After Lu Changyang and Yu Jinxiao exchanged secret signals and confirmed that neither of them was a demon, the group entered the cave to escape the heat. The deeper parts of the cave were a few degrees cooler than near the entrance. Even without talismans or other heat relief methods, one wouldn't feel too uncomfortable. Although it's strange, it's a good thing the dart cart is fine.
At least it means the entity causing these disappearances is likely only interested in living beings, Yu Jinxiao paused and said. It's very possible it's after us, this group of living people. After all, many demons are only interested in the blood and flesh of living beings. Wu San also chimed in, the Biao Tuas words make sense. After all, rumors of various strange occurrences in Qin family fortress have persisted for a long time. Many dart teams and merchant caravans have lost people here before, and many were even empty-handed. Perhaps, the fortress lord of Chen family fortress and the Chen clan patriarch secretly raised a demon. Lin Yu shook his head. Interrupting the two, no, perhaps this hidden mastermind is only interested in living beings. But it's definitely not because demons are interested in blood and flesh. If that were the case, it should be even more interested in the things inside the dart cart. Because the things inside were also alive. Moreover, it held a tremendous attraction for demons. Through Sanyang's reaction and craving, Lin Yu could easily guess that it was a natural, instinctive desire for blood and flesh. Therefore, Yu Jinxiao's deduction was precisely the opposite. Whatever is causing these disappearances, whether it's a demon or something else, at least it doesn't crave blood and flesh. This entity creating disappearances likely has another purpose, Lin Yu said coldly, and if its ultimate goal was blood and flesh, there's only one possibility for not touching the dart cart's contents. It temporarily can't touch the remains you're escorting. Although the mastermind causing the disappearance of many dart escorts was extremely bizarre, the remains inside the dart cart were no less so. When Yu Jinxiao heard Lin Yu's explanation, he didn't insist on his own opinion. To have lived so long in prison mountain realm and served as a Biao Tu for so long, Yu Jinxiao relied not on his martial arts, which were barely considered third-rate, but on his extensive knowledge, experience, and astute mind. This heroine was far stronger than him, so her analysis was naturally much more reliable than his own conclusions. Heroine, then in your opinion, what should we do if it's the former, and what if it's the latter? Lin Yu spoke directly. It's all the same, although Master Wu San's analysis just now was also flawed, at least part of it was correct. No matter what, the strangeness here is inextricably linked to Chen family fortress. We still need to find someone from Chen family fortress to clarify things. Yu Jinxiao was surprised. Wouldn't that alert the enemy? Lin Yu, who had just been against seeking out residents of Chen family fortress, had now changed his mind, and for good reason. Because old Zhang had reported in. Boss, I've caught the guy who was probing you when you went out earlier. He's hiding in the basement of a civilian house in the middle of this fortress. He's one of the few living people left in this fortress. Want to go take a look? The other party's spirit is very strong, but his condition is very weak. He should be a master in a bad state. So, Lin Yu confidently answered Yu Jinxiao. It won't alert the enemy, because I just sensed a peculiar energy signature. As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Jinxiao remained cautious. Alright, heroine, if you want to go, you will naturally accompany you. But is this possibly a trap? Should we go back and call for more experts? Lin Yu shook his head. No need. Lin Yu trusted old Zhang's perception and his own strength. Calling more people would only alert the enemy. After speaking, Lin Yu paused. Then added. No matter what, Biao Tu, the dart cart here is temporarily safe and will remain so. I suggest that Biaoshi Lu and Biaoshi Wu also come along. This time, Yu Jinxiao hesitated a bit. This. Not watching the dart, is that okay? Even if you say there's a high probability of nothing happening, losing the dart is a serious matter. You dare not gamble. Lin Yu looked at him and sighed. This Biao Tu was indeed a seasoned veteran, but besides his slightly weaker martial arts, his biggest flaw was caring too much about that broken dart he was transporting. He was even a bit inflexible. However, convincing him wasn't difficult. If all 31 people in your dart team die here, that also counts as losing the dart. Lin Yu's tone became a bit firmer. If you leave Lu Chengyang and Wu San here, this demon could make both of them disappear at once. If something really happens, with this demon whose methods are still unknown, can you stop it? As Lin Yu spoke, Yu Jinxiao finally understood the priorities. The heroine's words are reasonable. It was my short-sightedness. Then without further ado, let's depart immediately. As Yu Jinxiao spoke, Lin Yu shook his head again, rejecting Yu Jinxiao's suggestion. No hurry. At least let me see if there are any clues left near this cave. Lu Chungyang, where were you sitting when you felt flustered?
Probably here.
Lu Chengyang pointed to a protruding rock outside the cave, which looked like a naturally formed long stone bench.
Lin Yu walked over and began to observe.
The rock and its surroundings weren't covered in much dust, only some suisher shali, and a few broken, old cobwebs draped over the rock surface. Carefully observing the accumulated sand, one could see many freshly added marks. Although the marks on the ground were already a bit messy, likely due to Lu Chungyang pacing back and forth and disturbing the area. If one looked closely, it was still possible to discern that 3 people had once sat there. Lin Yu sat in the middle position on it, leaning slightly back against the rock cave wall. The stone wall was dry and rough. As Lin Yu gently leaned against it, some sand grains slowly slid from the cracks, making a faint sound.
Lin Yu exhaled.
The earthy smell in the cave was mixed with a faint scent of blood, but it shouldn't have been left by a fight or anything similar.
There were no signs of struggle here either.
Lin Yu could imagine that Lu Chungyang and the other 2 must have been sitting there together, looking out at the hot daylight outside the cave, gazing at the livestock and dart cart, guarding against anyone approaching. Perhaps they were chatting, or perhaps they were resting in silence.
In any case, the 3 of them were sitting close together. Then, suddenly, 2 people instantly disappeared.
Unlike the stone house, which had a whole room full of people, 2 out of 3 disappeared here. Even if their perception was instantly altered, Lu Chungyang immediately realized something was wrong and experienced a great deal of fear. These emotions lingered. Although Lu Chungyang couldn't explain how these emotions arose, he had immediately forgotten the source of his uneasy feelings. But fear is like that, the more it lacks a root, the more it makes people lose control.
Ultimately, driven by fear, Lu Chungyang fired that signal arrow.
Although there was no resistance, the mastermind behind this should not have used a method similar to hypnosis.
Lin Yu summarized the patterns of the 3 disappearances, reaching a conclusion that could be considered quite certain for now. This guy's professional skill is far worse than yours, old Zhang. If it were you, you definitely wouldn't leave so many flaws.
Lin Yu was certain that if it were old Zhang's home turf and he were to arrange all of this, old Zhang definitely wouldn't give Lu
Chungyang the opportunity to lose emotional control and fire a signal arrow. Moreover, the player's memories would certainly not be preserved. Even if there were some restriction that only allowed tampering with NPCs' memories, old Zhang would at least make the NPCs' memories clean and crisp. There would absolutely be no serious mistakes like Yuzhenxiao and the other Biaoshires still remembering the total number. Nor would Yuzhenxiao be made aware of the unreasonable aspect of him not possibly sending only one person. Old Zhang would absolutely create a complete set of fake memories, even temporarily modifying cognition, making Yuzhenxiao firmly believe that everything was perfectly fine. In that case, even with his exceptional strength, he would inevitably be suspected, viewed with hostility, and guarded against by Yuzhenxiao and the other Biaoshires. Old Zhang also acknowledged Lin Yu's praise. Indeed, boss. That's why I think this further proves that the entity orchestrating these disappearances truly does not have the ability to modify human cognition and memory through mental means and at the soul level. It's not that some guy whose mental power is higher than mine used a method I couldn't detect, but rather that he used other means to make these Biaoshires lose their memory. This is where I'm curious. Besides directly affecting the soul and mind, are there other ways to modify memories? Lin Yu asked in a deep voice.
Of course there are. The soul and body are like hardware and software.
Mental power masters like me, other players or NPCs skilled in the soul level, are like hackers.
Modifying memories is naturally what we hackers are best at, old Zhang said, pausing here, but the 10 realms are too vast and complex.
There are always exceptions.
Just like Truth Company's emotion technology and related alchemy, they are the best examples.
In Prison Mountain Realm, it's not that there aren't sects that can modify people's memories through acupuncture with silver needles or soul transference with talismans.
As old Zhang spoke, Lin Yu understood.
I see. So it's possible that a super martial arts master or a high-speed demon instantly acupunctured all the Biaoshires after eating someone to make them lose their memories? As Lin Yu spoke, old Zhang said with a pained expression. Although it sounds a bit incredible, if the opponent truly has such speed to do it instantly, then this theory holds true. TSK. This prison mountain realm is not simple either. Lin Yu stood up and looked at Yu Zhenxiao and the two others, who were quietly waiting for him to think and observe. Let's go, head Biaoshiryu, let's meet the one I sensed. He now had more, clearer, and more specific questions. And it was time to find someone to answer them. Yu Zhenxiao generously stuck another talisman on Lu Chunyang, and then the three Biaoshires followed Lin Yu out of the cave area. Guided by old Zhang's navigation, Lin Yu, as if he had GPS, headed straight for his destination without any hesitation. Although the roads in Chen family fort were all small paths, they were built relatively straight and orderly. Even if there were occasional inclines, winding roads were rare. Generally, they were still one square after another, dividing the stone houses and low forts. Lin Yu led the three Biaoshires directly to one of the stone forts. Upon reaching the entrance, just as Lin Yu was about to push the door open and enter, he heard a voice from behind. For guests, why aren't you staying indoors at noon and wandering around? This is not good. Lin Yu turned around and saw Chen Yongda, the village chief of Chen family fort, who had received him earlier. The old man had appeared behind them like a ghost at some point, just standing in the middle of the road. More importantly, the old man had no means of shading or cooling himself, just standing there alone directly under the blazing sun, seemingly completely oblivious to the intense heat. He wasn't someone who could ignore the high temperature either, because Lin Yu saw clearly that large beads of sweat were rolling down the old man's body like rain, indicating he was clearly very hot. He was standing there purely out of stubbornness. But this was the problem. Lin Yu couldn't see any sign of stubbornness from this elder Chen Yongda. He seemed completely unaware that he was about to be sunburnt and die of heat. Yu Zhenxiao, Wu San, and Lu Chengyang were also startled by the sudden appearance of the old man. Subsequently, Chen Yongda's obviously unusual behavior also made these three Biaoshires, who originally did not know that everyone in Chen family fort was dead, realize that there was something strange about the old man. And all three became as if facing a formidable enemy. Be careful, Yu Zhenxiao said in a low voice, already prepared for battle. Wu San and Lu Chunyang also put their hands on their saber hilts. But none of the three immediately made a move. Yu Zhenxiao looked at Chen Yongda and said in a low voice, Elder, we are here to find someone in this house for some matters. If possible. Yu Zhenxiao still didn't want to clash with this elder Chen Yongda on his territory at this noon hour. Chen Yongda listened to Yu Zhenxiao's explanation, his tone still calm. Is that so urgent? But it's really strange. This house of yours belongs to the second son of the Chen family's main branch, which is my eldest brother's son. My own nephew. And my nephew is studying outside and hasn't returned to Chen family fort for a long time. Chen Yongda's voice grew colder. Are you perhaps trying to steal something? Yu Zhenxiao looked at Chen Yongda, whose expression had become somewhat stern. Although the other party was just a shriveled old man, he still felt immense pressure. Elder, I. However, before Yu Zhenxiao could offer a new explanation, he saw a swift shadow flash past him. Bang! After a dull thud, Chen Yongda plopped to the ground. Lin Yu put away the torch of fear in his hand and let out a breath. Done. Yu Zhenxiao looked at Lin Yu, startled. Heroine, you are. No time to waste talking to this old man. Lin Yu waved his hand, although this guy looks a bit strange. Since he's already sweating profusely from the heat, it means his physique is at least still that of a normal old man. But will there be any chain reactions after knocking him down? Yu Zhenxiao said worriedly. Probably not. I didn't sense his spirit connected to anything, Lin Yu said, narrowing his eyes. The mastermind behind the strangeness of Chen family fort has been hiding. If I knock out an old man and it hastily appears and triggers some anomaly to stop us, that's actually what I'd be happy to see.
At least that means it doesn't want us to attack the people of Chen family fort. If that's truly the case, then we'll have something to do. What it doesn't want to see is what we need to do, so when that happens, we'll just attack these villagers. Lin Yu admitted that his act of taking down Chen Yongda had an element of gambling. But from the results, he had gambled correctly. At least attacking the villagers of Chen family stronghold would not cause any chain reactions. These villagers were not important to the mastermind. If they were important enough, perhaps the mastermind wouldn't have let Chen Yongda, who was on the verge of heatstroke in the midday sun, come and chat with them. However, although knocking down Chen Yongda didn't trigger any abnormalities, it didn't mean they could rest easy. Let's go. Since this old man appeared here, it means the mastermind has already noticed our actions. And he doesn't seem to want us to enter this room. Which also indirectly suggests we might be in the right place. After speaking, Lin Yu left Chen Yongda where he was and walked to the door of the room. The door was bolted from the inside. Lin Yu pushed it from the outside but couldn't open it. Lin Yu frowned slightly. This was strange. If this room hadn't been inhabited for a long time, then why was it bolted from the inside? It's a door bolt, then, Lady Knight. Use my saber to pick it open through the crack in the door. Yu Zhenxiao seemed to have misunderstood Lin Yu's frown and quickly offered his saber. Lin Yu shook his head. No need. Then, he stepped back, and with a spinning side kick, he forcefully kicked the door. Bang! Crack! The door bolt snapped, and the door was kicked open by Lin Yu, revealing the interior of the stone house. Then, Lin Yu strode inside. Let's go, he said calmly. Yu Zhenxiao watched from behind, smiling wryly, accustomed to such sights. That's right, this Lady Knight can subdue a mountain demon leader with one move. Opening a door, why would she need my help? Wu San and Lu Chongyang behind them were once again awed by Lin Yu's strength and quickly caught up. The four entered the room, and Lin Yu looked around at the furnishings. Stone bed, stone table, wooden cabinet. The furnishings were simple and plain, indeed looking like no one had lived there for a long time. But Lin Yu quickly discovered something amiss. He walked to the bed and lifted the straw mat on the stone bed. Though he only lifted a corner, the straw mat began to bend along a specific crease. These were traces left by being folded repeatedly from this spot many times. And after Lin Yu lifted it, beneath the straw mat, the surface of the stone bed was revealed. It wasn't a single stone bed, but rather composed of several strip-shaped stones. Lin Yu's fingers lightly brushed over these strip-shaped stones, and he quickly found a few that were different. His fingers pressed against them, and a faint airflow could be felt from the fine cracks. This proved that there was a ventilated space below. Come here. Lin Yu called out to the three escorts. The three approached, not understanding why. Lady Knight, is there something strange about this bed? Wu San asked, puzzled. There should be a secret passage hidden beneath these stone strips, leading to a secret room, Lin Yu explained. So, we need to open this thing. Do any of you understand mechanism arts or anything similar? Lin Yu asked. Since it was a secret room, there might be self-destruct or protection mechanisms. So it naturally couldn't be as simple and crude as kicking open the door earlier. Therefore, Lin Yu naturally wanted to hear the opinions of these locals. After all, he didn't know much about the mechanisms in the prison mountain realm. The three escorts all shook their heads. But after shaking his head, Yu Zhenxiao spoke again. Lady Knight, although I don't understand mechanism arts, such hidden mechanism secret rooms are ultimately for people to use, and there will always be a concealed switch outside. Lin Yu heard Yu Zhenxiao and interrupted him. Of course I know that. I'm only asking you because I don't know much about the mechanism art schools here in Hellfire. I do have some knowledge of these things, Lin Yu said, then shook old Zhang. Find me the switch. Old Zhang helplessly said, Boss, finding inanimate objects is not my area of expertise. It's okay. Just try your best to find it. I'll have Hannah assist you. Lin Yu said, then, for the first time in a while, released Hannah. After conveying the instructions to Hannah, the little octopus disguised itself and drilled into the cracks between the stone strips. As old Zhang and Hannah simultaneously began their search, Lin Yu also started looking around. However, specialization exists, and Lin Yu's search was still less efficient compared to old Zhang and Hannah, not to mention, while searching, he also had to maintain an appearance of professionalism. Fortunately, Hannah was reliable enough. Quack. I found it, Director. Following the mechanical transmission structure in the cracks, I discovered a lever in the hidden compartment behind the cabinet. Pulling the lever will open the entrance to this secret room. Well done, Hannah, you've worked hard. You can rest now. Lin Yu praised Hannah, then recalled her. After all, although the temperature inside the stone house was not as high as outside, 40-something degrees could almost be called cool, but by Hannah's standards, it was still a bit hot and dry. According to Hannah's report, Lin Yu walked to the cabinet without a change in expression. He opened the cabinet door, removed the partition, found the hidden compartment, and a lever appeared before Lin Yu. This is it, Lin Yu said, then pulled down the lever. Creak. A heavy sound came from the direction of the stone bed. Lin Yu turned his head and saw that the 3 stone strips beneath the straw mat had retracted into the wall, revealing a downward passage. There really is a mechanism and a passage, Lu Chengyang exclaimed in surprise. Of course there is. Would Lady Night lie to us? Yu Zhenxiao said, stepping forward. Lady Night, let me, go down and scout ahead. With that, Yu Zhenxiao rummaged through his travel bag, pulled out a hemp rope, a fire starter, and a box of talismans, then walked to Wu San and Lu Chengyang. Wu San, you tie the rope securely. We'll follow the rules for cave exploration. Lu Chengyang, help me stick a few talismans for avoiding obstacles and disasters on myself. Then give me your signal arrow. Wu San and Lu Chengyang nodded, preparing to secure the rope and stick the talismans. But in that moment, Lin Yu had already stood by the bed. No need for so much trouble. My skills are better than all of yours combined, the strongest should naturally go to scout ahead. And I don't need so much preparation, Lin Yu said, pulling out the torch of fear and suddenly lighting it. The pale flame illuminated every corner of the room. You don't even need to go down. You just need to keep watch up here. If I need you to come down, I'll call you, Lin Yu said, then, holding the torch, jumped straight down. Yu Zhenxiao and the others had no time to stop him and watched Lin Yu's figure disappear. A moment later, a plop sound came from below. Water, safe. Lin Yu's calm voice drifted up from below. But a moment later, his voice turned into an angry curse. No, it's not F********* ing safe at all. Why the F******* is this boiling water? At the bottom of the passage, Lin Yu climbed onto a protruding rock from a bubbling, boiling pool of water, then wiped his face. In wuxia novels, aren't pools in places like this usually cold pools? How did this one become a hot spring? Lin Yu said with a hint of helplessness. Calling it a hot spring was an understatement, it was practically a pot of boiling water. When he first fell in, Lin Yu felt signs of churning water and thought it was an underground spring until the talismans on his head rapidly depleted. And he realized something was wrong. There was no spring here, the water was churning because it was boiling due to the extreme heat. Underneath this spot, there was likely some magma vein passing through. This hellfire prison not only had 3 suns in the sky, but it was also scorching hot underground. So, the airflow in the cracks of the stone slab earlier wasn't circulating air but mostly superheated steam. No wonder this room had slightly worse insulation than other rooms, it was like having a heater on indoors on a sweltering day. Chen Yongda's nephew was also a tough character, he had slept on a bed with a heating function for so many years in Hellfire Prison. Lin Yu couldn't help but speculate that perhaps this was why the other party hadn't returned for several years. This prison mountain realm truly has surprises everywhere, Lin Yu said with a sigh. Using the water prayer necklace to dry the water from his clothes and skin. Although this pool of boiling water wouldn't harm Lin Yu, especially with the water prayer necklace, and wearing Li Nian's soft clothes. Lin Yu was practically unscathed. However, being scalded like that still put Lin Yu in a somewhat unpleasant mood. Moreover, with this pool of boiling water, the three dart masters above certainly couldn't come down. With their martial arts, they would probably be severely scalded the moment they jumped down. Of course, it was the same without them. Lin Yu quickly adjusted his mindset, then stood up and lit up the surroundings with his torch. The space below was surprisingly large. In the pool, there were rocks protruding from the water at regular intervals, seemingly deliberately placed as stepping stones. However, Lin Yu did not follow the path of these stones, he jumped directly back into the pool. Only this time, using the ability of the water prayer necklace, Lin Yu stood directly on the surface of the water. He could manipulate the water flow beneath his feet to compress its density and lift it upwards, generating enough force and strength to support him. Lin Yu could do this before, but using the water control ability of the water prayer necklace, consumed mental energy. Before Lin Yu's mental energy was trained during this period, he didn't have the strength and precision to sustain this ability. He was now walking on the water's surface as if on solid ground. And the reason Lin Yu did this wasn't because he had a sudden whim or just wanted to imitate crossing a river on a single reed or gathering chakra under his feet on the surface of boiling water. It was because Lin Yu could sense that in the darkness ahead, a powerful yet weak presence was silently observing him. This should be the subtle fluctuation that old Zhang had detected earlier. However, now that he was close enough, Lin Yu himself could also feel the other party's presence. Therefore, Lin Yu's waterwalking was part of a preemptive performance. He walked quickly on the water, soon feeling the water temperature beneath his feet gradually drop. And the degree of boiling also significantly lessened. Before he had walked far, the white light of the torch illuminated the shore. Lin Yu lightly leaped and jumped out of the pool onto the shore. This was a naturally formed underground cave. The rock walls on the shore were similar in shape to the mountain caves seen before. All giant rocks with sand, gravel, and soil embedded in the cracks, but being by the underground pool, it was much more humid here. And below, leaning against the rock wall, sat a strong middle-aged man in tattered armor. The middle-aged man was robust, clutching a black iron spear, with disheveled hair and a scruffy beard, looking like a wounded beast. He opened his eyes, looking at Lin Yu, who had already walked not far in front of him, and spoke in a deep voice. I was right after all, Your Excellency is indeed a master. Even with my subtle and weak chi perception, you were able to pinpoint and deduce my location. Lin Yu shook the torch, so you deliberately let me find you. Who are you, and why did you do this? The scruffy middle-aged man struggled to prop himself up with his spear shaft, then spoke, I am Chen Yuanye. Broken Door Spear of the Mingjin Martial Arts Hall, a disciple of the Mingjin Martial Arts Hall's Grand Elder Bai Shuriying, who spearheaded 8 towns and governed 3 mountains, and I am also from Chen family fort. A year ago, I was ordered by my sect to investigate a demon causing havoc in nearby villages and towns. Because the investigation site was very close to Chen family fort, I simply returned home to rest first. But unexpectedly, after returning home, I discovered a strange matter. I found that many houses in the fort were inexplicably empty, and a merchant caravan with few people but many horses, only 6 individuals, had arrived. This matter was somewhat abnormal, so I began to investigate. At night, when the temperature wasn't too high, I went to other surrounding villages to inquire about news. Only then did I learn that our Qin family fort had been continuously reporting strange incidents of disappearances. I caught up with the merchant caravan, which now only had 6 people left. After some investigation, the people in the caravan belatedly realized that many people were missing from their team. This greatly alarmed me. So I wrote to the nearest Taoist temple, also one of the largest Taoist temples in Hellfire Prison, Diching Temple, wanting to know what was going on. But the Taoist priests of Diching Temple gave me an even more bizarre answer. They said that Diching Temple had repeatedly investigated Chen family fort many times and had not found anything unusual. Those missing people were, in fact, dragged away and killed by demons in the middle of the night each time. They had already cleared out the demons behind the scenes several times.
ditching Temple's view was? Although it sounded very much like a conspiracy, it really seemed to be just a coincidence of several events occurring. As for rumors, they were merely ignorant villagers spreading misinformation. But I did not accept this point. So I bid farewell to ditching Temple and decided to investigate on my own when I found evidence and reported it back to my sect. Called upon my senior brothers, or even my master and martial uncles for help. And then used the name of Mingjin Martial Arts Hall to get ditching Temple's assistance. The gloom over Chen family fort would naturally be resolved. But Chen Yuanya's face showed a bitter smile. Although he didn't continue, Lin Yu could understand just by looking at the man struggling to survive by the underground pool. It seems you failed miserably, Brother Chen. Facing Lin Yu's bluntness, Chen Yuanya, a martial artist, did not retort. Instead, he sighed. That's right, I was utterly defeated. I never expected 3 6-striped demonic entities to appear simultaneously in Chen family fort. But as a 7-stripe expert, I should have been able to handle it. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. This guy's skill level was quite high. According to senior sister Shin Bingmiao's information, the demonic entities and martial artists in Prison Mountain Realm were all rated by stripes. Initially, this was just the difficulty set by bounties in various towns of Prison Mountain Realm. A demonic entity hunt with a reward of 1 stripe of money was called a 1-stripe demonic entity. And a martial artist who could single-handedly complete a 1-stripe mission was naturally a 1-stripe strength martial artist. This ranking system went up to 12 stripes. So, a 7-stripe martial artist seemingly only had 1 more stripe than a 6-stripe demonic entity, but was actually 2 levels stronger. Because a 7-stripe martial artist was already at a level where he could defeat a 7-stripe demonic entity in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, if 3 6-stripe demonic entities could cause a 7-stripe martial artist to be defeated, Lin Yu knew there must be something fishy going on. Sure enough, the twist came. Although I was ambushed and attacked at the beginning of the fight, I quickly gained the upper hand. However, what I didn't expect was that demonic entity actually kidnapped my blood relatives as a threat. Which is not at all like the intelligence a 6-stripe demonic entity should possess. Even after a year of languishing in this underground cave and deep pool, Chen Yuanye couldn't help but grit his teeth. But even so, I still defeated the 3 demonic entities and rescued several of my relatives. However, what I didn't expect was, your relatives ambushed you, didn't they? Lin Yu said softly. Chen Yuanye was greatly astonished. Indeed, I was nearly exhausted after fighting 3 demonic entities in a row. Just as I was lowering my guard, I never expected my beloved kin, my elders, to suddenly draw a knife and stab me. So I had no choice but to escape into this secret room that they didn't know about. But, senior sister, how did you know what happened to me then? It's not hard to guess. Lin Yu shrugged and said, those villagers in Chen family fort above. You only need to interact with them a few times to feel that something is wrong with them. It's as if their minds have been muddled by some demonic entity. In fact, I feel like they are all like marionettes. As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Yuanye sighed deeply. Marionettes, that's indeed a very apt description. Damn it, Chen family fort has turned into this ghastly state. And my fellow townsfolk are probably already in grave danger, Chen Yuanye said with a bitter smile. And I haven't even seen the face of the mastermind. Lin Yu looked at Chen Yuanye's dejected expression and nodded. Indeed, a 7-stripe being ambushed and beaten to this state, only able to hide here and cling to life. Chen Yuanye, you really are a useless good-for-nothing. Although Chen Yuanye was self-deprecating, he still looked up incredulously at Lin Yu's words. You little brat, why are you suddenly so rude? Although Chen Yuanye didn't expect Lin Yu to comfort him. Who would suddenly kick someone when they were being self-deprecating? These young people in the martial arts world nowadays, are they too ill-mannered? Lin Yu merely looked at Chen Yuanye with an arrogant expression and began his performance. Because you are indeed trash, the point isn't that you were ambushed by demonic entities, but that you're clinging to life. Chen Yuanye. Brother Chen, senior brother Chen, if what I saw when I came here was a wall of your last words and your bones outside, then I naturally wouldn't scold you. Losing isn't terrible, what's terrible is losing disgracefully. How can we martial artists retreat in the face of demonic entities?
I don't think your injuries are that severe, you still have a strong voice and can move. But you lack the courage to go out and continue investigating and fighting, this is even your hometown. Those above, who have been played with by demonic entities or some strange entity, turned into puppets and walking corpses, are all your flesh and blood relatives. Yet, you only know how to hide here, waiting for a passing expert to rescue you.
But what if no one comes until you die?
Lin Yu's words were like a thunderous blow, making Chen Yuanya's face flush with anger. You young woman, but before he could finish his sentence,
Lin Yu's final scolding blocked all of Chen Yuanya's retorts.
You've truly shamed senior martial uncle by shurrying. This was also the most important sentence Lin Yu had been paving the way for.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanya's anger instantly subsided, and he felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from above. You are from our Mingxin Martial Arts Hall, are you my junior sister? Are you under martial uncle by Shiming's tutelage? Or another martial uncle's?
He looked at the young woman before him, as if seeing the entire sect and his master's questioning, disappointed gaze. It doesn't matter, Lin Yu said coldly, the point is, I didn't expect the person I was looking for to be such a good-for-nothing. I should have known not to come. Senior martial uncle thought you had probably already perished with the demonic entities, and he lamented daily, feeling very guilty about leaving your corpse exposed in the wilderness. Therefore, since I was going to Liuzhen and passing through Shuangju Mountain, Master specifically asked me to come to Chen Family Fort to see if I could find any clues. I was happy to see you alive beneath this pool, thinking you had some unspeakable difficulty or predicament that made you hide here. But who would have thought that Broken Door Spear's senior brother Chen was just afraid?
Hearing Lin Yu say this, Chen Yuanya's mind was in a whirl.
Although Lin Yu hadn't introduced himself, he didn't doubt Lin Yu's identity at all, as every one of Lin Yu's words was reasonable and heartfelt. After all, compared to a suddenly appearing passing expert actively seeking him out, it was more logical for the sect to specially send someone to find him.
But no matter what, Chen Yuanya was filled with infinite guilt at this moment. I have failed Master's trust. I am sorry to him.
Then, Chen Yuanya seemed to remember something and asked again, wait a minute, junior sister.
So, that expert with extremely strong vital energy who came with you, is he your master or one of your martial uncles? Expert? Lin Yu was momentarily unsure who Chen Yuanya was referring to.
Someone he recognized as martial uncle level, meaning they looked much stronger than himself?
This certainly wasn't Lin Yan. Could there be some expert hidden in the escort team? The mastermind was right beside them? Lin Yu's thoughts raced, and he asked calmly, which expert are you talking about?
Naturally, the one who has been sitting in the carriage, unmoving like a mountain. It's strange. I tried to provoke him with my vital energy twice, but he didn't react at all.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu finally understood who Chen Yuanya was talking about. He couldn't help but sigh. You wouldn't be talking about the mutilated body that the escort team is transporting, would you? And hearing that term, Chen Yuanya also became extremely nervous. What? Mutilated body? You mean? I sensed a mutilated body that felt like a living martial artist? Hearing Chen Yuanya's tone,
Lin Yu knew he had stumbled upon something unexpected. I originally intended to investigate the strangeness of Chen family's stronghold, but it seems I've accidentally hit the mark and learned about the remains transported by this escort team? After all, Chen Yuanya's tone sounded like he knew something. So, Lin Yu directly and calmly questioned Chen Yuanya again. That's right, it's a severed limb, a left arm with most of the chest still attached, and it indeed seems to be alive. Lin Yu nodded slightly.
Could it be that you know the origin of those remains? Chen Yuanya's expression turned solemn as he looked at Lin Yu, junior sister. You really don't know?
This should be the remains of a peerless master. Master once told me that it is rumored some martial arts masters, those above the 12 strings who can establish their own sects, possess such vigorous vital energy that even after their limbs are severed from their bodies, they still appear to be alive. There are even legends that if one reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, achieving the highest realm, and dies in a fight with someone, their corpse can remain uncorrupted for 100 years, with their vital energy and blood circulation continuing as if they were still alive. Lin Yu frowned slightly upon hearing this. But if they've reached the pinnacle of martial arts, how could they be killed by someone? Of course, they were either ganged up on or killed by another peerless master, Chen Yuanya said seriously, and, since a Biao Dui was specially hired to escort it, and it's only a left arm, I might be able to guess who it is. Lin Yu crossed his arms. What, you know him? Cough cough, how could I possibly know such a figure? It's just a rumor I heard in tea houses and taverns years ago, Chen Yuanya said in a deep voice. The owner of this left arm is very likely to be Blade Demon Xiechong, who died 2 years ago. Who is that? Lin Yu asked directly. You don't know Xiechong? Chen Yuanya looked at Lin Yu in surprise. I don't concern myself with these things, and besides, isn't he dead? Lin Yu said indifferently. Because Lin Yu's performance was too perfect, Chen Yuanya not only didn't suspect anything when he heard Lin Yu's words, but instead showed an expression of admiration. Junior sister truly has a childlike heart. However, Xiechong was indeed a remarkable figure, and there's no harm in understanding his story. 25 years ago, the Hanging River Martial Arts Academy produced a blade technique genius who consecutively challenged the most outstanding young disciples from 12 martial arts academies in cold prison, rising to fame. The following year, he slew an 8-string and a 9-string demon in San prison. At that time, everyone who practiced the blade knew that a genius named Xiechong had emerged among their peers. Everyone envied the Hanging River Martial Arts Academy, speculating that they might, with this young generation's genius, ascend to the ranks of first-class martial arts academies. But no one expected. Just a few years later, 20 years ago, the entire Hanging River Martial Arts Academy, from the curator to the newly initiated young disciples, and even the guard dogs, were all slaughtered. And the one who did all this was none other than the pride of the Hanging River Martial Arts Academy, Xiechong. Some said he obtained a mysterious blade technique that required him to enter the Tao through killing. But he ended up suffering chi deviation. Others said he obtained a demonic blade that required the blood of those he cherished to temper it. Still others said he was originally a demon in human form, and now his ferocity could no longer be suppressed. In short, within a few days, the name Blade Demon Xiechong spread throughout the 2 mountains and 6 prisons. Anyone practicing righteous martial arts considered it their duty to eliminate him. And indeed, people went to encircle and kill Xiechong. But, even 10-string, 11-string, and finally even 12-string masters, all fell at his hands. Not only that, Xiechong even actively sought out people to kill, seemingly truly cultivating a demonic art and refining a demonic blade, growing stronger with each kill. Yellow Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Tiani Martial Arts Academy, Thousand Mountain Martial Arts Academy. Many first-class martial arts academies suffered losses of disciples, Chen Yuanya said, a hint of awe in his voice, although I didn't experience it. I once heard Master mention that during that time, every morning, bad news would arrive, with renowned martial artists falling at Xiechang's hands. For a time, Xiechang's name was even more hated than demons. So, 9 first-class martial arts academies united and set an ambush in a town in San prison, ambushing the Blade Demon. 12 masters went to that battle, and 3 of them perished. Yet, the Blade Demon Xiechong still escaped, severely wounded, but although they couldn't kill him, they had already crippled his right hand. After that, the Blade Demon Xiechong disappeared for a long time, until 5 years ago, he reappeared, mastering a left-handed blade technique even more ruthless than before, and sought revenge on those who had besieged him back then. For 3 years, he moved like a phantom ghost in the mountains, like a wandering humanoid demon, attacking certain martial artists. The masters who had besieged him back then had already become pillars or even leaders of martial arts academies, with their own disciples and descendants. Xiechong targeted their juniors, The 9 highly respected masters initially remained calm, but eventually,
they couldn't bear it any longer and began actively searching for Xie Chang's whereabouts. At this point, Xie Chong, however, proactively sent invitations to all 9 families simultaneously. He even openly challenged these 9 families to a battle. The location
was on the former site of the Hanging River Martial Arts Academy. When the day arrived, 9 masters, at least 12 string,
and even 3 grandmaster-level experts, went as agreed.
The former Hanging River Martial Arts Academy had become ruins infested with demons. But on that day, Xie Chong cleared all the demons within the academy, built a fighting arena with the corpses and bones of demons, and quietly awaited the arrival of the 9 masters.
Many martial arts practitioners were present as spectators, and even the 4 great Taoist sects sent people.
They only thought that Xie Chong was tired of fleeing and wanted to settle old scores, giving himself a dignified death, but no one expected.
In that battle, Xie Chong won.
9 great masters, 7 dead and 2 wounded. The 2 wounded were even severely injured and unconscious. Only then did everyone realize that the blade demon Xie Chong had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, an unparalleled realm. Subsequently, Xie Chong, eyes red with bloodlust, was about to unleash a massacre on everyone present.
Lin Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. So that's it. Then why did he die, and why did he become a severed limb? Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, a hint of longing appeared in Chen Yuanya's voice. It was because, in the nick of time, another figure at the apex of martial arts made a move.
That person was rumored to be a Taiching sect venerated elder, a martial arts legend who had lived for 100 years. A peerless master known as Guest of the Mountains. That Guest of the Mountains stirred his vital energy, transmitting his voice from 1,000 li away, leading the blade demon Xie Chong to an uninhabited mountain wilderness 100 li away. The 2 grandmasters unleashed their full power, battling for a full 6 hours. During which, the mountains and wilderness vibrated, and the earth shook. After 6 hours, the sounds finally ceased. People rushed to the site of their final clash, only to find Xie Chang's body shattered into 5 pieces on the ground. Hearing Chen Yuanya describe it with such excitement and dramatic flair, as if he had been present that day, Lin Yu merely nodded indifferently.
So that's it. It's just a powerful demon killed by someone.
Then what was so special about his corpse that, 2 years later,
people still needed a dart escort to transport his body? As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Yuanya began to speak again. That's something you wouldn't know.
That day, Xie Chang's body was picked up and taken away by 5 martial arts schools, supposedly to take revenge and utterly destroy the demon's body. But not long after, rumors spread that a great secret was hidden within Xie Chang's corpse. It is said to be a secret that can enable any martial artist to reach the Grandmaster realm. After all, judging from Xie Chang's experience, he indeed reached a nearly invincible, transcendent realm twice.
At this point, Chen Yuanya looked at Lin Yu.
Junior sister,
since you've already seen that corpse, is there anything special about it?
Lin Yu proudly shook his head.
I didn't feel anything.
The path of martial arts, no matter where you go, relies on yourself.
Aren't the cultivation methods you already know enough to practice?
Lin Yu looked at Chen Yuanya with some disdain. To rely on a corpse to reach the Grandmaster realm.
Such a Grandmaster is better off not being one.
What's more, it's the corpse of a demon. If that Xie Chong truly made rapid progress in his martial arts by killing his fellow disciples and slaying
his master to prove his path, then senior brother Chen Yuanya, are you going to emulate him? By the end, Lin Yu was practically scolding Chen Yuanya. Chen Yuanya's face turned red again and he looked a bit embarrassed. Junior sister's lesson is right.
I was truly led astray by these Jianghu legends.
However, Chen Yuanya quickly adjusted his mindset and, looking at Lin Yu, a look of relief appeared on his face. Junior sister, no matter what,
it is indeed fortunate for our Mingjin to have you. I am also endlessly grateful that you came to save me this time, senior brother.
Lin Yu looked at Chen Yuanya. Save those words for later. Xie Chang's corpse is not important either.
The most pressing matter is to uncover the anomaly of Chen family fortress, Lin Yu said in a deep voice.
Senior brother Chen, how much of your current abilities can you still exert?
About half left, Chen Yuanya said in a low voice. Actually, the internal injuries on my body have mostly healed by now, but during the process of recuperating here, I discovered that I was afflicted with some kind of strange and unusual poison. As long as I move, those toxins will spread through my meridians and body, causing me excruciating pain.
Poison?
Lin Yu narrowed his eyes.
Yes, poison. This is also the main reason I haven't dared to act here.
I don't know when I got this poison, Chen Yuanya sighed, struggling to support himself with his long spear and shakily stood up, but junior sister.
You are right,
I can no longer disgrace the Mingjin martial arts school.
Chen family fortress is my hometown. Whether it's demons or anything else causing trouble here, I absolutely cannot let them get away with it.
Lin Yu looked at the revitalized Chen Yuanye and nodded. This is more like a martial artist of our generation, Lin Yu said, then asked, moreover, this dart escort is transporting Xie Chang's corpse.
Although it's unrelated to the anomaly of Chen family fortress, we might be able to use this point. As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Yuanye frowned.
Use it?
How to use it?
The aura of this corpse naturally has a great attraction for demons. And coupled with the secret it holds that tempts all martial artists, this means that neither humans nor demons will miss this opportunity. Lin Yu said in a low voice, the most troublesome thing about all these strange occurrences is that they hide in the dark and refuse to show themselves.
So the best way is to lure them out. And now, we have the most tempting bait. As Lin Yu spoke,
Chen Yuanya meticulously examined this junior sister whom he was meeting for the first time, and spoke in disbelief.
Junior sister.
You truly have great courage.
I've been away from the martial arts school for too long.
A genius like you, whose character and talent are both astonishing, has appeared in the school, and I was completely unaware.
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. I don't deserve the title of genius. Let's go, senior brother. If you can't walk, do you want me to carry you? Chen Yuanya shook his head. No matter.
I only have internal injuries and poison in my body. I am not a cripple.
With that,
Chen Yuanya picked up his long spear and slowly walked to the water's edge.
Then,
Chen Yuanya took a deep breath, then tapped his toes, and his entire body floated out like a green leaf. Steam billowed over the water, and the surface of the stones was slippery, but Chen Yuanya seemed completely oblivious.
Tapping his toes again and landing on the second stone.
His speed was very fast, and it grew faster and faster. He swept across the water like an osprey or a hawk, quickly arriving directly below the cave entrance where Lin Yu had fallen earlier.
Lin Yu followed closely behind, and seeing Chen Yuanye's agile movements, he couldn't help but sigh. This Chen Yuanye really has some skills.
Staying down there and not daring to come out was indeed mostly due to being scared out of his wits. Having stayed down there for a whole year, with internal injuries, old wounds, and toxins still present, his Qigong movement technique was still so impressive. Looking up at the distant daylight filtering down, Chen Yuanye took a deep breath and directly bent his legs to leap.
Bang! Chen Yuanye leaped high into the air. A distance of at least 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, was easily cleared by Chen Yuanye.
After he leaped up, the dazzling light made Chen Yuanye, who had almost degenerated into a cave-dwelling creature, squint his eyes involuntarily.
Finally, I'm out again.
However, compared to his eyes being dazzled and the surrounding heat, Chen Yuanye had other, more obvious sensations.
Hiss. It hurt so much.
His entire network of meridians felt as if tiny insects were gnawing at them,
instantly causing sweat to pour down Chen Yuanye's forehead.
At the same time, he also noticed 3 highly vigilant men around him.
Who are you? Where's the female hero?
Chen Yuanye also reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, seeing these unfamiliar faces appear in his home, and immediately held his long spear horizontally in front of him.
Who are you people?
And as the two sides faced off, Lin Yu's voice came.
Chief Escort Yu Jinxiao, Senior Brother Chen Yuanye, stop. We're all on the same side.
Lin Yu, who had emerged from the cave, spoke helplessly. And only then did both sides cautiously withdraw their hands. And when Yu Xiao heard Lin Yu say that, he sized up Chen Yuanyi and spoke, "Are you actually Broken Gate Spear, Chen Yuanyi? You are Chief Escort Yu of Jinfu Escort Agency, and the closed-door disciple of Master Hu of Shiling Martial Arts School?" After exchanging names, the two simultaneously clasped their fists. "I've long admired you. Great Hero Chen has excellent skills. Seeing is believing, Chief Escort Yu indeed has extraordinary bearing." Lin Yu looked at the two greeting each other and couldn't help but sigh. "So, you two had actually heard of each other? Even if you know each other, don't flatter each other. We are in a very urgent situation now, we don't have time for you two to be exchanging pleasantries here." Taking Chen Yuanya, who had just joined, and 3 escorts, they rushed back towards the stone house. By now, the weather was not as scorching as before. Although Lin Yu said there was no time for Chen Yuanya and Yu Xiao to flatter each other, the two still quickly chatted on the way. "So, the heroine is a highly skilled disciple of the Mingjin Martial Arts Academy? Truly a genius. To be able to cultivate such a master at such a young age. My junior sister can easily subdue the mountain ghoul leader? Making a demon submit is much harder than simply killing it. That mountain ghoul leader should be a 6-gauge demon. In other words, isn't my junior sister an 8-gauge expert? She's even stronger than I was at my peak." Both sides were straightforward people. Although they exchanged information, it didn't expose Lin Yu, instead, it further solidified her identity. In Yu Xiao's eyes, Lin Yu had transformed from a mysterious master into a highly skilled disciple of the Mingjin Martial Arts Academy. As for whether the other party was from the Jinfu Escort Agency in Liaozhen, that wasn't important. Even if the other party had initially deceived him, so what? Hadn't she helped his entire escort team overcome the difficulties in Fuyuan Mountain? As an experienced veteran, Yu Xiao already had a conclusion in his heart: at least this heroine was likely here for Chen Yuanya. Of course, Lin Yu didn't just let the two of them chat aimlessly. He listened intently, and if their conversation ever touched upon anything that might lead to him being suspected, Lin Yu would naturally interrupt and guide them immediately. However, the topics they discussed along the way were all very safe. It wasn't far from Chen Yuanya's house to the stone house where they were staying, and there were no more strange incidents like Chen Yongda blocking their way. But upon arriving at the stone house, Lin Yu pushed open the stone door and immediately realized something was wrong. Where are the people? Yu Xiao, who followed closely behind, was even more shocked than Lin Yu and murmured directly. Because inside the entire stone house, only 12 people remained. 5 of them were the 5 players waiting there. Now, Yu Xiao didn't need to recall anything to know that people were missing, many people. The 3 escort spaces were filled with surprise and panic. Wu San walked forward and grabbed his bewildered younger brother. "Wu Qi, why are there so few people left?" Lin Yan spoke softly, "Elder brother over there, don't get excited yet. You can't blame him for this." Lin Yu untied his clothes and threw them back to Lin Yan, then asked, "What exactly happened?" One of the 2 escorts who went missing earlier came back. "Although they forgot later, I still remember his name," Lin Yan calmly said, catching the clothes Lin Yu threw to him. "Xiao Shaoan, not very tall. He came in shouting that he had escaped from a demon's grasp and urged everyone to help rescue the other person. I felt something was off at the time and advised everyone not to go all at once, especially since it was the hottest part of the day outside. But that guy seemed to completely ignore that. However, the gentlemen of the Jinfu Escort Agency are very loyal, so 5 or 6 people immediately followed him and ran off. Once the people scattered, the arrangements were completely messed up, and everyone's state didn't seem very normal at the time," Lin Yan whispered. Master Wu Qi here was already quite rational, but he also found it difficult to control the situation. Ultimately, as you can see, only these few people are left here. As Lin Yan spoke, Lin Yu's brows furrowed. It seems this mastermind indeed has its own consciousness, and it's even smarter, more cunning, and more greedy than I imagined.
But Lin Yu quickly realized that this was an opportunity. After all, he had already decided to use the corpse of the saber demon Xiechong as bait and had been worried that Zhu Jinxiao wouldn't cooperate. But now, in this tense situation, Lin Yu was confident that Zhu Jinxiao would most likely agree if he proposed it. So, seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu immediately looked towards Zhu Jinxiao. Escort leader Yu, as things stand, I'm afraid we can't wait until the outdoor temperature is suitable to act, Lin Yu said seriously. The situation is special now. My suggestion is
to use extraordinary measures in extraordinary times. Although Yu Jinxiao was experienced and prudent, facing an unprecedented crisis,
he couldn't help but feel somewhat at a loss.
So, hearing Lin Yu's words, he immediately spoke up to inquire. Please speak, heroine.
What is your opinion?
Take the escort cart and immediately leave Qin family fort with everyone, Lin Yu said decisively. But this is not abandoning the missing escorts of the Jinfu escort agency, rather, it's using the remains in that escort cart as bait. Although past escort teams and merchant caravans were no longer hindered once they left this place, we must take a gamble that this corpse also holds a great temptation for the mastermind hiding in the shadows, who has caused multiple disappearances,
and that it will be unable to resist actively intervening to stop us. Once it intervenes, changes are bound to occur.
Although we don't know what those changes will be yet, it's better than being slowly boiled to death like this.
As Lin Yu spoke,
Yu Jinxiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily.
We'll do as you say, heroine. This was the most readily Yu Jinxiao had ever agreed.
However, this time it was Lin Yan who raised a different opinion. This plan sounds a bit radical, but I agree.
It's so hot outside. Do we have any means to escape the heat if we go out now?
Escort leader Yu has some precious talismans for avoiding the heat, Lin Yu said directly.
Now that the number of people has decreased, they should be enough.
In fact, we might not even need to use escort leader Yu's talismans at first. It's not too late to use them if absolutely necessary. As I also have some other types of talismans here, although they don't directly cool or release cold, they have a similar effect.
And one can be used for many people at once. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yan was a little curious. What kind of talismans? You're still hiding such fun things? Ones that summon clouds and rain.
Lin Yu said faintly, then pulled out a yellow delicious paper, but deliberately held it in his hand without unfolding it.
No time to lose, let's go.
With that, Lin Yu walked outside, pretending to tear a talisman but actually just putting away the delicious paper. The prayer for rain ability of the prayer for water necklace activated, and instantly the sky outside suddenly darkened. This was an extremely rare celestial phenomenon in the Hellfire prison of
Yushan.
Splash! Raindrops rolled onto the ground and instantly evaporated, turning into steam that rose, carrying away a large amount of heat from the ground. Although the rain falling on their bodies was even somewhat warm, this sudden downpour indeed locally cooled the otherwise deadly hot weather significantly. Yu Jinxiao watched this scene, feeling incredibly moved.
To use such a precious talisman. The heroine is truly righteous. Let's go quickly, and not let this precious rain-summoning talisman go to waste.
The sudden rain fell urgently, temporarily creating a misty, low-temperature zone in this high-temperature hell.
The dense rainwater soaked the clothes of the Dark Masters.
This heavy rain, which would cause complaints anywhere else, was a rare blessing for the natives of this place. Although the soaking rain was heavy, it also carried away the scorching heat, allowing them to experience a rare coolness in the fiery hell. However, no one was in the mood to enjoy this coolness. Ahead is where the livestock and carriages are kept.
In the downpour, all visibility became very low.
So the one leading the way naturally became Chen Yuanya, a native of Qin family fortress.
Moreover, he even knew a shortcut.
What would have originally been a bit of a journey, Chen Yuanya led them through twists and turns, arriving in just a few steps.
But, upon arriving at the location, everyone was stunned again. Heroine, what should we do?
Half of the shed had collapsed in the heavy rain. After all, it was a shed built in a fiery hell. While its sunshading effect was excellent, it seemed never to have considered coping with heavy rain coupled with its already dilapidated and unmaintained state. It naturally ran into problems at
this moment.
And although the dark carriage was unharmed, the livestock pulling the carriage were nowhere to be seen. Of course, this wasn't necessarily due to the shed collapsing. After all, the livestock weren't crushed under the shed.
And there were no animal footprints visible in the muddy ground.
So, it's highly likely they ran off before the heavy rain fell and the shed collapsed, which suggested it was deliberately done by a mastermind.
Facing Yu Jinxiao's question, Lin Yu remained completely calm.
No rush, if the livestock pulling the carriage ran off, we'll just use something else to pull the carriage, he said calmly, then his mind stirred.
A moment later, after the heavy rain, on Shuangju Mountain, at the edge of Chen family fortress's wall,
a massive figure crossed the wall and pierced through the rain curtain. Ling Yin flicked the water droplets off his hoodie's hood and said, "Humph, I almost forgot about this livestock you just took in, big sister." The leader of the mountain imps, San Yang, stopped steadily in front of Lin Yu, letting out a submissive exhalation.
Hiss. Watching this scene, Chen Yuanye gripped his spear nervously. My goodness, junior martial sister. You really have a way to subdue demons, huh? Lin Yu waved his hand, just a method given by a Fangsher I met. Saying that,
Lin Yu called out to everyone, "All right, everyone, get in the carriage."
He then jumped onto the dark carriage that held Xie Chang's incomplete body and had its door largely destroyed.
Yu Jinxiao was a bit conflicted. Then, heroine, what about the other two carriages? The value of the other two carriages combined is not as much as the incomplete body in here. Your employer most likely only wants this one. Those two are just bait and a diversion, Lin Yu said, as San Yang began pulling the carriage.
If you really care about them, we can come back after we deal with that demon. Hearing this, Yu Jinxiao naturally no longer hesitated.
After all, only 7 dart escorts remained, and both before and after, they had to rely on Lin Yu. Yu Jinxiao originally didn't dare to defy Lin Yu much. 12 people boarded the carriage. Lin Yu gave San Yang instructions, and then the mountain imp leader let out a muffled sound, pulled the shafts of the dark carriage, and put the yoke and reins on his body. Then, San Yang used his hands and feet to start pulling the carriage, traversing through the heavy rain. 10 out of the 12 people squeezed into the carriage compartment, guarding the incomplete body of the blade demon Xiechong. Lin Yu and Chen Yuanye, however, stood on the coachman's seat outside the carriage.
After all, Lin Yu needed to direct San Yang, and Chen Yuanye was responsible for giving Lin Yu directions.
Turn right uphill ahead, then turn left and go all the way to the end, and that's the main gate of Chen family fortress.
This is the fastest route to leave the Chen family fortress area.
Chen Yuanye fixed his long spear onto the carriage shaft, held it with one hand to steady himself, wiped the rain from his face, and then gave the instructions. After all, a mountain imp is not a 4-legged animal specifically for pulling carriages, but a 2-legged demon resembling an ape. Although San Yang, as the leader of the mountain imps, was huge and immensely strong, when he pulled the carriage at full speed, it was incredibly bumpy. The people inside the carriage were fine, but Chen Yuanya outside, if he didn't hold onto his spear,
would probably be flung off. However, Lin Yu remained as still as a mountain, merely gripping the edge of the carriage, and spoke calmly. Got it, Lin Yu said, relaying the command to San Yang. Upon receiving Lin Yu's instructions, San Yang's speed in pulling the carriage naturally increased.
The dark carriage sped along, and at this moment, the mastermind finally noticed the dark carriage trying to escape amidst the strange downpour.
Just as Lin Yu expected.
Perhaps at first, the mastermind lurking behind the scenes didn't arrange all of this for the incomplete body of Xiechong. After all,
no one could have predicted that Xie Chang's incomplete body would appear here. But
whether demon or human, Xie Chang's incomplete body held extremely high value for most creatures in the prison mountain realm. If it was delivered to their doorstep, was there any reason not to accept it? Chen family fortress, which had seemed ordinary after countless investigations by Taoist sects,
now finally revealed its ferocious fangs and an utterly bizarre scene.
Screech, the door of the stone house next to them opened, and then a gray shadow blocked the middle of the road. It was an old woman dressed in coarse cloth, her back hunched, yet her steps were not slow at all, her movements stiff like a puppet on strings. Immediately after, a second and third figure emerged from various corners. Villagers came out of their homes one after another, their steps uniform, as if pulled by the same invisible thread. Even stranger, although the villagers' movements were eerie, their expressions were all very natural, as if they were unaware of their own strangeness. They were even actively engaging Lin Yu and his group in conversation, speaking words that were perfectly logical and coherent.
Why are you leaving already? Won't you stay a little longer? Oh. When did Yuenya come back?
The weather is so strange, stay a little longer.
A moment later.
The villagers had completely blocked the road in front of the dark carriage. They spoke enthusiastically while moving mechanically forward, their arms and legs swinging unnaturally, pressing against each other and even emitting clack-clack joint sounds.
Chen Yuenya watched this scene, his temples throbbing. Lin Yu also frowned. Is there another way?
There is, but... There's no need to go around, Chen Yuenya said through gritted teeth, these people are mostly my fellow villagers. The beloved elders who watched me grow up, and the childhood playmates who grew up with me.
Or their descendants. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Senior Marshal Brother Chen, I don't understand what you mean. It means I don't want to see them like this, so...
Junior Marshal Sister, please consider this a request from your senior marshal brother. Chen Yuenya pulled out the long spear fixed on the carriage shaft, sinking his hips and bending his knees.
Ram through.
Since Chen Yuenya, a resident of Chen Family Fortress, had already spoken, Lin Yu naturally had no mercy in his heart.
Although San Yang, as a mountain demon, was not very stable when pulling the cart.
A creature with 2 hands and 2 feet always had a flexible advantage over a 4-legged beast. Lin Yu gave San Yang his instructions, and then, the demon pulling the cart stood up and pushed his hands outwards. Although the villagers of Chen Family Fortress were manipulated and their movements were strange, they hadn't gained any enhancements, they were still mere mortals. As San Yang pushed his hands out, more than 10 villagers instantly either fell to the ground or were sent flying. Chen Yuenya was not idle either, using the long spear in his hand like a club, constantly sweeping left and right to knock away the people blocking their path.
Aren't you afraid that your fellow villagers might still be alive? Lin Yu looked at Chen Yuenya, who was acting decisively, and couldn't help but ask.
Chen Yuenya said in a low voice, their limbs are bent and they're still moving, how could they possibly be alive?
Why would I harbor such unrealistic fantasies? Although Chen Yuenya had previously hidden underground, afraid to show himself,
and his heart had wavered for a moment due to his closest kin betraying him, he was, after all, a martial artist of this prison mountain realm. Born and trained in martial arts here, he had known since childhood how cruel and brutal this world was. Despite a brief period of confusion, once Lin Yu encouraged him to come out and face this cruel situation, he would never let his weakness or emotions affect his judgment.
Chen Yuenya recognized those twisted, puppet-like villagers at a glance.
They were the aunt who had given him candy as a child, the second uncle who had always helped him after his father passed away, the cousin who had specially helped him repair his roof during the summer to prevent him from getting hot. They were the older cousin with whom he had explored caves, the younger cousin who had encouraged him to learn martial arts after discovering his great strength, the younger cousin who, after being beaten, often hid at his house, vowing never to return to his aunt's home.
Indeed, Chen Yuenya also had a fantasy, what if they were still alive? After all, their expressions still looked so vivid. But he also knew that it was just a fantasy.
Whoa! The long spear swept past, making a fierce whooshing sound, as if the land beneath his feet was weeping.
Damn it! Chen Yuenya repeatedly struck with his long spear, cooperating with San Yang to forcefully break through the encirclement.
Ahead was the gate of Chen Family Fortress, the towering stone gate washed a deep color by the heavy rain. San Yang stepped forward, exerting force with both hands, directly crashing open the tightly closed gate. And then the Biaoche escort cart,
carrying the 12 people left Chen family fortress. Chen Yuanye gripped his long spear and slumped back in front of the carriage, feeling intense pain in all his meridians. As if his body was being twisted apart inch by inch. Hiss. He exhaled a turbid breath, baring his teeth as he looked back, speaking in self-mockery. Having traveled the Jianghu for many years, this is the first time I've cooperated with a demon to fight my own fellow villagers. At the entrance of Chen family fortress, the villagers stood before the damaged gate, like statues, gazing at the distant escort cart through the rain. Junior sister, where do we go next? Chen Yuanye asked, and Lin Yu casually replied, that's up to you, senior brother, we need to pretend to run. But not actually run. So you'd best choose a route, with a seemingly safe place along the way that's still within the Twin Saw mountain range, to serve as our stopping point. As Lin Yu spoke, Chen Yuanye thought for a moment, then said, then I really do know a place. Heading north from here, on the shady side of Twin Saw Mountain, there's a dilapidated Taoist temple. It's said that it was originally built by a disciple of the Taiching sect after returning home. It's been abandoned for 100 years, but some of the formations inside are still active. But honestly, for any powerful demon, those century-old formations probably won't have much effect. Chen Yuanye said, and Lin Yu nodded. Good, that's the place, senior brother, do you know how to get there? Of course. I'm familiar with every stone and grain of sand in this Twin Saw mountain. Even after a long time, I definitely won't mistake the general direction. Turn left ahead. Chen Yuanye once again acted as the navigator. And seeing that Chen Yuanye knew the way, Lin Yu once again spread out his spiritual power, beginning to search for any new attacks in the surroundings. But strangely, after leaving Chen family fortress, the entire Twin Saw mountain was incredibly quiet. Logically, in such a vast mountain range, there should always be some wandering demons. Especially since Lin Yu and his group had already reached the depths of Twin Saw mountain, and it was midday, the most active time for demons. However, within the entire Twin Saw mountain, there was only silence. A deathly silence. Neither by sound nor by spiritual perception was there any demon or human approaching, nor any abnormality. This, in itself, was the greatest abnormality. The heavy rain gradually stopped, and the moisture from the rain-soaked clothes slowly evaporated. Although the wet clothes and skin surface could still resist the scorching heat for a while, it wouldn't last much longer. Inside the carriage, Yu Xinxiao had already begun distributing his last few heat prevention talismans. After all, in Yu Xinxiao's view, since Lin Yu had already produced precious talismans capable of bringing rain, his own talismans, though valuable, would be inferior if he continued to hoard and treasure them. With Yu Xinxiao's talisman tie affixed, Lin Yu looked at Chen Yuanye beside him. How much further? We're almost there, Chen Yuanye looked, also a bit surprised, but it really is strange. Normally, this journey should take much longer, there are always some demons or wild beasts blocking the way. How is it that we haven't encountered or even seen a single one now? Although Twin Saw Mountain had treacherous terrain and many strange rocks, most mountains in the fire prison had sparse vegetation, so the visibility was generally quite open. Even if no demons attacked, it was still possible to see some traces of demon activity. Lin Yu also nodded. So, perhaps as I predicted. Although the anomaly appeared within Chen family fortress, it's not just Chen family fortress that's anomalous. The earlier livestock had already proven that perhaps the scope of these bizarre disappearances was not limited to humans. Nor was it limited to Chen family fortress. Sanyang had been wandering in these mountains for a while, covering some distance, and likewise hadn't encountered any demons. Therefore, within Twin Saw Mountain outside Chen family fortress, those demons might also be within the hunting range of the mastermind. This was also why Lin Yu couldn't be certain that the mastermind was definitely a demon. Chen Yuanye nodded again, his expression grave. An unusual event must have a demon behind it, we must be extremely careful. But we're almost there. Chen Yuanye pointed in a certain direction ahead, then spoke in a low voice. Sanyang, pulling the escort cart, just happened to round a giant rock. Following the direction of Chen Yuanya's finger, an ancient, secluded small Taoist temple appeared on a slope.
Lin Yu narrowed his eyes.
Abandoned for 100 years, huh? That's truly quite extraordinary.
Around the Taoist temple, he actually saw a large area of lush green vegetation growing densely, completely out of place with the style of this fire prison. The fiery hell was not devoid of plants, it was just that the plants here had long since transformed into unique forms to adapt to the extremely high temperatures. Most of the plants here were as hard as metal, their colors a deep, dark green, often with sparse, broad leaves and well-developed root systems. However, the plants currently before them were all low-lying shrubs with lush foliage emitting a vibrant green, looking like delicate
small plants found only in moist, warm water towns. Lin Yan also poked his head out from the carriage.
Humph, this place could almost be called a blessed land.
I have a feeling we'll find some good stuff if we go in. San Yang drove the dark carriage closer.
And as they stepped into a certain proximity around the Taoist temple, it was as if they suddenly passed through an invisible barrier. A truly refreshing coolness, needing no comparison, washed over them.
This place is truly mysterious. I've been escorting for many years and have never heard of such a place. Yu Zhenxiao couldn't help but murmur.
Chen Yuanya shook his head. This place isn't on the main road to begin with, very few people pass through here. Moreover, years ago there were still Meijin and Kuanjin, it's just that they've only become ineffective in recent years.
If my family hadn't told me,
I wouldn't have known about such a good place either. The group dismounted from the dark carriage and slowly approached the Taoist temple. The bluestone slabs in front of the Taoist temple were spotless, only occasionally having some dry branches fallen on them, making a slight rustling sound when stepped upon. Lin Yu looked up and saw that the walls of the Taoist temple had hardly any traces of time, only moss covering the base of the walls, with only a few collapsed gaps showing that the place was abandoned. The characters on the plaque above the lintel were blurred and indistinct, only vaguely discernible as recluse's place of cultivation. But the prefix for recluse was unidentifiable. Although Chen Yuanya had been here before, Lin Yu couldn't help but still be a little cautious. And just as Lin Yu was carefully observing, he saw Lin Yan, along with Little Fire Dragon and several other players, gather around.
What's wrong? Lin Yu looked at Lin Yan and asked.
Lin Yan lowered his voice. He said, "This place is where they first entered the instance." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise.
That's not right, isn't that Taoist temple outside Twin Saw Mountain? The map also shows it that way.
Lin Yan moved aside, and Little Fire Dragon spoke with certainty, but the Taoist temple we first entered is indeed identical to this one.
Either that Taoist temple moved, or there are two completely identical Taoist temples. Of course, because we got lost in between, it's indeed possible that we made an error. But like you said, the map also shows it that way.
Hearing what Little Fire Dragon said, Lin Yu frowned slightly.
Let's look at the map again. He unfolded the map again and took a look.
The location of the Taoist temple marked on the tattered map should indeed be some distance outside Twin Saw Mountain.
And their current location was not marked on the map. Lin Yu exhaled. How strange.
According to Chen Yuanya, this Taoist temple should have been here for some years, but you all saw another identical Taoist temple a half-day's journey away.
There must be something fishy about this.
Deadshot, who had also come over, spoke up and offered his opinion.
Are we still going in? Flying Dagger asked cautiously. Of course we have to go in. This strangeness has already fixated on us. If we don't actively resolve it, do we expect it to just let us leave for Willowtown? Lin Yu said calmly. I'm not used to leaving my back to an unknown enemy.
Since those three said they've seen this Taoist temple,
then we especially need to go in and see if the internal structure is also the same. With that,
Lin Yu pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped inside.
After all, his mental perception didn't detect anything amiss. The courtyard of the Taoist temple was even more overgrown with weeds, full of vitality.
with a few white flowers even growing in the dirt between the bluestone slabs. The roof tiles of the main hall were incomplete, and sunlight, noticeably softer than outside, streamed through the gaps, casting mottled light and shadow on the ground. The incense burner in front of the hall was overturned, incense ash scattered everywhere. Only the dilapidated divine statue inside the hall still stood, but like the beams and tiles inside the hall, it was covered in dense, old cobwebs. Chen Yuanye and the Dart escorts walked in, resting and catching their breath in the Taoist temple with its normal climate. Although the crisis was not yet resolved, this place with its suitable temperature was indeed very suitable for relaxation and rest.
Lin Yu looked at Deadshot, Little Fire Dragon, and Squirtle. How is it? Is this place the same as the place you saw?
Deadshot nodded. Yes, all the furnishings are basically the same.
If you go to the backyard now,
you can still find a skeleton wearing a tattered Taoist robe. As he spoke, Lin Yu nodded and directly passed through the back door of the main hall to the backyard of the Taoist temple. And just as Deadshot had said, in the backyard of the Taoist temple, sat a desiccated skeleton. Other than that, there was nothing else special about the backyard.
Lin Yu retreated, falling into thought.
It's truly strange. So consistent, it can't be two identical Taoist temples, it should be the same one.
Then the question is, why did it teleport 100 li in a few hours?
Lin Yu wasn't bothered by how the Taoist temple managed to do it. Anyway, in this prison mountain realm, it wasn't impossible for a building to suddenly be transported some distance by some alchemist using some kind of sorcery or divine ability.
Moreover, this building originally had many formations, so it might even be able to move around on its own after all. Its style itself looked very much like it was suddenly placed here.
So, the key to the problem wasn't how it happened, but why it happened this way. Lin Yu carefully pondered this new strangeness that had appeared. There had been too many inexplicable oddities encountered since entering the prison mountain realm. This made Lin Yu involuntarily recall his senior sister's intelligence. Logically speaking, the prison mountain realm generally had more confrontation and slaughter instances, so there shouldn't be too much scheming.
After all, although the demons here were cunning and treacherous, their methods in terms of strangeness certainly couldn't compare to those in Fog Island and Night Valley.
Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at the map he had obtained from Little Fire Dragon again.
Speaking of which, Senior Brother Chen, was this the demon you were ordered to suppress that day?
Lin Yu pointed at the mark on the map and asked.
And Chen Yuanye casually replied, the demon I was to eradicate was rumored to be a blood-sucking bat demon.
Your map.
Eh?
Chen Yuanye was a little surprised, marking demons with skulls? This is a method of identification that the Taoist sect stopped using a long time ago.
But Master taught me that one skull is 6 guan, 2 is 12 guan.
Because this division was too crude, later on, the Taoist sect and alchemists unified with us martial artists and just called it guan. But what's with these 3 skulls?
Was it drawn incorrectly? 12 strings of cash for 2 skeletons?
Lin Yu rose from his seat, his expression unchanged.
As he heard Chen Yuanye speak. I understand, senior brother. It seems this map is indeed outdated. With that, he folded the map and walked directly to Little Fire Dragon, Deadshot, and Squirtle. Tell me, what kind of demon did you encounter? And how did you escape? Tell me everything, in detail.
Lin Yu asked directly, his tone more serious than ever before.
But the 3 exchanged glances, still somewhat hesitant.
This, as Little Fire Dragon mumbled, Lin Yu looked at him coldly. No matter your reasons for not wanting to elaborate, now tell me everything, truthfully. This instance has a big problem. The Taoist temple beneath our feet, and the demons in this mountain, are all very wrong.
If you want to get out of this instance alive, speak quickly. Hearing this, Little Fire Dragon and Squirtle were still hesitant. But Deadshot spoke up.
You from the Psychological Society, you're not trying to scare us or pressure us, are you? If you yourself think this instance has no problems,
you don't have to believe me. Lin Yu said indifferently, and Deadshot nodded.
Alright, I'll tell you then. After we got lost, we accidentally stumbled into the territory of a powerful demon and disturbed it, actually, at first.
We didn't know we had disturbed a demon.
It was disguised as a very ordinary human, and we all thought it was a poor native of the Prison Mountain realm. Deadshot sighed, then. She tricked us all and led us into a trap. The trap was a seemingly harmless cave. She said it was where her family stored things and hoped we would help her retrieve some items.
Fortunately, Little Fire Dragon had a warning item, which prevented us from entering it.
Lin Yu understood the reason for their concealment at this point, most likely.
The experience of being deceived was too disgraceful.
Even Deadshot's words now were somewhat embellished. Although he didn't mention the gender of the disguised demon, the word poor, whether it meant down and out poor or delicately pitiful, Lin Yu already had a judgment in his heart.
Are you sure that was a disguise, and not a puppet or something similar?
Lin Yu looked at Deadshot and asked seriously.
Deadshot frowned. If you think the demon is related to Chen Family Fortress, then perhaps.
But the guy we met felt different from the people of Chen Family Fortress, and she was suddenly disappeared into thin air, right?
Lin Yu asked in a low voice.
Yes, just like the Dart escorts who disappeared earlier. Deadshot was astonished. How did you know?
Summary and analysis.
The methods displayed by the demon behind this currently are twofold. One is to make people disappear inexplicably and affect the memories of relevant individuals, and the
other is to control the actions of puppets.
And I'm wondering, perhaps these two abilities, could they actually be two stages of one ability? Lin Yu said softly. The so-called disappearance is actually the process of turning a person into a puppet.
This bold conjecture shocked Deadshot, Little Fire Dragon, and Squirtle immensely.
Then is this guy truly someone we can contend with?
Lin Yu nodded. Of course, since it needs such lengthy,
complicated methods to create puppets, and we've already taken such aggressive actions without any other reaction. That means, perhaps, besides this method, the guy lurking behind the scenes doesn't have any other good methods. Lin Yu stood up and looked outside the Taoist temple. Plus, why did the location of the Taoist temple change?
So, I have a guess. This map is a 100-year-old map. And the Taoist temple you walked out of is where the 100-year-old Taoist temple was located.
So, could the ability of the mastermind be related to time? Lin Yu said softly. Of course. Directly traversing time and manipulating time might not be possible, but its ability might be to retrieve the state of any time node of the things it can manipulate and control.
These remarks left
the three players stunned.
Deadshot asked, "What are you trying to say?"
Lin Yu raised a finger. It's very simple. Some of the people in this Taoist temple who seem fine were actually already the puppets of that mastermind before they disappeared. He turned around and looked at the Dart escorts. If we consider the Chen family fortress villagers as the ultimate state of that mastermind's ability, having complete control over a person's past and present, then disappearance is perhaps the second to last stage, that is, it begins to control a person's present. And pushing further back, memory being affected is perhaps an earlier stage. Lin Yu said with pity and a sigh. In the situation where I confirmed their minds were fine, what was actually modified was their past. The reason they forget some information isn't because their souls were tampered with, but because their past began to no longer belong to them.
Little Fire Dragon exclaimed in horror. You mean, these Dart escorts are actually beyond saving?
Not just those Dart escorts, but also Chen Yuanye, who is deeply involved with Chen Family Fortress. Lin Yu paused, looking at the three players.
Of course, and you three. What?
As Deadshot spoke, Lin Yu said in a low voice, "Do it, Anyan."
Got it. Lin Yan,
who had somehow already circled behind them, spoke leisurely. The three instantly subconsciously tried to reach for their weapons, but suddenly felt their bodies go limp. They were all paralyzed. Lin Yan picked up the empty vial of paralysis potion on the ground and said with a grin,
"Sorry, gentlemen, no offense."
Little Fire Dragon hurriedly said, "You must have misunderstood something. We have no problem at all, you from the Psychological Society. I think you just want an excuse to knock us out." Deadshot also said resentfully, Lin Yu sighed, how pitiful, still trapped in the past, gentlemen.
I'll ask you a question. What is the title of your current instance?
Lin Yu asked, and the three exchanged glances.
Why are you asking that? Aren't ours the same? Lin Yu shook his head.
I don't think so, because a very important point for me to judge this game as a confrontation instance is that my instance is called seizing the escort.
That's why we joined the Dart Escort
team shortly after starting, and the mastermind here is also very interested in the Dart carriage.
But you three, Lin Yu said, stroking his chin, you don't seem to have had any interest in the Dart Escort team from beginning to end, do you?
So, I have a bold guess, you three, what you're playing should not be the same instance as us.
From the different locations of the Taoist temple,
Lin Yu could actually deduce that there was a conflict between the Biaoshi bodyguard and the three players who arrived later. That means one side must be untrustworthy, whether they deliberately lied or were also deceived, it's the same. Initially, Lin Yu suspected that they had concealed their true clearance CE conditions, or even used some method to trick the one-sentence lie detector. But after arriving at the Taoist temple and realizing that the mastermind possessed abilities related to time,
Lin Yu understood that there was a more reasonable explanation for the abnormality of these three players. That is,
these three guys also had their concept of time confused. Their mission had actually failed long ago, and they had perished in the fiery hell of Prison Mountain. Although they seemed to be alive, at least in the judgment of the death game, they had been dead for a while.
What escort or no escort?
You scoundrels from the Psychological Society really make up some far-fetched stories to scare people.
Deadshot cursed loudly.
Looking at the trio on the ground who completely disbelieved his words, Lin Yu crouched down. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, Lin Yu said calmly, but I still want to confirm one last thing. Something big happened recently in your player mutual aid society.
Do you know what it is?
What big deal could there be?
Squirtle said in a bad mood. Lin Yu stood up. All right, then I can confirm it. He looked at Lin Yan. These three don't know about the Haicheng incident, but they know you and know you're a tier 2, so they've probably been trapped here for about 3 weeks.
Lin Yan nodded, I see.
But what should we do next? Kill them? What exactly does this mastermind want?
Lin Yu said softly, it's useless. Although these three are players, they are no different from the villagers of Chen Family Fort. They are just ordinary puppets, killing them will have no effect. At this moment, Flying Dagger, who had been completely confused,
finally couldn't help but speak. Why do we have to fight to the death in this strange territory? Can't we just run? Even going out to ask for directions is better than going in circles here.
Flying Dagger was clearly terrified by the bizarre setting and spoke in a flustered tone. Lin Yu and Lin Yan looked at him simultaneously. Because, dear employer, we can't be sure how far this guy's influence extends, Lin Yu said calmly. Chen Family Fort and Twinsha Mountain are core areas, but based on my estimation, its influence might extend all the way to Fuyuan Shan, Fuyuan Mountain, or even further. Based on that, Lin Yan sighed, if I'm not mistaken,
if we want to reach Willow Town, we'll have to confront this mastermind and break its abilities. Flying Dagger was stunned. What does that mean?
It means that Willow Town should also be completely under its control, just like Chen Family Fort, Lin Yu exhaled. In other words, our destination isn't some safe place, but a place that has already been devoured by some powerful entity.
This thing is much more terrifying than we imagined. It's possible that the entire fiery hell is within its sphere of influence.
Flying Dagger felt his scalp tingle. If this is true, what should we do?
Lin Yan looked at Lin Yu. Sister Zhu Ming, what do you say?
A safer method is to continue focusing on the escort cart, to study what is special about this blade demon's remains in this dungeon called Seize the Escort, Lin Yu said calmly, and this
Taoist temple should also be a place that restricts it.
This Taoist temple should have been left behind by a true master 100 years ago. It's just a pity that he probably couldn't defeat the mastermind, but at least we should still be relatively safe in this Taoist temple. Although slowly grinding it out will likely lead to the same fate as those three, being trapped here forever.
Our information is indeed too scarce right now.
As Lin Yu spoke, Flying Dagger was about to agree, but Lin Yin proposed a different idea.
You've already exposed them to those three, so you must have a more aggressive and amusing plan, right, Sister Zhuming? Lin Yu nodded. Of course, he looked at Flying Dagger. Do you know the diviner?
Flying Dagger was startled.
I know him. What about him?
Although I don't truly belong to the plunderers, I am indeed a member of the plunderers to some extent. And the diviner has met me once and thinks highly of me, so he has also prepared many methods for me. Lin Yu's lips parted slightly, words spoken.
As he activated Teeth of Prophecy, at the same time, therefore.
I can also use precognitive methods to directly glimpse the true face of the mastermind after all. The other party is also related to manipulating time, so precognitive abilities instead have special effects.
As long as you give me enough phenomena and events, I can follow these appearances to see their source.
The first half of the truth immediately received belief from Flying Dagger and Lin Yin.
Sister Zhuming, you have this connection too? Flying Dagger was even more shocked, an active member of the Psychological Society.
A future member of the Free Alliance, and half a member of the Plunderers.
Is this guy collecting stamps?
However, even with the strong belief he received from the two, Lin Yu was still not enough to gain the ability to glimpse the future. But it didn't matter, the current Lin Yu was no longer the guy who had to painstakingly piece together every bit of belief he got. With professional tools, Lin Yu could not only boldly use Teeth of Prophecy, without having to conserve it, but he could also directly use Tower Hoax to supplement his belief. Before entering the Yi dungeon, Lin Yu had used the identity of Old Yao to gain 20 shares of belief from Jiangyan Hall. After entering the Yi dungeon, Lin Yu even gained 30 shares from the escort team. Now, 50 shares of unwavering belief were stored in Tower Hoax. This could support Lin Yu's transformation into a Rakshasa, and naturally, it was also enough for Lin Yu to gain the ability of precognition. The effect came true. The ability gained by borrowing the name of the diviner emerged, and Lin Yu felt as if his eyes had gained some kind of insight into everything. Then, he manipulated this ability, trying to understand and discern the gloom and truth surrounding this dungeon.
Old Zhang, if things go wrong, knock me out.
Lin Yu whispered, his gaze sweeping over the players and the natives of the Prison Mountain realm, and recalling all of his journey. Subsequently, he felt his consciousness blur for a moment, and his vision seemed to plunge into the depths beneath Twin Sao Mountain.
It's underground? Lin Yu felt as if he had gained a transcendent, third-person perspective.
Much like activating a God mode or spectator mode in a game. However, this perspective couldn't be freely controlled, instead, it headed straight in a certain direction after all. This perspective was meant to give Lin Yu answers and truth. Soon, after passing through a long layer of rock, Lin Yu felt his perspective arrive deep underground. Suddenly, his vision brightened. There was a cavern within this underground space. Light flickered inside the cavern, and the source of the light was
magma?
Lin Yu looked at the winding river of magma with some surprise.
And beside this magma river, deep underground, lay many dilapidated human structures, shrouded in vast shadows.
Though one could vaguely discern that it had once been a prosperous human dwelling. Lin Yu found that at this moment, this perspective seemed to have unlocked its control. Limited to this underground space, he could freely move this perspective. Lin Yu manipulated the perspective to wander around, like a ghost traversing this ancient town. The flagstone streets were covered in thick dust, and the flagstones themselves were cracked like spiderwebs, revealing the sand beneath. The houses with black tiles and gray bricks had long been eroded by time, with many walls and roofs collapsed. And the wooden door frames and window lattices of the houses had long since rotted away, leaving only broken frames. His consciousness swept through house after house, from one end of the town to the other, and Lin Yu, as expected,
saw an ancient stone tablet standing, inscribed with the words Willow Town. Indeed, this abandoned town is Willow Town.
Lin Yu found the answer in his heart. But he did not forget that the answer he wanted to know was not the location of Willow Town, but the mastermind behind everything. As for who this mastermind was, Lin Yu already had a vague guess in his heart. Lin Yu used his mind to control the perspective to zoom out, and then, the scene he had anticipated came into view. And even though it was a scene Lin Yu had anticipated, seeing it for real still made his heart tremble. Perched above this abandoned willow town, clinging to the cave wall deep underground, casting a vast shadow that enveloped Willow Town, was the mastermind Lin Yu was looking for. It was a terrifying, enormous, gigantic demon, lurking within this cave. This was its lair, and the entire Willow Town was like its toy. And what was worse, it seemed to have noticed his gaze, and that terrifying entity also opened its eyes. One by one, scarlet eyes lit up. Even though Lin Yu seemed to have no physical form at this moment, it still seemed to have fixed its gaze on Lin Yu. Through a mysterious power, Lin Yu felt his soul make eye contact with this terrifying entity. Click, a terrifying yet tiny, faint sound rang out, and Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Swish, swish, swish. In the shadowy parts of the cave not illuminated by the magma, more and more crimson eyes lit up. Boss, stop looking. Just as Lin Yu's will was almost devoured, old Zheng's direct mental ability interrupted Lin Yu's power. And the moment Lin Yu regained consciousness, a huge sense of dizziness filled his mind. But putting aside the physical discomfort, the psychological impact of the last scene Lin Yu saw was even more severe. His usually calm face was now covered in a layer of cold sweat. What did you see? Lin Yan asked anxiously. She rarely saw Lin Yu with such an expression, so she naturally became nervous. And Lin Yu struggled to overcome the dizziness, recalling the last image he saw, under the reflection of those crimson eyes and the lava. What was illuminated were pale silk threads spreading in all directions, a massive and bloated form like a mountain, covered in thick black carapace. With 8 long, giant legs. A spider. Lin Yu exhaled. Deep directly beneath our feet, there's a huge cave, and inside it hides a spider, as big as a mountain. He finally knew what he had always felt was the most incongruous thing in these mountains. Mosquitoes and insects were extremely rare in the high temperatures of the fire prison, but why were there spider silks and webs everywhere? Moreover, every time someone disappeared, spider silk would be left behind. Now it seemed, it was because directly beneath their feet, directly beneath Twin Saw Mountain, there dwelled a spider as big as the entire mountain. This also confirmed Lin Yu's guess that this creature could affect areas beyond the range of Twin Saw Mountain. Because spiders weave webs. Hearing Lin Yu say this, Flying Blade's face turned pale. What, a spider? Lin Yu looked at Flying Blade. Do you know the origin of this spider? No, I just really hate spiders. To be precise, I'm afraid of all insects. Correction. Spiders are not insects, they belong to the phylum Arthropoda, class Arachnida, which is parallel to the class Insecta of the phylum Arthropoda. Lin Yu calmly corrected, and it eats insects. Flying Blade was somewhat distraught. Thank you for the science lesson. But is this the time for that? I'm actually not very afraid of spiders, but the premise is that the thing can't be as big as a mountain. Ling Yan complained, the mastermind behind all this is a spider demon as big as a mountain, so how are we supposed to deal with it? I don't know either, but we'd better run first. Start getting up slowly now, move gently. Lin Yu's dizziness had almost recovered. And he stood up and spoke. What, didn't you just say we didn't need to run? Lin Yan was a little surprised. We're going to deal with it eventually, aren't we? Yes. That thing is perched directly above Willow Town, Lin Yu said, then paused, and continued, but, the problem is, as I just said. It's directly beneath our feet. Those Biaoshi, bodyguards, and players, they're all gone, haven't you noticed? As Lin Yu spoke. Ling Yan finally noticed that all the natives and players were gone. The entire Taoist temple was covered with what appeared to be old, but were actually newly appeared, pale spider silks. Those spider silks swayed everywhere, at first glance appearing to be moved by the wind, but in reality, the swaying was like tentacles. With a regular and active probing intent. Spiders naturally determine the location and direction of prey through vibrations transmitted back along their silk. This scene made Lin Yan's scalp tingle with fear. When did this happen? Probably just now. Lin Yu's steps were steady as he walked unhurriedly towards the door.
Lin Yan dragged Flying Blade and quickly followed.
I just used my ability to peek at it, and I've already disturbed it. It was originally sleeping, but now it has woken up. Old Zheng's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Boss, it found you.
Hearing old Zheng's voice, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. Run. We've been exposed, run with all your might.
The moment Lin Yu's words run at full speed fell, like a starting gun, he, Lin Yan,
and Flying Dagger all started running, each faster than the last.
The reason Lin Yan and Flying Dagger were so cooperative, besides their full trust in Lin Yu, was another important reason. The surrounding environment also underwent a sudden change at the same time. The hanging spider silks, which had been swaying, suddenly began to shake violently, writhing in the air like living snakes. Then, those spider silks suddenly stretched, grew, and lunged in the direction Lin Yu and the other two were fleeing. The three rushed out of the Taoist temple, only to see an even more hellish scene. The earth cracked, rocks rolled, and from every new or old fissure, vast white spider silks emerged. What was even more alarming was that as the cracks widened, many black spiders the size of chariot wheels even crawled out from the distant mountain ridge. Their thick carapaces paired with bright red patterns made these spiders look like chariots.
This is truly a nightmare, Flying Dagger shrieked. Aren't these spiders from underground? How can they still move freely out here in this heat and sun? Do you think this is Minecraft, where spiders spontaneously combust in sunlight? Lin Yan said unceremoniously, they're already in a fiery hell, so they must have heat resistance. Even underground. These spiders live next to magma, Lin Yu added. Then what do we do? Flying Dagger was on the verge of tears. Spiders and webs are everywhere, where can we run?
Lin Yu pointed forward to where the most spiders were. Of course, we run forward, that's the closest exit to Twinsao Mountain.
Clearly. The spiders know that too, Flying Dagger said pessimistically. What can we do?
Lin Yu whistled, and Sanyang's massive body burst out from the side, tearing off a few spider silks clinging to him, and then scooped up Flying Dagger.
Then you can only choose to trust Sanyang and Lin Yan. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Yan looked at Lin Yu. What about you? What are you going to do? Lin Yu's current path had already diverged from the other two.
Of course, I'm going to snatch the escort. You two run first, I'll be right behind you. He pulled out a torch, lit it, and swung it around to force back some spider silks, then took 3 steps in 2 and arrived in front of the carriage. Although the people had disappeared, the carriage was still there. Lin Yu kicked open the already broken and precarious carriage door. The mangled remains, chained to the carriage, still hung there, exuding a strong blood aura from their gray skin. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He drew his twin blades inside the carriage, successively severing the chains, then picked up a chain and, with it,
slung the remains of Xiechong, the blade demon, onto his back.
Although he didn't know what this thing was for, it must have a great use.
After rushing out with the remains of Xiechong, the blade demon, on his back, the surrounding spider silks seemed to become even more frantic, surging even more wildly in Lin Yu's direction.
But Lin Yu no longer held back, directly pulling out the Gloom Dweller's Corner, originally under the scorching sun.
The entire Twinsao Mountain didn't have much shadow.
But now, the overwhelming spider silks and webs, like a doomsday catastrophe, descended, creating an immense sense of oppression, and at the same time,
creating many shadows. Swish! Lin Yu's figure vanished, entering the shadows.
Then, his figure briefly appeared for a moment, only to disappear again into a new patch of shadow. After several consecutive times, Lin Yu quickly caught up with Lin Yan and Flying Dagger. The two were already deeply caught in the spider's encirclement and were moving slowly. However, the two were not in a situation of struggling to hold on or barely supporting themselves. Although the spiders seemed aggressive, constantly pouncing on Lin Yan and Flying Dagger, they were all blocked by an invisible barrier. The source of that invisible barrier was a small mermaid statue in Lin Yan's hand. The mermaid statue, like a music box, opened and closed its mouth, singing elegant and soothing songs. The songs spread outwards, forming a barrier and protection, preventing unauthorized things from entering. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu, carrying the remains, immediately appeared.
Anian.
Lin Yu greeted him, then stepped into the barrier. Ling Yan looked at Lin Yu returning so quickly and smiled. "You're really fast, I thought you'd be a while."
"Since that's the case, we can speed up," Ling Yan said, holding the mermaid statue and quickening his pace.
Watching Ling Yan, who had picked up speed again, constantly knocking away the spiders with the barrier, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised.
"I thought this thing would limit movement speed, were you waiting for me?"
"We are comrades and companions after all," Ling Yan said with a smile. "Moreover, the employer is useless in this kind of situation, so two dragging one is always better than one dragging one."
"So, Sister Zhu Ming, do these remains have any effect on these spiders?"
Lin Yu looked at the spiders and spider silks that seemed to be pouncing on the barrier even more frantically and shook his head. "I don't know yet.
It just seems to make these demons even crazier." "How long can your thing last?" Lin Yu asked, and Ling Yan was a bit uncertain. "I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 hours? Or maybe 10 minutes.
Hearing Ling Yan's uncertain answer, Flying Dagger, who had somewhat relaxed inside the barrier, became nervous again.
"Why are you so uncertain about your own item? The difference is too great."
He looked at the frantic spiders and spider silks outside, becoming worried again.
Lin Yan smiled. "Oh, employer, you really don't know me at all. Although this item is mine now, it belonged to someone else 2 days ago, you know."
Ling Yan said, then looked at Lin Yu. "Oh right, Sister Zhu Ming, several new experts have arrived in Jiangqing recently. One of them is from Order. And the other is a famous Tier 3 expert, a bounty hunter from the Hunters Guild." Lin Yu couldn't hold back when he heard this.
"You didn't steal from Demon Hunter Crest, did you?"
Ling Yan was even more surprised. "Oh my, you guessed that too, Sister Zhu Ming, you're amazing.
How did you know he came to Jiangcheng?"
"Naturally, someone told me." Lin Yu didn't make it too clear. "And this thing looks very much like something produced by Pure Ruins, and its grade is not low, and Cress, as far as I know,
happens to be an expert in the Pure Ruins ability system."
Ling Yan nodded slightly as he listened to Lin Yu's words. Then seemed to realize something and smiled mischievously.
Someone told you? Then I probably know who it was."
Under Ling Yan's item buff, what should have been an extremely tense situation was now given a momentary chance to breathe by the mermaid's song. The item from Crescent produced in Nether Ruins was indeed no ordinary item. Although these spiders looked extremely ferocious and numerous, they simply could not break through this barrier. Of course, while these spiders couldn't break through now, it still didn't mean the three of them could rest easy. After all, for the three of them, this item would eventually run out of duration.
The mermaid wouldn't sing endlessly, but these spiders seemed to be infinite.
More importantly, at this moment, the three of them had already reached the summit of Twin Saw Mountain. Standing at the highest point of the mountain, Lin Yu looked out and once again confirmed his guess. The range of influence of the giant spider at the foot of the mountain was even greater than imagined. Lin Yu had once been curious, what if they hadn't stopped at Chen Family Fort but had really pushed through to Five Springs Village?
Now, he knew the answer.
Although the spider was directly below the Taoist temple on Twin Saw Mountain, the vast white spider silk covered hundreds of miles around like a heavy snowfall. Both Chen Family Fort and Five Springs Village were now engulfed in that ocean of white spider silk. They were in the very center of this terrifying ocean. Fleeing in any direction meant a distant journey with no end in sight. "This damn place is too scary," Ling Yan said, looking at the dense spider silk and the large spider demons wandering within it. "But
in this world, humans and demons are evenly matched. With such a big commotion, there should be native experts from this world coming to deal with it, right?"
"There will be.
Otherwise the guy wouldn't have hidden underground for so long. If he was recuperating, it means something injured him before.
If he was hiding from something, it means he's afraid," Lin Yu said calmly, and his previous actions were consciously avoiding human detection. The fact that Chen Family Fort was not found to have
problems several times shows that he still has some reverence. Fei Dao heard this and was somewhat optimistic. "Then aren't we?"
"Impossible, relying on those natives is no different from waiting for death." Lin Yu interrupted him coldly. "He's been hiding for so long, which means his intelligence level is definitely not low.
Yet now he's causing such a big commotion, which means that, at least in the demon's view,
There's a chance to achieve his goal before someone comes to deal with him. And his goal is definitely related to us. Or at least to this remains. Fei Dao was somewhat distraught. Then why are you still carrying it? Can't you just give it to that spider? Even if we gave it to him, he might not let us go. Besides, this thing is also key to our clear. What's the difference between not clearing and dying? You saw the fate of the little fire dragon trio. Lin Yu suddenly realized something as he spoke. Wait. I know. Lin Yu said, looking at Lin Yan, those 3 players weren't lying when they said their clear condition was reaching Willow Town. But those dart escorts had only just entered here. In other words, unless the Xie Chang's remains is repeatedly used, then there might be another part of the remains near their mission location. Lin Yan said, and then Lin Yu took out the map. According to this map, if we head northwest from Twin Saw Mountain, we should reach the Taoist temple marked on the map. He looked up in the direction indicated on the map, trying to identify the exact location based on the marked terrain. But the mountain was a vast expanse of white, making it impossible to distinguish one place from another. No matter what, the direction is correct. At least we should try walking. The density of the spider silk isn't that high. Although it looks like a vast white expanse from a distance, once you get closer, you can still make out the terrain. Lin Yu was thinking. Just as he was about to give the command to set off and proceed step by step, heading in that direction. Suddenly, in the northwest, an anomaly occurred. A complex totem flashed in the sky. Golden and red lines formed a massive phantom with an eagle's face, tiger's claws, a human body, and exaggerated feather decorations. Then, the godlike phantom spread its arms and let out shrieks and roars. Burning meteors cut through space from the sky, falling out of thin air. What kind of method is this? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Fei Dao stared blankly at the scene, but Lin Yan answered in a low voice. The ancestral spirit witchcraft of the Black Marsh realm. Those are the 3 remaining players in our game. But judging by this stance, even if they're not tier 3, they're probably an incredibly strong type of tier 2. What kind of heaven-defying matchmaking mechanism is this? Lin Yu heard Lin Yan's words and instead found it reasonable. Although his Zhu Ming identity was tier 1, he should actually be tier 2. And according to Lin Yu's self-assessment, although he had just been promoted to tier 2, his 4 professional items, at least in the Death Game's evaluation, would definitely not be too low. When Death Game assessed his strength, it wouldn't just evaluate the superficial strength of the identity he entered the game with. Then I think it really should be the players we're matched with. Old Zheng's voice also slowly rang out. Oh, this little girl has really good eyesight.